The god of war looked down in absolute shock. His target had vanished. Sung-yeon just smiled. Sung-yeon materialized right behind him. Authority of teleportation activated. The god of war turned, eyes wide with sheer terror. He tried to move, but failed. My body, it is paralyzed. Suddenly, the entire world drained of color, turning completely black and white. The S+ rank black and white hourglass unleashed its exclusive effect. Final time had been activated. For exactly 4 seconds, the user's surrounding time is completely frozen. During this absolute zero moment, no outside force can interfere. A 7-day cooldown was applied. In this dead silence, Sung-yeon drew his blade. His voice echoed with unshakable resolve. Destroy Earth? As long as I draw breath, that planet, the place my precious comrades call home, no one will ever lay a finger on it. He channeled his raw energy. I will reclaim my divine power and stats. He triggered Blessing, consuming his own divine energy to temporarily seal the enemy's power. A one-time battle effect. Blessing cannot be cast again for 12 hours. The god of war remained frozen in absolute dread. Sung-yeon's eyes were utterly cold. Do not rush your death. He stood face to face with the god of war. I will tear you to pieces. You will never step foot on earth again, the god of war screamed in silent agony. Sung-yeon lunged forward with explosive speed. Battle acceleration skill activated. Instant acceleration skill activated. A merciless storm of lightning-fast slashes rained down on the paralyzed deity. He finished the devastating combo with one final, earth-shattering strike. Time finally began to flow again. Time is up. The exclusive effect of the S+ hourglass was officially deactivated. The flow of reality returned to normal, and interference immunity was lifted. The 7-day cooldown phase began. Sung-yeon issued his absolute decree. Be slashed by this blade and perish. Divine power unleashed. Command, word, and death activated. The user can now govern mortality. His spoken words dictate reality. The god of war's massive body was shredded by thousands of invisible phantom blades. He let out one final, deafening roar of pure, unadulterated agony. Authority of holy light skill was instantly triggered. A blinding explosion of sacred brilliance completely swallowed the god of war, erasing his very existence from the hell arena. As the holy light faded away, only a heavy silence and thick smoke remained. Sung-yeon stood tall, blade in hand, standing alone on the ruined battlefield. But suddenly, from within the dense smoke, a voice dripping with absolute malice echoed. I refuse to meet my end here. I will slaughter you. The god of war, drenched in his own blood, roared with apocalyptic fury. I will shatter your precious earth and wipe out every last filthy mortal. A terrifying crimson aura erupted violently from his battered body. Divine power. Fighting spirit met the activation conditions and triggered automatically. Fueled by this divine fighting spirit, the god of war received massive buffs, scaling perfectly with his sheer willpower. If his resolve ever breaks, these buffs will mutate into crippling curses. The enraged deity could feel an overwhelming resolve radiating from challenger Sung-yeon. The god of war began to mutate. His muscles bulged, tearing through skin as 2 extra arms violently sprouted. His raw power skyrocketed. All combat stats multiplied by 100. Speed drastically enhanced. In this monstrous new form, he glared down at Sung-yeon. His tone shifted to deadly serious. Challenger Sung-yeon, I will finally admit it. You possess true strength. I no longer view you as a mere mortal. You stand before me as the god of transcendence. Come at me with everything you have. Show me your limits, god of transcendence. Because if you hold back, your comrades and your world will burn to ashes. Sung-yeon answered this threat by unlocking the floodgates of his own aura. Divine power. Transcendence activated. All his abilities shattered their defined limits. He growled through gritted teeth. You will deeply regret those words. His growth rate instantly skyrocketed, multiplying 27 times over, scaling with the massive level gap between them. Both gods launched themselves at each other. Their collision birthed terrifying shockwaves that completely obliterated the surrounding arena. An apocalyptic, world-ending battle violently erupted between the two legendary deities. Special authority, desire for battle, was immediately triggered. All skill proficiency growth increased by 300% until the fight concludes. But right then, Sung-yeon sensed something horribly wrong. Due to the divine power, battle effect, all of challenger Sung-yeon's combat stats were being slowly and steadily siphoned away. He realized the grim truth. My stats and divine energy, they are flowing straight into the god of war. But this was no time to hesitate. He pushed forward, launching an even fiercer assault. The god of war let out a maniacal, twisted laugh. Your movements have grown so sluggish. Is that all you have, god of transcendence? Is it because I am devouring all your stats and divine power? Sung-yeon maintained a deadly silence. The final clash. End this pathetic struggle. Oh, god of transcendence. He lunged forward for the killing blow. You are destined to die anyway. He unleashed a 𝙎𝙎𝙎, devastating strike upon Sung-yeon. The sheer impact forced him to his knees. Sung-yeon roared. His vision blurred into darkness. I can't see. The punch triggered a terrifying explosion, blasting him across the battlefield. But Sung-yeon quickly regained his footing. The authority of blood curse activated. Jam Chun-Yu's voice echoed from the blade. Just by stealing your stats, they have become this incredibly fast. The god of war sneered. I gladly accept your divine power and stats. Oh, god of transcendence, he declared with absolute arrogance. From now on, your every move is utterly meaningless. The god of war roared, spreading his arms in triumph. Why? Because I now hold the absolute advantage. The god of war lunged forward. He unleashed a storm of devastating blows. He grabbed Sung-yeon by the collar. His voice dripped with pure contempt. Struggle for me until your dying breath. With a twisted, manic grin, he screamed into Sung-yeon's face. No matter how much you delay your death, your absolute destruction is completely inevitable. Wrong. Sung-yeon's ice-cold voice pierced the air. The god of war's wicked smirk instantly vanished. He stared at Sung-yeon in absolute shock. Sung-yeon slowly raised his head. His voice carried the weight of absolute certainty. The only one dying here is you. Right then, a system notification unexpectedly flashed before them. Time condition has been fully met. You have fought for 44 minutes. When the target is registered in the Book of Life and Death, a wave of deadly, pitch-black aura violently erupted from Sung-yeon's body. It completely engulfed the god of war. Due to the Book of Life and Death, the god of war was being eroded by the divine power of death. The god of war unleashed a blood-curdling scream. Kuh! He stared down at his crumbling body. Absolute panic consumed his eyes. How is this even possible? His very heart was being ripped away. He shrieked in agonizing pain. My divine power, it is crumbling away? Sung-yeon offered a cold, merciless explanation, watching his opponent being completely devoured by the divine power of death. Due to the Book of Life and Death, the divine power of death has completely consumed its target. He calmly concluded. In other words, every time the moment of death draws near, your precious divinity will collapse. The god of war roared. His voice was filled with bitter resentment and helpless fury. You absolute bastard. Sung-yeon coldly threw his own curse right back at him. You were the one who said, my comrades, and the entire earth would face total annihilation. Sung-yeon's entire body suddenly erupted with a blindingly brilliant golden aura. He raised his hand high and brutally gripped the god of war by the jaw. It is finally time for you to regret every single word you said. Oh, god of war. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Sung-yeon swung his blade. A terrifyingly sharp slash completely severed the god of war's arm. He unleashed an agonizing shriek. My arm! Sung-yeon mercilessly pressed his blade right against his throat. His voice was as cold as absolute zero. Do not move. The god of war stared up at Sung-yeon. His eyes were trembling with pure, unadulterated terror. He finally realized his absolute, inescapable doom. As the seconds tick by, you will only be further devoured by the absolute grip of death. He violently gritted his teeth. He desperately clung to his last shred of divine pride. I am the god of war. Consumed by pure despair, he forcefully channeled every last drop of his divine power. He roared at the top of his lungs. Did you really think I would die such a pathetic death? The divine power of destruction has met the required conditions. It is now activated. A catastrophic explosion threatened to completely swallow the entire arena. The divine power of destruction has been unleashed. A 10-year cooldown has been permanently set. The cooldown of the divine power of destruction cannot be reset under any circumstances. His face became violently twisted with sheer, venomous hatred. The god Of War shrieked like an absolute madman. Even if I cannot claim victory here, I will absolutely drag you down to hell with me. Let us perish together in this accursed world. O God of Transcendence. Yet, that catastrophically destructive attack was effortlessly blocked. Sung-yeon casually and calmly declared his absolute dominance. The attack has been entirely nullified. The SSS-Rank exclusive effect, attack nullification, from the regressor's old wristwatch, has been successfully activated. Therefore, the divine power of destruction has been completely reverted to its pre-activation state. This exclusive effect now has a 30-minute cooldown. The devastating, world-ending energy instantly vanished into thin air. It left the God of War utterly collapsed on the ground. He was completely drained and consumed by absolute despair. He stared up at Sung-yeon in absolute trembling disbelief. He choked on his own words. A sacred relic left behind by the God of Time? Why? Why on earth do you possess such an item? Sung-yeon did not offer a single word of explanation. He merely issued a cold, absolute order. Just die in silence. He unleashed the divine power, word of command. It massively accelerated the brutal erosion of the divine power of death. The God of War screamed once again. The agonizing pain was utterly incomprehensible. He forced out his final pathetic words while his body crumbled into meaningless gray ash. 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄𝐋𝐋𝐄𝐃. O God of Transcendence, do not ever think that this is the absolute end. But Sung-yeon simply activated yet another power to absolutely ensure his total and utter destruction. Absolute Myth Class, enemy of all things. When this divine skill activates, your power heavily suppresses all living beings. The God of War's soul shattered. He unleashed one final roar, a scream transcending physical agony. Sung-yeon plunged his blade into the god's chest, absorbing everything that remained. My divine power. No. It is all fading away. Die. Sung-yeon unleashed the divine power of death. In his final moments, the past flashed before the God of War. Damn you. You fragile mortal brat. His consciousness dissolved into the void, leaving behind one unanswered question. How did you become such an absolute monster? The battle has ended. You have absorbed the soul of the God of War, Asura. Sung-yeon looked up, whispering, It is finally over. Gazing down at the beautiful blue planet from space, he murmured softly, I protected them. Below, the city stood strong, a lasting symbol of the peace he fought so hard to win. Inside a quiet room, Sung-yeon sat silently on his bed, while a young girl happily ate her meal at the table. The room was peaceful. A news broadcast echoed from the screen. The challenger who saved our world. Sung-yeon has declined the press conference. He will only release official statements through his affiliated guild. Out on the streets, the crowds cheered in absolute frenzy. They called the challenger Sung-yeon, the supreme hero who saved the world. His devoted followers called him a descending god. His numbers were growing, multiplying at an explosive rate. The girl spoke while chewing her food. You seem to be in a fantastic mood today. Sung-yeon offered a faint smile, his blue eyes gleaming with deep calculation. With this victory, everyone is finally safe, and we will be able to gather countless more believers. James. Chugu puffed her cheeks, nodding adorably. What a massive relief. Sung-yeon remained seated on his bed, focusing his mind to inspect his newly awakened status. A glowing cascade of system alerts flashed before his eyes. Current believers serving the transcendent God. The number of mortals who can be designated as believers are displayed here, he thought to himself. Time to bestow divine power. Believers who exceed a certain threshold can be officially appointed as apostles. Level 1 believer, Catherine Bennett. Level 1 believer, Lee Hae-yeon. Level 1 believer, Lucia Miller. Level 1 believer, Katya. Expand list. A blinding pulse of golden energy erupted, surging from Sung-yeon's body and flooding the room, bestowing rank F divine power to all level 1 believers of the transcendent God. He stared down at his hands, feeling the sheer weight of the bestowed aura. He muttered with slight disappointment, perhaps because my divine level is still too low. I cannot grant them overwhelming strength just yet. Sung-yeon leaned back completely, his gaze drifting to the ceiling in deep thought. While I am conquering the main tower, my comrades must defend their own world. To grant them absolute strength and boundless divine power, I must become infinitely stronger. James Chu-gu stepped closer, her rice bowl still firmly in hand. She asked in pure surprise, "Are you leaving already?" Sung-yeon stood tall, nodding with absolute certainty. "That is right. I am going to meet the Iron Blood Monarch." He looked at James Chu-gu and spoke with blazing determination. "The time has finally come. For my return to the tower. You have entered the realm of Iron Blood." Sung-yeon walked steadily along the stone pathway, stepping into a grand, ancient fortress. A deeply familiar voice echoed from the throne of authority at the far end of the hall. "You have arrived, Han Sung-yeon. I never expected to see you again so soon. The Iron Blood Monarch." The pink-haired woman lounging gracefully on her throne. She gazed at him with a mix of surprise and pure amusement. "The Iron Blood Monarch spoke softly. I fully expected you to reject my invitation, yet you accepted it without a second thought." Sung-yeon scratched his head in an awkward display of humility. "Honestly, I do not reject that many invitations." The Iron Blood Monarch suddenly cut him off. "Do you have any idea how many times you have rejected me before, pierced by the absolute truth?" Sung-yeon could only offer a sheepish smile. "I am truly sorry for that." "Ha ha ha." The Iron Blood Monarch burst into soft giggles. She stood up gracefully, playfully punching his shoulder. "Teasing you is always so entertaining." Sung-yeon could only reply awkwardly, "Is that really so?" "Well then," he responded with a stiff posture. The Iron Blood Monarch stared deeply into his eyes, her tone suddenly shifting, becoming gentle, carrying a faint trace of regret. "If we had met back when you were just a challenger, I truly believe we could have grown close, extremely close. It is the absolute truth." Sung-yeon remained silent for a heartbeat. He offered a faint smile, his eyes meeting the Iron Blood Monarch's expectant gaze. "I firmly believe that even right now, we are already incredibly close." Sung-yeon spoke with unwavering sincerity. "From the very first moment I stood before the Iron Blood Monarch, straight until this very second. No, we will continue to forge ahead together." He locked his gaze completely. He met her unwavering gaze. "We are comrades bound by destiny, walking this bloody path together. Therefore I will fulfill your deepest wish." Iron Blood Monarch. She stepped closer, gently adjusting his collar. Her voice trembled with anxiety. "The road ahead will be agonizing." He offered a confident smile. "Even if hell awaits, I will survive." Her grip tightened on his shirt, her voice shaking. "You might despise me, seeing my past weakness." He covered her trembling hands. His eyes softened, yet remained resolute. "I will never be disappointed." She looked up, fear flickering in her eyes. "This trial could claim your life." He squeezed her hands back. "I have conquered countless trials to reach this day. I refuse to die so easily." A fierce light ignited within his gaze. "So, watch me closely, Iron Blood Monarch. I will show you a world that refuses to fall." Her eyes welled up with overwhelming emotion. He extended his fist toward her. "You have my word." She hesitated for a heartbeat, before reaching out to meet his fist with her own. A sacred vow was sealed. "Thank you, Han Sung-yeon." System alert, Administrator Iron Blood Monarch. Exclusive authority triggered. The heartfelt wish is now active, generating a special trial, bypassing the current floor limits. Constructed purely from the dying wish of the Iron Blood Monarch. Sung-yeon steeled his resolve to honor the vow he swore to the Monarch of Iron. Entering the trial tower, the monarch's heartfelt wish, he surged forward, unleashing his absolute power. "I will shield this realm from the evil god." Crossing into the trial realm, a barrage of system windows erupted, outlining the ultimate life or death quest. Trial objective: absolute defense. Difficulty: level hard. Time remaining: 3 hours. Victory condition: defend the world citadel from the evil god's assault. Hold the line until time expires. Defeat condition: death of the challenger, or base destruction. Clear reward: the evil god's bounty. The legend of the Iron Blood Monarch. Failure penalty: absolute death. May the challenger fulfill this earnest wish. Reality warped around him, thrusting him straight into the bloody vanguard. A commander's desperate roar shattered the chaos. The evil god's mindless thralls are here. To arms. Amidst the storm of slaughter, Sung-yeon maintained A deadly absolute focus. Scanning the battlefield layout. System restriction confirmed. All premium gear sealed away, crashing his overall stats. Hard-locked at exactly 700. Suddenly, an auburn-haired foot soldier locked eyes with him in sheer panic. "Wait, aren't you the captain?" The title caught Sung-yeon completely off guard. "Captain?" The system flashed a new truth. Role assigned. Captain of the Royal Vanguard. Challenger Han Sung-hyun. The young recruit screamed in despair. "Why are you still standing here?" Unfazed, Sung-hyun replied. "As the commanding captain, what are my current orders?" The panicked soldier shrieked, in absolute hopelessness. "Forget about orders right now." He pointed a trembling finger toward the crumbling stronghold, his voice cracking with pure terror. "A massive wave of zealots has breached the vanguard. We are seconds away from total annihilation. We are merely the supply unit. We need to fall back immediately, or face execution for breaking. Military protocol." Ignoring the coward's babble, Sung-hyun cut to the chase. "Understood. But the white-haired knight with crimson eyes, where is she?" The soldier stammered. "If you mean her, you must mean the Supreme Commander. She is currently stalling the entire zealot horde at the collapsing vanguard, buying us precious time to evacuate." Those exact words triggered a violent flashback in Sung-hyun's mind. The tragic fate of the Iron Blood monarch. The soldier kept pleading. "So we have to run." But, before he could finish his sentence, a massive blade slammed into the dirt between them, without a shred of hesitation. Sung-hyun blasted straight into enemy lines, unleashing an absolute bloodbath. "You absolute fool," he roared, grinding his teeth, as pure fury ignited in his eyes. "She plans to sacrifice herself again." He stomped the earth with shattering force, ripping a massive crater into the battlefield. "I swore an oath to the Iron Blood monarch. I promised to show her a world that would never fall." His sapphire eyes flared with deadly resolve. "I will never let her die on this wretched battlefield." Like a fired comet, he pierced the front line, tearing through endless waves of enemies, bypassing the crushed bodies of his fallen comrades. Amidst the chaotic sea of carnage, he roared into the madness. "Where is she?" His blade decapitated a charging zealot, painting the mud in crimson. "Where is she?" The relentless slaughter raged on, carving a gruesome path through the horde. "Where is she?" Finally, through the storm of clashing steel, a familiar silhouette pierced the gloom. There, his breath hitched, frozen in absolute shock, at the desperate scene before him. The younger version of the Iron Blood monarch, standing her ground against impossible odds, deflecting a heaven-shattering blow, even dancing on the razor's edge of death. Her crimson eyes burned with unbreakable defiance. Unfazed, Sung-hyun let out a deafening roar. He refused to let history repeat itself. The skill, authority, blessing of the wind, was instantly activated. His total speed skyrocketed by an insane 80%. Moving with terrifying velocity, he lunged forward, swinging his blade to block the fatal strike aimed at her. The giant fanatic screamed in absolute agony, as his arm was violently severed. "My arm!" The young iron-blooded monarch stared in utter disbelief at the man who had just saved her life. "Are you?" Sung-hyun stood like a mountain before her. His calm voice rang out. "Please step back." He plunged his blazing red, great sword deep into the earth, for the ultimate sin of challenging the empire. Gripping the hilt tight, his entire body radiated a holy aura. "I will make you feel the weight of your crimes." The moment the skill, authority, holy light, was activated, starlight infused with the divine power of death took shape. It unleashed a blinding, destructive beam that wiped out every single enemy in sight. The young iron-blooded monarch witnessed the carnage with a stunned expression. This is impossible. Is he truly from the royal army? Even the surviving soldiers could not hide their absolute awe. One of them stammered, We actually won." Beneath the descending dusk, the Empire's flag fluttered with fierce pride. From behind, the young, iron-blooded monarch looked at Sung-hyun with a tone of deep respect. "Are you a captain of the Pretty Fleet 7, Royal Army?" Sung-hyun turned and flashed her a gentle smile. "To keep the promise I made to the commander." He spoke with immense pride. "I have traveled a very long way to get here." The scene then shifted to a bustling tavern, celebrating the glorious victory they had just claimed. Here, the young iron-blooded monarch, Canarian 𝙎𝙎𝙎, slammed her beer mug onto the sasso table. So, you are not actually from the royal army, and your true name is Han Sung-yeon. Under the flickering candlelight, she locked eyes with him, her voice still carrying a trace of suspicion. You deceived the entire empire and hid your true identity, but you also saved my life. A smile that was both charming and dripping with authority blossomed on Canarian's lips. Therefore, by my authority as commander, I will let this matter slide. Sung-yeon met her gaze with unwavering resolve. Then that is more than enough for me. I merely wanted to repay my debt and earn your absolute trust, Commander. She observed him closely for a long moment before finally speaking. I can tell your words are not built on lies. At least, to some extent. Now it was her turn to make introductions. Canarian extended her hand. Let me introduce myself properly. I am Canarian 𝙎𝙎𝙎. Sung-yeon returned a warm, friendly smile as she added, from this moment on, you will assist me. So, I look forward to our partnership. He grasped her hand in a firm, solid handshake. I will make sure to protect you well, Commander. The scenery transitioned to a solemn, grand ceremony, where robed priests were delivering a heavy prophecy. They foretold that this world would meet its doom at the hands of the evil god. However, they also revealed that there was still the way to prevent this apocalypse. The one acknowledged by the 7 dragons, the ultimate guardians of the realm, would become the world's savior. Guided by the divine prophecy of a god, the iron-blooded monarch was already forging her path to become that chosen hero of legend. Further down the road, Canarian glanced back at Sung-yeon with a radiant smile. Thanks to you, Han Sung-yeon, I made it here safely, despite the relentless pursuit of the pleader, evil god's followers. Together, they rode their horses across a road littered with fallen enemies. Arriving here without shedding a single drop of blood is entirely your doing. When they halted before a dense, foreboding forest, Canarian dismounted and declared, All right, we have arrived. This is the territory of the Dark Elves, protected by the Black Dragon of the Great Forest. I will handle everything. From here, the Empire has prepared a formal negotiation proposal. You will not need to lift a finger. Sung-yeon immediately teased her. If I just punch the dragon a few times, this whole thing will wrap up fast. Canarian let out a heavy sigh. Please, do not do that. He gave her a playful wink. As long as my commander is not threatened. The two ventured deeper into the shadowy woods. Suddenly, a lethal arrow whistled through the air, grazing Canarian's cheek. Quick as lightning, Sung-yeon snatched the projectile and deliberately pulled her tight against his chest. Canarian was utterly stunned seeing him catch the ambush strike. An arrow I could not even sense it flying toward me. She glared ahead, instantly grasping the enemy's intent. Thank you. It seems they have absolutely no interest in negotiating. Sung-yeon stepped to the front, snapping the arrow in half with his bare hands. Now, I am handling things my way. Instantly, a massive barrage of flaming arrows rained down, triggering fiery explosions and completely blocking their path. Meanwhile, in an entirely different location, a small black dragon was caught in a drowsy daze. Looks like the Dark Elves are busy chasing away those noisy outsiders. Well then, I will just sleep a little bit longer. But the exact moment it closed its eyes, a chilling voice echoed right behind its back. Found you. The beast flinched. It whipped around, roaring in disbelief. How did a lowly human reach this deep? Sung-yeon casually pointed at the Dark Elves scattered across the ground. You threatened someone, very precious to me. I beat the truth out of that guy, and forced him to spit out your exact location. The dragon puffed its cheeks, practically shaking with primal rage. You invaded my subordinate's domain, and dared to lay hands on them? It unleashed a deafening roar. Dark energy violently ignited around its claws. Today, you pay for hurting my servants. Its tiny body exploded with terrifying force. It mutated into a colossal black dragon with rock-hard scales. Its booming voice shook the entire cave. Prepare for death, worthless human. Canarian gasped in sheer panic. This escalated way too fast. But Sung-yeon simply stepped forward. He manifested a massive shield to guard her. I will protect you. Divine power. Command. Word was instantly unleashed. His piercing gaze locked onto the giant beast. His tone held absolutely zero emotion, yet it carried an irresistible, crushing weight. Sit down. He seamlessly issued the next absolute decree. And bow. Your head. Divine power burned away, bending reality itself through his spoken word. The dragon growled, desperately fighting back. How? Infuriating. Do you take me for a dog? I bow to no such pathetic commands. Yet, an overwhelming, unseen pressure slammed it into the dirt. Gah! What trickery is this? Absolute panic laced its furious screams. Why is my body completely paralyzed? Out of nowhere, Sung-yeon coughed up dark blood. Canarian's heart dropped. Did the stat penalty severely weaken his heart when using divine power? The skill Bloodline Authority. Ash had violently triggered. She frantically pulled out a handkerchief, gently wiping his face. Ah, are you all right? Why the sudden bleeding? Sang-yeon calmly, brushed her hand aside. My recovery is already complete, so I am perfectly fine. He turned, stepping firmly onto jagged stone, fully prepped for his next move. Gazing down at the absolutely subdued dragon, a confident smirk crossed his face. He firmly declared, starting right now, you are my companion dragon. What? The beast roared, blinded by sheer fury and absolute disbelief. Stop spouting. Such utter nonsense. It threw its head back, howling desperately at the heavens. O almighty dragon god, grant me the supreme power to crush this enemy. Triggered by the desperate plea of the fourth-rank apostle, Taming Anis. The dragon god's trial could now be visibly witnessed. The deity began evaluating the apostle's request. But upon laying eyes on the challenger, Han Sung-yeon, the dragon god simply flashed a gentle smile and firmly rejected the plea of the fourth-rank apostle, Taming Anis. The dragon choked on a stunned, pathetic gasp. Huh? The dragon god explicitly ordered it to treat Han Sung-yeon with the utmost absolute respect. Suddenly, a tiny silhouette materialized from the radiant light, cheerfully waving at Sung-yeon. The dragon stuttered, its mind completely blown. D-Dragon God? The deity smiled brightly at challenger Han Sung-yeon. Long time no see. Sang-yeon matched the smile perfectly. Dragon God. It has been a while. The black dragon's brain practically short-circuited. Just who exactly are you? Sang-yeon glanced back, a deeply mysterious grin forming. Who else could I possibly be? I am the man who becomes your absolute master today. Nice to meet you, Yong-yong. Hearing this ridiculous new name, Yong-yong's eyes nearly popped out of its skull. Yet, a weirdly joyful smile slowly crept onto its snout. Soon, Yong-yong launched upward, piercing the sky. It safely carried both Sang-yeon and Canarian on its massive back. Canarian cleared her throat awkwardly. I assume I can ask some questions. Now, right? How on earth did you tame a black dragon so effortlessly? Her piercing eyes analyzed him closely. If you dodge the question, you lose my trust completely. Sung-yeon merely chuckled. Then I will share only what my limits allow. So, how about you reveal your true identity first? The dragon Yong-yong whined softly as Sung-yeon finally answered. I am merely a challenger from the tower, Canarian muttered to herself. Which magic tower do you even belong to? She immediately fired her next shot. All right, next question. Are you some hidden apostle serving a dragon-related deity? Suddenly, the dragon god's illusion popped up right behind Sang-yeon, nearly giving Canarian a heart attack. Huh? Canarian suddenly burst into giggles. Heh. Judging by that look on your face, right now my suspicions are confirmed. Well? Han Sung-yeon, didn't I hit the bullseye on every single guess? Sung-yeon stared at her with an utterly baffled expression. How can one person be so flawlessly incorrect about everything? He let out a heavy sigh. Your deductions were perfectly wrong right out of the gate. Canarian flushed with intense embarrassment. Wait, so absolutely nothing was right? Even though I nailed the part about you coming from another world? Sang-yeon gave a slight nod of validation. That specific detail you got. Spot on. Her boundless curiosity flared up again. I have one more burning question. What is the deal with the name Yong-yong? While soaring smoothly on Yong-yong's massive back, Canarian elaborated. As everyone knows, dragons are revered apostles serving the dragon god. I also know a fair bit about the tower. His voice dropped into a surprisingly hesitant tone. And perhaps there is a chance this entire reality is fake. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. Fake? Are you saying this whole world is an illusion? He steadily replied. It is not. It has to be fake, so there is zero need to panic. Canaria stared at him, her eyes swimming with intense suspicion. Just what? What exactly are you keeping from me? Yeongyang suddenly interrupted the heavy tension. If that is the absolute truth, then thank the heavens. A world where something as catastrophic as an evil god exists could never be an illusion. The divine dragon gazed down at the sprawling fortress below, praying with absolute, unwavering sincerity. Please defend this realm from the evil god. Touching down gracefully upon the earth, Yeongyang announced, We have finally arrived. As Han Sang-hyun and Canaria gracefully dismounted, he gave the majestic beast a gentle pat. Excellent work, Yeongyang. The dragon instantly squawked in furious protest. My name is not Yeongyang. But Sang-hyun had already snapped his head back, piercing the beast with a freezing absolute glare. Do not tell me you are actually plotting to betray your master right now. Yeongyang instantly shrank back, stammering in sheer terror. No. I will gladly accept that name. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the shadows ahead. Canaria Larkfeller. Stepping out from the pitch-black darkness, a golden-haired man, clad in a pristine white military uniform, revealed himself, flashing an incredibly arrogant smirk. I heard the transmission, but I never imagined you would actually subjugate a real dragon. He sauntered forward, his tone dripping with absolute mockery. So you truly gave it your all, did you not, Commander? My pathetic little sister. The three of them stood deadlocked, suffocated by an overwhelmingly toxic tension. Sang-hyun shifted his cold gaze to Canaria, then back to the arrogant man, his brow raising in mild surprise. Your little sister? Canaria lowered her head, biting back her shattered pride. It has been a long time, Brother Rios. Rios slowly turned, his calculating eyes sizing up Sang-hyun. Seeing you in the flesh is quite the spectacle. I genuinely never expected someone like you to tame a legendary dragon so quickly. Canaria shot back with an icy glare. You flatter him too much. Rios locked eyes with his sister, his voice seeping with absolute, venomous disgust. Our royal father believes that securing such a capable aide is a talent in itself. Watching you desperately cling to the emperor's grand throne is remarkably entertaining. A wicked, twisted sneer stretched across his lips. Such a tragic pity. If that pathetic little aide of yours was not standing here right now, you would already be a rotting corpse. This blatantly venomous threat drained all the color from Canaria's face, leaving her paralyzed by absolute suffocating dread. Instantly, Sang-hyun's eyes froze over with deadly ice. A terrifying tsunami of killing intent began to violently erupt from his very soul. Rios lazily turned back to Sang-hyun, waving his hand dismissively. So I take it you are the famed aide chained to my pathetic sister. Relax, that was merely a cruel joke. There is absolutely no need to look so dead serious. He extended his hand with faux aristocratic grace. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am a royal prince of this mighty empire and a commanding officer of the Imperial Army, Rios La Aphrodita. Sang-hyun's mind raced. Everything connects now. The legendary iron-blooded monarch is actually a princess of this very empire. The final puzzle pieces snapped perfectly into place. Without a second thought, he coldly slapped Rios's hand away, locking eyes with the arrogant royal. My name is Han Sang-hyun. The prince's smug grin instantly fractured. Is that so? What an absurdly peculiar name. He slowly retracted his hand, his aristocratic features twisting with naked, boiling irritation. Zero respect for royal etiquette and zero humility. You truly are quite the enigmatic bastard, aren't you? Rios began to calculate with malicious intent. Perhaps a stray dog from some reclusive noble bloodline? Judging by your monstrous aura, you possess overwhelming strength. I simply cannot fathom why a powerhouse like you would serve my worthless, low-born sister. He leaned menacingly close to Sang-hyun's ear, hissing like a venomous snake. Or perhaps you have fallen helplessly in love with her? The so-called untouchable flower of the empire? Let me warn you, my little sister has an absolutely atrocious personality. She is vastly beneath a man of your caliber. So tell me, why not? Swear absolute loyalty to me, instead of my pathetic excuse for a sibling? In a terrifying flash, Sang-hyun clamped his hand around Rios's wrist. His voice dropped to absolute zero. My apologies, but I have just one question for you. Rios blinked in stunned disbelief. What? Sung-yeon's grip tightened like a vice of cold steel. Are you begging for death? Because it certainly sounds like it, Your Highness. If that is the case, I will use my signature method to end your miserable life with absolute efficiency and zero pain. Desperately struggling to rip his arm free, Rios roared in humiliated fury. How dare you? Right here, in this very moment. Allow me to be crystal clear. Sung-yeon spat out every single syllable, his eyes blazing with a demonic crimson light. I am telling you that I am about to crush your pathetic skull into dust. Rios stuttered in absolute terror. I am a prince of the royal bloodline. You cannot. Sung-yeon's lips curled into a demonic sneer. And so what? An invisible, crushing weight erupted from Sung-yeon's aura, suffocating Rios until he desperately gasped for air. Choose right now. Life or death? The arrogant prince's face drained of all its royal arrogance. He was completely and utterly paralyzed by Sung-yeon's monstrous killing intent. Cold sweat drenched his trembling body as he pitifully choked out. He swallowed the massive lump in his throat. I want to live. With a look of absolute chilling disgust, Sung-yeon violently threw the prince's arm away. Smart choice. His voice dropped to a lethal, warning growl. I will let you breathe today. But hear this clearly. If you ever dare to crawl back for revenge, I will accept that as your formal invitation to hell. Without sparing even a single, pathetic glance at the trembling Rios, he turned his back entirely. We are leaving, Commander. Bathed in the dying light of the crimson sunset, the duo walked away, leaving the shattered prince frozen in pure humiliation. Suddenly, Canaria halted her steps, her trembling back still turned toward Sung-yeon. Her voice was incredibly heavy with bitter guilt. I am so incredibly sorry. I was utterly useless back there. I completely froze in front of my brother and I failed to stop him. Even when he was ruthlessly mocking you, I was just so terrified. Sung-yeon's voice softened with genuine warmth. No, you have nothing to apologize for. Afraid that even he might vanish, she finally revealed her heartbreaking past. My older brother stood closest to the throne. Since childhood, I was powerless against him. He stripped away everything I owned, my precious treasures, even the loyal followers who stood by me. He stole it all just to secure his crown. And because of that ruthless ambition, he even tried to take you away from me. Her voice dripped with bitter sorrow as she gazed at the distant fortress. Once, I dreamed of surpassing you, Commander. I wanted to claim the Emperor's throne with my own hands, but I am not even worthy of dreaming about that crown. I am not even worthy of holding on to your trust. Tears welled in her eyes as she let out a self-deprecating laugh. I am pathetic, aren't I? In response, Sung-yeon simply offered a gentle smile. Suddenly, an old memory washed over her. The commander's past words had been engraved in her soul. Now, Sung-yeon echoed those exact same words. Whenever you fall and feel like you cannot rise, you can always lean on me. He spoke her name with absolute reverence. Canarian Lafair. To me, you are already an emperor, and one of the few souls I truly cherish. Please, rely on me. A knight's oath echoed as he knelt on one knee. I swear to place you upon the emperor's throne. A soft sniffle broke the silence. Canarian buried her face in his shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. He panicked slightly. Wait. Did I say something wrong? System alert. Hidden conditions have been met. She wept softly. I do not know why you go to such lengths for me, but at the very least, I know your heart is absolutely sincere. System alert. The Iron Blood Monarch's affection toward Challenger, Han Sung-yeon, has reached a favorable state. Looking up, her tearful eyes blazed with newfound resolve. If you truly wish to see me crowned as emperor, then I will rise to meet your expectations. System alert. Trial reward updated. Special contract. Wish from the bottom of the heart, from the Iron Blood Monarch, has officially leveled up. A breathtaking, genuine smile bloomed on her face. Thank you. Suddenly, a massive pillar of purple aura pierced the distant heavens. This energy, is it a god? Master, the evil god has summoned an apostle. The other dragons are locked in a deadly stalemate. Canarian's voice turned sharp. Then we must go there immediately. Without hesitation, Sung-yeon leaped onto Yongyong's back. Commander, let us face this together. Very well. Come aboard. I swore I would repay your absolute faith. I am coming with you. Soaring high into the sky, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 called out, Master, what is your battle plan? Standing atop the majestic dragon with an unshakable gaze, Sung-yeon replied coldly. Simple. System alert. Divine authority, mythological deification has been activated. A blazing torrent of crimson energy engulfed Sung-yeon's body, elevating his very existence to a transcendent realm. System alert. You are now authorized to wield divine powers based on your latent divinity, he declared with a heaven-shaking voice. We are going to crush the evil god. System alert. Latent divinity recognized. Attributes include transcending death, immortality, defying heavens, observation, discipline, harmony, command words, and multiple hidden traits. Let us end this madness. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 unleashed a deafening roar. The dragon dived straight into the purple vortex. System alert. Entered the divine domain, dance of the evil spirits. Down below, an ocean of fanatic cultists waited. They stood beneath a suffocating sky, shadowed by a pitch-black sun. A crazed zealot pointed upward, screaming madly, Look to the sky. Some arrogant fool dares to fly towards us. Their leader raised a massive scythe, roaring his command. Crush them all to dust with demonic energy. Countless beams of dark magic instantly blasted toward the sky. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 panicked, sending out an urgent warning. Master, we cannot survive a barrage at this speed. But Sung-yeon, clad in his deified armor, merely issued a cold, godlike decree. All of you, split in half and die. System alert. Divine power command words has been executed. Instantly, a wave of absolute destruction swept across the army below, erasing them from existence without a single trace. System alert. Divine power consumed. To warp reality through absolute speech. Canarian stared at his radiant armor in sheer shock. Wah. What on earth is this power? Sung-yeon replied with icy calm. It is difficult to explain right now. I will tell you everything after the battle. She gazed at him, her eyes overflowing with absolute trust and awe. Then I shall wait patiently for your answer, because I have already decided to place my entire fate in your hands. System alert. Soul absorption initiated. Sung-yeon relentlessly devoured the souls of the annihilated cultists, causing his aura to surge endlessly. System alert. Mass enemy eradication has drastically increased. Second stage ascension points. Major progress achieved via mythological potential transcendence. Master, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 roared. The evil god's apostle has appeared right below us. A colossal, phantom dragon materialized from the abyss. Such cute, pitiful little insects. You are not even worthy of being my snack. System alert. Critical warning. The evil god has officially descended into the apostle. The rank 4 𝙎𝙎𝙎 trembled with twisted ecstasy. Ha ha ha. You pathetic. Little creatures are just too adorable. Thoroughly amused, the evil god continued speaking through 𝙎𝙎𝙎's vessel. The dragons watched in sheer terror. How could a descent into an apostle happen so fast? Through 𝙎𝙎𝙎, the evil god casually explained. Oh, that little detail? I simply struck a deal with the tower. This is merely a playground prepared for my amusement. Therefore, the sooner we enjoy this, the better. That should clear things up, right? Now, die. Sung-yeon shot into the sky, his sword drawing a decisive arc. Let those be your final words. The authority of holy light activated. Starlight infused with the divine power of death materialized. He unleashed a devastating strike. It carried absolute destructive power. A white-scaled dragon spoke. The one acknowledged by the black dragon has finally arrived. The guardian, who will protect this world from the evil god. The evil god immediately recognized Sung-yeon's armor, the challenger. It is you. His voice dripped with raw, unconcealed hatred. I will never forgive you for what you have done. I will tear you apart. The descent status effect surged, fueled by his absolute fury. A red dragon gasped. This pressure is completely overwhelming. Wait, look at that human, the red dragon exclaimed in shock. He is not affected by this aura at all. The white dragon roared, in utter helplessness. How disgraceful. We dragons are powerless here. There is only one path left. It turned toward Sung-yeon. Hear me, chosen of the black dragon. I pass the authority to protect this world unto you. A blinding surge of golden energy erupted from the white dragon. The others followed, channeling their power straight into Sung-yeon. You are the only one who can stop this evil god. We entrust everything to you, our guardian. The combined life force of the dragon protectors concentrated into a single point. The massive energy coalesced into a brilliant golden sphere, hovering right before Sung-yeon. This overwhelming power. The conditions have been met. Challenger Han Sung-yeon has officially become the world guardian, he thought to himself. I finally understand. The divine power, 𝙎𝙬𝙈, it had been granted to him, bringing the absolute authority to protect and bless this world. However, this divine aura did not grant control over the world itself, nor was it considered a true, official divinity. It would completely vanish. The moment this special contract challenge reached its end, he gently grasped the glowing sphere. Through it, the very will of the world was transmitted to his mind. The dragons roared in unison, placing their ultimate hope in their new guardian. The evil god bellowed in fury. Because of that pathetic god of proof, I was forced to look at you. Not for a single second have I forgotten your face. Now, you will pay the ultimate price for that day. With a roar, he unleashed a colossal wave of dark energy. Canarian watched in sheer terror as the apocalyptic strike closed in. However, Sung-yeon simply swung his blade. The dark torrent was sliced apart like paper. The evil god froze in disbelief. My divine authority was wiped out in a single strike. Sung-yeon glared at him with icy eyes. Enough. Get out of this world. Through the divine power of 𝙎𝙬𝙈, the world resonated with Han Sung-yeon. From the earth below, countless golden pillars erupted into the sky, bombarding the evil god simultaneously. What is this absolute nonsense? He shrieked in agony as the world's radiant light swallowed him whole. He fought back frantically, but it was futile. His host body began to crumble to ash. The descent of the evil god into the rank 4 official apostle, 𝙎𝙎𝙎, had been completely nullified. The evil god seethed with unprecedented rage. Being forcibly evicted was the ultimate insult. The Tower of Trials immediately compensated the evil god with massive divine power. Recording this divine transaction, the tower allowed a spiritual manifestation to form. A miniature demonic entity materialized from the crimson aura. You, Challenger, you arrogant mortal, I swear, I will butcher you, it screeched, the sound vibrating with pure malice. The entity lunged, launching a vicious attack on the 𝙎𝙬𝙈 sphere. The divine energy immediately dropped in rank, violently destabilized by the external divinity. Sung-yeon furrowed his brows. To think that just the mere presence of an evil god could crush the very tier of this world. I have shattered the challenger's divinity. Pretty impressive, right? Sung-yeon replied with dripping sarcasm. Oh, incredibly impressive. Challenger Han Sung-yeon. Arrogant bugs like you need to learn exactly what an insurmountable gap in rank truly feels like. Hear me, my faithful servants. I will tear Han Sung-yeon limb from limb. As for you, slaughter those wretched guardian beasts to the last. It twisted its face into a sickening evil grin. But bring them back alive. They will make excellent new toys. A dragon roared in absolute fury. Who are you calling toys? You overgrown lizard? Let the massacre begin. The evil god's army swarmed forward, clashing violently with the dragons. A chaotic, bloody war erupted across the sky. The dragons fought with legendary resilience, but the enemy numbers were endless and brutally savage. Sung-yeon took in the battlefield, his eyes narrowing. So this is how it plays out. Is this really how it all ends? You have no time to think, Challenger. The evil god lunged forward with devastating force. Through the Bugslayer mythos, the evil god's attack power against weaker opponents skyrocketed by an overwhelming 600%. Sung-yeon raised his blade to block the catastrophic blow. A terrifying explosion rocked the battlefield. Legendary skills and divine buffs clashed violently. He gritted his teeth. Even with these enhancements, he was still losing the battle of sheer firepower. The evil god laughed with manic glee. Just as I thought, you are no fragile toy that breaks easily. Two massive surges of crimson and azure energy violently collided, birthing a devastating storm of pure power. The evil god hovered in the sky, looking down at Sung-yeon with absolute disgust. Oh, Challenger! It laughed like a complete maniac. Show me some excitement. I plan to play with you for as long as possible. Sung-yeon quickly analyzed his desperate situation. Since a direct attack was impossible, he had to take control of the battlefield. He plunged his massive blade directly into the earth. The entire arena instantly froze over into an icy wasteland. With the hidden conditions met, the authority of the round, Winter King automatically activated. This absolute domain boosted all of his core stats by 10%, granting him total immunity to the biting frost. The evil god merely smirked at this display. What a useless struggle. It roared in absolute defiance. Let us see how far you can run, challenger. A massive shockwave echoed. Through the divine power of discipline, absolute rules were woven deep into this sacred domain. Rule 1. The weaker being gains a proportional power boost based on the gap in divine rank. Rule 2. All skill damage is amplified by 100%. Rule 3. This frozen wasteland will continuously absorb all forms of divinity to maintain its deadly chill. Maximizing his home field advantage, Sung-yeon dashed across the ice with terrifying speed. He moved like a vengeful phantom, leaving countless afterimages scattered across the frozen battlefield. He launched a devastating strike, creating a catastrophic impact that shattered the very ice beneath them. The Iron Blood Sword Authority awakened with overwhelming might. But the evil god was no mere monster. It instantly summoned a nightmare, entity of mythic proportions. The system's deadly game of tag was initiated, violently stripping away 40% of Han Sung-yeon's speed. Trapped by phantom ribbons, Sung-yeon was locked in place and forced to endure a world-shattering punch. The monster roared with psychotic glee. "We are not done. I will crush your bones to dust." A beam of apocalyptic energy blasted straight toward the frozen protagonist. The deity unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, refusing to give him even a single second to breathe. "I am not finished yet. We still have an eternity to play together. No matter how fiercely I strike you, you refuse to break. What a delightfully durable new toy." Suddenly, Sung-yeon's divine armor began to splinter. The evil god screamed in absolute euphoria. "Breaking you is far more entertaining than toying with this pathetic world. Perhaps I should just obliterate this realm. And then, I can focus all my twisted joy entirely on you." The holy armor finally shattered into pieces. This defense was forged from pure divinity. He muttered through the pain. But despite his severe wounds, his unyielding willpower refused to fade. The evil god denied him any chance of recovery. It lunged forward, delivering another catastrophic blow straight into 21. Sung-yeon's chest. A massive shockwave erupted on impact. The entire frozen arena violently quaked from the sheer magnitude of the 40. Devastating strike. The monster turned its back on the chaotic battlefield of warring dragons. "I have made my choice. These outdated toys belong in the frest. Trash. From now on, you are my one and only plaything." Slowly, Sung-yeon rose from the frozen rubble. His voice dripped with absolute disgust. "Do you seriously view this entire world as nothing more than a cheap toy?" The evil god replied with sickening arrogance. "You break an old toy, and you simply replace it with a new one. Is that not how the universe works?" Sung-yeon stared at the fading fragments of his shattered armor. He thought to himself, "Is this arrogant monster truly supposed to be a supreme deity?" He raised his voice. "This bastard is not completely invincible after all." The evil god roared in fury. "What did you just say to me, insect?" Suddenly, a blazing crimson aura violently erupted around Sung-yeon. Regardless of the odds, this was the ultimate wall. He was destined to shatter one day. His terrifying aura exploded upward, completely suppressing the evil god's dark domain. The evil god shrieked in absolute wrath. "Have you completely lost your mind? How dare a pathetic speck of dust lecture a supreme being?" Sung-yeon stood firmly upon his frozen battlefield. His voice echoed with unshakable resolve. "This is not an empty threat. I will slaughter you right here." The divine power of will awakened. His recovery speed, divine, authority, attack speed, and resistance to external divine forces were instantly multiplied by 100. The evil god screamed in sheer terror. "What is happening? How could a mortal possess such ridiculous power? This is absolute cheating." It desperately tried to maintain its arrogant composure. "Whatever." Sung-yeon vanished, blitzing forward with unimaginable speed to deliver a thunderous strike. He demanded with absolute authority, Are you ready to be completely broken? The transcendent divine power awakened. All forms of explosive growth and speed were multiplied, exponentially, scaling entirely on the massive level gap between them. A cataclysmic rain of crimson sword aura violently crashed down upon the evil god, leaving it absolutely no time to react. The deity roared in pure humiliation. You pathetic piece of trash. Even if you miraculously obtained supreme divine power, did you really think you could ever stand on my level? Suddenly, a devastatingly deep/violently ripped across the monster's chest. The catastrophic shockwave of the strike triggered an apocalyptic explosion, completely shattering the divine domain. The arrogant deity was sent blasting backward, skipping helplessly across the frozen wasteland. With a gaze as cold as death itself, Sung-yeon made his final declaration. Stop whining about the details. Here comes another devastating strike. The Holy Light Authority activates. A constellation steeped in the divine power of death materializes. A pulse of purple destructive energy instantly blasts toward the evil god. This divine strike now carries an unrecoverable effect. Suffering a critical wound, the evil god roars. A filthy mongrel like you? I am a god. The moment he speaks, his malice divine power erupts. Every single stat, rank, and mana level skyrockets. The absolute power to consume all divinity. The devour divine power seeps into his every strike. I'll teach you the true meaning of the divine rank through your own death. He immediately summons a colossal storm of purple lightning. He smirks with sinister malice. You better watch your back. My hounds are fiercely bloodthirsty. The myth of the dark sky is cast. Manifesting lightning wolves overflowing with devour energy. All right, boys. It's time to feast. Like a devastating flash flood, the lightning wolves frenzy towards Sung-yeon, yet Sung-yeon simply dodges them with grace. He effortlessly glides right over their heads. Raising his hand, he commands, "Everyone, lie down." The words of command divine power instantly activates. The evil god merely scoffs, revealing an ancient agent, Locke. My precious pets don't listen to anyone else. From the heavens above, a massive cage slams down, completely swallowing Sung-yeon inside. The lightning wolves roar ferociously. They surround the fallen cage to completely trap Sung-yeon. A suffocating wave of dark energy engulfs him, due to the effect of the myth of divine blasphemy, all of Challenger. Sung-yeon's divinity and divine authorities are sealed for 1 minute. He silently marvels in shock. Has all my divinity really been sealed? The evil god bursts into a fit of maniacal laughter. Any power relying on your divinity is now absolutely useless. He barks orders at the wolves. All right, boys. Shred all of his divinity to pieces. The ferocious beasts immediately lunge to tear apart Sung-yeon's armor. Showing zero panic, Sung-yeon fiercely stabs his sword into the ground. He grips the hilt tight and commands, "Bend it." The exclusive effect distortion is activated. The very space surrounding the lightning wolves begins to contort, grotesquely. Divine power is consumed to generate spatial distortion in a designated area. Through the distortion effect, control over the lightning wolves, imbued with the devoured divine power, is successfully hijacked. Sung-yeon declares with absolute dominance, "Control over the lightning wolves now belongs to me." Witnessing this impossible sight, the evil god's eyes widen in sheer terror. You took control of them? Where did you even get that kind of power? He desperately tries to hide, his panic behind a forced smirk. Is that what you expected me to say? I spent an eternity mastering Devour, and now you claim to control it? It is impossible to wield the Devour divine power without ancient divinity. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Unfazed, Sung-yeon commands, "Come forth." The lightning wolves now shift to a brilliant blue. They growl and turn to face their former master. The evil god bellows, in utter bewilderment. This makes no sense. That power was meant to devour all divinity. How can you possibly resist the Devour divine power? Sung-yeon casually explains, "It's quite simple. This power only consumes divine energy, but it has absolutely nothing to do with divinity itself." He points his finger straight at the god. "So just die already." Instantly, the blue wolves lunge for the kill. "You insignificant Challenger bug," he roars with maddened fury. "Hit me all you want. There is no way I can be harmed by my own supreme power." Even while being mauled by his own hounds, the evil god remains dripping with arrogance. Sanjun smirks. Then I guess I'll have to change your mind. The sealing lock shatters into countless pieces. The seal of the myth of divine blasphemy placed on his divinity and authorities is completely lifted as time runs out. He warns with a chilling tone, "You cannot control this power. The words of command, divine power, is unleashed." The evil god flinches. What? He shrieks in agonizing torment as his very own power backfires. You bastards. The wolves mercilessly rip into their master's flesh. You useless mutts. A devastating wave of energy swallows all the filthy trash of the tower. The devour. Divine power consumes all divinity. His body battered and broken, the evil god collapses to the ground. No, he stammers in sheer panic. Please, stop. I was completely wrong. Sanjun pauses for a fleeting second. The god desperately grabs at his leg. I swear to you, I will never interfere with you again, and I will completely cancel my plan to destroy this world. Dripping with heavy sarcasm, Sanjun asks, Cancel it? What exactly were you planning to cancel? The evil god stutters. Like I said, you must have seen. To some, this world is nothing more than a simple plaything. But to others, it is an absolute treasure. A sacred place where dreams can actually come true. Half of his face remained human. The other half was heavily clad in glorious divine armor. His eyes blazed with the roaring fires of ultimate judgment. But now, you dare to destroy it? What difference does it make? The time condition has been perfectly fulfilled. Feel the absolute agony of those who lost this world, deep within your very bones. The fierce battle had raged on for 44 agonizing minutes. The ultimate goal? To engrave a name straight into the Reaper's Book of Death. The evil god screamed, in sheer unscientific despair. The malicious deity was utterly consumed by the overwhelming divine power of death, channeled right through the Reaper's Book. As its corrupted soul dissolved into nothingness, the evil god unleashed one final desperate roar. I absolutely refuse to die by the hands of pure trash like you. No. But the soul of the evil god, Purim von Ley, Exlium, was completely devoured. The purple divine domain slowly faded away. In the distance, Canarian and Long Yun stood completely paralyzed in awe, watching every single breathtaking moment. She could not help but mutter, "What in the world just happened over there?" Long Yun offered a highly calculated guess. Master is likely clashing directly with the evil god. The massive dragon continued, its voice heavy with total confusion. But I simply cannot understand it. He could have easily escaped this apocalyptic destruction all by himself. It turned its majestic gaze toward Canarian and deeply questioned, "Why did he risk his own life just for you?" Canarian bowed her head, her voice trembling with intense guilt. "I do not even know why he genuinely cares about someone like me. But Han Sanjun still placed his absolute trust in me." She raised her head, a fierce new resolve violently burning in her eyes. Whether it is true affection or sheer, unwavering loyalty, I am not entirely sure. But if I have been trusted as someone destined to rule, shouldn't I also put my absolute faith to him as well? Suddenly, an explosive blast of glorious gold and azure light erupted. It completely obliterated the creeping darkness. The challenger, Han Sanjun, had wielded his divine nature and sheer willpower to forge a breathtakingly transcendent domain. Canarian quickly shielded her eyes. Wait, is this actually Han Sanjun? As the blinding light settled, she and Long Yun looked around in absolute shock. The devastated terrain. It has already been completely restored? A deeply familiar voice echoed from right behind her. Didn't I absolutely promise to show you? She spun around and saw Sanjun standing right there. He offered a warm, incredibly confident smile. A world that absolutely will not collapse. Unable to hold back her crashing emotions, Canarian violently dashed forward and threw her arms around him. He gently stroked her soft hair, flashing a deeply satisfied smile. High up in the crystal-clear azure sky, a majestic flock of dragons soared, proudly welcoming their ultimate hero. Later that morning, Sanjun sat completely alone on the balcony. He casually sipped tea beneath the glorious golden sunrise. The scenery was breathtakingly peaceful. There was absolutely no trace left of that horrifying apocalyptic battle. He took a slow, calming sip of his warm tea. So incredibly peaceful. He gazed down at the bustling, vibrant marketplace far below. a world entirely free of an evil god. Can it truly be this profoundly peaceful? He smoothly glanced at the glowing system windows hovering right before his eyes. This is completely different from when I first arrived. A deeply satisfied smile crossed his confident face. Excellent. This massively exceeds my wildest expectations. Through that death-defying clash with the evil god, his power had evolved exponentially. You have reached a significantly higher realm by absolutely crushing a high-tier divine entity. By undergoing rapid, explosive evolution through his Grade S divine power authority, now I can heavily reinforce my own mental fortitude as well. The Grade S divine power authority possessed the staggering ability to guide the user's fragile mind straight into a transcendent higher realm. But the one thing that truly demands my absolute attention is through the legendary transcendent myth known as soul resonance. Every single one of his mighty skills was violently infused with raw, unstoppable soul power. Suddenly, a glaring blood-red error message violently popped up. All skills belonging to challenger Han Sang-jun are absolutely no longer bound by the system. He thought to himself in quiet, thrilling awe. So now, I can literally absorb the massive power of the tower and forge it into my very own strength? In short, this is fundamentally stealing the tower's godlike power. A hilarious chibi vision of Sang-jun gleefully running away with a massive loot sack suddenly popped right into his mind. He stared intensely up at the endless, sprawling path leading straight to the tower's ultimate peak. At this insane growth rate, I will definitely become one of the absolute strongest challengers inside the entire tower. Right at that thrilling moment, a soft knock echoed from the heavy door. Han Sang-jun? It is Canarian. I am coming right in. He sharply turned around. A sudden visit this early in the morning? He gasped out in total surprise. What the? His deep blue eyes flickered with undeniable fluster as he locked his gaze onto the doorway. The stunning silhouette of Canarian gracefully appeared right at the threshold. Her gorgeous, long pink hair cascaded elegantly down her bare, glowing back. She stood there quietly, gazing at him from afar as the gentle, golden morning light spilled softly into the quiet room. She confidently stepped inside, wearing a breathtakingly majestic red and white dress that perfectly highlighted her fierce, arrogant beauty and absolute, commanding authority. With a highly confident, dazzling smile, she firmly declared, "I have something incredibly important to discuss with you." Catching him totally off guard, she playfully dashed straight toward him, with a wonderfully mischievous vibe. But first, she smoothly continued, flashing a radiantly brilliant smile. "Let us have this deeply serious talk, while having a little bit of fun." The scene violently shifted. The two of them were now dynamically seated upon the back of a colossal, legendary purple dragon, soaring high above the majestic city under the glorious break of dawn. Canarian wittily whipped out a hilariously classic disguise kit, complete with thick glasses, a fake nose, and a bushy mustache, and carefully placed it right on. Han Sang-jun stood there completely bewildered. The poor guy looked absolutely ridiculous, sporting a goofy fake mustache, combined with a clownish fake nose. His grumpy expression was priceless. Canarian simply could not hold back. She burst into laughter. A bright, ringing laugh escaped her lips. Her eyes curved into adorable crescents, revealing her charming little fangs. As the curtain of night fell, they stood together on the grand rooftop. It was the perfect vantage point. Brilliant fireworks erupted above them, painting the dark canvas with light. The dazzling colors illuminated the entire capital. Sang-jun turned toward her. His gaze softened. "Commander, what did you want to tell me?" Canarian blinked in mild surprise. A soft blush painted her cheeks. "Oh, right." Her playful demeanor instantly vanished. She raised a scolding finger. She gently reprimanded him. "Did I not make myself clear? You are forbidden from calling me by that formal title anymore." Sang-jun quickly bowed his head. Flustered, he scratched his neck. "Ah, my apologies. I understand." Instantly, Canarian beamed with joy. Her eyes sparkled with deep satisfaction. "Good. Very good." She tilted her head slightly. Her smile shifted into something far more profound. A heavy seriousness settled over her. "As I mentioned earlier, I have something crucial to discuss." Her voice cut clearly through the night, overpowering the booming fireworks. "I have been chosen as the next emperor. But without your strength, Sang-jun, this throne would have been impossible to reach." She turned to face the sprawling capital, the very city they had bled to protect. Her voice trembled with raw emotion. "No, This entire world would have turned to ash. I deeply cherish this world. The world we fought so desperately to save. She reached out toward the illuminated sky. That is why I must ask this of you. She drew in a long, trembling breath. She pressed her hands against her racing heart. With absolute devotion, she spoke his name, Han Sang-jun. Her gaze locked directly onto his. Her eyes overflowed with desperate hope. Will you remain here in the Empire? Will you stay by my side forever? Then, in a fragile, heartbroken whisper, this beautiful world, the world we bled together to save Crystal, tears shattered against her cheeks. Her voice broke under the weight of her feelings. Overwhelmed by sheer emotion, she pleaded, I want to protect our future, together. Han Sang-jun was completely stunned. He froze in place. His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Flustered, his eyes darted away in a panic. He desperately searched for the right words, but all he could manage was a stutter. Suddenly, a sinister purple light flared. The eerie energy flashed across his vision. The system was initiating a sudden shift. Special contract quest updated. The Deep Abyss wish has been fulfilled. The Iron Blood Empress route is complete. A glowing system interface materialized. It completely blocked out Canarian's tearful face. Rewards are now being calculated. Evaluation based on the emotional state of the Iron Blood Empress. A breakthrough tier reward has entered your inventory. In an instant, the dimension warped. Canarian appeared in a plain, simple dress. Bathed in a gentle, ethereal pink aura, she offered a melancholic smile. You finally made it. They stood miles apart in a vast, pristine white void. Her voice carried the weight of an eternity. I have waited so long for you, Han Sang-jun. A tragic shadow fell across her beautiful face. You shattered the apocalypse. You slaughtered the evil god. And you paved my path to the imperial throne. A phantom memory suddenly flickered into view. A joyous scene of them laughing over drinks in a warm tavern. Her ethereal voice echoed through the void. And I gained you as my most trusted shadow. It was pure, unfiltered happiness. But such bliss was a luxury I did not deserve. The vision of Sang-jun, smiling so brightly in that illusion, it burned fiercely in her memories. She thought to herself in pure agony, if only our fateful encounter had been different. She saw her own phantom self, blushing and beaming beside him. If only this warmth was reality, and not a cruel, fabricated lie. The illusion shattered, leaving her in the cold reality. Her voice was drowned in devastating sorrow. But I know the truth. Their cherished memories began to turn to ash, consumed by a merciless sea of hellfire. Canarian cried out in agonizing despair. It was nothing but a fleeting dream, a fantasy that could never exist in our world. Sorrow crashed over her in devastating waves. And yet I foolishly dared to hope. The image of his gentle smile slowly faded into the unforgiving flames. Canarian bowed her head in defeat. She clutched her chest, her heart breaking. But my time for foolish delusions has officially come to an end. Suddenly, an unshakable voice shattered the silence. Sang-jun stepped forward, his presence absolute. I think you are wrong. This is not over. A deeply comforting smile graced his lips. His eyes burned with unyielding conviction. Fighting as the sword for such a magnificent emperor. Walking the path of blood and glory together. I cherished every single moment of it. His soft smile forged into iron resolve. A wild flame of hope ignited in his deep blue eyes. I swear to you, right here and now, I will drag that happy reality back from the abyss. For your sake, I will make it real. The White Crane Swordmaster once gave me a lesson. A hazy memory materialized. A grand master and his disciple meditating in absolute stillness. He passed down a celestial secret. If you conquer the very peak of the tower, the illusions born in the Garden of Wishes can be forged into absolute reality. We simply need to breach the final floor. He locked eyes with the heartbroken empress. A vow of destiny passed between them. Therefore, my emperor, please wait for me just a little longer. I will restore the rightful paradise of the Iron Blood Empress. Canarian gasped, completely overwhelmed. Her eyes widened in pure shock as her hands trembled and clasped over her racing heart. She bit her lip until it almost bled. She desperately fought to hold back the tidal wave of emotions. She took a hesitant step backward. Her voice was barely a whisper. My dearest, no mortal has ever gazed upon the tower's true zenith. She turned her back to him once more. Her flowing pink hair cascaded like a waterfall. Fear and doubt laced her final words. Can such a miracle truly exist? The outcome remained an absolute mystery. Sanjun stared at her back. His voice was deep and anchored in unwavering trust. Yet, she continued to, "Give me hope." Canarian turned around. A radiant smile blossomed, yet it was filled with absolute determination. "I will wait, right here." Her eyes burned with fierce conviction. "Until the day you conquer the peak of the tower." The atmosphere shifted into a dreamlike glow. They stood face to face in a tender, romantic embrace of light. She spoke with a gentle warmth. "I will watch over your journey, because that is the absolute final hope given to me." As he entered the waiting room, a system window flashed, pulling Sanjun back to reality. Suddenly, a furious shriek shattered the silence of the empty hall. "You arrogant little brat!" Jam! Chugu pointed a trembling finger right at his face. Her voice was laced with pure shock and rage. "What on earth just happened? How did your divine status explode so massively?" She rushed forward, completely unable to believe her own eyes. "Did you actually defeat the evil god?" Sanjun calmly took a seat and pulled out a potion vial. That is correct. He had consumed the enhancement potion, the skill enhancement reward from the Iron Blood Queen. SSS+ rank. The authority of the original Demon Sword skill. SSS rank. It leveled up, twice. The tiny girl standing before him was completely frozen in disbelief. "You are an absolute monster." "I am utterly speechless." The gaze in Sanjun's eyes grew razor-sharp and brimming with confidence. "Soon enough, you will surpass even the ultimate strength I possessed when I was alive. It will not take long at all." The girl spun on her heels as a crimson aura engulfed her. "Because of that, I have made my decision. I will witness whatever awaits at the very end of your journey." She crossed her arms with a sly, mischievous grin. "I will be watching you." Sanjun simply shrugged his shoulders. "That changes absolutely nothing from before. Whether it is this, or that." He spoke with total indifference, leaving the girl visibly annoyed. He held up the empty potion vial. "Well then, it seems our little chat has come to an end." He rose to his feet. A dominating aura erupted from his body. "Let us conquer the peak of the tower." Crimson energy wrapped around them both. His eyes blazed with ironclad resolve. "Countless brutal trials lie ahead, but none of that matters. Because now I have a true reason to reach the very top." Entering the 22nd floor of the Tower of Trials, a cascade of glitched crimson characters materialized, flashing relentlessly. Sanjun and the girl stared in sheer astonishment at the corrupted system window. Now, what in the world is this? The challenger's power level does not match the required difficulty of the Tower of Trials. Floor recalibration is deemed absolutely necessary, activating a special floor under the supreme authority of the Tower of Trials. The tower's special floor will fuse floors 22 through 25 into one singular unified world. You have entered the Tower of Trials special floor. Compressed trial initiated. Sanjun scanned his surroundings with absolute shock. They actually compressed 4 entire floors and their trials into one single stage. The theme of this ultimate trial is the demon world, Makai. The landscape unveiled a desolate wasteland, littered with razor-sharp boulders beneath a suffocating gloomy sky. In a mere heartbeat, they were completely swarmed by a monstrous horde. Vicious creatures launched a devastating ambush from every conceivable angle. A legion of ferocious demons roared with bloodlust. "Just how long do you plan on running away?" A white-haired figure dashed forward at blinding superhuman speed. Crackling purple energy violently engulfed his clenched fist. "An entirely unwelcome sanctuary," he muttered under his breath, unleashing a catastrophically powerful strike. A relentless barrage of energy punches exploded forth, manifesting into a five-lick-sif, devastating hurricane of destruction. The man braced his core, his massive biceps bulging as he charged up yet another lethal blow. His eyes flickered with a chilling, murderous intent. His towering opponent charged head-on, triggering an earth-shattering explosion of violent energy. "You are a loyal dog of the First Lord Ban, are you not?" The sinister demon, sporting twisted horns and a thick mane of black fur, smirked with pure malice. "I will slaughter you right here, and then annihilate the First Lord himself." He unleashed a wild, beastly roar. "Drop dead." He then lunged like a predator toward the white-haired man, with a devastating finishing blow. But suddenly, a blinding crimson aura erupted out of nowhere. Han San Jun materialized instantly. He unleashed a thunderous strike, completely nullifying the attack and sparking a terrifying shockwave. The white-haired man looked up. His striking blue eyes widened in absolute awe, yet burned with unshakable resolve as he beheld his savior. Sung-yeon's commanding voice echoed across the wasteland. "I have come to your rescue." Sung-yeon stood like an unmovable mountain, shielding the man from the shattered special task lord. He continued, "Oh, noble." A glowing system window flickered to life. "You have successfully rescued a demon from the lethal threat of a special task lord." The white-haired man immediately dropped into a deeply respectful bow. His trembling voice overflowed with immense gratitude. "I am eternally grateful for your divine intervention, O transcendent God." First-class Apostle 𝐄𝐗𝐿 respectfully greets the supreme transcendent God. Sung-yeon gazed down at the man named 𝐄𝐗𝐿. "So, you have been searching for my presence under the direct orders of the First Lord?" 𝐄𝐗𝐿 replied with the utmost reverence. "The First Lord, meaning the Great Lord Ban, has desperately beseeched your divine guidance, transcendent God," 𝐄𝐗𝐿 explained, as the epic flashback of Sung-yeon crushing the Horned Lord materialized. "And by utterly annihilating the 62nd Lord, you have officially ascended as the new 62nd Lord." He took a breath. "Which means, you are now fully qualified to enter the grueling selection trial. The selection trial for the Supreme Lord title, hosted by Lord Ban. I am here to assist you." Sung-yeon narrowed, his piercing gaze. "What is my reward if I conquer this trial?" 𝐄𝐗𝐿 met his eyes dead on. "You will earn the right to challenge the First Lord, Lord Ban himself." The phantom image of the tower loomed behind Sung-yeon as 𝐄𝐗𝐿 revealed the ultimate prize. And of course, the absolute truth of the tower. "You can walk away." But her voice dropped into a grim warning. "An outsider in the demon realm is strictly forbidden from slaying a lord and usurping their rightful throne. Since you shattered that sacred law, countless lords now mark you for death." A chilling vision flashed. Sung-yeon stood completely alone, surrounded by a sea of bloodthirsty lords glaring with pure malice. 𝐄𝐗𝐿 pressed on. "But my master foresaw this about you." A blazing resolve burned in Sung-yeon's eyes. He would brave this deadly trial and unearth the hidden truths of the 𝐿 Tower. The Supreme Lord selection trial officially commenced. A flurry of system alerts flooded his vision. Time remaining 14 days. Victory condition: seize the throne of the Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm. Failure condition: death of the challenger or time expiration. Clear reward: an ancient demonic blade once wielded by an unknown god. Rank SSS. Penalty for failure: absolute death. Meanwhile, inside a pitch-black hall, glowing red eyes whispered in the shadows. "So, a new 62nd Lord has awakened." Indeed. Rumor says he is a mere outsider, yet he dares to enter the selection trial for a lord. A bearded demon radiating absolute authority sat upon his dark throne. He commanded silence through the system. Quiet. He is stepping through the play abyss. From the depths of a pitch-black archway, countless crimson eyes locked onto the challenger from the tower. Sung-yeon and 𝐄𝐗𝐿 stepped forward. Their aura was unshakable, the transcendent god. They marched into a colossal coliseum, surrounded by thousands of roaring demon spectators. "Welcome." Sung-yeon shot a glance toward the imposing throne. "Who is that demon?" 𝐄𝐗𝐿 answered gravely. "That is the second lord of the demon realm, the god of regret." The lord upon the throne unleashed a suffocating discern wave of pressure. His purple eyes glowed with terrifying power. Suddenly, another lord vaulted down from the Filde. "Spectator stands," he roared. "Second lord, please leave this mortal trash to us." The hideous demon with skin as tough as bedrock confronted Sung-yeon. "Challenger Han Sung-yeon, we are the apostles and lords who serve fanaticism." He sneered with a purely sadistic grin. But Sung-yeon's expression remained absolute ice. "You will perish, right here." The view pulled back, revealing Sung-yeon and 𝐄𝐗𝐿 trapped by dozens of furious lords. Facing this overwhelming demonic army, Sung-yeon simply smirked. "You claim I will die by all of your hands combined? Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a fair one-on-one duel?" The rock-skinned demon bellowed in absolute rage. "You actually think we would fight fairly against a rat who insulted the Lord of Fanaticism? We will execute you with our own ultimate skills." Suddenly, two spheres of dark purple energy were conjured. They painted a horrifying scene of impending Doom. The dark magic merged into one colossal orb, hurtling toward Han Sanjun and 𝙎𝙎𝙎 with apocalyptic force. Sanjun watched the attack without blinking. A mocking sneer crossed his face. I see. Just some internal demon politics, huh? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 gritted her teeth in deep anxiety. Even the demon god of quality would struggle against this overwhelming force. Sanjun casually glanced at 𝙎𝙎𝙎 with a fearless smile. Well then, transcendent god. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 looked back at him with heavy solemnity. Do not forget the secret art I passed down to you. Sanjun gave a firm nod. His eyes ignited with a blinding red light. A blazing crimson aura erupted from his core. Divine power. Deification was fully activating. A blue-skinned demon scoffed with pure arrogance. Huh. Isn't that technique just a cheap trick using demonic energy? Sanjun replied with a chilling, mysterious smile. You are exactly right. The arrogant demon puffed out his chest. Only the chosen demons possess the right to wield it. That is pure dark magic. Sanjun let out a soft chuckle. Well, that is certainly convenient. The gargantuan sphere of dark magic closed the distance, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. But suddenly, a violently swirling purple aura exploded around Sanjun. It seamlessly fused with his blazing red energy. He confidently announced, I happen to have learned a little dark magic myself. Exclusive effect. Demonic circuit was activating. Temporarily, converting the user's mana into pure demonic energy. A brief memory surfaced. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was guiding Sanjun within a shattered, desolate wasteland. If you master the profound art I am teaching you, it will become your greatest weapon against the lords. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 had manifested a sphere of purple energy in her palm, revealing the devastating power of dark magic. A strange power capable of slightly altering magical energy was unleashed. He demonstrated it by forging a blazing energy blade. While most other lords merely used dark magic for direct assaults, or simply relied on it to seal enemy skills, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 explained that its true essence lies in self-enhancement. This was perfectly illustrated when a stone golem shattered. It could massively amplify divine abilities. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's hand radiated a devastating purple aura. The sphere of energy ignited into a blazing red through dark magic. The divine power of death, amplified by the black halo. Back in the present, a demon roared furiously. You talk too much for a dying man. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's powerful voice echoed out. Speak, Han Sanji-yun. Now, clad in devastating red and black aura armor, calmly declared his ultimate technique. Unwanted sanctuary. He raised his hand, summoning his own sphere of dark magic. It blazed with overwhelming brilliance and sheer power. The divine power of death. Distorted and amplified by the black halo. The surrounding lords trembled in absolute terror. How could a mere mortal wield true dark magic? With a single chilling command. Distort. Sanji-yun unleashed a colossal wave of purple energy, completely crushing the enemy's attack. The green-skinned demon froze in his tracks, his face twisted in pure, unadulterated horror. This is impossible. The leading lord stumbled backward, his entire body quivering. Sanji-yun stared with indifferent eyes. So, is your little dark magic show over? He let out a cold smirk. Pathetic. Are you truly the apostles of fanaticism? The lord roared in blazing fury. Are you daring to insult the lord of fanaticism and his servants? The leading lord gnashed his teeth. Enough! Sanji-yun's voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Time to disappear. A monstrous red killing intent exploded from his body. The transcendent god looked down upon these lowly creatures and declared their mass execution. A storm of red and black lightning crashed from the heavens, obliterating everything in its path. The divine power of death, elevated once more by dark magic through the black halo. The second lord, frozen on his throne, could only watch the nightmare unfold. The blood of his fallen subordinates splashed across his body. The god of regret gritted his teeth. Stains of fresh blood smeared across his face. His purple eyes burned with boiling rage and total disbelief. The transcendent god turned his absolute gaze toward the god of regret. Sanji-yun, fully awakened in his deified state, stared coldly at his final prey. The godhood he had seized was instantly converted into pure potential. The shattered souls of the defeated lords mutated into streams of crimson power, swirling together before Sanji-yun devoured them entirely through the system window. The god of regret let out a gasp of utter shock. What a horrifying spectacle. He had just watched his most loyal subjects turn to ash. To think, the worthless dogs I raised for so long would die this pitifully. His eyes narrowed as the grim reality set in. It seems your achievements have skyrocketed to an absurd level. He wiped the blood from his mouth, struggling to mask his fear with arrogance. Whatever. I am more than enough to slaughter you myself. Sung-yeon looked down from his absolute height, his voice echoing with divine authority. You already know the truth. There is barely any gap in rank between us. The god of regret tilted his head back and snarled. Then what gives you the right to act so damn arrogant? The answer is simple. Sung-yeon's eyes flashed with a razor-sharp resolve. He shifted into a combat stance. I place absolute faith in my godhood. The divine power of regret automatically triggered the moment its absolute conditions were met. A fragment of the real-world domain was instantly warped and seized. A raging inferno of red aura exploded around Sung-yeon. The god of regret charged forward with lethal intent. Watch closely. A blinding golden halo erupted around him. This is the true supreme value of godhood in a one-on-one duel. Both of us will be stripped back to the pre-godhood state. The majestic aura armor around Sung-yeon completely evaporated. He was forced back into his ordinary everyday clothes. Challenger. Sung-yeon has reverted to the pre-godhood state. All of his stats, skills, absolute powers, and divine items have been sealed. The god of regret smirked inwardly. I might have also returned to the pre-godhood state. But my base stats will always crush yours. He pointed a finger at Sung-yeon with a sickening sneer. Do you honestly think you can still defeat me? Sung-yeon's lips curled into a daring smirk, an unshakable aura of absolute confidence. I believe I can. The god of regret started channeling his immense strength, but an even more terrifying surge of blue energy erupted from Sung-yeon. Soul resonance adjustment has been activated. From this moment on, divine control now includes the indomitable soul effect. All ranks will be perfectly equalized for 4 minutes when engaging the designated target. Challenger Han. Sung-yeon has obtained the divine effect, autonomous adjustment. You are now granted absolute freedom to adjust and dominate your own spiritual power. Sung-yeon was now completely cloaked in an awe-inspiring, brilliant blue aura. Looks like we are on an even playing field now. You can now transfer soul effects into unseen forces through resonance adjustment. A cold sweat broke out across the god of regret's face. Oh? You were not just relying on that cheap trick to act so tough, were you? Sung-yeon mocked with a piercing, sarcastic tone. The expression on the god of regret descended into absolute panic. Ha. A nervous laugh escaped him as cold sweat poured down his trembling face. Why do not we just call this a draw? He frantically waved his hands in total surrender. Wait, do you not want to know the absolute truth of the tower? In that case, I will tell you everything. Pathetic lies. Sung-yeon replied with ice in his voice. Crackling blue lightning surged around his entire body. Skill activated. Triple slash. He launched forward like a thunderbolt. His blade unleashed 3 blinding consecutive strikes. Did you really think I would trust the words of an apostle of fanaticism? Sung-yeon declared as his final strike violently annihilated the enemy. He had successfully absorbed the soul of the god of regret. Special conditions have been perfectly met. The divine power of regret is now converting into pure potential. Suddenly, a blazing red orb of raw energy materialized in Sung-yeon's hand. As he absorbed this newfound, overwhelming power. Second, ascension initiated through myth. Transcendent potential has reached 100%. Challenger Han Sung-yeon. You have earned the absolute right to enter the realm of ancient godhood. With this glorious second ascension, you may now fuse your existing grapha, divine titles. Transcendent divine power and death are merging. A brand new divine title is being forged. Challenger Han Sung-yeon's official divine title has been established. You are now the god of transcendence and death. You now possess absolute authority. The conceptual domains of transcendence and death are entirely under your profound control. Furthermore, you can now sustain the divine title, God of Transcendence and Death, without needing to trigger divine transformation. Castra gasped in pure, unadulterated shock. This is unbelievable. Do not tell me. Your very physical vessel has evolved to house godhood. So this is the true meaning. The terrifying weight of becoming an ancient godhood. Sung-yeon and 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stood before a breathtakingly magnificent white palace. Congratulations on ascending to the throne of the Second Lord, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 announced reverently. The Lord's palace lies just ahead. The final battle for the title of Supreme Lord awaits. You are finally ready to face it. Then, let us begin, Sung-yeon stated, pushing the massive, heavy doors open. The colossal wooden doors of the palace creaked heavily. They slowly parted to reveal an abyss of suffocating darkness within. Suddenly, an amused voice echoed directly through the system interface. Oh, so you have finally arrived. Both Sung-yeon and 𝙎𝙎𝙎 instantly went on high alert, piercing the shadows. From the pitch-black void, a silhouette gracefully descended into the grand hall. A majestic cape fluttered wildly amidst an ocean of eerie purple ghost flames. An enigmatic smile, dripping with overwhelming authority, emerged from the dark. Congratulations on finding your way to my domain. The figure revealed her true form, a demonic female, warrior clad in devastatingly gorgeous purple armor. I always knew you would make it this far. The demon god warmly welcomed, the god of transcendence and death. Sung-yeon narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the familiar presence. Just as I suspected, the Supreme Lord is none other than the demon god. So it was you all along. The alluring demon god smiled, her piercing golden eyes gleaming. Indeed. Once again, I had to rely on your strength, she continued smoothly. Thank you for exterminating that pest, the apostle of fanaticism, who sneaked in using a magic card. You have my deepest gratitude. She then shifted her gaze to 𝙎𝙎𝙎. Kachan, you have worked hard as well. 𝙎𝙎𝙎, instantly, bowed his head in absolute reverence. Not at all, First Lord. The demon god slowly turned her attention back to Sung-yeon. Her mesmerizing smile shifted into something far more dangerous. But you see, gratitude is one thing. Without a single millisecond of warning, she unleashed an impossibly destructive punch right into Sung-yeon's face. He barely had time to choke out a single gasp of shock. The devastating surprise attack sent his body rocketing violently backward. He was completely helpless against the sheer impact. Blood stained Sung-yeon's trembling hand. The demon god's voice oozed with deadly provocation. If you truly desire the absolute truth of the tower, you must survive the selection trial. The apocalyptic shockwave from her punch violently rippled outward. Massive stone pillars instantly shattered into a million pieces. Standing amidst the chaotic ruins, she looked down at him. You are not going to give up now, are you? Sung-yeon slowly forced himself back up to his feet. Unbreakable resolve burned fiercely in his eyes. I understand. Then there is only one path left. I simply have to prove my worth through pure, unadulterated strength. A violent surge of blinding blue energy began, roaring around his entire body. Ability successfully activated. Target securely designated. The system's sole resonance. Adjustment initiated the brutal process of balancing his level with the enemy. Let us make this a fair fight, he roared, as his physical vessel was consumed by an aggressively terrifying aura. For exactly 4 minutes, all levels will be perfectly synchronized with the target. His eyes blazed with war-ready fury. But suddenly, a soul-tearing agony violently struck his core, forcing him to clutch his chest. System warning. Critical physical strain detected due to excessively high-level accumulation. He ground his teeth as cold sweat drenched his entire body. It felt like his mortal frame could not contain the demon god's sheer level. He was on the verge of exploding. He bit his lip until crimson blood dripped down his chin. Yet, he stood his ground. His white-knuckled grip on his weapon proved his limits had not yet been breached. The demon god watched this phenomenal display with profound, burning amusement. Ho! To think you could actually bridge the impossible gap in our levels. I acknowledge your strength. The two of them now float in an endless white void. Challenger Han Sung-yeon. You are fully worthy. To face me, divine power destruction is officially activated. The demon god's smile twists into something far more terrifying than ever before. You said you would prove yourself with pure strength, did you not? A primal wave of devastating energy swallows the entire designated zone. Under that crushing pressure, Sung-yeon's clothes begin to disintegrate. Just one strike. Any living being, possessing a will that touches this origin of destruction, will be erased by my divine power. She shifts, transforming into a colossal monstrosity entirely cloaked in ruinous energy. I will acknowledge your worth, even if you withstand a single blow. Therefore, you had better make that strike count. The destructive aura begins corroding his mortal body. The soul has absorbed every ounce of damage inflicted upon the user. The soul of first-rank apostle 𝙎𝙎𝙎 and first-rank apostle 𝐴𝐴𝐴 are shattered into oblivion one after another. He grits his teeth, enduring the agony as his body slowly crumbles to dust. In a flash, he ignites another hidden strength. Divine power blessing. A blinding halo of golden light surrounds him, violently repelling the destructive energy. Divine power has been consumed to grant a blessing capable of nullifying outer divinity exactly once. Protected by the golden ring, he charges forward with a resolute roar. This level of power is absolutely nothing. The demon god looks down with sheer amusement. Oh? A divinity that cancels out divinity? How fascinating. Authority flash step is activated. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes. He reappears right before the demon god, forcing a gasp of pure shock from her lips. Ho! He swings, his blade high into the air. Glowing with absolute majesty, ancient characters manifest along the steel, 100 swords piercing the heavens. A relentless barrage of sapphire energy slashes is unleashed, like a raging storm. So you are resorting to martial arts techniques now? The demon god seems momentarily startled, yet she stands immovable, seemingly unharmed by the onslaught. But this is still not enough. Sung-yeon roars out loud, channeling a furious stream of crimson energy into his body as he unleashes divine power transcendence. Every single one of his stats shatters its limits. His growth rate skyrockets by 27 times. Skill Starlight is activated. In the next heartbeat, he unleashes a devastating assault, triggering an apocalyptic explosion of blinding light. Amidst the swirling smoke and debris, a victorious smile graces his face. A direct hit, but his triumphant smirk vanishes in an instant. A chilling realization washes over him. Huh? The demon god steps out from the dust cloud, completely untouched without a single scratch. You did not actually believe you could land even a single strike on me, did you? Sung-yeon stares at her, his expression utterly shattered. A bitter smile tugs at his lips. I never thought I could actually win this battle. In a flash, the demon god materializes right before him and unleashes a lethal blow. Exclusive authority. Ascension A0107. Transcendence skill designated as Black Magic Skill Cooldown Acceleration. Transcendence skill cooldown acceleration. X has been successfully forged. Skill Last Stand automatically triggers. It completely nullifies the fatal damage that was just inflicted upon you. He crashes into the dirt but keeps a fiercely defiant grin on his face. As the demon god hovers in midair, he instantly springs back to his feet the moment she dives in for the kill. Skill Authority Blessing of the Wind is activated. You used black magic to support an exclusive authority of your own creation, granting it an infinite cooldown. That is a brilliant strategy. Sung-yeon stands there, gasping for breath. But it is utterly useless if you cannot land even a single strike. Skill. Cooldown acceleration. 10 ends now, and a 10-year cooldown has been enforced. And now, even the profound truth of the tower slips through your fingers. Myth Judgment of Destruction is activated. Upon a direct hit, all living entities possessing divinity will permanently lose the divine power tied to their current rank. A menacing countdown timer manifests. Only a mere 30 seconds remain. The time limit for soul resonance adjustment is also rapidly bleeding out. If this continues, I will not uncover a single clue. He tightens his iron grip on the hilt, his gaze turning sharper than a drawn blade. Total concentration. He resolves to pour every last drop of his essence into this one final strike. I will bet everything I have on this attack. Exclusive Authority Ascension. A0107. Transcendence skill, designated as 100 Swords Awakening. The devastating might of Transcendence skill 100 Swords Awakening X skyrockets. He charges forward like a meteor, his blade blazing with crimson fury. The timer ticks down to 25 seconds. The clock mercilessly counts down to 20 seconds. Sensing the impossible surge of energy erupting from Sung-yeon's attack, the demon god gasps in pure shock through the system. What on earth is this? Gathering his ultimate strength, he stomps the earth to launch himself into his absolute final strike. A thick, blood-red aura violently spirals around his figure as only 15 seconds remain. A blazing crimson shockwave explodes from Sung-yeon, brutally repelling the demon god's assault. Divine power willpower is activated. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 15 seconds. Thrown backward, the demon god roars in blazing fury as the clock, 10 seconds remained on the clock. Such absolute arrogance. The countdown hit 10. She moved with terrifying speed. A massive sphere of dark energy materialized in her hands. 5 seconds left. The final countdown had begun. She braced herself to unleash destruction. The orb of absolute ruin pulsed with power. 4 seconds. Her monstrous aura skyrocketed. Demonic muscle swelled beneath her dark armor. The abyssal bloodline skill violently activated. 4 seconds on the clock. 3, 2. Sung-yeon channeled his absolute willpower. Everything depended on this single blade. He prepared for his ultimate strike. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. At the very last moment, he roared his attack to the heavens. A devastating blade of light erupted forth. The fierce aura violently swirled. A perfect fusion of crimson and azure energy. 100 sword flash strike. 1 second remained. The timer hit absolute 0. He whispered softly. The brilliant blue aura faded from his body. Time was up. The countdown had ended. Adjusting soul resonance. Synchronization terminated. The divine effect of indomitable soul shattered. The demon god spoke with a chilling tone. A sudden surge of dark energy. Deep azure light flashed across his vision. Is that the absolute extent of your power? Is that truly all you have to offer? Sung-yeon stared at her completely unfazed figure. He simply could not believe his own eyes. Not a single scratch. She stood absolutely perfectly. Her defense seemed entirely absolute. But then, a hairline fracture suddenly echoed through the silence. Her unholy armor was cracking. The demonic plating violently shattered. Shards of dark metal rained onto the cold stone. Not a single scratch? Are you entirely sure about that? Would you even call that a direct hit? The monstrous shell completely vanished. Her true form was finally revealed. She emerged from the settling dust clouds. Long, silky hair flowed freely in the wind. Even if it was just for a fleeting moment. You managed to break my absolute defense. My flawless armor was pierced. Sung-yeon collapsed to the harsh ground. He gasped desperately for air. That strike alone has proven your true worth. He slowly raised his head. A faint smirk formed on his tired face. He gracefully accepted the final outcome. Let us conclude this selection trial right here. The demon god smiled warmly. Her golden eyes gleamed with genuine respect. A very wise choice. Worthy challenger. As she spoke those words, the entire dimension violently warped. They manifested within a ruined ancient palace. You have earned the absolute right to learn the darkest secrets of the tower. The spatial shift safely brought them to a new realm. They stood within a grand, luxurious hall. This was where the great revelation began. She began to unravel the cosmic mysteries. As you know, you have successfully attained an ancient godhood, which means you must have sensed the truth. The mighty demon god turned her back to the young warrior. Her voice echoed through the majestic hall, revealing a truly terrifying cosmic secret. The bearers of ancient godhood are eternally bound to their divine concepts. Because of this absolute rule, they are entirely immortal. Sung-yeon questioned her words. Absolute confusion washed over his weary face. What exactly are you trying to say? Cold realization suddenly struck his very core. The terrifying weight of her words settled in. Are you seriously telling me this? Not even the almighty tower itself can erase an ancient godhood from existence? The cold voice of the system chimed in. It fully confirmed his newly acquired immortality, as long as the concept of death remains. Within the vast, endless universe, such beings simply cannot be killed. The demon god continued her dark lecture, revealing the single terrifying exception to this cosmic law. However, if an immortal ancient godhood were ever truly wiped from existence, that impossible feat would demand the power of a transcendent. Sung-yeon froze completely. He repeated that heavy absolute title, desperately trying to comprehend its massive weight. A true transcendent. The demon god turned her piercing gaze back to him. Her golden eyes burned with absolute deadly seriousness. Exactly. A being capable of completely erasing. The very concept holding an ancient godhood together. Sung-yeon muttered entirely under his breath. He simply could not fathom such heaven-defying, overwhelming power. to completely wipe a core law of the universe. Such absolute power should simply not exist. She slowly guided the awestruck warrior towards a massive ornate glass window. The glowing ethereal tower stood proudly outside. She prepared to unveil the ultimate truth. The real reason this structure was ever built. That terrifying possibility can never be ignored. That is exactly why the ancient godhoods joined their massive powers to construct this tower. Sung-yeon was entirely shaken to his core. The massive scale of this revelation was crushing. A cold bead of sweat slowly rolled down his tense face. What did she just say? The demon god retrieved a heavily chained ancient tome. If you think deeply about it, you could consider the tower itself an ancient godhood. She stared deeply into his trembling soul, easily reading every single thought crossing his mind. You are currently wondering to yourself, why would a massive divine entity like the tower actively seek to brutally erase other existences? That deeply conflicted expression on your face. Your curiosity is overflowing. She extended her hand, passing the heavy chained grimoire to him. Take this ancient relic into your possession. It holds the answers your mortal soul seeks. The two cosmic beings stood silently facing each other in the grand hall. The heavy tome formed a powerful mystic bridge, a moment echoing the very creation of the tower, a destiny reaching far beyond the boundaries of ultimate origin itself. To witness the absolute cosmic truth firsthand, just like the brutal trials he had faced, the world violently warped. Sung-yeon blinked. He was standing safely back in the waiting room. The familiar dark-haired girl stood close by. His fingers still firmly gripped the chained ancient text. The great milestone was reached. A glowing flurry of system screens flooded his vision. Congratulations on your glorious victory. You have successfully cleared the special floor of the tower. The compressed trial has now officially concluded. Your divine rewards have been deposited into your inventory. You have successfully entered the sacred waiting zone. Welcome to floor 26. He carefully analyzed the mysterious book in his hands. You could say this artifact held all the ultimate dark secrets. The records of this universe hold incredible power. They can contain the exact history of every single god. James Chu. Gu locked eyes with him, his gaze heavy with warning. But right now, your vessel cannot handle the full truth. He slumped back against the cold wall. Just like climbing the tower's grueling trials, you must earn this clearance over time. Eventually, the system will grant you full access. But time was running out. On the 27th floor, a sudden system alert flashed. A transmission had arrived from the challenger known as the Clock Tower Mage. The view abruptly shifted to a towering structure, the iconic Big Ben in London. Inside, Sung-yeon sat across from a seasoned elder, David Taylor. Let me get this straight, Sung-yeon began. The leader of the Angel Church claims I am one of his loyal followers? That I serve him personally? David Taylor remained unfazed. He took a slow sip of tea, his eyes sharp like daggers. That is the exact rumor he has been spreading. Yes. Sung-yeon's expression darkened instantly. The Angel Church was on a ruthless crusade, infiltrating guilds across the globe and forcing absolute submission. The Angel Church. After all, divine godhood and absolute faith were easiest to harvest through blind religion. Sung-yeon cut straight to the chase. Who is pulling the strings in the shadows? David Taylor replied grimly. They are likely establishing their main headquarters right in South Korea. A holographic map materialized as Taylor explained. Because Apostle Han's nationality ties back to South Korea, they are using your origins to build their command center. Beneath his bandages, Taylor's eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Therefore, the clock tower will officially withdraw from this entire conflict. Wait, what? Sung-yeon blurted out, his face twisting in absolute disbelief. Someone from your own faction will explain the details. My faction? David Taylor leaned back slowly, sinking into his luxurious chair to drop a massive bombshell. Yes, a newly formed religion entirely devoted to you. Apostle Han. Sung-yeon. A surreal vision materialized. Sung-yeon standing at the center of an ocean of kneeling worshippers. A blinding, divine halo erupted from his back, making him look like an absolute deity. The Church of Transcendence. A fanatical cult worshipping none other than you, Apostle Han. Sung-yeon. Sung-yeon froze. He was utterly paralyzed with shock. Cold sweat dripped down his temples as his brain desperately tried to process this completely absurd revelation. His eyes widened in pure disbelief. What? Suddenly, reality warped. He found himself dropped in the middle of a bustling modern metropolis. He stared up at a towering skyscraper, utterly baffled. No. Seriously, what the hell is going on? Meanwhile, inside a chaotic, paper-filled office, Ha-jung spun around at the sharp ringing of her desk phone. She turned, flashing a dazzling smile that revealed her razor-sharp fangs. She cheerfully called out his name. Sung-yeon, sir. But right at that very second, the office door was violently kicked open. An explosive crash echoed. Ha-jung jumped in shock as Sung-yeon stormed through the doorway, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. Sung-yeon. Sir? Ha-jung peeked over her shoulder, completely horrified. Sung-yeon was mercilessly choking a man, while groaning bodies littered the floor around them. She waved her hands frantically in a panic. Yet Sung-yeon remained dead-eyed and freezing cold. Sung-yeon, sir. Please tell me you didn't barge in here just to slaughter someone from the Hunter Association. Can you hold on for just a second? He commanded, his grip tightening like a vice. He crushed the man's head in his grasp, his voice an absolute glacier. The terrified man stammered, nodding desperately in agreement. Hey, I will ask you one last time. You better give me a straight answer. Yes. Sung-yeon's mind raced, recalling the vision of robed cultists, chanting with clasped hands. The Angel Church. A fanatical group praising a false god. There is only one logical reason. Why they would dare to steal my identity. A nightmarish vision flashed. His body chained by a colossal, dark entity on Earth. It burned into his mind, revealing their true, terrifying objective. To annihilate every ounce of faith I have on Earth. To strip away my power completely. As he interrogated the bleeding thug, the man squealed, giving up the mastermind's location. Where is the cult leader hiding? In London. The lackey sobbed in absolute terror. Suddenly, the face of the clock tower mage, David Taylor, flashed alongside Sung-yeon, revealing the cult's next victim. He said he was going to recruit David Taylor. The scene cut sharply back to London. Beneath the vibrant, modern city streets, a venomous voice echoed through their communication system, dripping with pure arrogance. At the end of the day, Han Sung-yeon is nothing but a second-rate spatial god. If we completely eradicate his believers on Earth, he will be reduced to nothing. A green-haired female cult leader smirked wickedly, standing above her devoted followers, clutching her divine scepter. Even if he is just a lowly, low-tier god, he is still entirely worthy of becoming one of my precious apostles. She pointed her weapon, issuing a dark command to her bound captives, including some very familiar challengers. Make your choice now. Choose your fate. Challenger Han Sung-yeon is already destined to serve the Angel Church. Surrender and join our divine ranks. But Catherine roared back, completely, unfazed by their threats. You spineless cowards wouldn't dare bark like this if Sung-yeon was here. Do you really think kidnapping a few top-ranked challengers makes you invincible? She continued her fierce defiance. But the cult leader's eyes turned freezing cold with absolute disgust. Do you truly believe that is enough to stop us? Pathetic. The female leader unleashed a devastating wave of pressure, shattering the very ground beneath them. The red-haired girl shrieked in pure agony, completely overwhelmed. The angels are deeply displeased. The leader spoke with a mocking look of sorrow, though her eyes blazed with ruthless cruelty. You foolish girl. You, who dared to reject our grace, should realize how blessed you truly are. She stomped mercilessly on the fallen girl, declaring her ultimate ambition. I will become the one and only immortal ruler of this world, and ascend to ancient godhood. Her face warped into a psychotic grin, her eyes gleaming with a cursed light. To bestow grace upon filthy sheep like you. Suddenly, the ceiling violently exploded open. She stared up in sheer shock, as an imposing figure emerged from the dust. He had arrived. Sung-yeon stood on the rooftop, his icy gaze piercing the crowd. Below, the cult leader froze. A suffocating, familiar terror gripped her throat the moment she locked eyes with him. Cold sweat drenched her back. What is this overwhelming aura? He glared down through the massive crater, radiating the absolute majesty of a true deity. An ancient godhood. His eyes turned deadly cold the second he saw Catherine and his wounded allies. Catherine could barely whisper his name. Sung-yeon. Without warning, demonic hands erupted from the shattered earth, violently dragging the screaming cultists into the abyss. The cult leader watched the massacre in sheer panic. Han Sung-yeon? She stared up at his imposing figure, completely shattered by the sheer magnitude of his aura. This makes no sense. I have never heard of him. Reaching ancient godhood. The doomed cultists vanished into the shadows, howling in absolute despair. This cannot be real. He is only supposed to possess an official godhood. There is absolutely no way he could have reached the legendary realm of an ancient godhood this fast. Sung-yeon dropped to the ground like a meteor, his blade flashing to free his battered comrades from their captors. The female leader ground her teeth, her face twisting in venomous hatred as she glared at Sung-yeon's voice cut through the air like ice. You talk too much. He aimed his sword straight at her heart. A catastrophic crimson aura erupted around his body, radiating unbridled fury. Laying your hands on my people means you are fully prepared to pay the price with your life, right? The god of transcendence and death unleashed his ultimate wrath. The female leader stumbled backward, choking under his soul-crushing pressure. He slowly raised his hand, his eyes flaring with a terrifying ethereal azure light. Divine power activated. Word command. Die here and now. The female leader desperately fought against the divine decree. She pushed her limits, her glowing scepter trembling violently under the strain. Seeing her barely resist his absolute authority, Sung-yeon let out a cold smirk. How amusing. But running away will not change your inevitable doom. A surviving cultist snapped his head back in pure horror, realizing his master had just vanished through a spatial rift. The leader abandoned us. What the hell is going on? Sung-yeon spun around, his sword carving a devastating hurricane of pure energy that instantly eradicated the remaining fanatics. Catherine watched the breathtaking display of power in total disbelief. This level of strength is impossible. She stared up at her savior, still caught in a daze. Sung-yeon turned to face her, confirming he was really there. Sung-yeon? Is it really you? It is. He glanced over the weary survivors. Take shelter here for now. I will handle the rest of this trash. A woman in a sleek black suit nodded firmly. Understood. Leave it to us. The scene suddenly shifted. A tranquil, sun-drenched tropical beach appeared out of nowhere. The cult leader gasped for air, collapsing against a palm tree after her desperate spatial jump. She stared up at the clear sky, her face twisted in agonizing dread. Why? Why is a monster of that caliber hiding in a secondary dimension like this? The angel gasped heavily, completely consumed by overwhelming panic. She frantically tried to steady her racing heart, grasping at straws for survival. Wait, even if he holds an ancient godhood, there has to be a way out of this. If I just beg them for help, maybe I can survive. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice echoed from directly behind her, instantly shattering her fleeting hope. Is that so? Who exactly are these people you keep begging for? Who is your desperate lifeline? Sung-yeon had materialized, right over her shoulder. She whipped around in soul-crushing terror. How did you? You are an apostle of an ancient godhood, aren't you? She scrambled backward on her hands and knees, desperate to flee. Stay back. I am warning you. How on earth did you track me? All the way here? She tripped over the sand, her entire body shaking in absolute terror. If you already know, I am an apostle of, you gain nothing by striking me down, she screamed in absolute terror, desperately invoking her master's name as a shield. You better understand your place. The entity I serve transcends heaven's will. Soon my master will conquer the tower itself. She scrambled to her feet, pointing at the sky. It is futile. Not even the god of light or darkness can touch them. They will become the absolute of the universe. Reaching out, she made one final desperate attempt to persuade him. I will not ask again. If you join me. Even now, Sung-yeon cut her off with ice in his voice, his gaze completely unyielding. If you only plan to spout such meaningless garbage, then I have no reason to waste my breath. He drew his blade, a menacing purple aura, flaring to life. His eyes were sharp as a razor. The moment you set foot on Earth, your death became an absolute certainty. Backed into a corner, the cult leader smirked, defiance twisting her features. TSK, I guess I have no other choice. Spreading her arms wide, she summoned a colossal wave of purple energy. She was ready to play her final trump card. Let me show you the true power of the supreme entity in this universe. Sung-yeon's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing the catastrophic danger about to unfold. Godhood and causality were consumed to manifest the advent. A foreign consciousness hijacked the girl's body. Her eyes, turning the vibrant crimson of fresh blood, Sung-yeon immediately identified his true enemy. So, it boils down to blind fanaticism. After all, the advent was fully executed. The ancient consciousness of a godhood now resided within her mortal shell, an overwhelmingly powerful, purple aura erupted from her body, making the very earth tremble in submission. The ancient godhood could unleash up to 40% of their total power. The newly descended entity finally spoke, its ancient voice dripping with absolute authority. "Ah, it has been far too long." It looked down on Sung-yeon with sheer, unadulterated contempt. "You pathetic, foolish vessel of flesh." The god of despair, corruption, and madness glared fiercely at Han Sung-yeon. It gestured to the desolate surroundings. "There is no protection left for you here. The power of the tower cannot shield you, and there is no sanctuary from the ancient gods." Sung-yeon replied with icy calm, not a single trace of fear in his voice. "I am well aware." Gathering his strength, a dazzling ring of golden light erupted beneath his feet, forging a sovereign space of his absolute control. The special divine power, Create Divine Domain, was activated. Godhood and faith were consumed to manifest a transcendent, divine domain. The barren wasteland and the crumbling, ruined buildings of London were instantly replaced by a magnificently radiant golden sanctuary. Standing firm within his absolute territory, he claimed dominion over the battlefield. "With this, my stage is set," the entity roared in blazing fury. "You insignificant insect!" It summoned massive, grotesque tentacles from the earth, hurtling them toward him. "For your boundless arrogance, I shall strip away your godhood. As punishment." The divine power of despair activated, severely weakening all attacks linked to godhood. Sung-yeon raised his hand. Giant gears of time materialized around him, ready to clash. "Try it, if you can." The divine power of regret was triggered. The immense power of time violently collided with the colossal tentacles, but it completely failed to take effect. This ability could intervene in the very concept of the past. However, its effects would be nullified if not directly related to the user. Suddenly, the entity's host body violently shuddered, struck by an unseen, overwhelming force. In pure shock and utter confusion, it stared down at its own trembling hands. Sung-yeon smirked, his gaze burning with defiance. "Can you actually do it?" 𝙎𝙎𝙎 remarked. Time had completely frozen. "But isn't this on an entirely different level compared to what I witnessed in the demon realm?" A memory suddenly flashed back, recreating the moment he wielded a similar power during the brutal battle against the god of regret. "Back then, I merely rewound to the exact moment before I attained my godhood." The challenger, Han Sung-yeon, had reverted to his state prior to achieving godhood. The divine power of regret was vastly amplified by the transcendent myth, flawlessly adjusting the resonance. The entity roared, its voice echoing with unbridled rage and disbelief. "You can control the very concept of time. How can a lowly, pathetic mortal possess such a crucial divine power?" It desperately tried to break free from the stagnant flow of frozen time. "I absolutely refuse to accept this. For a filthy mongrel like you to wield. This sacred power is something I entirely reject." Without a single flicker of hesitation in his eyes, Sung-yeon coldly shot back. "I do not need validation from the likes of you," he continued, his tone dripping with absolute disdain. "And you? Didn't you only manage to elevate this power by blatantly borrowing strength from the tower without paying any price at all?" The entity unleashed a blood-curdling scream of explosive wrath. "You ignorant fool!" A single slash, a fatal slash, pierced the vessel's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. He glared down at his dying enemy. "Disappear," he commanded. The entity's eyes still blazed with a bone-chilling hatred. A dark and maddening aura exploded from its body. It tried to consume Sung-yeon. The divine power of madness activated. It devoured everything it touched. But Sung-yeon did not flinch. He summoned blue wolf spirits from his blade. The manifested wolf pack lunged forward. They viciously tore into the maddening aura. The divine power of devouring activated. It was swallowing the madness whole. The entity screamed in absolute terror. "It is overpowering my divinity," Sung-yeon asked with an indifferent tone. Wondering why? He dashed forward. One final strike completely destroyed the vessel. He turned his back to the ruin. His voice was cold and entirely confident. Because I am stronger. The entity gnashed its teeth in hatred. You! It roared its final curse before, fading into nothing. You worthless mortal. Its soul was ripped from the vessel. It shrieked in absolute despair. Even in the tower, or on earth, I will hunt you down. I will kill you over and over again. I will never give up. He stood over his fallen enemy. He coldly accepted the ultimate challenge. Be my guest. The divine soul of Angel. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was entirely absorbed. A brilliant golden light enveloped him. It signaled that the final condition was met. The latent effect within his mythology, transcendent potential, evolved to its final form. The earth appeared amidst a magnificent and dazzling halo. The effect now focused purely on achieving true transcendence. Challenger 𝙎𝙎𝙎 has progressed 1% closer to transcendence by defeating a divine apostle. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 looked at the black Zamchugu beside him. He realized a terrifying truth about his growth path. Don't tell me I am the only transcendent in the universe, she explained with a serious expression. Someone who can surpass even the level of ancient divinities. That is the ultimate destination of the transcendent potential mythology. Its absolute endpoint. The scene shifted to an empty waiting room. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 was sitting alone, watching the news, on a massive screen. In other news, the broadcast continued. Challenger 𝙎𝙎𝙎 has reportedly stopped the terrorist acts of the Angel cult's leader. The Hunter Association announced that they will properly compensate him. He muttered to himself while watching the news. Judging from this article, it seems 𝙎𝙎𝙎 took care of everything. The scene shifted to the 𝙎𝙎𝙎 owner, raising her hand to stop him. She blocked the door, preventing him from leaving. Until I give the word, you should stay here, he replied, slightly confused. But why? The 𝙎𝙎𝙎 owner peeked out into the hallway with a worried expression. Reporters are swarming everywhere looking for you, so there is no reason to draw attention, right? Back in the present, he thought to himself. Anyway, I have things to take care of, so this works out fine. A red surge of energy formed in his hand. A system notification popped up. You have obtained one of the divinities held by the soul of Angel 𝙎𝙎𝙎. A brilliant, green orb lit up in his palm. Perhaps this is the most useful one. After all, there will be countless moments where luck will play a part. The divine power of luck transformed into potential. He sat alone, checking the system windows, floating all around him. The divine power of luck has met the conditions and automatically activated. He sat on the bed, looking at a tablet displaying the latest news, adding luck to specific situations, adjusting the outcome in a favorable direction for you. The skill, spreading hope, activated. It caused the hope within him to spread rapidly. He was stunned by the sudden change. Could all these sudden events be because of the divine power of luck? But where exactly did luck have a chance to intervene? His phone suddenly buzzed. A series of system notifications appeared. Achievement unlocked. Revered by many powerful beings. New skill acquired. Transforming faith. The scene shifted to the Hunter Association's headquarters. He read the incoming text message. 𝙎𝙎𝙎, can you spare a moment? I have prepared something that I think will help you. I believe you will love it when you see it. What do you think, 𝙎𝙎𝙎? Thanks to the divinity I received before, I think I understand. Exactly what you need. I will be waiting. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stared at the system window, displaying his apostle list. He deduced the origin of their newfound power. If that is the divinity she received from me, then she must have been granted an absolute authority. Followers who surpass a certain power level can be appointed as apostles. First Class Believer 1, Catherine Bennett. First Class Believer 2, 𝙎𝙎𝙎. First Class Believer 1, Lucia Mimi. First Class Believer 1, Katya. View more. Granting divinity authority to all first-class believers of the transcendent God. This must have happened after crushing the god of war, he stood before the massive door. His hand gripped the cold handle. Time to face what lies beyond. Pushing it open, a shocking sight greeted his eyes. A massive crowd of devoted followers knelt in deep prayer. Above them hung a colossal banner. It read, "Glory to the Eternal Church of Transcendence." He stood there, completely speechless. Stepping completely inside, sheer shock washed over him. What on earth was going on here? My God, where did all these people come from? Suddenly, a familiar girl lowered her dark hood and flashed a bright smile. Lord Sung-yeon, you finally arrived. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 suddenly linked her arm through his. I was just about to go find you myself. Still, I am absolutely thrilled to show you our rapid progress. Han Sang-yeon stood there, utterly bewildered. 𝙎𝙎𝙎, what is the meaning of all this? Suddenly, a fanatic worshipper screamed at the top of his lungs. Oh, the Supreme Lord Han Sang-yeon has descended. Bow before his divine presence. Please, O Great One, bless us with your almighty power once more. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 gave him a playful, teasing wink. Please do not get the wrong idea. This is not some bizarre, fanatical cult or anything. The truth is, I discovered a hidden mechanic. It happened when you granted me your divinity, Sung-yeon. Her voice turned serious as she explained. Golden streams of pure faith flowed from the kneeling worshippers. Your supreme power is directly fueled by their devotion. It works exactly like the apostles inside the tower. You possess the absolute authority to grant divinity. Hearing this, Han Sang-yeon finally grasped the massive scale of his abilities. This means you wield the exact same authority as the tower gods. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 continued her explanation. A slightly awkward expression crossed her beautiful face. To be brutally honest with you, most of these people are not driven by pure, innocent faith. They are simply hungering for a taste of your divine power. A knowing smirk appeared on the face of Han Sang-yeon. He perfectly understood the harsh reality of human greed. Without hesitation, he ignited his godly aura. If that is the game they want to play, so be it. System prompt activated. Special authority. Follower designation has been triggered. Blessing activated, granting divinity rank F+. An overwhelming surge of pure, golden energy erupted from his very soul. The blinding light left the worshippers in absolute awe. Whoa, the Supreme Lord Han Sang-yeon. He has blessed us with unimaginable new power. As the golden light faded, he turned back to 𝙎𝙎𝙎. His voice echoed with calm authority. Only those who have proven their true worth have received my divine blessing. I am fully confident that this display of absolute power will make the holy crusade of 𝙎𝙎𝙎 infinitely smoother from now on. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with deep admiration. A soft, rosy flush spread across her cheeks as she gazed at him. Do you truly mean that? Pure, unadulterated joy radiated from her entire being. She clenched her fists, burning with fiery resolve. I will devote my absolute everything to supporting you, Lord Sang-yeon. I swear upon my life to lead the Church of Transcendence to eternal glory. But in the very next heartbeat, a blinding flash engulfed him. He was violently teleported back into the merciless tower. A cascade of blue holographic system panels flooded his vision. New skill acquired. Faith conversion. Rank S. Proficiency at 0%. Basic effect activated. Temporarily convert or dramatically amplify your combat abilities by harvesting the pure faith of your devoted followers. Detailed system analysis. You may temporarily boost any desired stat using the power of gathered faith. Ding! System alert. You have breached the 26th floor of the Tower of Trials. The trial commences. He opened his eyes to a dense, ominous, and ancient forest. The main theme of this stage is the battlefield of the gods. System difficulty level. Classified as Extreme Hard Mode. Primary objective. You must completely conquer at least 2 legendary domains. Within this brutal war zone before, the countdown reaches absolute 0. Time limit remaining, exactly 1 year. The absurd scale of this hellish trial left him, utterly speechless and dripping with cold sweat. A literal war between gods? And I am only on the 26th floor? How can a catastrophic event like this spawn so early? This breaks every known rule of the tower. He sharply turned his head toward his dark-haired companion. He instantly noticed her intense gaze, scanning the perilous environment as if she had walked these lands before. Wait a second, do you actually recognize this nightmare? Yes, I know this cursed place intimately. She began to unravel the grim history of the area. Horrific visions of an apocalyptic clash between ancient gods and monstrous titans flashed before them. This legendary battlefield is an eternal war zone, where almighty divine entities slaughter each other without mercy. It serves as a ruthless coliseum for both supreme high-tier gods and desperate lesser deities alike. If a challenger manages to claim ultimate victory in this bloodbath, they will be crowned with the absolute title of true god, or perhaps even ascend as an ancient, primordial god of legends. The view shifted to a vast, apocalyptic wasteland of ash and ruin. A terrifying, colossal black sphere floated menacingly, high above the blood-stained sky. This massive domain is fractured into 3 distinct war zones, and to survive and conquer the next floor, a player must simply force these arrogant divine beings to their absolute knees. Han Sang-yeon absorbed the brutal rules in deadly silence. His sharp eyes narrowed with intense, dark, calculation and heavy thought. Beside him, Zamchugu stared up at the blood-red heavens. A shadow of deep confusion crossed her pale face. Something is terribly wrong. This is not the realm I remember from the past. Following her trembling gaze, they both stared, straight at the apocalyptic black sphere dominating the sky. That monstrous object hovering up there in the clouds. Her eyes widened in absolute bone-chilling horror. In all my ancient memories, I have never witnessed an anomaly of such terrifying magnitude. Meanwhile, deep within the darkest, most treacherous corner of the cursed forest, a young goddess with blazing crimson hair was sprinting for her absolute life. Damn it. Why is this happening to me? Why is a supreme, noble being like myself trapped in this wretched hellhole? Blinded by fiery rage, she smashed her bleeding fist straight into a massive ancient tree. Her beautiful face was twisted in pure, desperate frustration. I never expected this damned realm to be swarming with abominations that rival the power of high-tier gods. She was none other than the incompetent god of wrath. Completely drained of divine energy, she collapsed against the splintered bark, gasping for air. Her glorious body was heavily battered and bruised. Just a few shadows away, Han Sang-yeon suddenly emerged from the thick, haunting fog. I must heal these bleeding wounds immediately, she desperately thought. Meanwhile, Han Sang-yeon suddenly realized a chilling truth. He had been walking in an endless, maddening circle. The black-haired girl beside Sang-yeon finally spoke up. That is because you have absolutely no sense of direction. The red-haired woman flinched at the sight of Sang-yeon. My prey. But first, I must uncover the truth behind that black sphere. She transformed in an instant. Razor-sharp claws erupted from her hands as she lunged at Sang-yeon. I will devour your flesh and use your body to heal my wounds. But Sang-yeon effortlessly blocked her lethal strike. A sharp gasp of pain escaped her lips. He gripped her wrist, his eyes as cold as absolute zero. Then, he unleashed a brutal counterattack. A burst of crimson energy sent her crashing back. Despite hitting the ground with blood trailing from her lips, she smiled. A twisted grin of pure amusement. You are quite the fascinating one. Sang-yeon stared her down with unyielding focus. That strike was meant for me. Was it not? The god of transcendence and death glared coldly. He looked down at the pathetic lesser deity before him. His mind raced toward the ultimate anomaly in this realm, the Black Sphere. Rumors claimed it was forged to erase one specific challenger, Han Sang-yeon. The red-haired deity revealed the sphere's terrifying purpose. It absorbs the shattered remnants of fallen gods. Its ultimate goal is to birth a new ancient god, a being forged with the exact same traits as Han Sang-yeon. Jang Chugu suddenly cut into the conversation. Come on, that is nothing but a baseless rumor. Sang-yeon froze in absolute shock. What did you say? She looked back at him with a gaze full of pity. It all makes sense now. They have decided to erase you from existence. The true form of the tower suddenly materialized. A monstrous wolf with blazing blue eyes. The tower tried to raise you as its personal hound, a weapon forged to butcher the gods. But instead, you bared your fangs against your master. You chose to walk your own path of defiance. Deep within a volcanic crater, a massive dark entity, a formless, colossal shadow was slowly taking shape. What is about to be born there is a mindless, shattered ancient god, a puppet destined to replace you as the tower's hound. Sang-yeon instantly grasped the sheer horror of this threat. If that monstrosity were truly unleashed, an apocalyptic nightmare would unfold. The entire world would be submerged in a sea of blood and hellfire. It would be the absolute end of all creation. He stared into the abyss with a hollow, devastated expression. But then, his fists clenched tight. He would never accept such a catastrophic future. That is utterly impossible. The blazing light of absolute resolve ignited in his eyes. I will never let that happen. The black-haired girl crossed her arms tightly. We are completely out of time, she urged. He turned his gaze toward the god of wrath. Listen to me, you clumsy god of wrath. The red-haired deity stared back at him in pure astonishment. I will help you conquer this battlefield. In exchange, you will guide me to the next domain. An endless barrage of blue energy decimated the forest. It annihilated every single enemy standing in their way. The surrounding deities roared in absolute fury. "You arrogant bastard! Who dares to desecrate the battlefield of the gods?" The god of wrath charged directly into the chaos. She unleashed a storm of devastating kicks. Moving like a phantom, she crushed multiple enemies in the blink of an eye. A smug, triumphant smirk crossed her face. Perfect. Thanks to that guy, Transcendence or whatever, this is going to be a walk in the park. She cast a sideways glance, staring at Sung-yeon's back with a wicked, sinister grin. The moment I claim control over the divine realm, I will slaughter you too. Suddenly, she gasped in pure shock. Sung-yeon was already standing before an ocean of pure energy. Flustered, she quickly scrambled to catch up with him. "Ah, whatever. I will kill him later." Standing tall, before a massive horde of monsters, Sung-yeon revealed his grand strategy. The tower desires a bloody massacre of the gods. He exploded forward into the fray, his eyes blazed with ultimate defiance. "But I refuse to play by your twisted rules." He dashed, like a bolt of lightning, obliterating foes one after another. However, after wiping out these divine beings, I have stockpiled an insane amount of skills. He unleashed a devastating shockwave of violet aura. "I will crush every last one of them, and I will convert it all into pure divine power." He continued his absolute rampage across the battlefield. Every conquered ability was instantly transmuted into raw divine power and sealed within his body. The system flared. Authority divine power has successfully upgraded to rank S+. A brilliant golden hammer materialized right in his palm. What in the world is this? The authority of divine power rank S+. It allows the user to forge their divine energy directly into items, as long as the artifact holds a suitable rank. A confident, borderline arrogant smirk crept onto his face. If I can actually store my divine energy into a weapon and reuse it at will, he locked eyes on the horizon, where the greater gods waged their cosmic war. Then I can infinitely stockpile my power. Wait, no, that is impossible. Even the supreme deities have their limits. He quickly grounded himself back to reality. To pull this off, I will need artifacts, legendary artifacts that can actually handle my power level. Pushing deeper into the realm, they finally reached their destination. We made it. Looming right before them was a colossal, blindingly radiant wall of pure divine light. He looked down at his own trembling hands. There is only one final trial left. He charged forward without an ounce of fear, ready to ignite the ultimate final battle. I will end this pathetic game right now. System notification. Battlefield of the Gods. Sector C, 9000 has been conquered. Transferring to the next divine domain. You have entered the battlefield of the gods. Sector C, 9001. A series of earth-shattering explosions instantly rocked the zone. Quest objective. Slaughter or subjugate the required number of deities, and establish your own divine temples. Nearby, a towering beastman deity suddenly perked up. I can smell it. The scent of a powerful divine essence. You are all merely crops to be harvested. His eyes blazed with divine fury. A pathetic insect barely 400 years old. How dare they defy the god of harvest? His divine gaze dripped with absolute contempt. You worthless parasites dare to act. So arrogant without an ounce of strength? Listen well, you pathetic lower deities. The god of harvest puffed his chest, radiating supreme confidence. He boasted of his overwhelming might as the emerald orb upon his chest erupted with light. With my current power, I would not even bow to an ancient god. Divine skill. Harvest. Activated. It began to violently siphon traces of divine aura from the surrounding gods. Yet Sung-yeon simply stared at him, his expression completely deadpan. He was absolutely unfazed by this grand display of arrogance. A weakling like you? Really? This blatant disrespect made the god of harvest roar in pure rage. What rock did you even crawl out from? You filthy bug? He continued spouting his delusions of grandeur, completely blind to the terrifying gap in their strength. Do you wish to be crushed by a future ancient god? Sung-yeon remained silent, patiently letting his prey expose all its cards. He casually glanced over his shoulder, analyzing the divine aura with dark amusement. You possess quite a fascinating divine power. If only I could make that power my own. He turned his gaze toward the trembling lower deities watching from the shadows. Listen up, you gods cowering over there. He proposed a wicked deal, treating the almighty god of harvest like a mere pebble on the road. I will eradicate this nuisance. For all of you. In exchange, build a few temples in my name. Deal? One of the spectating deities exploded with outrage. At such a disrespectful demand. Insolent mortal. Who do you think you are addressing? Without a single ounce of hesitation, Sung-yeon launched himself directly into the fray. I will end this. He effortlessly slipped past the harvest god's desperate strike and buried a devastating punch deep into his gut. Shifting into a combat stance, a terrifying purple aura of pure death erupted around him. His eyes glowed with an ominous predatory light. Target locked. Divine skill. Death. Activated. He unleashed an apocalyptic vortex of destructive energy. The raging storm instantly swallowed the god of harvest whole. Every single thing touched by the concept of death was destined for absolute annihilation. His catastrophic power surged across the entire battlefield, firing violent bolts of dark energy in every direction. The surrounding deities scrambled backward in absolute terror. They stared at the unfolding massacre, with pale faces and trembling bodies. They were utterly paralyzed by Sung-yeon's monstrous display of strength. Following the swift execution, he reached out to devour the god of harvest's soul. But suddenly, blinding red error screens shattered the air. Absorption of the harvest god's soul. Botanic. Failed. Error. 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 His gaze sharpened into daggers. He instantly recognized the deliberate interference from the tower's central system. The Tower of Trials had triggered intervention protocol 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝙎𝙠. Error prevention engaged. The divine soul was violently repelled, making absorption completely impossible. A wave of profound annoyance washed over him. Huh? So you are telling me I am not allowed to claim the harvest? The glowing soul began drifting back to its origin, but giving up was never in his vocabulary. He decided to forcibly hijack the system to steal the power. Fine, then I will just do this my way. Manifestation, divine skill, commanding words, deployed. He bent the very laws of reality, using the power of absolute speech. Crimson runes of dominance swirled around his body, creating an 𝙎𝙎𝙎, overwhelmingly oppressive pressure. He ruthlessly slammed the red and blue energies together, forging a brand new skill right in the middle of the battlefield. The blinding pillar of azure light pierced the heavens. It signaled the birth of an unprecedented ability. The sheer density of this newborn power made even him sway dizzily for a brief second. A mesmerizing orb of crackling purple energy materialized, right within the palm of Sung-yeon's hand. It was bound by violently churning currents of dark crimson aura. Forcible absorption of the soul of Potania, successful. The divine power of harvest was instantly transmuted into raw potential. Sung-yeon closely monitored, the pulsing orb, savoring the god-level authority rewriting itself within his grasp. System alerts flooded his vision like a digital storm, detailing the incredibly complex fusion taking place. The spectating deities and the red-haired girl were completely frozen in shock. They watched dumbfounded as endless red warning screens blotted out their entire field of vision. Their minds simply could not comprehend this level of rule-breaking. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of crimson energy erupted from the sphere, violently expanding outward. The sheer force forced everyone to desperately brace themselves. The red-haired girl let out a terrified shriek as the explosive shockwave sent her flying through the air. Standing calmly in the eye of the storm, Sung-yeon perfectly devoured the raging torrent of power. His body was instantly shrouded in an absolutely tyrannical aura. Divine skill, harvest, forcibly activated. A void-like sphere of absolute blackness materialized, attempting to siphon divinity from an unknown god in the distance. But another system restriction slammed into place, extracting divine power and harvesting traces. Critical error. The fierce glint in Sung-yeon's eyes revealed a cold realization. The system had altered the limits of his newly stolen skill. Alteration detected in the growth ceiling of the unique trait, Soul Summoner. He stood tall upon a decide, colossal, hyper-complex mechanical structure groaning with power. Holographic error codes endlessly glitched around him, proving the tower's central system was desperately trying to block his ascent. Yet, his stance remained as unshakable as a mountain. Metal. His mastery over a mysterious skill surged. The unique trait proficiency climbed higher, reaching the next percentage. Clenching a gear-shaped piece of iron. A wicked smirk curved on his lips. The grand illusion of the tower was finally exposed. Now it all makes perfect sense. This is why they hid the divine harvest from me. His eyes locked onto the glowing red error screens. Trial triggered. Ascending. A002. System overriding. Limiting player growth. He dropped to one knee, pressing his palm against the cold mechanical core. A storm of cancellation warnings flooded his vision. He slowly raised his head. A smile of absolute defiant madness broke across his face. He had finally cracked the code, a perfect counter to the tower's absolute suppression. Turn. His commanding voice echoed through the void. The colossal structure shuddered to life, moving entirely at his absolute will. Massive gears groaned and shifted, shattering the invisible chains forged by the tower. The path to double S rank, for the unique trait, Soul Summoner, had finally opened. The proficiency of the Soul Summoner trait jumped by 1%. Jiang Chugu watched the spectacle in absolute horror, trembling at the impossible sight. How could a mortal achieve this? An entirely new trait rated double S by the tower itself. Sung-yeon stood unfazed, his gaze piercing through reality. The tower is desperate to stop me from devouring the black orb. So what if I completely shatter it? He clenched his fist tightly. A terrifying, blood-red aura erupted, wrapping around his arm like a raging storm. I will deliver a devastating strike straight to the tower's core. Meanwhile, in a completely different realm, across a blazing, endless wasteland, the red-haired goddess was buried alive in the scorching dunes. Only her head remained above ground. Muffled, desperate groans escaping her sealed lips. After a frantic, pathetic struggle for survival, she finally broke free from the earthly prison, spitting out a mouthful of gritty dirt. I survived. She aggressively wiped her face, still trembling, but burning with uncontrollable divine fury. These humiliating near-death experiences, it is all because of that transcendent lunatic, or maybe death itself. A sinister, plotting grin twisted her features. Just you wait. I will stack some buffs on you. And when we cross paths again, I will make you pay. But in that exact second, a chillingly calm voice whispered right against her neck, sending a violent shockwave down her spine. Sung-yeon had materialized from the shadows without a single sound. The clumsy god of wrath froze in pure terror, frantically analyzing the monster standing behind her. Sung-yeon casually slung his arm over her shoulder, a gesture that only amplified her suffocating dread. He offered a dangerously soothing smile. What I meant to say earlier was, do not overthink it. He guided her toward the massive gathering of deities, waiting in heavy silence. His voice carried a sinister undertone. But we have bigger problems right now. You have a crucial mission to execute. The surrounding gods watched her, their eyes filled with deep, silent pity. Whispering in their minds, another unfortunate soul dragged into his web, added to the endless list of victims. High above, a majestic divine bird circled the sky, casting its shadow over a newly erected sanctuary. The grand objective had finally been revealed to the heavens. The conditions were set. Hunt down or conquer a specific number of deities, and construct their sacred temples. Sung-yeon surveyed the area, admiring the finished architecture with a deeply satisfied smirk. You all work surprisingly fast. It almost makes me feel bad for working you to the bone. Behind his back, the red-haired goddess gritted her teeth, muttering pure venom. Damn monster, I will slaughter him one day. Suddenly, glowing blue system windows materialized, illuminating Sung-yeon's face, signaling a monumental triumph, accompanied by an unimaginably massive reward. The ultimate conditions had been perfectly fulfilled. The god of transcendence and death has acquired a divine authority worthy of his supreme status. Acquired ancient divine authority. Apostle consecration, rank SSS. A cascade of system notifications, revealing the terrifying nature of his new domain. This was a legendary power, exclusive only to the primordial ancient gods, granting him the absolute right to bestow terrifying power and ordain his very own followers. Apostle consecration, ancient class, rank SSS. A divine right reserved strictly for ancient gods, who demand worship from lesser deities. Effect 1. Designate other gods as your personal apostles. Effect 2. Bestow divinity upon apostles, elevating them to a higher state of godhood. Effect 3. Ordain mortal worshippers, transforming them into apostle gods. Read more details to expand. In a fraction of a second, the atmosphere among the celestial beings shifted drastically. They threw themselves to the ground, groveling at Sung-yeon's feet, begging desperately to serve him. We were utterly blind. We failed to recognize your ancient grace. Please, Almighty One, accept us as your humble servants. Sung-yeon feigned a look of mild surprise at his own overwhelming authority. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 quickly provided the context. What is the meaning of this absolute devotion? If they receive your divine blessing, they can ascend to high-tier godhood. He slowly turned his gaze back to 𝙎𝙎𝙎, a cunning, predatory smile spreading across his face. Is that what you truly desire? He then looked down at the red-haired goddess trembling on her knees before him. Are you begging me to take you under my wing? Without a single moment of hesitation, she slammed her forehead against the earth. Yes, my absolute lord. Sung-yeon let out a dark, magnanimous chuckle, spreading his arms wide like a benevolent tyrant. Very well. I shall grant you the honor of becoming my follower. The red-haired goddess snapped her head up, tears of overwhelming relief streaming down her face. Ha, thank you, Almighty Lord. But then his next words caused the air itself to freeze. However, I only have room for one of you. First come, first served. The goddess's expression shattered instantly. Her desperate joy was entirely swallowed by a bloodthirsty, competitive resolve. First come? Sung-yeon's eyes glowed with a dangerous, chaotic light. You all better put on a good show for me. Let us see just how sincere you truly are. Which of your offerings is worthy of holding my divinity? Divine Power Storage, rank S+. This skill allows the user to seal their divine might into the perfect vessel. Instantly, absolute chaos erupted. The heavenly beings scrambled like mere mortals. They desperately offered their most precious treasures. I offer this holy relic. Take mine. It is the absolute best. I present a supreme relic from the 7 holy gods. Suddenly, the red-haired girl pushed fiercely through the frantic crowd. She raised her hands high. Within her grasp were 2 priceless treasures. I offer this sacred relic, along with the legendary Jade Ring, a treasure left behind by the god of time. Preservation artifact, rank SS+. The telescope of time and cognition, rank SSS. The item's details materialized. The telescope of time and cognition, rank SSS. A divine instrument forged by the god of time himself, designed to observe the very flow of eternity. Sung-yeon's eyes flared with intense interest as he read its power. This artifact allows the user to glimpse into a parallel future and siphon its absolute power. How fascinating. He made his final choice. Nothing could possibly surpass this. The clumsy god of wrath, you win. The red-haired girl screamed in pure ecstasy. She wildly celebrated her glorious victory. Yes, I did it. I am now the apostle of an ancient god. The god of transcendence and death has officially appointed 𝙎𝙎𝙎 as his divine apostle. Sung-yeon gestured for her to calm down. That is enough drama for today. Let us move. But she was still floating on cloud 9. Overflowing with absolute joy, she immediately obeyed. Ah yes, of course. We should get going right away. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 walked past the other gods. A devastatingly smug smirk painted across her face. Unlike some nobodies here, I am a chosen apostle. Haha. The remaining gods could only grind their teeth in bitter jealousy. Damn it all. My stomach is twisting in knots. I cannot believe that pathetic lesser god claimed such a supreme position. Suddenly, a massive system alert echoed. Teleportation initiated. They were instantly warped to a grim, desolate wasteland. You have met all requirements for the battlefield of the gods. Floor 9001 cleared. You have now entered the battlefield of the gods, floor 9002. This was a graveyard of divinity, a ruined land where countless gods had clashed and perished over ideological wars. As they stepped onto the dead earth, a barrage of system messages flooded their vision. Clearance conditions met. The ultimate trial requirements have been satisfied. 2 battlefields have been successfully conquered. Do you wish to halt the trial here? Han Sung-yeon stared ahead with unbreakable resolve. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stood behind him, practically buzzing with eagerness. He growled fiercely. Never. I am not stopping now. That monstrosity must be annihilated before we leave. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stepped up beside him, her face pale with worry. Sung-yeon, she called out pleadingly. The trial of the 26th floor is already completely finished. There is absolutely nothing left to gain by staying here. Han Sung-yeon turned to her, his gaze sharp as a blade. Are you suggesting we tuck our tails and run? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 grabbed his shirt tightly. Her voice was desperate, pleading for reason. Please, make the logical choice here. That thing waiting for us. It is a literal ancient god. There is a very real, terrifying chance that we could lose. She looked away, forced to admit the crushing truth. Her own words tasted bitter. But running away would not solve anything. Sung-yeon gently placed a comforting hand on her head. His voice was as steady as a mountain. Even if we retreat today, we will eventually have to face that exact same horror. Running now only puts everyone else in mortal danger. He locked his eyes on the bleeding horizon, where their ultimate enemy waited. He declared his vow to everyone present. I will obliterate it right here, right now. To protect the world and to protect you. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙬𝙎. She looked up at him in awe. Her heart fluttered wildly at his unshakable promise. Solis watched them from behind, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. Sung-yeon's face showed absolutely zero fear. Not a single ounce of hesitation. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 slowly let go of his shirt, accepting his heavy burden. If that is your path, then I have no choice. I will stand and fight, right by your side. Han Sung-yeon gazed up at the apocalyptic sky. Yeah, let us end this. Right here and now. Suddenly, a monstrous voice shattered the silence. You are mine. A catastrophic system alert ripped across the entire battlefield, heralding the birth of an absolute nightmare. A new god of struggle, victory, and death has been born. Please, give them a roaring round of applause. Instantly, a colossal ancient tree erupted from the shattered earth. A blazing, blood-red energy core pulsed at its very center. Guardian skill activated. Sung-yeon, 𝙎𝙎𝙎, and Solis were violently blasted back by an overwhelming shockwave of raw power. That was too close, Sung-yeon muttered under his breath. A massive cascade of new system windows exploded into view. Their epic clash had caught the eyes of the absolute highest beings. Gods and omnipotent entities were watching. Tower of Trials, Sector B008 activated. Local trial observation initiated. Summoning the celestial spectators. The god of light gazes at you with intense curiosity. The god of darkness smiles gently, waving a hand in your direction. The god of proof is squinting hard just to find your exact location. The demon god watches your every move with bloodthirsty anticipation. More and more supreme transcendent beings tuned in. The dragon god stares piercingly, desperately hoping for your attention. System Administrator. Iron-blooded lord silently cheers for your victory. Administrator White Crane Sword Immortal clenches both fists tightly as the battle unfolds. Sung-yeon let out a sharp, arrogant smirk. So, the heavens have decided to turn my fight into a grand spectacle? Has today's event turned into a public execution? Soliet gasped in sheer terror. Oh my god. What is that thing? Suddenly, a formless entity of pure darkness erupted from the earth. You are mine. The shadowy mass slowly morphed, forming a twisted face. It locked its trembling eyes onto Sung-yeon. Are you the original body? The god of struggle, victory, and death stared back. It looked at him with quivering eyes. Soliat was completely paralyzed by the ominous question from this new god. Sung-yeon slowly turned to Soliat. His voice cut through the chaos like steel. Evacuate the gods to the safest location. Soliat immediately protested. What place? I am fighting by your side. He shot her a fiercely stern glare. Read the room. If we fall here today, I will not be the only casualty. You will die too. Despite his warning, Soliat hesitated, but Sung-yeon ruthlessly cut her off. This is the very first mission I am giving you, as an ancient god and my apostle. He firmly placed his hand on her shoulder. His intense gaze left absolutely zero room for defiance. Evacuate the gods here to safety. Now, Soliat stared deeply into his eyes. The heavy truth finally sank in, and she accepted her duty. She spun around to face the other gods. A brand new, overwhelming aura of authority radiated from her. Did you all hear him? Everyone, move out, now! She pointed a trembling finger at Sung-yeon, screaming one final desperate vow. It was both a blessing and a fierce challenge. O god of transcendence and death, do not dare die here, because one day I will be the one to kill you. Sung-yeon merely smirked at her fiery arrogance. Suddenly, Jaemong shouted a frantic warning. The bastard behind you, his aura is massively expanding. The entity of pure darkness was rapidly mutating into a colossal titan. Its monstrous power skyrocketed without end. The giant divinity had been forcefully activated. The Dark Titan's voice boomed like thunder. A chilling truth was finally dragged into the light. I can feel it in my core. I am your perfect clone. Sung-yeon and Jaemong stood side by side, their expressions utterly grim. The mad ambition of the impostor poured out. I will consume you and become the original. With an earth-shattering roar, Sung-yeon exploded forward. In his grasp, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 transformed into a blazing crimson scythe. The fake howled its delusional resolve. I shall become the true body, the god of struggle, victory. And death glared back with ravenous eyes. He plunged straight into the battlefield. His deadly slashes unleashed brilliant waves of violet energy. The impostor arrogantly declared its own forged destiny. I am a warrior, born with the absolute fate of victory. Forced back by the enemy's overwhelming force, Sung-yeon still anchored his stance. The fake shrieked its ultimate, twisted goal. I will slaughter you and be reborn as the god of death. Sung-yeon looked down on the pathetic creature with utter disgust. Meaningless garbage. You could never become the god of death. The fake's slimy, amorphous face warped in hideous fury at his cold mockery. You merely copied my divinity. You are nothing but a cheap knockoff. Humiliated, the impostor unleashed a devastating wave of crimson energy. It was a 𝙎𝙎𝙎, twisted reflection of Sung-yeon's very own power. I will rise as an ancient god acknowledged by the tower. The death divinity had been activated. Lethal, necrotic energy violently spread in all directions. The look on Sung-yeon's face shifted to pure astonishment. You dare use the power I granted to strike me? The god of transcendence and death was stunned. The deities, watching from afar, erupted in divine fury. Invisible shockwaves of lethal energy bombarded the impostor from every flows. Direction. The god of darkness roared that such trash deserved divine punishment. The god of proof radiated absolute contempt for the pathetic fake. The dragon god unleashed a wrathful bellow. Sung-yeon's eyes suddenly glowed with an icy, merciless light. He commanded it with a mere thought. Erase this trash from my sight. The command divinity had been invoked. His absolute power erupted, completely shattering the impostor's incoming assault into dust. It shrieked in rabid anger and instantly pivoted to a new, deadly tactic. Fine then. If that did not work, how about this? A blinding sphere of light imprisoned Sung-yeon, as endless bolts of lightning rained down. The binding, radiant divinity had been activated. The target was locked down. The lightning divinity had been activated. Apocalyptic thunder crashed from the heavens. The fake stared at the trapped Sung-yeon, completely convinced that victory was already secured. Yet, Sung-yeon calmly manifested a glowing emerald shield, effortlessly absorbing the apocalyptic thunderstorm. I can block this child's play in my sleep. The blessing divinity had been invoked. Sacred energy rapidly drained to sustain an impenetrable barrier against the foreign divinity. The impostor suddenly raised a blazing golden artifact. Do you really think you can block this? The victory divinity had been forcefully activated. One path to potential defeat was completely erased from existence. Crack! Sung-yeon's emerald shield violently shattered into pieces. He instantly realized the terrifying nature of its power. The blessing divinity had been nullified, so the bastard can literally delete any probability that leads to its defeat. The golden relic in the fake's hand heavily fractured. Its brilliant glow began to violently flicker and die. Clearly, such god-defying power could not be spammed continuously. The victory divinity entered a massive 12-hour cooldown. Seizing the absolute opening, the crazed impostor lunged forward, throwing a catastrophic punch straight at Sung-yeon. But just a millimeter before the fatal impact, another monstrous surge of energy erupted. From the impostor's core, the broken artifact in its hand suddenly blazed with blinding light once more. The conflict divinity had been activated, cooldown reduced by exactly 100%. The fleeting moment of victory shattered. Sung-yeon was blasted by a devastating, inescapable strike. The impostor sneered from above, glaring down at the utterly overwhelmed Sung-yeon. Its voice dripped with sickening arrogance. Do you have any idea why you keep losing to the one you dare call a mere fake? Tell me. God of struggle and death. Certain of his absolute victory, Sung-yeon rose amidst the ruins. His gaze remained unshaken. The impostor continued its cruel taunts. You have the administrators and other gods interfering. That is exactly why you are weaker than me. Sung-yeon looked to the side. His expression was deep in thought. The impostor revealed its sinister plan. I will never become like you. To escape the purge, I will initiate my own cleansing right now. It faced Sung-yeon. Its murderous intent was absolute. I will slaughter you right here. I will obliterate every single obstacle. And through that bloodbath, I will become the ultimate hound recognized by the tower. Sung-yeon simply let out a breathless scoff. A mysterious and supremely confident smile crossed his face. He raised a blazing crimson jewel. How amusing. The jewel of the SS plus treasure. Pure energy erupted from the core. It blasted straight toward the imposter. The absolute authority of divine power awakened, imprinting the fighting spirit into the jewel of the SS plus treasure. The blazing gem tore violently through the imposter's dark flesh. A devastating crimson explosion ruptured from within its body. The shockwave triggered a massive earthquake. Sung-yeon levitated in midair. An overwhelming aura wrapped around him, as his true power underwent massive amplification. The imprinting of the divinity of fighting spirit was successful. The treasure jewel transformed. Fierce fighting spirit SSS+. The divinity of fighting spirit can be stacked once. The imposter stared down at its disintegrating flesh in absolute horror. What is this madness? How can sheer power multiply like this? Sung-yeon replied with icy precision. You have not seen anything yet. The desperate imposter tried to channel its authority once more. You fool. If I simply erase your ability to use divinity, this battle ends. It aggressively reactivated the divinity of victory. But this time a glaring crimson error message flashed before it. Divinity of victory has been activated. Eradicating erectig. Single path to defeat. System error. Blazing red energy violently consumed its form. It completely nullified its entire existence. The creature roared in agonizing helplessness. The god of transcendence and death possesses extremely high immunity to external divinity. I growl. Sung-yeon's power skyrocketed exponentially. A blinding pillar of golden light pierced the heavens. The system numbers spun wildly, like a broken slot machine. With the divinity of fighting spirit fully stacked, every other ability underwent massive amplification. The multiplier stopped at a realm beyond logic. Exactly 10.0000 times. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, at the battlefield of the gods on floor 901, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 and the others felt the dimension tremble. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 tightly clenched her fists. Her expression twisted with intense frustration. The more I think about it, the more furious I become. He always tries to shoulder everything alone. I can fight just as spectacularly. Another deity quickly stepped in to soothe her ego. If the god of wrath, our combat specialist, also joined the fray, how could we ever hoard the most points possible? The god of wrath is undeniably powerful. Properly flattered, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 instantly recovered her arrogant confidence. She elegantly flipped her hair. Ahem. Well, I am truly quite formidable. She happily sank deeper into her own delusion. Perhaps even the so-called god of victory would fall before my blade. Suddenly, an ominous chill ran down their spines. A terrifying shockwave of energy crashed into them from afar. What on earth is that? 𝙎𝙎𝙎 violently narrowed her gaze toward the horizon. Her divine instincts screamed that an unfathomable anomaly was taking place. That energy is completely abnormal, even from this immense distance. A colossal pillar of light surged upward. It violently ripped the sky apart. It carried a wave of pure physical force so dense it defied reality. That is not divinity. That is not mana. That is nothing but pure, unadulterated physical power. She stared upward in absolute shock. She was entirely overwhelmed by the sheer majesty of the sight. Her hands unconsciously clasped together in desperate prayer. Oh my God. The gods watching from above could no longer mask their sheer disbelief. Many high-ranking deities gasped loudly in complete awe. The god of darkness wishes to pat your head. The god of light expresses profound emotion. The god of proof appears completely dumbfounded. The demon god finally spoke. This is getting highly entertaining. The dragon god cheered proudly. Just as expected from my chosen successor. Back on the devastated battlefield, Sung-yeon stood like an untouchable king over the imposter's disintegrating body. Now do you comprehend the gap between us? This is the absolute weight of being the original. You are nothing but a mere replica, a cheap, manufactured toy created by the tower. The imposter aggressively ground its teeth. It fiercely denied reality. You are just a parasite relying on the tower. You could never be the original like me. How dare you look down on me? Even as the grip of death erased its form, it pathetically clung to its own shattered delusions. I am a transcendent warrior, born for absolute victory. I am absolutely not a pathetic clone. The imposter's ruined flesh crumbled into ashes, yet its final desperate screams echoed through the void. Absolutely not a clone. Suddenly, a massive storm of dark energy erupted. The tower itself enveloped the imposter. The tower had decided to intervene directly. I can become the true vessel. The tower's trial activated. System error A047. Difficulty adjustment complete. Intervention in the 26th floor allowed. The dark energy reconstructed, remolding the imposter entirely. It was granted a brand new identity fitting the tower's grand design. The god of struggle and death was now designated as the tower's vessel. From the pitch-black shadows, a twisted, sinister reflection of Han Sang-eun stepped forward. Its purple eyes blazed with a smug, arrogant grin. The god of struggle and death had inherited a fraction of the challenger's stats. Han Sang-eun stared coldly at his own clone. He instantly saw through the tower's final objective. You will do whatever it takes, just to kill me, huh? The clone closed the distance instantly. It whispered a terrifying truth. Exactly. I now possess your body. It immediately launched a brutal assault. It was a flawless copy of Han Sang-eun, amplified by the tower's absolute authority. The tower has blessed me. The god of struggle and death cackled wildly. Its face contorted into a purely psychotic grin. With the tower's power, your arsenal is mine. The two entities clashed violently. Their collision shook the very heavens and earth. Flashes of red and purple aura tore through the air. I am the absolute strongest, the imposter roared, desperate to prove its overwhelming superiority. Let me show you, Han Sang-eun. This is your true, perfected form. I have already surpassed you. A blinding explosion of crimson light engulfed them both. The god of struggle and death unleashed the false starlight. The sheer devastation of the strike carved a massive crater into the earth. From within the choking dust and smoke, the clone emerged with a triumphant smirk. Do you finally understand your place? It towered over the battlefield arrogantly. Staring down at the wounded Han Sang-eun, it continued its cruel, mocking monologue. So what if I am just a fake? I wield your true power far better than you. Han Sang-eun slowly looked up. His expression remained unnervingly calm. You still do not understand, do you? Then allow me to enlighten you. His eyes shimmered with an otherworldly clarity. You are exactly like me. You gained your strength from the tower. There is no denying that fact. The imposter's smile grew even more venomous. But the harsh reality is, you are no different from me. Its face twisted into a horrifying, mocking laugh. It pointed a finger directly at Han Sang-eun, delivering its final, condemning verdict. Without the tower's system, you are just an insect. The gazes of the administrators and the ancient gods locked onto Han Sang-eun. He stood fearlessly against the tower's illusion. Countless administrators watched with deep anxiety. A few ancient gods observed with thrilling anticipation. The tower watched in heavy silence. Han Sang-eun stared straight at his clone. He calmly admitted, "You might be right about that." The imposter froze in sheer confusion. Han Sang-eun took a step forward. His voice echoed, with absolute, unshakable confidence. Just as you said. Without the tower, I might be an insect. I cannot deny that fact. He faced the imposter without a single tremor in his gaze. But that does not mean my efforts were meaningless. The skills, the authority, the divinity, and so much more. I have conquered countless trials in this tower. His expression radiated the pride of a true warrior, a testament to his own relentless blood and sweat. I bled and fought to claim every single one of them, so I will never say this power is not mine. The clone roared in absolute bewilderment. What nonsense are you spewing? Han Sang-eun's eyes blazed, with a brilliant, piercing blue light. Shut your mouth. I will humor you. A cascade of system notifications suddenly flooded his vision. But this time, they carried a completely different, terrifying meaning. Through the transcendent legend, soul level adjustment initiated. All skills were now converting to the soul level. Challenger Han Sang-eun's abilities were no longer bound by the tower's restrictive system. A majestic surge of blue aura completely enveloped him. He had finally shattered the chains of the system. Let me show you the truth. This is not the tower's borrowed strength. This is my very own, absolute power. The god of transcendence and death revealed his true form. He unleashed a torrent of pure purple mana, an overwhelming force that did not originate from the tower at all. Unique effect. Mana circuit activated, temporarily converting the user's mana into raw demonic energy. The imposter stared at the surging aura in pure terror. Such speed. This demonic energy is not even from the system. It is pure, untamed, raw power. Han Sang-eun stood tall, at the center of the dark storm. He had completely mastered his own limitless potential. The clone stumbled backward, trembling in disbelief. This is impossible. Han Sang-eun glared at his pathetic copy. His voice dripped with divine authority. So, do you still believe that without the system, I am nothing? He asked with absolute, terrifying confidence. The torrent of pure purple demonic energy swirled furiously around him. It was the ultimate proof of his own independent supremacy. A few of the ancient gods, horrified by his overwhelming skills, the imposter gritted its teeth. It roared a desperate accusation in absolute despair. Refusing to accept reality, it screamed, "You were just lucky to be chosen by the tower." It tried, frantically, to validate its worth, a worth completely dependent on the system. I am a warrior chosen by the tower. I am nothing like a stray mutt like you. The imposter launched another ferocious attack, blazing with crimson energy. The god of combat, victory, and death uses false starlight. But this time, Sang-eun effortlessly blocked the strike. He used pure mana, completely ignoring the tower's borrowed power. I will show you true physical strength. His eyes flashed with deadly intent. Pouring everything into a single strike, he unleashed a tempest of sword aura. Countless blue and purple slashes merged into one. 100 swords light sea. Sang-eun's aura erupted, shattering every limitation set by the system. Divine power. Transcendence is now in effect. The imposter was stunned. What? Your abilities have exceeded established parameters. The closer to the limit, the more you transcend them all. Faster. The furious energy surrounding Sang-eun blazed with terrifying intensity. He utterly overwhelmed his enemy. All growth rates increase in proportion to the predestined power gap between you and your opponent. The imposter was violently forced back. Its body began cracking under the unstoppable force. I cannot lose. In a final desperate struggle, it gathered all its remaining energy into a brand, glowing crimson sphere, like a miniature planet of destruction. The god of combat, victory, and death attempts to use final resistance. Sang-eun charged straight into the apocalyptic sphere. His body pierced the barrier like an invincible arrow. He watched the imposter slowly fade into nothingness, speaking with cold contemplation. While fighting you, I thought long and hard about how to stop the tower from playing this damn trick on me again. He raised his hand. A dark, blood-red sphere of energy began to materialize. And this is the answer I found. Divine power. Harvest is activated. His blade, 𝙎𝙎𝙎, began to ruthlessly absorb the imposter's entire strength. I will devour everything the tower gave you and become even stronger. Harvest extracts all skills from the god of combat, victory, and death. Sang-eun stood at the center of a 𝙎𝙎, cosmic space filled with brilliant orbs of light. These were the very souls of the gods slaughtered by the imposter. The divine powers of the slain gods, gathered by the Reaper, are now engraved into Challenger, Han Sang-eun. With that, he stared directly into the abyss. He sent a fierce, unyielding warning to the tower itself. Stop this absolute nonsense right now. The god of transcendence and death declared to the tower and everyone watching. He raised the pulsating energy sphere, determined to claim this absolute authority for himself. I will completely absorb the power of this necromancer. You have absorbed the soul of the god of combat, victory, and death. 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝐄𝐋𝐋𝐄𝐃. A devastating surge of dark aura erupted from his body. Unique trait. Necromancer has reached 100% proficiency. Trait. Necromancer has shattered the growth limits allowed by the system. That monstrous power now belonged entirely to him. He was no longer bound by any restrictions. All effects of Necromancer are now eternally bound to the soul of Han Sang-eun. The tower instantly reacted to his rebellious defiance. The Tower of Trials begins, purging unauthorized threats. Sang-eun's eyes flared with killing intent. The tower activates special authority. Number A002. Debug, to modify the system. He growled, unleashing his own ultimate authority. I told you not to. Interfere. Mythic Transcendence. Absolute invariance is activated. A massive barrage of low, crimson system notifications tried to invade, but all were ruthlessly shattered. The actions of Han Sung-eun now carry the divine effects of denying corruption and absolute uniqueness. You can nullify all negative effects placed upon you by outside interference. An impenetrable energy shield protected him from all the tower's desperate attempts at control. No external phenomenon can copy your declared authorities without permission. He turned his back on the system's failed intervention. His voice echoed with absolute command. This pathetic farce ends here, tower. He threw a chilling, deathly glance over his shoulder. If you try this cheap trick again, next time, I will not be so polite. The Tower of Trials fell into complete, terrified silence. Finally, as the trial concluded, he was teleported away, in a blinding pillar of light. Congratulations. You have cleared the 26th floor of the Tower of Trials. You have earned points and rewards. You are being forcibly teleported to the waiting room. It seems they will not let me act freely anymore. He stood alone in the waiting room, reflecting on the legendary events that just unfolded. Well, no. The critical strike hit the tower's deepest weakness, and the rewards far exceeded my expectations. The skill status window flashed. The Soul Summoner skill had finally evolved. It reached an entirely new realm of power. SS-Rank Unique Trait, Soul Summoner. I will investigate the remaining details when the time is right. Suddenly, an unexpected message appeared. An old acquaintance was calling. Administrator White Crane. Sword Fairy gazed silently at me. Sung-eun suddenly remembered a forgotten promise. Administrator White Crane Sword Fairy politely requested immediate assistance. I almost forgot my sworn duty. I must fulfill the White Crane Sword Fairy's final wish before anything else. The scenery warped into a tranquil realm. Lush green bamboo swayed in the wind. You have entered the territory of the White Crane, Sword Fairy. She peeked shyly from behind a wooden pillar. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Oh, you actually came? It has been a long time. Sung-eun was caught off guard by her timid demeanor. Haha, Lord Sung-eun. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly peaceful. Sung-eun sat down, playfully teasing his former mentor. Are you saying that because I became an ancient god, you can no longer act comfortably around me? She waved her hands in pure panic. No, that is not it at all. He smiled with deep warmth. Even if I am an ancient god now, we are still master and disciple. So please treat me just like you always have. He looked deep into her eyes and spoke one word. Master. That single word made her heart skip a desperate beat. A soft pink aura radiated around her figure. She stammered, entirely unable to hide her flustered state. Master? What did you just say? But then a radiant smile bloomed on her face. Absolute happiness filled her eyes. You still consider me your master, even after becoming a divine being? Does that mean I am the most special person in your life? He answered without a single second of hesitation. His voice rang with absolute certainty. Extremely special. He bowed his head deeply before her. His words carried the weight of pure sincerity. Because you never once gave up on me. You always stood by my side through the darkness. You are the absolute greatest master I could have ever asked for. A deep crimson blush painted her cheeks. Her beautiful purple eyes widened in shock. Shimmering tears welled up at his heartfelt confession. She whispered the words like a sacred prayer. The greatest master. Suddenly, a soft giggle escaped her lips. She instantly regained her usual elegant composure. Sung-eun stared at her in utter confusion. Fufu. So Sung-eun truly considers me his most special person. I knew it all along. You are the only one destined to fulfill my final wish. A shadow of deep sorrow crossed her divine face. She gently placed her hand on his broad back. The tragic tale of her blood-soaked past began. My entire family was slaughtered when I was merely a child. She pressed her soft cheek against him. Her voice trembled with centuries of suppressed agony. The only thing I ever prayed for was to rebuild our legacy in the Murim world. That is my one and only true desire. Horrific visions of a massacred clan flashed before his eyes. Sung-eun listened to the crushing weight of her words. So her entire bloodline had been ruthlessly wiped out. She looked up, revealing an impossible dream. Please go back and meet my younger self. Mold me into an unstoppable warrior. Allow me to personally forge the glorious revival of my fallen clan, I am begging you. She embraced him tightly from behind. Endless tears soaked into his clothes. I plead with you. Sung-yeon's face hardened with unyielding resolve. He accepted her desperate plea without hesitation. I will not make you wait long. A system alert shattered the silence, activating her absolute authority as an administrator. Administrator White Crane Sword Fairy has initiated her exclusive power. Code 0778. Final wish. The blinding light of dimensional teleportation completely engulfed Sang-yeon's body. He looked at her one last time with a solemn vow. I will deliver the ending you so deeply desire. Master, please wait for me here. Her physical form began dissolving into brilliant blue particles. Her hand reached out, desperately grasping at his fading presence. Yes, right here. She smiled beautifully as she vanished into the eternal void. I will wait. Sang-yeon was violently thrown into a brand new trial, entering the Tower of Trials. Final wish of the White Crane Sword Fairy. The brutal trial conditions materialized across a backdrop of raging hellfire. Difficulty: hard. Time limit: 10 years. Clear condition: restore and avenge the Baek clan using pure martial arts. Time remaining is ticking down. Sang-yeon realized he was standing amidst a burning Murim city. The central theme of this grueling trial is the White Crane Sword Fairy. Surrounding him was the chaotic aftermath of a brutal massacre. A bloodthirsty roar echoed through the flames. Slaughter every last living member of the Baek clan. Now wearing traditional martial arts robes, Sang-yeon scanned the blazing ruins. What in the world is happening here? A dominant system message pierced his vision. May the iron will of the challenger fulfill the deepest, hidden desires of the soul. An enemy commander barked orders to hunt down the Baek clan leader. Sang-yeon's designated role in this deadly trial was absolute. Challenger Han Sang-yeon has been assigned the official role of guardian warrior for the Baek clan. He charged fearlessly into the bloody battlefield. He instantly felt his godlike power severely suppressed. Certain high-tier equipment was heavily restricted. All base stats were forcefully capped at 100. He hoisted an assassin by the throat and growled with lethal intent. You had better explain exactly what the hell is going on here. Raging infernos continued to devour the wooden structures. Agonizing screams echoed through the night sky. The ruthless assassins prowled like hungry wolves. Do not let a single one escape. Kill them all, right here. The aging patriarch Baek tightly clutched a child in his arms. He desperately fled through a roaring sea of fire. Father will protect you no matter the cost. Even if my skin burns to ashes, just hold on a little longer. He threw his own body over the child, shielding her from the falling debris. Suddenly, a deadly squad of black-clad assassins surrounded them. He held the trembling child even closer, his voice laced with dread. Do not fear. He forced himself to stand. Glaring at the enemy, his resolve was absolute. He would defend his flesh and blood to his dying breath. I swear I will keep you safe. The leader of the shadow assassins stepped forward. We finally hunted you down, patriarch of the Baek clan. He raised his blade, ready to deliver the killing strike. Die, 𝙎𝙎𝙎. A deafening explosion shattered the air. But just as the fatal blow descended, in that split second of certain death, Sang-yeon materialized from the shadows. He unleashed a devastating kick straight into the assassin's face. The attacker was sent flying. Sang-yeon looked up, his piercing blue eyes blazing brighter than the inferno around them. His voice cut through the chaos like cold steel. Who gave you permission to strike? Patriarch 𝙎𝙎𝙎, still using his battered body as a human shield, looked up in absolute shock. Are you the escort warrior? Sang-yeon did not even bother to turn around. His chilling gaze remained locked onto the enemy. Save the questions for later, he barked at the stunned patriarch. We need to break out of here, right now. Moving with lightning speed, Sang-yeon carved a bloody path through the enemy ranks. His blade danced a deadly rhythm as he shattered the assassin's encirclement. Glancing down at the trembling child in the patriarch's arms, a soft yet unwavering smile graced his lips. I am here to save you. The young girl, with her striking white hair and deep purple eyes, gazed up at him. She looked completely mesmerized and bewildered. In that instant, Sang-yeon realized the truth. This was the childhood version of his revered master, the White Crane Sword Fairy. Sung-yeon swiftly escorted them to a safe haven. It was a serene, secluded cabin, hidden deep within a quiet bamboo forest. This is merely a temporary hideout, but please, make yourselves at home. Patriarch Beck and the young girl bowed their heads in profound gratitude. We owe you our lives. Thank you, Hero Han Seong-eun, for saving us. Sung-yeon replied with humble respect. Please, do not mention it. It is simply the duty of an escort warrior. As Sung-yeon scanned the quiet surroundings, a wave of pure nostalgia washed over him. Suddenly, the pieces clicked together. This sanctuary was entirely identical to his master's future domain. This place, it looks exactly like the administrator's manor, the territory of the White Crane Sword Fairy. A phantom memory of a past promise suddenly echoed in his mind. I will be waiting. The fading image of his master, shattering into brilliant light, flashed before his eyes. Her hauntingly beautiful voice resonated through his soul. I will wait for you. Later, Patriarch Beck escorted Sung-yeon to the courtyard. The young girl waved shyly from the doorway. Please be careful out there. I will wait for your return. The patriarch turned to his daughter. Stay right here with Hero Han Sung-yeon. I am going to scavenge for some rations. Once they were completely alone, Sung-yeon turned his attention to the young girl. Pardon my intrusion, young lady. She blinked up at him. Yes? He knelt down, bringing himself to her eye level. I need to know exactly what is happening right now. Tell me the absolute truth. What is the current state of the Beck clan? A shadow of deep sorrow darkened the little girl's face as she whispered a single devastating word. Shattered. Sang-yeon's eyes widened with heavy concern. Shattered? She continued, her voice trembling with unshed tears. I do not understand why, but the Lord of the Martial Arts Alliance has issued a brutal decree. They have completely exiled the Beck clan. Exhausted by the tragedy, she rested her heavy head against his shoulder, her pale cheeks flushed with grief and utter exhaustion. Because of this, the Beck clan is doomed to vanish from this world. Sang-yeon fell into a heavy silence. He deeply pondered the brutal reality of her words. Suddenly, the young Beck heir sprang to her feet. She completely shattered the gloomy atmosphere with the radiant optimism of youth. But you do not need to worry about us. She eagerly revealed her father's secret plan, stars of hope glittering in her purple eyes. A vivid memory flashed in her mind. It was a vision of her father approaching the legendary 𝙎𝙎𝙎 sect. A long time ago, the 𝙎𝙎𝙎 sect received a massive favor from our very own divine sword 𝐄𝐗𝐏. Father said he is going to cash in that life debt. He will beg them to take me in as an elite disciple. She sat directly across from Sung-yeon, clenching her tiny fists. An unyielding fire of determination burned in her soul. I am going to find the absolute best master in the world. I will become incredibly strong. A dazzling, purely innocent smile bloomed on her face. It was a smile carrying the immense weight of all her desperate dreams and fragile hopes. And once I master the blade, I will single-handedly restore the supreme glory of the Beck clan. Her innocent declaration sent shockwaves through Sang-yeon's mind. It perfectly overlapped with the dying wish of his master from the future timeline. Find me when I am young. Help me forge my strength. Guide me upon the path, so I can rebuild our fallen clan with my own two hands. Sang-yeon smiled, a soft and knowing expression on his face. It was a smile of absolute, unwavering conviction. That trip to the 𝙎𝙎𝙎 sect will not be necessary. He gently placed his hand upon the young girl's shoulder. His voice radiated profound comfort and unshakable certainty. No matter what trials stand in our way. He dropped to one knee, locking his gaze with her mesmerizing purple eyes. And then, he made a heaven-defying declaration that would rewrite the very fabric of her destiny. I shall become your greatest master, young lady. The scene beautifully transitions, marking the dawn of a legendary new era. Their intense hell training had officially begun. Deep within the whispering bamboo forest, she charged forward with fierce, absolute focus. Following his strict guidance, she launched a desperate strike. Strike right there! Sang-yeon effortlessly evaded the blade, stepping into his next teaching stance. A gentle sweep of his leg sends the young girl tumbling. She crashes. He flicked her forehead and called out the young lady's full name. The little girl's face burned red with total embarrassment. Sang-yeon thought to himself. He believed he could easily imitate the administrator, the legendary White Crane Sword Immortal. But in reality, she was an absolute mess in every single way. She lay completely flat on the ground. Her tiny voice trembled with sheer shame. Eek, please do not look at me like that. Regardless of what happens, There are some things I just cannot do. Sung-yeon let out a heavy sigh. A strange mix of pure annoyance and amusement rose from within him. You make me want to ask if this is how you taught me. Regardless, I am just glad you are not badly hurt. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 sat up. She explained in a very practical tone. Even if I am the absolute greatest genius under the heavens, without a divine elixir from the nine great sects, I can never match your overwhelming strength. Her eyes suddenly sparkled at the mention of a hopeful elixir. Yes, the plum blossom pill of the Manhwa sect. She excitedly rambled about what she could achieve with that divine elixir. The grand illusions of her future power materialized around her. If I consume it, I might just become as powerful as Master Han Song-eun. My 5 senses will sharpen to an extreme degree, and my internal energy will skyrocket. Sung-eun turned around. A bold plan had already formed in his mind. You said the Manhwa sect, right? The little girl nodded repeatedly. Yes, the Manhwa sect. He scooped her up and leaped into the air. His voice was full of pure mischief. Then let us go take every single divine elixir they have. They arrived at the gates of the Manhwa sect under the cover of night. Sung-yeon thought to himself. After all, they did say they owed us a massive favor. Instantly, they were fiercely blocked by the Manhwa sect disciples. Get lost from this place right now. You scum of the Baek family. Do you even know where you are standing? Still carrying 𝙎𝙎𝙎 in his arms, Sung-yeon. He spoke in a terrifyingly calm tone. He made his bold demand crystal clear. I heard the Manhwa sect received a massive favor from the Baek family. You can repay that exact debt with a divine elixir. Hand over the plum blossom pill. A disciple opened his mouth to mock them. But a heavy, authoritative voice instantly cut him off. Favor? You should be. You should be thankful that Manhwa has not retaliated yet. That is quite enough. It was none other than the Manhwa sect leader, Jong-gun. He had just made his grand appearance. The disciples hurriedly bowed their heads. Sect leader. Jong-gun stared at them with a sickeningly fake smile. It seems we have guests from the Baek family. Please follow me. Sang-yeon narrowed his sharp eyes. He could easily sense the lethal danger hidden behind Jong-gun's polite words as they were invited inside. Jong-gun broke the heavy silence. When you first arrived at Hwasun from the Bak clan, I truly believed that you had finally lost your mind. Sanjun narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you trying to say? Jong-gun replied. Exactly as I stated. Coming from the Bak clan means you seek revenge, correct? Revenge? Indeed. The Bak clan once recovered a lost martial art belonging to our sect. In exchange, we offered our eternal gratitude. The atmosphere instantly grew suffocating. However, we are members of the Martial Arts Alliance. Jong-gun's eyes flared with a sinister red light. We did not slaughter the Bak clan. We simply stood back and watched. I declare that our debt to you is completely wiped clean. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 gasped at this shameless betrayal. Meanwhile, Sanjun merely smirked. Oh? He raised his voice, letting it echo across the entire courtyard. But I recall hearing someone promise to repay that debt with the divine plum blossom elixir. Is that right, Jong-gun of Hwasun? Infuriated, Jong-gun immediately issued a deadly challenge. If you can defeat every single disciple of mine here, one by one, I will grant your every demand. He sneered with a wicked smile. That is, of course, if you survive. Sanjun turned his gaze to 𝙎𝙎𝙎. My lady, the sword art I am about to display is the 7 forms of the white sword. He drew his blade. Instantly, a blazing crimson aura erupted, enveloping the steel. Merely watching this will be incredibly beneficial to you. He glared coldly at the Hwasun disciples. How annoying. All of you, attack me at once. An enraged disciple roared in fury. You arrogant little brat. You dare provoke a mighty tiger like me? Sanjun focused his mind. A flash of crimson light pierced the air. He unleashed a devastating sweep, clearing waves of enemies. White sword. Vast sea, he calmly explained to 𝙎𝙎𝙎. This is the white sword vast sea technique, an almost unavoidable strike. He then unleashed a powerful thrust, shattering their defensive formations completely. White sword, heaven piercer. This is the heaven piercer technique. A high-impact strike designed to obliterate any shield. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 watched him with eyes full of absolute awe and profound disbelief. Incredible. He is executing the Ba clan's sword arts flawlessly. But seizing this moment of distraction, while Sanjun was focused on the battle, an enemy struck like lightning. He grabbed 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝙬, pressing twin blades against her fragile neck. He barked a cowardly threat. "You pathetic Bak clan bastard. Move 1 inch, and I will slit her throat." The moment those filthy words ended, a massive surge of dark purple aura erupted from above. The devastating impact made him scream in pure agony. The abyssal bloodline had awakened. An ice-cold voice echoed from Sanjun. "How dare you lay your filthy hands upon the young miss?" Jong-gun looked up in absolute terror. He could not comprehend what had just transpired. Impossible. I only summoned my most elite disciples. Yet, in a single, breathless flash, Sanjun materialized right before him. His gaze was as sharp as a lethal blade. "Listen closely. You swore you would grant any request if I won, correct?" Before Jong-gun could even process this godlike speed, Sanjun made his move. When did he strike? A colossal blue sword aura cleaved through the air. Jong-gun's face twisted in sheer rage and dread as he heard his absolute sentence. For the next 40 years, Manhwa Sanjun delivered his final verdict without a shred of hesitation. Shall seal its gates completely. This overwhelming victory was immediately recognized by a system prompt. Achievement unlocked, crushing Manhwa. Sometime later, at their hidden bamboo forest retreat, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 Hua ran joyfully towards Sanjun. "Master, look at this." The young girl leaped effortlessly, her body hovered in mid-air like a drifting petal. "I feel as light as a feather." Sanjun quietly watched her glide gracefully between the bamboo stalks. He was secretly astounded. "I never expected these divine elixirs to hold such immense power." A memory flashed through his mind. Jong-gun was groveling before him, begging to break the seal. "I will give you every single elixir. Just please lift this curse." Sanjun coldly stated his absolute terms. "Hand over all the divine medicines, and I shall reduce your sentence by 10 years. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 Hua, in her pure innocence, had consumed a vast amount of those legendary treasures, but precisely because she absorbed so many, her internal aura and core stats had skyrocketed. Sanjun decided it was time for the next phase. "Now, on to your next mission." He called out to her, "Young miss." She instantly replied, "Yes?" 𝙎𝙎𝙎 executed a flawless aerial flip and landed gracefully at his feet. "Master, what is it? Let us proceed to your next stage of training." Her eyes widened with a mix of curiosity and nervous anticipation. "Next training?" Sanjun looked down at her. A mysterious smile graced his lips. In the martial world, it is commonly known as, he uttered a phrase that made 𝙎𝙎𝙎 shiver to her core, dojo crushing. The scene violently shifted to a decimated martial hall. Defeated warriors littered the blood-stained ground. Sanjun stood perfectly composed amidst the utter ruin, calmly brushing the dust from his hands. The dojo master stared at him in pure, unadulterated horror. "You had too many men." "It took me a moment." Sanjun dashed forward and unleashed a devastating finishing blow upon the master. The man was sent flying, crashing brutally into the stone wall. Sanjun glared down at his final broken enemy with freezing apathy. "The cleanup is complete. Now, you are the only one left standing." Sect leader of the Southern Edge sect. The Southern Edge sect leader roared in defiance. "Do you truly believe the Martial Arts Alliance Lord will sit back while you commit such atrocities?" He screamed a vile curse. "You pathetic, miserable scum of the Bei clan." Sanjun calmly turned to 𝙎𝙎𝙎, who trembled behind him. "Now, take hold of this blade. It is your turn to strike, young miss." The Southern Edge sect leader's eyes burned blood red with absolute madness and wrath. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stumbled backward in sheer panic. "Do I truly have to fight? But I am nothing more than a helpless child." Tears welled up in her innocent eyes. She looked up at Sanjun with a desperate, pleading gaze, but he coldly reminded her of her ultimate destiny. "You must restore the fallen Bei clan." He asked her a single question that pierced the very core of her soul. "Are you truly going to stand by and watch the Alliance Lord obliterate your family's legacy?" The little girl stammered. I. He looked down at her. His gaze was infinitely strict, yet layered with unwavering trust. "That is your choice to make, young miss. But if you choose to flee right now, you will never possess the strength to protect anything." The Southern Edge sect leader roared like a cornered beast. "Losing the last of his patience. "What are you pathetic insects whispering about over there?" He raised his massive greatsword, surging forward to strike. Sanjun's heavy words echoed relentlessly within 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄𝐋𝐿's mind. Scalding tears streamed down the young girl's cheeks. "If I run away right now, I will never be able to protect a single thing." The memory of her beloved father flashed before her eyes, the great man who sacrificed his very life to keep her safe. Father. The image of her strict but fiercely loyal master appeared, the man who handed her the blade of strength and undeniable hope. Master visions of the glorious Baek clan, of every single person she held dear, surged through her soul. She bowed her head deeply. Her flowing white hair cascaded down, hiding her tear-stained face from the world. For the Baek clan, for everyone. Unleashing a heart-wrenching battle cry, the young girl charged, straight into the vanguard. Every trace of fear had vanished. There was only a blazing inferno of pure determination left in its wake. "I refuse to let our legacy die." A blinding crimson aura violently erupted from her small frame. She cleanly deflected the Southern Edge sect leader's devastating strike. He stared at the little girl, his face twisted in. "Surprised?" 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄 roared. Her resolve ignited like a raging wildfire. "Master was right. If I run away now." She raised her blade, blocking the giant broadsword. A phenomenal surge of aura erupted from her tiny frame. "I will not be able to protect anything." She charged into the bloody fray. Her blade danced with lethal precision, radiating a brilliant pink aura. She faced the giant head-on. Her raw strength and unyielding courage matched his every move. Gliding, like a phantom wind, she flawlessly dodged his devastating strikes. Her eyes hunted for the perfect opening to counterattack. Leaping high into the air, she channeled all her inner chi into her blade. She prepared to unleash a terrifying martial technique, heaven-shattering white sword. A fierce light flashed in her eyes, but then she froze in absolute horror. Her blade had failed to pierce his iron-like flesh. Disbelief washed over 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄's face as she stared at the grim reality. It was too shallow. With overwhelming brute force, he brutally slammed her into the cold ground. It seemed absolute defeat was sealed. But as she lay broken, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. "Listen closely, my lady." The memory of her harsh training with Han Sanjun flooded back. "Your next opponent is the Mount Jongnan sect leader. According to Doc, the Manhwa sect, he is infamous for his colossal physique and an impenetrable iron body. Han Sanjun had struck a massive boulder back then, leaving it completely unscratched. Even the heaven-shattering white sword, meant to pierce through anything, might not break his absolute defense. He is exactly like this stone." He then demonstrated an entirely different martial technique. "Just remember this one thing." The young girl slowly pushed herself up. This time, she focused entirely on blinding speed. The Mount Jongnan sect leader watched as she struggled to her feet and gathered every last drop of her chi. 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄 entered a state of absolute focus. A surge of deep blue aura violently wrapped around her weapon, channeling it into her blade. She dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The Mount Jongnan sect leader roared in mockery. "Do you really think a little brat like you can shatter my iron armor with such pathetic strength?" But this time, she was entirely different. Her speed completely shattered his arrogant calculations. She unleashed all her spiritual energy into one singular, desperate strike. A perfected, infinitely more powerful version of her ultimate technique, heaven-shattering white sword. Her strike did not just pierce his absolute defense, it completely pulverized it into dust, sending the Mount Jongnan sect leader flying violently backward. The young girl stood victorious, panting heavily, but her eyes overflowed with immense pride. Looking at Han Sanjun in the distance, she whispered, "Master, I won." Her voice carried a newly forged, unshakable resolve. She added, "I did not run away." Her master's teachings echoed in her mind, as tears of triumph streamed down her face. "If you run away here, you will never be able to protect anyone." Her chi entirely depleted, 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄 collapsed. But Han Sanjun moved like a shadow, catching her in his arms. He looked at his young disciple with eyes full of overwhelming pride, twisting the strike to maximize the destructive power of the heaven-shattering white sword. That was an unbelievable technique. He gently patted the head of the young girl who was fading into unconsciousness from absolute exhaustion. Congratulations on taking another monumental step forward through this trial. A system achievement appeared as she fell fast asleep in his warm embrace. Achievement unlocked. The educator. He whispered softly, "My lady." Time passed. The scene shifted to the grand pavilion of the Martial Arts Alliance. On a night swept by a torrential storm, inside, the Martial Arts Alliance leader, 𝙎𝙎𝙎-𝙎, was presiding over an urgent assembly. Thank you all for attending this emergency summit of the Martial Arts Alliance. I, 𝙎𝙎𝙎, representative of the Martial Alliance, extend my gratitude to everyone. His tone turned chillingly deadly. As you may have heard, the Baek family, the clan we swore to annihilate, is causing the absolute downfall of the factions within our alliance. To punish them for defying the will of the alliance leader, his razor-sharp eyes narrowed as he delivered the ultimate judgment. A trial by mortal combat will be held in 10 days at the Baek family estate. 10 days later, the blood-soaked trial was completely set up within a massive martial arena. Wearing a face heavily burdened with guilt, the Baek family head, Baek Cheon-hyuk, spoke heavily to Han Sang-joon. "I am deeply sorry, Han Sang-joon. I should have stopped this twisted trial by any means necessary." Han Sang-joon merely maintained his cold composure, tightening the hand wraps around his fists. "I am simply fulfilling my sworn duty as the absolute protector of the Baek clan." He turned toward the deeply anxious 𝙎𝙎𝙎. He used his teeth to pull the bandages dangerously tight and added, "You do not need to worry, my lady." He stood tall, facing the family head with an aura dripping with absolute confidence. "She has grown powerful enough to earn my strict acknowledgement." The family head, Baek Cheon-hyuk, looked at him and gave a heavy nod of approval. In that case, he turned his piercing gaze forward, facing an uncertain future. "I wish you luck." Chun Gang-gun declared the opening. "The trial begins now. Let the trial by combat commence." He laid down the rules. By the strict laws of the Murim, the Baek clan must answer to the court. 5 alliance representatives stepped forward. Their presence was absolutely terrifying. Defeat all 5 representatives, and your sins will be erased. A heavy energy blanketed the entire arena. The losing side will be declared guilty. The first representative stepped up. The massive brute spat venomous insults. "You lowly scum," he sneered. "I do not care how you sealed Mount Hua, but mark my words." His face twisted with pure malice. "In the name of Mount Hua, every last member of the Baek clan will be dismembered. Your dantians will be shattered into pieces." He spat out one final threat. "And that is not all. I will personally behead the Baek family head." Hearing this, Sang-joon merely smirked. He looked like he was watching a pathetic clown show. Their martial arts will be burned to ashes. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a razor-sharp glint. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 unleashed her fierce aura. A powerful purple energy violently erupted around her. Her opponents stood on the opposite side. They braced themselves for the impact. A familiar feeling, but vastly more terrifying. This aura. Do not tell me it is her. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stepped forward. Her voice dripped with cold arrogance. "This is so annoying. Why do you not all attack at once?" All 5 representatives exploded in fury. "How dare a little girl be so arrogant? You filthy insect. How dare you mock us?" Determined to teach her a deadly lesson, they charged forward in unison. "We will make you pay dearly." 𝙎𝙎𝙎's eyes blazed with a brilliant purple light. Her true power finally exploded. She unleashed an upper, absolute ultimate technique. A massive storm of pink sword aura swallowed the entire arena. Manifested sword aura. Standing behind her, Sang-joon explained the phenomenon. "It is a divine technique. It only appears when chi manipulation reaches its absolute limit." The trial by combat ended in a devastating flash. He looked over at a completely stunned Chun Gang-gun. "You said the loser is the sinner, right?" 𝙎𝙎𝙎 pointed her finger directly at Chun Gang-gun, her eyes still glowing with power. "So who is the sinner now?" In a state of absolute panic, Chun Gang-gun screamed, "It is not over. The trial is not over. It continues until all crimes are judged." He desperately tried to save face. "We will schedule another date for the trial, so prepare to be punished." The Baek family head could not take this insult anymore. He roared in anger. "Chun Gang-gun, you sly old dog. How can the Murim Alliance leader be so utterly shameless in defeat?" With a sickeningly arrogant tone, Chun Gang-gun mocked the Baek family head. Listen closely. Bake family head. Do you finally understand why the Murim Alliance seeks to exterminate your clan? He pointed out their clashing ideals. You keep whining and complaining, saying that we do not act like righteous sects, or that we lack the honor of true martial artists. The Murim Alliance gained absolute power through the sacrifice of the few, but your pathetic back clan constantly preaches about protecting the weak to become stronger. Pure hatred flashed in his eyes as he roared, playing the chivalrous hero, all while hindering the grand vision of our alliance in the name of 𝙎𝙎𝙎. With every single sect in the Murim Alliance, we will obliterate your Bake clan. Sung-yeon turned away, completely ignoring the tyrant. I will show you true strength. It lies in absolute unity. Seo-eun-hwa burst into heartbreaking tears. She finally understood the twisted reason behind her family's devastating tragedy. So that is why the Bake clan was mercilessly massacred? All for a petty reason like that? Sung-yeon turned to look at the sobbing girl. His expression turned colder and more resolute than ever before. The desperate plea of his future master echoed in his mind. My clan was entirely wiped out when I was just a child. Please restore it in the Murim world. That is my one and only wish. Sung-yeon looked up at the heavens. Blazing anger and unwavering resolve etched across his face. The tragic image of his master, kneeling and begging, flashed in his mind. Please. Her desperate voice haunted him. Please, I beg of you. A deadly light flashed in his eyes. No, I cannot let this slide. He slowly turned around. Murderous aura surged wildly from his body. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 remained completely oblivious. He continued, barking out his arrogant orders. Until the next trial begins, Sung-yeon coldly cut him off. True strength, you say? Before the alliance leader could even react, Sung-yeon's sword instantly pierced his hand. It violently pinned him to the golden throne. Sung-yeon grabbed him by the collar. His voice dripped with absolute zero ice. You merely use strength as a cheap excuse. But you are nothing more than a pathetic coward hiding behind power. His eyes glowed with terrifying demonic intent. You do not even deserve to pass judgment. The god of transcendence and death gazed down with absolute pity. A foolish mortal, blinded by his own pathetic power. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 desperately sneered. Do you really think the entire Murim Alliance will just sit back and watch? Sung-yeon merely smirked. Is that right? A devastating punch crashed into 𝙎𝙎𝙎's face. I do not care. A relentless barrage of fists rained down. Zero chance to counterattack. As long as the head rolls, the rest of the body will naturally crumble. Sung-yeon paused. His voice dripped with sheer disappointment. My original plan was not to crush you myself. I wanted my young lady to claim your head. Suddenly, a terrifying pitch-black aura erupted from his body. But my patience runs dry. Mythic skill, incarnation of the apocalypse, activated. His overwhelming power began draining the life force of everyone nearby. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 screamed in pure agony. Mythic skill, devour all, sucking dry every drop of life within range. My internal energy, it is being completely ripped from my dantian. Sung-yeon stood tall, glaring down at the broken loser beneath his boots. You do not even deserve the mercy of a normal death. He turned his back, dropping one final curse, rot away and die in absolute despair. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 could only gasp out in pathetic vanity. Give it back. A massive system alert signaled the end of an era. Achievement unlocked. Conqueror of the Murim world. Back at the serene bamboo forest, the Bake family head bowed deeply before Sung-yeon. I am truly sorry for pushing this burden onto you and Seo-eun-hwa, Lord Han Sung-geun. June looked away. With the alliance leader dead, the Bake family is safe. I merely walked the path of justice. The Bake family's burden was mine to bear. The family head realized the truth. You are leaving us, are you not? Sung-yeon nodded. My mission here is complete. It is time for me to go. But what about the young lady? The family head explained. Seo-eun-hwa's heartbreak. Hearing of his departure, she locked herself away in her room, refusing to come out. Sung-yeon stared at the closed door, his eyes softening with a hint of sorrow. I understand. He turned around, preparing to leave this realm behind. Please, give her my final regards. He glanced at his transparent system window with a heavy sigh. I wanted to check one last thing before I left. Perhaps the Sword Demon's legacy. but my inventory is locked in this realm. He let out a breath and took a step forward. Well, it cannot be helped. Suddenly, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 stepped out from behind a bamboo tree, bowing deeply. Master. She looked up, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Can you not stay? He masked his sorrow with a cold reply. No. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around him. Her voice broke into a desperate plea. Please, let us live a peaceful life together. A beautiful, simple future flashed in her mind. Eating breakfast together every morning, training side by side every day. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she poured out her absolute deepest wish. And when I finally grow up, I want to stand proudly by your side. Her face flushed crimson. As a martial artist truly worthy of you. So please, stay with me. Sanjun's heart clenched. This is too dangerous for my resolve. He gently patted her head, suddenly noticing something incredible. Manifestation of sword aura. He looked at her, a warm yet tragically bittersweet smile forming on his lips. I grew too attached. I never even taught you the ways of sword aura, yet you mastered it completely on your own. Her tears began to flow all over again. These are the only words I can leave you with as my farewell. He looked deeply into her eyes, his voice trembling with absolute pride. Young lady, you did brilliantly. His physical body began, dissolving into brilliant blue particles of light. Even without my guidance, you will become an unparalleled martial artist, one who will raise the Baek family to glorious new heights. He faded entirely, leaving behind one final promise. I will always be cheering for you. The blue lights danced in the air, bringing legendary rewards. Rewards. Granted based on the emotional state of the administrator, the White Crane Sword Immortal. Trial clear rewards have been sent to your inventory. Sanjun opened his eyes. He had returned to the celestial domain of the White Crane Sword Immortal. She was back, in her breathtaking adult form. You have returned, Sung-yeon. He flashed a gentle smile. I made it back in one piece. She looked at him, cheeks flushed a deep shade of pink, stammering flawlessly. My lady. A radiant smile bloomed on her face, eyes sparkling with pure bliss. I waited for you. She threw her arms around him, her voice trembling with emotion. My greatest master, she repeated, it once more sealing her true feelings. My greatest master. He sat down beside her, a playful tease, escaping his lips. How did it feel getting guidance from your own disciple? She instantly blushed crimson. Wait, are you teasing me? He burst into laughter. Just kidding. Her laughter faded into a serious gaze. But as she spoke, her voice held profound sincerity. I wish I had an assistant like you by my side. A shy smile graced her lips. It means you are an irreplaceable disciple to me. As your teacher, you understand, right? Her eyes gleamed with a distant, longing hope. If you finally reach the highest floor of the tower, you might even grant an administrator's wish. Sanjun met her gaze and made a firm vow. I swear I will make that happen for you. Sanjun looked down at 𝙎𝙎𝙎, who was dozing off. His heart swelled with complicated emotions. My lady. The scenery shifted. He had returned to the tower's waiting room. Jam Chun-gu was already waiting. She let out a sigh of relief, masking her annoyance. You finally entered the waiting room of floor 27. That exhausting damn wait is finally over. Sanjun playfully teased her. You didn't look very patient to me. Jam Chun-gu immediately bristled with anger. What did you just say? Sanjun ignored her and opened his status window. If I apply the White Crane Sword Immortal's reward here, 2 legendary items materialized before him, SS-Rank Divine Summoning, and SSS-Rank Mirror of Condemnation. One of the items, the mirror, began to evolve into a far more devastating form. SSS plus rank, Black Mirror of Purity, exclusive effect. Absolute Despair of Purity, unlocked. Target an enemy and forcefully seal their divine power for exactly 10 minutes. However, the user's divine power is also sealed for the same duration. Sanjun flashed a bold, confident smirk. This will be the perfect trump card for deadly situations. He then checked his inbox. Ha-song had flooded him with messages. Suddenly, a new alert popped up from his comrade. Baek Hyung-gu. Baek Hyung-gu, floor 25. Due to a tower event, challengers from other dimensions can now cross over to Earth. The message continued, delivering a terrifying, urgent warning. The Supreme Murim Challenger, Patron Hoang, has unleashed his forces upon Earth. The planet was now facing complete annihilation. Event triggered. The Murim invasion. An official system prompt flashed violently in the air. The Tower of Trials is hosting a joint crossover event across all climbing dimensions. A dimensional cradle will soon manifest across all official tower climbing dimensions. This event is absolutely mandatory and is directly tied to the destruction or survival of Earth. The threat of total extinction was staring them in the face. If we are defeated inside the dimensional cradle, Earth's protective barrier will shatter instantly. While I was busy progressing through the trials, that bastard Patron Hoang, he must have obtained a supreme reward, granting him absolute dimensional travel. Sung-yeon growled through gritted teeth, blazing wrath igniting in his eyes. Tower, you are playing your sick games again. A global ranking board materialized. First place, SSS Hunter, Earth. Second place, Patron Hoang, SSS-Rank Murim. The scene abruptly cut to a modern skyscraper back on Earth. A man, with his hair tied back, sneered with absolute arrogance. Hey, are you truly the hunter crowned as Earth's strongest challenger? He lounged casually on the chair, looking down on everyone present. In this pathetic world, they call you the Sword Demon, or the Sword God, supposedly one of the absolute strongest. He threw a disdainful glance at Sung-yeon and his guildmates. Well, a warrior, at your pitiful level, is barely fit to be my servant. He introduced himself with suffocating arrogance. Listen closely. I am Jean Yu Seong, the Vice Lord of the Pachon Ryong. Carve it into your skull. After all, that is the name of the master. You will kneel and serve from now on. Sung-yeon simply stared back with absolute zero emotion. Is that all the garbage you had to spout? Jan Yu-song scoffed, an ugly smirk forming. Of course not. I have descended to represent the supreme will of Lord Patron Hoang. I am simply here to forge an alliance with Earth. A hunter from the crowd screamed in fierce defiance. Bullshit. Just a second ago you threatened to reduce our planet to ashes. In Patron Hoang's name. The crowd roared in agreement. That's right. Get out. Yan Yu-seong clicked his tongue in absolute disgust. You pathetic trash, relying only on cheap numbers. He suddenly drew his blade from its sheath. You don't even comprehend your own pathetic weakness. Yet you dare to bark so loudly. He lunged forward like a striking viper, unleashing a devastating shockwave of sword aura. Despair at the absolute difference in our power. But right before the lethal strike could connect, it instantly froze and dissipated into absolute nothingness. Sung-yeon had activated his overwhelming power, crushed. The divine skill, word of command, was unleashed. Jan Yu-song gasped for air, his mind completely shattered by the impossible phenomenon. Sung-yeon sat with his legs crossed, looking down at the Murim warrior, like absolute trash. The difference. In our power, you dare preach about power gaps while sitting at such a pitiful, pathetic level? The god of transcendence. And death roared with amused laughter at a mortal's foolish logic. Sung-yeon ruthlessly grabbed the man by his hair. Go crawl back and tell Patron Hoang crack. He brutally snapped the man's leg in half. The hunter of Earth will slaughter him. Inside the dimensional cradle, skill, torture technique, has been activated. A moment later, in a distant location, Patron Hoang received a chilling report. So, after being utterly humiliated by that hunter, you are telling me he actually dares to challenge the great Lord Patron Hoang to a duel in the cradle? He let out an amused chuckle. A challenge against me? The scene shifts to a desolate beach, where a colossal ship has suddenly materialized. The participant limit for the FIDE, challengers of Earth entering the dimensional cradle. 30 out of 30 slots have been completely filled. Sung-yeon addressed the 30 strongest warriors of Earth. The dimensional cradle is a realm where only true challengers dare to tread. This is a savage battle where you might lose your lives. But I thank all 30 of you for standing here today. Together, they march toward a swirling blue portal of energy. Now, let us all step forward, into the dimensional cradle. The moment Sung-yeon stepped inside, a system window flashed. The tower was playing dirty again, forcing balance adjustments. Regarding the power of Challenger Han Sung-yeon, temporarily sealing most of the equipment and abilities of Challenger Han Sung-yeon, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Ha! As the notifications sealing his power flooded his vision, he roared at the tower. Which bastard told you that you could play these pathetic tricks? His ultimate authority roared to life, shattering every single chain of the system. Absolute immutable transcendent legend has been activated. From this moment on, all actions of Challenger, Han Sung-yeon possessed the divine effect, corruption denial. He charged headfirst into the dimensional cradle, defying all attempts at external interference. Every negative status effect caused by outside forces has been completely nullified. He successfully entered the dimensional cradle's floating island. A comrade looked at him with sheer panic. Sung-yeon, what was that just now? He simply glared straight ahead, where the enemy was waiting. More importantly, keep your eyes forward. Suddenly, in the distance, a massive shadow blocked their path. I only needed one glance to recognize you. Tran Hoang rested his hand on his blade, radiating an overwhelming aura. Behind him stood an army of elite martial artists. So, you have slaughtered quite a few monsters. So you are the one they call the hunter? You are nothing but a lowly pawn. A red warning blared. The god of nothingness is fixing its people. Gaze upon you. In a single flash, he appeared right in front of Sung-yeon, evaluating him. Indeed, just a pathetic pawn, baring your fangs like a rabid dog. Truly arrogant. Well, you are an outdated, ignorant fool. I will generously overlook that. Sung-yeon fired back without a shred of fear. What an admirable display of sympathy. However, since you dared to touch Earth, your death by my hands is an absolute certainty. Tran Hoang burst into manic laughter, throwing an 𝙎𝙎𝙎 arm around him like an old friend. But his words dripped with absolute venom. You dare to speak of my death? How impressive. It makes me want to gouge your eyes out with my bare hands. He leaned in, whispering into Sung-yeon's ear. With so many witnesses present, why do we not have the representative of Muram duel the representative of Earth? Let us settle this matter, once and for all. A one-on-one death match. They quickly took their positions, each standing atop a towering peak, overlooking the unseen ground below. Tran Hoang declared the absolute rules. A single duel between you and me, Hunter. If I lose, I shall retreat, with my honor intact. His lips twisted into a wicked grin against the howling wind. Hunter, you cannot possibly defeat me in this domain. Tran Hoang finally unleashed his true killing intent. Do you know why? Because at this very moment, I am receiving direct power from the tower itself. A bloody red warning flashed instantly. The Tower of Trials is channeling power to Challenger Tran Hoang, exclusive to this dimensional cradle. The sword at Sung-yeon's waist trembled, letting out a sinister hum. So, this entire grand event was just a trap meant for you? Tran Hoang stood tall, continuing his endless monologue. I believe you are a talent far too precious to be destroyed here. Change your mind right now and help me climb the tower. The sheer thrill on Tran Hoang's face was unmistakable. Stand with me at the very pinnacle of the tower. You shall play a part in fulfilling my grand ambition. This is not a generous offer. It is an absolute command. Sung-yeon had heard enough. His deep voice sliced through the tension. You keep spouting complicated nonsense. I was actually curious to see what you truly wanted. Turns out, it was not such a difficult demand after all. Tran Hoang looked quite pleased. Excellent. You have made the correct decision. But before he could finish his sentence, Sung-yeon lunged forward, aiming a devastating strike straight at that smug face. In other words, you are begging me to end your miserable life, right? Sung-yeon's face darkened with apocalyptic fury. You do not need to say it out loud. I completely understand. The system rang out, broadcasting the epic scale of this encounter. The god of transcendence, and death radiates heaven-piercing killing intent, directed squarely at that pathetic supreme god. Sung-yeon casually unleashed a terrifying shockwave with his bare hands, shattering the surrounding mountains into absolute dust. Massive clouds of suffocating ash swallowed the entire blue sky, obscuring everything in pitch darkness. He moved with blinding agility, activating his divine skill. Willpower multiplied by 10,000 times, fully boosting his physical prowess. Sung-yeon closed the distance. He plummeted like a meteor. This is far from over. You have not suffered enough. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted from the abyss. He froze in his tracks. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Sung-yeon took the full brunt of Hwang's devastating strike. Hwang's attack pierced right through him, Crimson system alerts flooded his vision. Divine skill, void, successfully activated. All divinity within 100 meters is now sealed. Huang roared in pure fury. He charged directly at him. You absolute trash. You only rely on that fake power called divinity. Huang was pushed to the brink of madness. He had completely lost his mind. He swung his blade wildly at Sung-yeon. Stop hiding behind that deceitful strength. Sung-yeon effortlessly dodged the relentless assault. He even had time to strike back with a chilling question. Does this mean you poured every single stat into physical abilities, excluding the void? Huang did not hide his pride. Exactly. I sacrificed everything for martial mastery. He unleashed a storm of furious slashes. A pathetic fool like you, who relies on borrowed power, can never defeat me. Sung-yeon merely smirked. A dangerous thrill flashed across his face. Huang gritted his teeth. His eyes bulged in pure disbelief. Are you smiling? You dare mock my absolute power? But before the words left his mouth, Sung-yeon's fist buried itself into Huang's face. The destructive impact was overwhelmingly heavier than before. With a single, earth-shattering punch, he sent Huang crashing into the rubble. System alerts chained together. Unique effect. Demonic circuit is now active. Sung-yeon stood high above the crater. He glared down with absolute disgust. Of course it is laughable, is it not? He masterfully wove his skills together. He transmuted his mana directly into pure demonic energy. Sung-yeon coldly observed his enemies. Darkened, twisted expression. He delivered a chilling realization. Even knowing that divinity rots the mortal mind, do you know why so many gods refuse to abandon it? Shadows wrapped around his arm. It rapidly mutated into a terrifying, razor-sharp demonic claw. Because divinity is the absolute proof of their transcendence. It is the very foundation of their existence. System prompts flooded the screen. Special authority. Dragonification. Successfully activated. For the next 10 minutes, maximum mana capacity is doubled. Huang gnashed his teeth in rage. And yet, you willingly threw all of that away? Refusing to accept defeat, he lunged forward for another strike. How long can you survive on those pathetic, cheap tricks? This time, Huang unleashed his ultimate move. Special authority. Samadhi evolution. He channeled an apocalyptic force from deep within his core. Sung-yeon merely raised a single hand. He expertly selected the perfect countermeasure. Unique skill, absolute counter. Successfully activated. Even inescapable, fatal strikes will be reflected. Without missing a beat, he transitioned into a lethal offensive. Skill, authority, starlight, successfully activated. Sung-yeon gathered overwhelming energy in his palm. The time for playing around was over. You have absolutely no idea what true divinity is. He drove a devastating blow into Huang's chest. He ignored the man's agonizing screams. You know nothing of the blood and suffering required to attain it. Huang violently coughed up blood. His broken body was battered beyond recognition. In his final, pathetic seconds of life, he was subjected to one last taunt. Thank you for crawling all the way here, to attack Earth. You weakling. Sung-yeon delivered a breathtaking finishing strike. Two opposing auras of blinding light clashed violently, shaking the very fabric of space. Starlight infused with the aura of death was born. Ha-yeon stood in the distance, watching in absolute awe. Kezritten's eyes sparkled like stars at the man before her. Sung-yeon cast a terrifying glance over his shoulder. He effortlessly dangled Huang's lifeless corpse from his grip. The scene dramatically shifted to a pitch-black void. Sung-yeon stood alone, haunted by the weight of his choices. Sometimes, I cannot help but wonder, have I been walking the wrong path all along? Welcome to the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. If I had just surrendered and lived as a dog of the tower, perhaps my fate would have been entirely different. All of the tower administrators could have been wiped out. Difficulty level. Hard. Suddenly, a mysterious blonde man materialized from the shadows. His voice dripped with arrogant amusement. This is all just a test to prove your true worth. It will be a highly entertaining show. But I am confident you will survive. Sung-yeon stood before a towering, monolithic gate. The theme for this terrifying trial was betrayal. He reached his hand out toward the looming door. I will be waiting for your final decision right here. Sung-yeon's response was sharp and completely devoid of hesitation. My choice remains absolute. It will never change. A brilliant golden aura surged around his entire body. Transcendent legend. Soul level adjustment. Successfully activated. You may designate a single target to synchronize your soul, level with theirs for a limited time. Sung-yeon issued a godlike command to shatter the trial's very rules. Halt. This twisted trial at once. Divine command has been initiated. You may now consume your acquired divinity to warp the fabric of the world. The tower's system immediately and violently intervened. Critical error. The Tower of Trials has detected a massive system anomaly. Emergency debugging protocols initiated. Blood-red chains of absolute law erupted, tightly binding. Sung-yeon, system override in progress. He violently flexed every muscle to break the oppressive restraints. Drawing upon an unyielding willpower, he forced the giant gate open. The monolithic doors began to groan and slowly part behind him. He roared with thunderous fury. I said, "Stop." System override in progress. Ghostly visions of his beloved masters flashed before his eyes. They were in grave danger. Stop it right now, or she will die. System override in progress. Cease this madness, or the administrators will all perish. The death toll was accelerating. His eyes blazed with an unbreakable, ironclad determination. I am going to save their lives. A haunting, disembodied voice echoed through the void. But why? The warm memories of his masters enveloped him in his single moment of vulnerability. Because they are the ones. They are irreplaceable to me. They alone believed in my potential when the rest of the world mocked my existence. He clenched, his fists so fiercely that crimson drops stained the ground. Therefore, I demand you to stop, even if it costs every last drop of my divinity, he roared, pouring his absolute power into one devastating shockwave. Halt this madness. This trial ends now. Suddenly, 3 gods of darkness manifested, as if answering his desperate cosmic plea. A colossal vortex of blood-red aura erupted violently, shaking the very foundations of the realm. The ancient gods voiced their overwhelming approval of his unyielding spirit. Yet, the tower system stubbornly tried to intervene. A crimson error window flashed, but it was instantly crushed by the collective will of the divine beings. They decreed this trial had become a twisted mockery of fairness. System override failed. The pantheon of ancient gods declared the ordeal completely rigged and began to forcefully hack into the system's core. The Tower of Trials demanded absolute compliance, but the deities refused to back down. They shielded the actions of Sung-yeon, citing the absolute laws of cause and effect. The supreme beings proclaimed his rebellion was a perfectly justified manifestation of karma. Crushed beneath their overwhelming divine pressure, the arrogant tower was finally forced to submit to their will. But it vengefully terminated the trial, without warning. The system reluctantly registered the anomaly as a valid protocol and triggered emergency protocol C-192 to abort the scenario. With an earth-shattering rumble, a colossal stone gate slammed shut, echoing with a sinister final warning. His act of absolute defiance was eternally logged into the system. The Tower of Trials will never forget this transgression. Your dangerous anomalies will face severe correction. At that exact moment, Sung-yeon's physical form began to dissolve into pure light. You have been summoned to a divine sanctuary, the system announced as he materialized in a breathtaking, otherworldly realm, far beyond mortal comprehension. A fresh cascade of golden system screens flooded his vision, heralding the dawn of his next deadly tribulation. Welcome. The ancient pantheon has assembled to oversee the 27th floor trial. A mysterious woman draped in a violet cloak stepped from the void. Her voice dripped with raw authority and dark amusement. I like your style, mortal. The god of darkness had taken the helm. Sung-yeon instantly recognized the ominous presence, yet his gaze remained ice-cold. It has been quite a while, god of darkness. She offered a surprisingly gentle smile, brushing aside the heavy killing intent in the air. Ease your guard, champion. Just as I told you, during our very first encounter, I strongly suggest you remember that I am not your enemy. Unfazed by her cosmic aura, Sung-yeon cut straight to the chase with ruthless efficiency. Let us get one thing straight. Why exactly are you backing me up? Leaning in, she whispered a name that echoed with unimaginable ancient power. The Temple of 10,000 Gods. Sung-yeon's eyes widened slightly as he tasted the heavy words on his tongue. The Temple of 10,000 Gods? Her smile deepened as she confirmed his suspicion. Precisely. And my own son is bound to its legacy. Reality warped, revealing a breathtaking vista of an immaculate white sanctuary, where the ancient divinities resided in eternal silence. The supreme beings of our holy temple have a specific mandate to bestow upon you. A dazzling projection of priceless divine relics materialized in the air. These legendary artifacts were now his absolute mission objective. He had to reclaim the stolen relics and obliterate the parasitic god. A sinister, blonde silhouette flickered into view, the ultimate architect of this chaos. This parasite dared to plunder our sacred treasures. We demand the immediate retrieval of our artifacts, but the coward has completely masked his cosmic signature from our sight. Then, the velvet gloves came off, revealing a chilling ultimatum, designed to bind him to their will, targeting the very souls he swore to protect. Failure to execute this divine judgment will result in the immediate execution of your beloved administrators. The faces of his revered masters flashed across Sung-yeon's mind, locking him into a corner of fate. Therefore, I implore you, see this execution through, my child. Sung-yeon's grip tightened until his knuckles turned bone white. He embraced the suicidal quest without a second thought. Consider it done. The god of darkness unleashed her command. Then descend. In a flash of blinding dimensional light, he was hurled across the cosmos, straight into the parasite's domain. He arrived on Scandia, a deceptively tranquil planet untouched by war. Alongside him, Ram Jung-woo and another comrade materialized on a high cliff, overlooking a breathtaking utopian landscape. You have breached the 27th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty level: hard. Main scenario objective: hunt down and execute the parasitic god hiding within the Scandinavian sector. Sung-yeon narrowed his eyes at the horizon, the crushing weight of destiny resting heavily upon his shoulders. Retreat was an illusion. Defeat simply meant the absolute annihilation of his masters. Beside him, Ram Jung-woo let out a heavy sigh, his soul still trembling from the dark deity's overwhelming aura. That was pure nightmare fuel. The god of darkness, I literally held my breath to avoid provoking her wrath. Sung-yeon kept his gaze locked forward, surprisingly, unfazed by the cosmic horror. Be thankful that monster is fighting on our side. Suddenly, an eccentric stranger hauling a massive backpack stepped out of the shadows and shattered the silence. Oi! Are you the pawn sent to carry out the temple's holy decree? He puffed out his chest, delivering a grand, theatrical introduction. I assume the god of darkness has briefed you mortals. But heed my name well. I am Rin, the glorious seventh servant of the god of arrogance. The stranger barked with insufferable superiority, acting like he owned the entire battlefield. I have been deployed to micromanage and supervise your so keep your mouth shut and follow my absolute orders. Sung-yeon completely ignored his arrogant posturing and asked dryly, So, what is the actual objective here? Rin slammed his oversized luggage onto the dirt with a heavy thud. Excellent question, rookie. I have a flawless master plan. A calculating smirk crossed his face as he locked eyes with Sung-yeon. A mysterious smile graced Ram Jung-woo's lips. It was time to reveal her plan. A classic infiltration mission. They slipped into the chaotic sea of people. The bustling city swallowed their presence. Ram Jung-woo crossed her arms. Annoyance dripped from her voice. Is this really necessary? We look completely ridiculous. Rin instantly fired back. You are dead wrong. It would be a disaster if we were recognized. We represent the mighty temple. Ram Jung-woo scoffed at the idea. This is absolute overkill. Rin snapped back in disbelief. Suddenly, a new voice broke the tension. Hey, you noisy brats. An elder stepped out of the shadows. His aura carried the weight of a divine being. You must be the invited gods, right? If you plan to serve the parasitic god alongside us, you better keep your mouths shut. Sung-yeon raised a cold eyebrow. Serve the parasitic god? The elder nodded grimly. Exactly. He offered us sanctuary, because the temple cast us aside. Rin gasped at the sudden revelation. The elder continued his explanation. He promised us something greater, a brand new set of holy relics. Sung-yeon scanned the area with sharp eyes. The pieces were falling into place. So, this is the ultimate gathering, a haven for the gods the temple discarded. He cut straight to the chase. Where are the stolen holy relics? The elder shook his head slowly. Nobody knows. He plans to distribute them to us only after he drains Scandia completely. A wave of horror washed over the group. Absorb the entire planet? Someone in the crowd pointed upward. There he is. A booming voice echoed from the high balcony. O forsaken ones, cast out by the temple of 10,000 gods, I welcome you all. The parasitic god stepped into the light. Arrogance rolled off him in waves. I shall grant you the holy relics, and raise you as ancient gods. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of worship. They chanted his name with desperate hunger. We will become ancient gods. But the parasitic god raised a hand. His voice dropped to a freezing whisper. However, his piercing gaze swept through the masses. A foul stench lingers in the air. We have a rat in our midst. His finger pointed like a death sentence. Sung-yeon, the god of transcendence and death. The air grew heavy as all eyes shifted. Panic rippled through the rogue gods. A spy from the temple? Who is he? Sung-yeon slowly lowered his hood. His expression remained utterly unbothered. Guess my cover is blown. Ram Jung-woo sighed heavily. I told you the disguise was useless. Sung-yeon gave a simple command. Rin. He launched himself toward the rooftop, leaving a trail of pure power. Clean up the trash down there. Rin's eyes widened in pure panic. Wait, me? All of them? Sung-yeon stood face to face with his target. The parasitic god smirked with wicked delight. I expected the temple to send a rat, but not this quickly. He shrugged with mock indifference. It changes nothing. They clashed in a blinding flash. Sparks rained down from their godly weapons. The parasitic god flashed a venomous grin. Sung-yeon stared back with absolute zero emotion. I have people to protect, which means you have to die right now. The parasitic god gritted his teeth in rage. His pride stung by the sheer disrespect. You arrogant little insect. Crimson energy gathered in his greedy palms. I will tear you limb from limb. He unleashed a devastating strike. Divinity activated. Fierce attack enhances strikes with divine life force. The parasitic god watched with a sick thrill. How interesting. But Sung-yeon simply sidestepped the fatal blow. His aura shifted into an offensive stance. Unique skill activated. Deflect has been powerfully triggered. Roaring flames wrapped around Sung-yeon's blade. He prepared an absolute counterattack. Let us see who dies today. Try surviving the bite of this insect. System warning. Absolute counterattack applies to the first strike. A colossal explosion of divine energy shattered the sky. The counterstrike landed flawlessly. The parasitic god was blasted out of the air. He crashed into the earth like a meteor. Sung-yeon looked down with dead eyes. The fallen god roared from the crater. You miserable pest. He drew upon terrifying reserves of energy. A vortex of pure annihilation formed. Divinity activated. Powerful attack has been unleashed. Your strikes are now fused with pure vitality. With a roar of pure madness, the parasitic god unleashed his hidden depths. Be ground into dust. A titanic pillar of energy crashed down, erasing everything caught in its destructive path. Sung-yeon was swallowed whole by the blast. The parasitic god gasped in genuine shock. He could not believe the god of death fell so easily. But his victory was a mere illusion. In the blink of an eye, Sung-yeon stepped out from the raging storm, not a single scratch on his armor. Unique skill activated. Deflect has been successfully triggered. He effortlessly redirected the cataclysmic force. The rebound triggered a massive azure explosion. System update. You can now deflect the undeflectable. Sung-yeon walked through the fading smoke. I have slaughtered countless gods. He glared at his enemy with suffocating disdain. But I have never encountered a deity as utterly pathetic as you. Blind fury choked the parasitic god, leaving him trembling and speechless. His fragile ego was completely shattered. He shrieked in absolute fury. You dare? How dare you? The very fabric of space around him began to aggressively fracture and tear apart. He finally unleashed his true hidden power. He was forging an entirely new and isolated dimension. I will rip that arrogant mouth right off your face. Myth rank skill. Paradise of the Parasites has been successfully activated. An absolute domain materialized from the void. Within this newly formed realm, countless stolen holy relics hovered endlessly in the air. Parasitic divinity has been activated. You may now drain life force and dominate all living entities. Sung-yeon scanned the shifting void. He could not help but marvel at his enemy's sheer cunning. Truly incredible. Now I finally understand why the temple failed to track down these artifacts. He had concealed them inside a dimension that never officially existed. Suddenly, one specific holy relic descended from above. A dark crown gently rested upon the parasitic god's head. As long as this world draws breath, my life force remains absolutely infinite. Crown of Twisted Pride. SS rank. A deeply sinister grin warped his face. "I will grind you into dust," fueled by pure demonic corruption. His aura violently exploded as he let out a deafening roar. "You now face an unstoppable force of nature. Disgusting pride has been activated. The user's divinity has now full bottler, been completely infected by corruption." Violent blasts of purple energy ruthlessly obliterated the earth around them. Meanwhile, on the outside, Rin and the rest of the team desperately braced themselves. The terrifying shockwaves from the clash were tearing the world apart. Staring at the crumbling earth, Rin cried out in sheer panic. "What is happening? The entire ground is collapsing." In the distance, a monstrous pillar of purple energy spiraled into the heavens. Suddenly, the pack of massive wolves forged from blue aura materialized. The parasitic god snatched one by the throat and ruthlessly crushed it. "You worthless mutts. You really do not know your place." He unleashed a devastating wave of corrupted dark energy and instantly vanished. Disgusting pride has been fully activated. The divinity is now heavily infected by corruption. He cackled like an absolute maniac. He truly believed he had become completely invincible. "Ha ha ha ha. This boundless life force comes from draining the very soul of this planet. You cannot even leave a single scratch upon my divine body. Do you want to know why? Because I am an absolute immortal." In response, Sung-yeon merely narrowed his piercing eyes. "I see how it is." He quietly calculated his enemy's true combat prowess. This bastard has completely subjugated an entire planet and devoured its life force dry. What an incredibly annoying opponent to deal with. Yet, a chillingly arrogant smirk formed on Sung-yeon's lips. "You are ridiculously weak." The parasitic god froze in pure shock. "What did you say?" Sung-yeon slowly raised the black mirror of purity. He held the dark artifact high. "You boldly call yourself an immortal deity? Yet you desperately steal relics just to cling to your pathetic existence." Black mirror of purity. SSS+ rank. The divinity of the parasitic god Demo has been securely sealed for 10 minutes. Sung-yeon stared coldly into his enemy's pitiful reflection trapped within the glass. He made his absolute declaration. "I know exactly what to call you, while your divine power remains fully locked away. A weak, pathetic bastard." A sudden system notification flashed before their eyes. The divine authority of both fighters had instantly vanished. The user's divinity has been sealed for 10 minutes. Feeling his absolute power suddenly evaporate into nothingness, the parasitic god looked up in utter panic. My divine authority has completely vanished. What the hell did you just do?" Refusing to give him even a single breath to recover, Sung-yeon exploded forward with nothing but raw physical strength. He delivered a heaven-shattering roundhouse kick straight to the god's face. The brutal impact triggered a devastating shockwave. It instantly leveled the surrounding earth. Sung-yeon planted his heavy boot firmly upon the fallen deity's chest. His voice echoed with absolute dominance. The parasitic god groaned in agony and sheer disbelief. Your own divine power should be fully sealed right now. How in the world are you still this monstrously strong?" Maintaining a terrifyingly calm expression, Sung-yeon glared down at him. "Oh, you mean this?" He slowly raised his hand toward the sky. A blindingly radiant orb of golden light materialized right in his palm. "It is all because of this tiny artifact. Traces of a vivid concept, SSS+ rank." The moment his fingers crushed the glowing sphere, an unstoppable torrent of energy violently erupted from his mortal body. "You are now permitted to awaken a divinity at any given moment, even if the strict awakening conditions have not been properly fulfilled." A fiercely blazing crimson aura completely engulfed his entire figure. His combat prowess surged beyond all human limits. The battle spirit divinity has been forcibly activated against the system's will. All physical and magical abilities have been exponentially magnified by 100 times. The parasitic god shrieked in absolute, soul-crushing terror. How on earth did a mortal acquire such a divine treasure? Sung-yeon flashed a terrifyingly cold smirk. "Allow me to give you a single piece of advice." He slammed a devastating straight punch right into the god's face. "You better brace yourself and clench those pathetic teeth of yours." He dashed forward at a blindingly godlike speed. "I am going to beat you half to death, at least until our divine powers finally return to normal." The skill Instant Acceleration has been successfully activated. Sung-yeon unleashed an endless barrage of ruthless strikes. He refused to give his enemy even a fraction of a second to breathe. Didn't you arrogantly claim that you were absolutely immortal? That is wonderfully convenient for me. He continued his brutal onslaught. Every single punch carried the terrifying weight of a falling mountain. I desperately needed a punching bag to test this new power. I have to master this to save my precious comrades. He glared down at his violently battered prey. His deep voice resonated with unbreakable iron resolve, to crush an ancient god, relying solely on my own mortal strength. Time remaining on the divine seal, 0 hours and 8 minutes. Watching the absolute slaughter from afar, Rin rubbed his eyes in utter disbelief. Sung-yeon, just what kind of monster are you? He let out a frustrated roar, filled with overwhelming helplessness and burning anger. Do you have any idea how much hell I had to endure? Damn you, I'll make you pay. He charged forward, but his eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror. Inner stared at the unfolding scene, completely paralyzed by shock. Am I dreaming? The parasitic god, a being the temple gods themselves feared, is getting pummeled barehanded. Ram Jong-woo suddenly appeared next to Junior. Inner's voice trembled with absolute awe. Even the highest-ranking gods can't stop him now. When did you get here? She continued, revealing the absolute truth behind Sung-yeon's power. He is an ancient god himself, a supreme being, capable of ruling over all other ancient gods. The parasitic god's crown abruptly shattered. The twisted crown of SS, pride, was completely destroyed. Ikkyo. As the sealing time expired, both entities regained their divine power. Sung-yeon panted heavily. I wouldn't celebrate just yet. The parasitic god desperately staggered to its feet. I will be reborn. It tried once more to absorb the surrounding life force. And then I will tear you to shreds. Parasitic divinity has been activated. You can now absorb the life force and control other living beings. Sung-yeon merely let out a cold smirk. Is that so? He fully unleashed his own aura. Crimson energy violently enveloped the parasitic god. Then I will just have to devour you whole. The divinity of death was instantly amplified by the harvest divinity to reap all divine power. A colossal mouth made of pure dark energy erupted from the earth, swallowing the parasitic god completely. You have emerged victorious. Achievement unlocked. Slay an ancient god. You have consumed the soul of the parasitic god Demoa. Basking in victory, the power of Sung-yeon skyrocketed once again. Your divinity has been upgraded to rank S+. The unique trait, Summoner, has evolved into Transcendent Divinity. The unique trait, Summoner, has reached an evolution level of 10%. He turned his gaze toward the administrators, who were finally safe. You can all breathe easily now. I have erased the doomed future where you perish. The White Crane Sword Immortal, and the Iron Blood Lord. The White Crane Sword Immortal threw her arms around him, her voice choked with heavy emotion. You endured all of this, just to save us. It must have been absolute hell for you. She gazed at him with profound empathy. What if we had died, just like in that timeline? You fought with the terrifying weight of our lives on your shoulders. You suffered so much, but, because of your sacrifice, we are still breathing. Thank you for rewriting our cruel fate. Both of them smiled with blinding radiance. Thank you, Sung-yeon. Sung-yeon simply offered a gentle, humble smile. He was instantly warped out of the dimensional cradle. The trial had officially come to an end. Yes. Congratulations, you have cleared floor 27 of the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials has calculated that challenger Sung-yeon possesses the absolute potential to reach the final floor. A dazzling new invitation materialized. The Pantheon invites you. Ram Jong-woo gasped in pure shock. Whoa. This is. He was transported to a breathtaking realm, sparkling like an infinite galaxy. The Pantheon. Achievement. Invited to the Pantheon. Unlocked. He stared at his surroundings in absolute awe. This domain, it looks like a literal universe. It's utterly magnificent. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed through the stars. Oh, noble one. A stunning woman with silver hair materialized. It has been an eternity since we last laid eyes on such a supreme being. She bowed with absolute reverence. It is my greatest honor to serve one of the universe's absolute existences. Once again, Lord Han Seong-eun, the goddess of the hidden fragrance, lowered her head in profound worship. Sung-yeon instantly recognized her, Arya. She guided him along a brilliant starlit path. Arya, covered her face, her voice trembling with raw emotion. You remember a lowly creature like me? I am endlessly moved by your infinite grace. This loop is truly overflowing with blessings. Sung-yeon cut straight to the point. So, to guide me to the pantheon, you have a message to deliver, don't you? That is correct. After you annihilated the scum who dared to defile the sacred relic of the pantheon, a brand new legend of Lord Han Song-eun has begun to spread. Sung-yeon raised an eyebrow. A new legend? Yes. Word has it that the pantheon desires Lord Han Song-eun to take his rightful place as one of the new main gods. That is the formal offer being extended. Stopping before a colossal towering gate, Arya spoke softly. However, whether you ascend as a new god of the pantheon or not can only be decided after you confront the ancient gods. She offered a reverent smile. I, the goddess of the hidden fragrance, shall forever honor the will of the Supreme One. Sung-yeon gave a firm nod. Then please, return safely. Suddenly, from the infinite void, countless eyes locked onto him. The god of light is watching you. The god of darkness is watching you. The demon god is watching you. The dragon god is watching you. He stood tall in the center of a colossal arena, ready for the ultimate trial. Manifest. He violently unleashed every ounce of his dormant power. The god of transcendence and death. In the face of his overwhelming, suffocating aura, the goddess of paradise burst into tears. Such majestic, noble power, it's completely immeasurable. It's utterly breathtaking. The singular, absolute power of death had finally descended. Across the cosmos, the goddess of heaven sheds tears of awe at your overwhelming power. The god of severance also bows in deep respect. A mere mortal elevating his divinity to such impossible heights. The god of severance pays homage to your supreme divinity. Countless high-tier gods gaze upon you with a mix of terrified awe and profound reverence. The goddess of darkness steps forward. My son, you have endured so much to reach this realm. I will not waste words. You likely heard from Arya on your way here, so I will get straight to the point. She presents a grand proposal. Join the pantheon. Become one of the new primary gods and rule over Earth or countless other worlds. You will live in eternal peace under our absolute protection. Is that what you desire? Or will you risk losing absolutely everything you have built thus far? Throwing it all away just to chase the uncertain path of becoming a transcendent within the Tower of Trials? Another god instantly objects. What kind of sheer nonsense is this? He is still nothing but a hound bound to the Tower of Trials. He is an unpredictable wild card. The god of pride and the god of hubris also chime in. That bizarre tower has birthed such an impure anomaly in this universe. He must be executed immediately. Rin steps up, desperately trying to defend Sung-yeon. God of hubris, sir. I, Rin, request permission to speak. Regarding the god of transcendence and death, he has successfully recovered the sacred relics. For our pantheon, Sung-yeon chuckles softly. From what I have observed, I do not believe he deserves such hostility. Rin bows his head, pleading earnestly. Therefore, please show him mercy. But a blazing red surge of energy violently cuts off his words. The god of hubris glares at Rin with utter contempt. How dare you, as a lowly seventh species, interrupt a sacred conversation between gods? Rin instantly crumbles into dust. Atonement demands your life. Watching the very last particles of Rin fade away, absolute fury erupts within Sung-yeon's heart. You bastard. The goddess of darkness steps out from behind the throne, her voice as cold as ice. Who gave you permission to execute someone bearing my divine favor? She glares at the god of hubris and the god of pride, with heavy disappointment. You are not the primary gods of this pantheon, yet you attempt to force our agreement on your own selfish terms? Do not disappoint me any further. The goddess of darkness delivers a chilling warning. Another god attempts to diffuse the escalating tension. Before I let that child devour your divinity, that would not be too bad, right? It could serve as a congratulatory gift for becoming a new god. The dragon god also speaks up, showing clear impatience. Can we not decide what to do with them later? Just let me talk to my successor first. The dragon god urges the goddess of darkness, as if he cannot wait another second. The goddess of darkness turns back to look at Sung-yeon. Now then, my son, I want to hear your final answer. Please, make your choice. Sung-yeon speaks with unshakable resolve. I only have one answer. The administrators. Images of everyone he has met, all the people who aided him on his grueling journey, flash through his mind. The precious comrades I have encountered up until now. For all of their sakes he stands tall, declaring his chosen path. I will climb the Tower of Trials. I will reach the absolute summit and become a transcendent. His eyes blaze with an unbreakable fire of determination, so that no one in this entire universe can ever look down on me again. That way, no one can lay a finger on my precious people. A horned god erupts into booming laughter. Ha ha ha. For someone who has just become an indigner, ancient god, you seemed remarkably free from mental corruption. But it turns out, you have completely lost your mind. The dragon god shows obvious regret. If you became a new primary god, it would have been truly splendid to have you as my successor. The goddess of darkness smiles warmly. He. But yes, my son. That is the most fitting answer. For you. Truly magnificent. She turns away. You were never meant to be trapped in this tiny well called the Pantheon. She glances back one last time, sending a chilling warning to the other gods. Oh, and all of you, let us meet again. Sung-yeon is suddenly teleported away, leaving behind a blood-curdling promise. Next time, I will absolutely tear you all to shreds. Look forward to it. He returns to the tower. You have cleared floor 27. Returning to the Tower of Trials. The Pantheon has provided additional breakthrough rewards. 2 reward items materialize, granted upon fulfilling the dying wish of the Iron Blood Lord. The Divine Power Copy Seal. It allows the copying and acquisition of 1 divine power of choice. And the Radiant Divine Power Catalog. Rewarded. For clearing floor 27. A catalog containing countless detailed records of divine powers. Sung-yeon stares at the seal. I already know exactly what I will copy with this. He presses the seal against the catalog. A brilliant golden light envelops him. Divine copy. Successful. A flurry of system alerts flooded Challenger Han Sung-yeon's vision. But this time, the tower's tone had completely shifted. The Tower of Trials now highly praised his legendary achievements. It officially declared that the Challenger, Han Sung-yeon, possessed the absolute potential to conquer the final floor. He was instantly chosen as a final candidate. All previous restrictions shattered into dust. Sung-yeon merely smirked. It was far too late for the tower to act friendly now. His blazing wrath would never fade. Walking away, he dropped one final, chilling warning. Stay quiet and stay out of my way. The Tower of Trials fell dead silent. Meanwhile, within the divine pantheon, the god of arrogance exploded with uncontrollable fury. Damn it all. He ground his teeth together. The god of transcendence and death violently smashed the ground, sparking a massive shockwave. That filthy, disgusting, mortal trash. How dare he humiliate us before the entire divine realm? But with the Tower of Trials standing in the way, they could not simply lay a finger on him. Suddenly, another voice echoed through the hall. O gods of arrogance and pride, the tower is not our true obstacle. It is the newly forged law of causality binding our hands. But do not worry. We already possess a deadly solution. A solution, you say? Although he was permanently banished from the tower and stripped of his former glory, someone exists who can twist causality itself. The goddess of despair, destruction, and madness. She has granted us the perfect opening. The goddess of eternity flashed a dangerously confident smile. Meanwhile, back with Sung-yeon, he stood atop a freezing snowy peak. The trials were absolute child's play, now that his heavy restrictions were gone. He launched himself into the sky, completely surrounded by a swirling crimson aura. I suppose this means I am finally breaching the higher floors. You have successfully cleared floor 35 of the Tower of Trials. He instantly teleported into the next waiting area. You have entered the floor 36 waiting room. Ram Jung-woo let out an awestruck gasp. Truly impressive. Reaching floor 36 in under a single month. Sung-yeon shrugged casually. It is all thanks to the tower lifting my penalties. Climbing this fast feels incredibly refreshing. Suddenly, a jarring system alert flashed before his eyes. Grand condition met. Over 1,500 challengers have successfully conquered floor 35. Initializing massive system expansion. The entire tower began to quake and violently transform. Access boundaries are rapidly expanding. RAM. Young-woo watched with deep anxiety, initiating a brand new trial based strictly on your unique keyword. So, the rules of the game truly change once you reach these god-tier heights. The trial theme has been firmly locked, bound to unique keyword 30. Glowing energy chains erupted, tightly binding them both. Forced activation of exclusive right. Ascension G1047. The Selection Hall. An ancient, mysterious book materialized straight from Sung-yeon's inventory, extracting necessary core components to construct the upcoming trial. Item secured from challenger Han Sung-yeon's spatial storage. For a fleeting moment, it mirrored the very dawn of the tower itself, and the mysteries of the outer source. You shall experience everything firsthand. He instantly recognized the tome. It was Lemiston, the relic gifted by the demon god. With a flash of blinding light, he was warped away, entering floor 36 of the Tower of Trials. He slowly opened his eyes to an entirely alien landscape. What in the world? Trial completion condition. Survive until the bitter end of the War of Gods. Trial. Failure condition. The challenger's absolute death. Trial reward. Unknown. The grand theme of this trial is the primordial era. He scanned his surroundings, his instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. How bizarre. Suddenly, a blond man materialized right beside him. This being possesses neither divinity nor mana. I cannot even tell if this creature is truly alive. It is impossible to fathom why it was summoned here. Tell me, which divine faction do you serve? And over which absolute domain do you rule? The mysterious man interrogated him relentlessly. You must explain everything right now. Otherwise, we will classify you as a hostile god and execute you on the spot. The god of proof raised his guard. Warning, unidentified entity detected. Sung-yeon quickly analyzed the situation. No way. That presence is far too flawless to be a mere illusion built by the tower. Clenching his fists tightly, Sung-yeon realized the terrifying truth. This god of proof was an actual echo pulled from the ancient past. He mentally apologized to the deity. Forgive me, but for my own survival, I must completely erase my true identity. Staring down the imposing god, Sung-yeon unleashed a suffocating wave of explosive aura. His voice dripped with pure defiance. You speak as if you can easily kill me. But tell me, are you absolutely sure you have the power to back that up? The god of proof froze in his tracks. A terrifying realization suddenly struck his mind. This is utterly impossible. Could this being truly be? The god's glowing golden pupils shrank in absolute, earth-shattering horror. An ancient god status. The deity swiftly suppressed his trembling, forcefully regaining his divine composure. A look of sudden understanding washed over him. I see. I understand everything now. As they walked side by side through a dense, ancient forest, the god deduced the truth. You were violently dragged here by some mysterious system, and suddenly found yourself dumped right onto the merciless battlefield of the god. That is exactly right. I need to know exactly what kind of hell I have walked into. Please, enlighten me. Taking a deep breath, the god of proof began his tale. A vision appeared. A world ravaged by a holy war. For over a decade, this planet had been consumed by a cosmic clash. Every single deity was involved. The realm was completely torn apart. Simply put, it was an apocalyptic war of the heavens. A new image surfaced, showing the world split in two. The battlefield was divided between two absolute, opposing forces, the faction of order and the faction of chaos. Their endless, brutal clashes raged on, and until a victor emerged, no one could escape. They stood before a colossal divine barrier. The deity explained its majestic origin. It was forged by the three ancient gods, a massive, impenetrable wall. Even the god of darkness and the demon god could not break free. Sung-yeon was utterly stunned. Familiar divine figures flashed through his mind. The god of darkness and the demon god were trapped here? Then perhaps the dragon god was nearby as well. With his mind racing, he asked a critical question. What about the Tower of Trials? Why hasn't it intervened in this war of the gods? The god of proof stared at him. His face was completely blank. The Tower of Trials? The deity asked with genuine confusion. What on earth is that? Sung-yeon was equally shocked. You do not know about the Tower of Trials? A sudden realization struck his mind like lightning. As the image of the tower flashed in his memories, he understood. This era was before the Tower of Trials even existed. They halted their steps, standing before a magnificent structure. The god of proof spoke up. All right, we have arrived. He gestured toward the grand sanctuary, protected by a massive barrier. This is the domain where the Order faction's 3 ancient gods reside. Since we have made it this far, let me make a proposal. He stated his intentions with absolute clarity. I want this catastrophic war among the gods to end even just 1 day sooner. That is my ultimate stance. Therefore, I need your strength. The god of proof offered a faint smile. Do not worry. I am not asking for your help for free. He presented a tempting offer. The ancient gods of order will grant you anything you desire. It will be based entirely on your contributions. Sung-yeon turned away, his aura blazing. Do not worry about that. I had already planned to accept your request. He urged the deity forward. Let us hurry up. Since we are already standing on this battlefield, I need to meet these ancient gods face to face. The god of proof nodded. Thank you. As they walked, the deity's expression grew incredibly grim. One more thing. Beware of the ancient gods of order. You can never predict what dark schemes they are brewing. He elaborated further. I may consider them better than the Chaos faction, and I may be allied with Order, but I truly despise them. With a dark, brooding look, he revealed the ugly truth. It was their own insatiable ambition that ignited this heavenly war. The two of them finally stepped into the resplendent golden sanctuary. The system's voice echoed in his mind. You have entered the Model Garden Sanctuary. Accessed via the foundation of creation. Discarded divinity and souls will now flow into the caster. Sung-yeon scanned the breathtaking architecture around him. Utter shock was painted across his face. Are you kidding me right now? This is exactly like the Tower of Trials. Right at that moment, a mysterious female voice echoed through the hall, shattering his train of thought. I see an uninvited guest. The woman continued with a freezing tone. Unless there is a dire emergency, I am quite certain no one is permitted to enter here. Just who are you? A cloaked woman stepped forward, her voice filled with sorrow. The gods have been blinded by their endless thirst for faith. Not a single one of them cares for this fragile world anymore. She slowly lifted her head, revealing her face. Her eyes burned with a brilliant divine light. She declared her ultimate goal. That is precisely why we need someone. Someone capable of slaughtering all the gods. An omnipotent transcendent being. One who stands above all deities. Sung-yeon instantly recognized her. It was the very same woman he saw while gathering harmonic divine power from the island's holy relic. The god of proof stepped forward to address her. You probably had no desire to see me either, did you? She ignored the jab. Since we have a guest, I should properly introduce myself. She raised her hand gracefully. Within this faction, there is the god of creation, the god of law, and the god of miracles. She pulled back her hood, revealing her breathtaking beauty beneath a radiant halo. Among them, I am the god of creation. Sung-yeon stared at her. His mind raced, connecting the scattered pieces of the puzzle. The god of creation, the god of law, and the god of miracles. The image of the tower's divine roster flashed before his eyes. I have seen their divine powers before. They were listed right there in the tower's roster. The holographic list of divinities materialized in his memory. It completely solidified his theory. The exact divinities possessed by the tower perfectly matched these 3 ancient gods. Could it really be a coincidence that their titles are identical? He glanced at a nearby statue, a statue that looked exactly like himself. The tower's statue being right beside me. It is far too bizarre to be mere coincidence. With unwavering resolve, he reached his final conclusion. No, this is an absolute certainty. This cannot be dismissed as a simple misunderstanding anymore, or a stroke of luck. The god of creation approached him. Her expression showed hints of exhaustion and annoyance. I have already heard the news from the god of proof. We are incredibly grateful for the assistance you have provided our faction. But what exactly are you doing here? Suddenly, a system notification. The system flared to life as her piercing gaze locked onto him. The god of creation sneered, her voice dripping with annoyance. Care to explain yourself quickly? Or else what? Without warning, Sung-yeon's hand shot out, crushing the god of creation's throat. Her eyes widened in pure terror as she stumbled backward. The speed was absolute. Sung-yeon glared down at her, his cold eyes burning with defiance. Or else, what exactly will you do? The creator ground her teeth together. She clutched her own throat, trembling from wrath and absolute helplessness. You wretch, she snarled. Do whatever you want. He dismissed her with glacial coldness. I have zero intention of answering someone who resorts to cheap threats. At that exact moment, a system alert shattered the tension. The god of transcendence and death had finally unleashed the absolute magnitude of his divine presence. Standing in the back, the god of proof trembled in sheer terror against this overwhelming shockwave. He instantly recognized the aura. This was the realm of an ancient god. Sung-yeon slowly turned back to the creator. His question cut like a blade. So tell me, shall we settle this in battle? In the blink of an eye, the god of creation completely shifted her hostile stance. A bizarre, forced smile crept onto her face. Or perhaps we could reach a little compromise? She raised her hands in a desperate plea for peace. Sung-yeon's eyes narrowed with heavy suspicion. A compromise? The creator let out a heavy sigh, scrambling for an excuse. Phew, all right, I understand now. I recognize you are an ancient god. She swallowed hard before continuing. You must understand. Your sudden arrival out of nowhere put us all on high alert. Please forgive our hostility. Sung-yeon glanced at the god of proof in the distance. Not really. Since the god of proof escorted me here, I assumed I was in safe hands, but right now I suspect he brought me here to die. Hearing this accusation, the god of proof scowled fiercely and snapped back. You have quite the imagination. Ha! Don't flatter yourself. Without another word, he sharply turned his back and began to walk away. His voice dripped with absolute disgust. I merely chose the most efficient path to shatter this wretched cage. This so-called War of the Gods, I never consented to this madness. It sickens me. As his presence faded, leaving only two behind, the creator let out a soft, calculated smile. Well then, since the god of proof has made his exit, shall we continue our little negotiation? You seem burdened by endless questions. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall answer two of them with absolute truth. Sung-yeon did not hesitate. You, the god of creation, and the god of rules and miracles. What exactly is your connection to the Tower of Trials? The creator blinked in absolute bewilderment. The Tower of Trials? What in the heavens is that? She shook her head. Before I can even give you an answer, you need to explain what this tower is. A system window suddenly materialized. It was his divine skill, the fire dragon eye, verifying the truth. The creator was not lying. Sung-yeon immediately pivoted his strategy. Forget it. Stay calm, he commanded. Tell me instead what was the true purpose behind starting this war of the gods? The creator ascended into the vast cosmos, bathed in starlight as she bared her ambition. The god of rules and miracles and I share a singular, beautiful vision. We desire to stand at the absolute pinnacle, to be the sole rulers of this universe. Nothing more, nothing less. She gracefully clasped her hands together, snapping the conversation to a halt. And that concludes my tale. I believe that satisfies your second question. Her gaze sharpened as she got down to business. Now, let us return to our core arrangement. You gave your word. You promised to fight on behalf of our faction of order. Is that correct? If you carve a path of victory and amass enough war merits, I swear on my divinity. She locked eyes with him, her gaze dripping with temptation. We shall forge a peerless holy relic or any divine artifact of your exact choosing as your ultimate prize. The cosmic void dissolved. The scene cut to a towering, ancient clock tower, piercing the midnight sky under a blood-red moon. Far away in a hidden sanctuary, a heavily cloaked deity stared out a dark window. A sinister hum escaped their lips. How could such a bizarre anomaly manifest? A terrifying force that dares to defy heaven's will. Beside him, an ancient god stroked his long, flowing beard in deep distress. I have gazed into the countless rivers of time. I have seen every possible future, yet not a single one aligns with this reality. I cannot pinpoint the exact moment, but something has gone catastrophically wrong. A tense silence fell over the room. A third deity with piercing purple eyes voiced a chilling theory. Perhaps the very fabric of the timeline has been forcibly warped. From the shadows, a god donning a ragged witch's hat let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. It has been entirely too long since I had to cross blades with the god of darkness and the demon god. Dragging the dragon god to our side on top of that is going to be an absolute nightmare. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, an apocalyptic war had erupted. Gods and mythical beasts collided in a devastating hurricane of pure divine energy. A mountain-like, muscular god swung a colossal battle axe, wiping out waves of enemies in a single earth-shattering cleave. Amidst the chaotic bloodshed, the creator whispered directly, into Sung-yeon's mind. Our Western forces are being overwhelmed. Descend upon that battlefield and bring us victory. If you succeed, I will forge the ultimate prize of your choosing. Sung-yeon clicked his tongue in annoyance. The thought of taking orders disgusted him, but her next words froze him in place. By claiming the divine seal from this war, you shall absorb the very divinity of the tower. Suddenly, Zamchugu's voice boomed from the void. Han Sung-yeon, arise! He gasped in sheer shock. Without warning, a catastrophic explosion of golden aura erupted violently from beneath his feet. The sheer force pulverized the ground, shattering everything in its blast radius. Deep within, the swirling storm of mystical purple energy, his very silhouette began to evolve. The system chimed like a death knell. Special divine authority. Avatar body has been fully activated. Sung-yeon raised his head. His draconic eyes flared with a menacing blood-red glow. And then, the ultimate notification descended from the heavens dragon. A divine presence descended upon the western front. Within the endless void, the dragon god's slow footsteps echoed, shattering the heavy silence. Her expression was clouded with deep weariness. I feel so suffocated, she whispered. A voice trembling with confusion escaped her lips. What exactly am I? Agonizing resolve flickered within her amethyst eyes. She collapsed backward into the void, exhausted yet unyielding. I refuse to endure this any longer. In that moment, she rejected her divine mantle. I no longer wish to be the dragon god. Descending from the heavens, she landed upon the desolate earth. Sung-yeon stood waiting in the distance, his entire being wreathed in crackling lightning. The dragon god Sung-yeon muttered. Shock widened his eyes as he recognized the supreme entity before him. The dragon god met his gaze, her voice eerily calm yet echoing with immense weight. So, it is you. The entity that belonged in this universe has vanished, and an anomaly that defies fate has taken its place. The god of time, that infuriating prophet was actually right. The god of time? Sung-yeon questioned with bitter disdain. The dragon god simply turned her gaze away. Forget it. You appear to be aligned with the forces of order, but I shall spare your puny life. Never show your mortal face to me again. However, Sung-yeon did not flinch in the face of absolute power. He took a defiant step forward. No, I cannot retreat now. I have a proposal for you. Seeking a peaceful resolution, he continued. Tell me exactly why you descended here. If our goals align, blood need not be shed today. Inwardly, his mind raced back to his core mission. I only need to secure this western front. Staring down the dragon god, he reaffirmed his stance. There is absolutely no reason for us to cross blades. But his words fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, destructive aura erupted from her hand. What? Sung-yeon cried out, pure despair dripping from his voice. The dragon god's eyes turned cold. There exists no reality in any timeline where our paths could ever align. You ask why? Because nothing in this entire universe can ever grant my one true desire. She roared, her voice shattering the heavens. Boundless draconic power violently exploded outward. So, I suggest, you get out of my sight. You are becoming a nuisance. Instantly, the system flashed red with a catastrophic warning. Divinity skill. Thunder rain has been triggered. A devastating barrage of divine lightning rained down, interfering directly with the concept of divinity itself. Amidst the blinding tempest of lightning, Sung-yeon gritted his teeth and declared, "This foolish war of the gods ends right now." He charged straight through the storm toward her. The gods of darkness and demonic beasts have already moved to wipe out the northern, eastern, and southern fronts. Do you not grasp the gravity of this? They will slaughter absolutely everyone, regardless of their allegiance. The dragon god bared her fangs in blazing fury. It is exactly because of your precious forces of order that this entire divine war was ignited in the first place. If you do not vanish from my sight this instant, I will eradicate you as well. Sung-yeon's eyes hardened. Words were useless now. It seems diplomacy is off the table. We cannot avoid this battle. He drove his blade fiercely into the shattered earth. A blazing aura erupted from his core as he declared his stand. I have my own absolute reasons to never take a single step back. System alert. Divinity fighting spirit has engaged. Challenger Han Sung-yeon's power scales directly with his indomitable will. An overwhelming surge of energy pulsed through his veins. As divinity fighting spirit amplified all stats by 200 times, he locked his blazing gaze onto hers. You claim nothing in this universe. can grant your deepest desire? Sung-yeon clenched his fist, his aura reaching catastrophic levels. Then I swear this upon my life. The final system warnings flashed before his eyes. Transcendent divinity has been fully activated. Exponential growth of all stats will multiply in direct proportion to the power gap between you and your opponent. Sung-yeon gathered a blinding sphere of pure energy between his trembling palms. He pierced the dragon god with his gaze. I will forge the answer you are searching for. A relentless cascade of system notifications flooded his vision. Skill Starlight expansion has been forcibly activated. All Starlight attributes have been vastly amplified, pushing maximum output by 4 times. Azure light blazed violently from his eyes. With unyielding resolve, he roared into the heavens. To repay the generous mercy you showed me earlier. In that fraction of a second, he unleashed a catastrophic torrent of devastating energy straight at her. Caught entirely off guard by the sheer force, the dragon god stared in utter disbelief. Am I losing my mind? Her own system violently reacted to the threat. Authority skill, Grace of the Wind, has been forcibly activated. Movement speed drastically increased by 170%. Yet, Sung-yeon's fist, wrapped in blazing crimson aura, was already hurtling toward her face. She could only freeze in pure shock. Another being in this universe capable of manipulating holy starlight? As he followed through. With a freeze, devastating storm of chaotic strikes, an even more terrifying truth hit her. He is freely transmuting its absolute power, their eyes locked in a deadly standoff. The dragon god had miraculously caught his fist. A twisted smile of thrilling curiosity crept across her face. Who in the world are you? Sung-yeon shot her a cold, razor-sharp glare. That is a secret. An azure light flashed dangerously across his eyes. A new power awakened deep within the system. Unique skill deflection has been fully activated. System prompt. A flawless counterattack has been triggered, perfectly timed with the final strike. He spun on his heel, executing a masterclass parry before slamming a devastating punch into the dragon god. The blow sank deep into her abdomen, sending her flying backward. Yet, instead of showing pain, the dragon god burst into maniacal laughter. A surging crimson aura erupted from her very core. Ah ha 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 ha. Sung-yeon stared at the surreal spectacle before him. Was this some kind of twisted dream? Pure, unadulterated thrill flashed in the dragon god's glowing purple eyes. Finally, I found one. She bared her razor-sharp teeth in a ravenous, ambitious grin. A worthy successor. Suddenly, a flood of ancient memories washed over her. Her mind echoed with the endless prayers of mortals. O primordial dragon god, grant us your blessing. Give me the strength to vanquish the demon god and his army. Make me a legendary warrior. She remembered her past, a being of absolute power, revered by all, yet utterly, devastatingly alone. All dragonkind shall bow to you, absolute ruler of the cosmos. Solitude had eaten away at her immortal soul. It was a golden cage. What exactly am I? She had wondered in despair. Why does no one ask for my real name? Am I nothing more than the dragon god? A burning, desperate desire ignited within her heart. I want to know who I am. That innocent wish slowly morphed into a dark obsession. I want it. I crave it. I need it. Not just some grand, formal title. Not this empty throne of the dragon god. A single, sorrowful tear fell, shattering against her divine crown. What her soul truly yearned for was simple. I want a name to call my own, an identity just for me. In that moment, she renounced everything. I refuse to be the dragon god anymore. Casting aside her divine destiny and the heavy burdens tied to that immortal title, she plunged into a sea of golden energy, seeking rebirth. I want to live, a real life, on my own terms. A glimmer of hope pierced the darkness through a sudden vision. That planet, the one I passed by, while searching for a disciple. She witnessed another deity bestowing their divine spark upon a mortal. He gave his divinity to his chosen successor. Could I do the exact same thing? A fragile dream began to blossom. The dragon god's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. She dreamed of a genuine bond. It was not an impossible feat. She just needed to find a successor of her own, someone who would call her by her real name, a true friend. Her ultimate goal was finally clear. A successor who would be like family, or perhaps something even closer. Snapping back to reality, she locked eyes with Sung-yeon. I will make you mine, no matter the cost. She desperately needed an anchor to drown out centuries of crushing solitude. The dragon god lunged at him, fueled by an insane, maddening obsession. Even if I must throw everything away in this war of gods, I will claim you, and you alone. And if I am forced to bind you to me, I will. Sung-yeon clicked his tongue. This situation was far more twisted than he originally thought. System prompt. The dragon god harbors a terrifying possessiveness toward you. Well, this might get a lot uglier than I expected. The two forces of nature faced off. Her smile dripped with ravenous greed, while his gaze remained ice cold. Do not fear me, she whispered. The dragon god's aura warped, growing infinitely more ferocious as she launched a full-power assault. Before he could blink, she had him in her grasp. Just like I promised, I will let you live. A chilling, predatory smile stretched across her face. Or rather, I will never, ever let you die. System prompt. The dragon god's eyes are consumed by insatiable greed. Sung-yeon met her psychotic vow with a deadly promise of his own. In that case, I have a promise for you too. In a flash, he vanished. Right before her eyes. System prompt. Skill instantaneous flash. Step activated. Blurring through the fabric of space, he materialized right behind her, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips. Since you came all this way in a mere avatar, it would not matter if this physical vessel gets destroyed, right? He blitzed forward with blinding, supersonic speed. His whisper was both a comfort and a terrifying death sentence. Do not worry. Time seemed to freeze as their auras clashed. Both warriors wore expressions of absolute battle-crazed confidence. I promise to obliterate this vessel without a shred of pain. Suddenly, a catastrophic explosion of violet energy swallowed the entire battlefield. The earth-shattering clash of divinities had officially begun. With explosive momentum, Sung-yeon drove a thunderous strike straight toward the dragon god's face. Unfazed, she countered with a devastating hook, her eyes burning with pure defiance. She let out a manic roar. Did you really think you could stand against a god? Sung-yeon gritted his teeth, feeling the bone-crushing weight of her power. Not bad at all. A decent challenge, she mocked. But let us see you handle this. A blinding column of pure, white energy erupted from her core. System prompt. Holy light activated. Refusing to be outdone, Sung-yeon unleashed a counter-surge of absolute power, but his aura carried the terrifying chill of the abyss. System prompt. Unique skill Holy Light is now active. Starlight cascaded around him, heavily infused with the dark essence of death divinity, life and death. The two opposing forces violently collided, igniting a blinding supernova. The sheer devastation of their impact spawned a massive fireball that instantly incinerated the earth below. Caught in the shockwave, Sung-yeon was hurled violently backward by. The aftermath of the explosion cleared. The dragon god roared with frantic obsession. Come to me, my successor. Come to me, Sung-yeon. He reached out and triggered a new skill. A blue energy sphere swirled above his palm. Legendary. Transcendent soul level adjustment. Your level will now match the target. Streams of brilliant blue energy enveloped the stunned dragon god. All stats will match the target for 4 minutes. She gritted her teeth, in absolute disbelief. You forced our divinity and soul levels to be equal? A mere mortal like you? She lunged forward with terrifying speed. Her eyes burned with sheer obsession. You truly must become my successor. Standing atop a jagged rock, she glared down at Sung-yeon with a possessive gaze. I will never surrender you to anyone else. Sung-yeon stood his ground. His gaze grew razor-sharp. If you refuse to surrender peacefully, you leave me no choice. A twisted smile spread across the dragon god's face. Then I will take you by force, even if I must shatter every bone in your body. Whatever the cost, the dragon god stomped the earth, activating a brand new divinity. Divinity Dragon Eye has been activated. He stared intensely at the ground beneath him. Divinity consumed to manipulate all objects, phenomena, and laws. The earth beneath Sung-yeon violently shifted, erupting into a massive wall. Rushing straight toward him, Sung-yeon widened his eyes, shocked by the sudden shift in the battlefield. The colossal earthen wall continued to rise, blocking every possible route of escape. Looking down from high above, the dragon god triggered her skill once more. Divinity Thunder Rain has been activated. She smirked with absolute arrogance. as golden lightning completely shattered the earthen wall. I win. Suddenly, a freezing voice echoed through the dust. No. Sung-yeon appeared directly above her, unleashing a devastating lightning punch. His fist erupted, with a blindingly brilliant golden light. As a final skill was triggered, Divinity Blessing has been activated. Divinity consumed to bypass external divinity once. He channeled every ounce of his explosive strength. A crimson explosion of energy erupted from the earth. As he charged forward like a meteor, the system announced, Skill Divine Grace of the Wind has been activated. All speeds increased by 180%. She let out an agonizing groan upon impact. Even the dragon god could not withstand the sheer, devastating power. Gritting her teeth in immense pain, Sung-yeon stared her down. His cold voice declared the final verdict. This is over. A deadly aura of purple energy wrapped around him. Divinity of Death has been activated. The Divinity of Death controls the demise of all afflicted targets. The dragon god looked up in utter despair, as another dark energy began to corrode her very being. Divinity Mistletoe has been activated. It absorbs and perfectly controls the enemy's vitality. Standing over her crumbling body, he unleashed the full extent of his godlike power. Unique divine power, Seeker of Pure Death, has been activated. Anything and everything that makes contact with the Divinity of Death will have its vitality, mana, and divinity completely corroded, leading to absolute death. He extended a hand toward her. I know, you are incredibly strong, dragon god, but even you cannot stop this. The dragon god lay defeated on the shattered earth, her body gradually fading away. She spoke weakly. There was no escaping total destruction, not when afflicted by the Divinity of Death. Her soul, divinity, and mana were rapidly withering into nothingness. She whispered softly, This is very different from what you promised me. A bitter smile flickered across her fading lips. You promised to give me a peaceful end, but this hurts so much. Sung-yeon thought to himself. That sounded exactly like her. The opponent he faced was overwhelmingly powerful. This brutal outcome was completely unavoidable. He looked down at her. I truly wanted to grant you a quick death, but it was never going to be that easy, she mumbled faintly. Such arrogance. Even as she crumbled to dust, she stared back at him with fierce, unbroken pride. I know you are an ancient god, but your pride is astounding. He let out a cold smirk. You would not have lasted a single second if I had come here in my true form, she whispered in sheer awe. Even if this is merely your mortal incarnation, this is the first time I have ever tasted defeat. A remarkably serene smile appeared on her fractured, fading face. I have no idea why, but losing to you does not feel so terrible. It actually feels like salvation. The terrifying divinity, controlling death itself, raged on. She offered one final, desperate invitation. It is such a tragic waste, letting a warrior like you rot in this place. You will not come with me? Sung-yeon remained completely silent. He caught a glowing fragment from her shattered body, and firmly rejected her offer. No, I still have a mission to complete in this world. I cannot follow you. She gracefully accepted his final answer. Very well. I do not know what you seek from this endless war, but I will find you again, when I finally recover my strength. He watched her soul scatter into the wind. I hope you remain safe until that day arrives. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from behind. Han Sang-jun, did you not sense something completely twisted about this battle? Without even turning his head, he calmly replied, No, I absolutely felt it. He stood silently beside the spot where the dragon god's body had vanished into nothingness, deeply pondering the situation. The god of time might have already realized that this entire world is an illusion. The one thing, the very laws of this universe had vanished. An unnatural anomaly wildly warped their fate. Placing his hand upon her, he made his absolute choice. This is the very first thing that I must do. The system loudly rang out. Draw's soul had been successfully absorbed. The dragon god's divinity was safely stored as a dormant, latent skill. A blazing crimson aura erupted, completely engulfing his body. All conditions had finally been met. The terrifying assimilation of this new power began. The raw divinity of the dragon god desperately tried to merge with his very ego and memories. A blinding pillar of light violently pierced the heavens. The grueling trial was finally over. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, the true dragon god sat upon her crumbling, ruined throne. Just how many eons had passed? Her ancient eyes revealed an indescribable, soul-crushing exhaustion. The tragic answer had been predetermined from the very start. A sudden memory flooded her divine mind. The dragon god had endlessly wandered the vast cosmos, searching for a mortal vessel to inherit the primordial power of the first dragon. She had never desired this absolute strength. Her only wish was to abandon this heavy burden. If only she could find a worthy successor. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light erupted from the endless ocean. She whispered in utter defeat. That is enough. Her sorrowful tears miraculously transformed into floating pearls before shattering into stardust. It is fine, I no longer need an heir. She finally accepted her cruel reality. Even after wandering across the entire infinite universe, she curled up in agonizing isolation. Hot tears streamed down her divine face. Because absolutely nothing in existence could ever handle the dragon god's might. She sobbed bitterly. I have been utterly alone since the dawn of time. Suddenly, Sung-yeon materialized in her fading memories. That was right. He realized she had already surrendered to her tragic fate. But with teary, desperate eyes, she looked up at him and whispered weakly, I am still allowed to dream, right? Sung-yeon remained entirely silent. She dreamed of the day she would finally be free, the day she could cast away this overwhelming power, to simply be called by her real name. But it was a fantasy that could never become reality. Yet, she chose to wait in the dark for someone to call her name. Breaking the heavy silence, Sung-yeon gently spoke to the broken deity. You must have been so incredibly exhausted. After enduring all that time in the dark, he slowly sat down right beside her. It must have been so lonely, so draining, without a single soul to talk to. He continued his comforting words. There was no one around to listen. Therefore, you were forced to bear this crushing weight entirely alone. With a blazing determination in his eyes, he gazed at her. But you will never be alone again. He looked up to the heavens, making a solemn vow. I swear to help you fulfill your dream. Suddenly, a system window flashed before him. The dragon god's supreme divinity could not be fully absorbed until his absolute level increased. He stood tall, turning his back to the divine being. With an unshakable resolve, he declared, I will become your true heir. The system immediately confirmed his ascension. Achievement unlocked, heir to the dragon god. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed within his mind. A tiny spark of fire materialized in the air. It was a messenger from the almighty God of creation. Is anyone out there? Can you hear me? Things are about to get catastrophic if you stay exactly where you are. Return to the Order Faction's base camp immediately. Sung-yeon narrowed his eyes and asked, God of creation, what on earth happened? The panicked messenger quickly explained, the absolute gods of darkness, demons and dragons, even the elusive god of time has joined their ranks. And all those neutral ancient gods have formed a terrifying alliance. They are throwing the entire cosmos into absolute chaos. The flame flickered with an urgent warning. If you do not return, this very instant, everything might end before I can fulfill our sacred pact. Sung-yeon stared deeply into the flickering flame. His voice was dead serious as he replied, I will wait right here until you return. With a tiny pop, the messenger vanished. A cold voice echoed, the project has officially ended. The god of proof suddenly materialized from the void. A formidable warrior like you, I genuinely believed you could defeat the dragon god's incarnation. The scene violently shifted to a devastating, blood-soaked battlefield on the Eastern Front. The god of proof let out a heavy sigh. A high-tier deity, wielding the ultimate power of prophecy, a gift bestowed directly by the god of time. Such absolute divinities were incredibly rare. Out of nowhere, a mysterious cloaked figure emerged from the shadows. I, too, possess the eyes that gaze into the future. It is a rare pleasure to meet a fellow seer. The sinister figure slowly approached the dying god of proof. Hey there, your life force is fading, isn't it? The stranger taunted. Before you perish, could you show me the future using your fabled prophetic abilities? The god of proof grimly recounted his tale. So, I unleashed my conceptual divinity to reveal the timeline. That absolute power is the only reason I survived. But a truly terrifying anomaly suddenly occurred. His expression twisted into absolute terror as he continued. For some inexplicable, horrifying reason, I was completely blind to the future. It was exactly like staring into an endless, suffocating abyss. The god of proof shuddered at the chilling memory. When I reported this horrifying vision to the god of time, that madman just threw his head back and laughed. Like an absolute lunatic, the god of time had declared with a twisted smile. Just as I suspected, the very fabric of space and time is warped. This entire divine war is nothing but a meaningless farce. He then dropped a massive, world-shattering revelation. The legendary War of the Gods ended eons ago. The god of proof stood entirely paralyzed by shock. Ended? Long ago? The god of time smirked and explained the brutal, hidden truth. This reality is merely a rigged stage crafted for a single entity, a twisted game where the victors and the dead have already been decided. The ultimate seed of ascension will mercilessly devour everything in its path. It will be forged in the brutal fires of chaos, all to create the perfect, absolute vessel for an unparalleled transcendent being. Sung-yeon narrowed his eyes at the god of proof. Have you revealed this insane truth to the ancient gods within the Order faction? The god of proof scoffed with sheer disdain. Of course not. I have no intention of warning those blind fools. Sung-yeon calmly rose to his feet. Regardless, thank you for answering my questions. I suppose it is time for me to seek out the god of creation. The god of proof nodded in grim understanding. Do what you must. My work here is far from finished. Let us move. Then, Sung-yeon commanded. With a steady breath, he stepped into the blazing gate of light. He soared through the vibrant void, stepping directly into the divine realm. The holy model garden, built upon the very foundation of creation itself. Masterless divinity and lost souls flowed seamlessly into the caster. The god of creation was already waiting. I assumed the dragon god would delay you. She stood, bathed in a radiant halo, flashing a gentle smile, a bitter, forced expression. But you arrived much faster than expected. System notification. The god of creation greets you with a strained smile. A majestic deity clad in splendid armor glared at him. So, this is the great god who dared to barge in here, showing absolutely no respect for the great holy doctrine. System notification. The god of law frowns upon seeing you. Another deity, shrouded in mystery with a bowed head, spoke in a hushed tone. Rumor has it you share our grand vision. From this moment on, let us forge a peaceful alliance. System notification. The god of miracles gazes at you in solemn prayer, but the god of creation suddenly cut them off. Truthfully, I would love nothing more than to sit and chat with you all, but our time has completely run out. A cunning smirk crept across her face. You realize the divinity and souls we are absorbing right now can be perfectly recycled, right? Sung-yeon gritted his teeth. The horrifying truth crashed into him. This entire so-called war between the Order and Chaos factions was nothing but a pathetic illusion. A staged slaughter to harvest divinity and souls for the tower. His eyes turned freezing cold, but even this grand charade is finally ending. The god of creation declared, intoxicated by her own ambition. To achieve our perfect utopia, only one single step remains. Sung-yeon could hardly believe his own ears. What the hell kind of madness am I listening to? System. The god of transcendence and death. The god of creation proudly revealed her master plan. This is the ultimate result of the endless divinity and countless souls trapped inside this very tower. She stepped closer, her voice dripping with temptation. I will grant you any reward you desire right this second. But in exchange, you must do exactly one thing for me. She gently lifted his chin, her enchanting gaze locked onto his. Execute the god of time. Leaning in close enough to kiss him, she whispered, I will grant you a devastating power, one that can shatter the absolute immortality of the ancient gods. Do we have a deal? She murmured softly. Help me birth the utopia everyone desperately craves. In return, you will ascend as the ultimate godslayer, the one who successfully annihilated the very concept of immortality among the ancient gods. The sickening reality finally crystallized within his mind. The entire war was a masterfully directed play, a twisted scheme to harvest divine power and innocent souls. Is that the twisted truth? A bitter, mocking laugh escaped his lips. Ha! A transcendent being, huh? The god of creation smiled with absolute confidence. So, basically flash. A blinding blade of azure aura suddenly pressed against her throat. She stared down in absolute terror at the lethal energy blade. You expect me to dance flawlessly to your tune? Sung-yeon glared at her, his eyes glacial and dead. Like some kind of obedient, transcendent puppet, right? System notification. The god of transcendence and death is absolutely appalled by your vile trickery. The god of creation panicked wildly. Holy One, there is clearly a massive misunderstanding. Please sheath your terrifying power. Sung-yeon let out a low, menacing growl. A misunderstanding? He stood fiercely among the three deities, a raging sea of crimson fire erupting around him. You bastards tried to secretly rot my ego and devour my mind using that tainted divinity. You dared to hand me a cup of lethal poison, cleverly disguised as a supreme blessing. System notification. The god of transcendence and death glares intensely at the three ancient gods. His aura overflows with suffocating killing intent. The god of creation stammered back. So you figured out my plan to enslave you. Fine, I will drop the useless excuses. But, does none of this strike you as strangely unnatural? She argued back frantically. Until you randomly appeared, nobody even knew the god of transcendence and death existed. So I started putting the pieces together. A terrifying dark shadow violently swallowed Sung-yeon. Perhaps the true root of every single anomaly in this chaotic war is standing right in front of me. Am I wrong? The three deities screamed in sheer panic. Answer us right now. God of transcendence and death, speak. Sung-yeon stared down. The utterly flustered god of creation. I will make you a counteroffer. What? He clenched his fist tight. I will push the god of time right to death's door, but I demand exactly double the victory reward you just promised. His piercing gaze drilled straight into her soul. And I want my payment this very second. He leaned into her ear, his voice dripping with venomous threat. If you even entertain the thought of rejecting me, I will instantly leak every single filthy scheme you have planned, and I will ally with whoever the hell I want. So watch your back. Sometime later, in an isolated domain, the god of proof stood silently waiting. Suddenly, Sung-yeon's shadow materialized before him. There you are. Sung-yeon faced the deity head-on. I have been waiting for you. The god of proof blinked in genuine shock. Waiting for me? He then flashed a sly, knowing grin. Well, you truly never know how the dice will roll in this world, right? Those foolish, dreaming hypocrites might have actually tried to hunt you down. If things went terribly south, even though my current strength is pitiful, I was fully prepared to help you escape. Sung-yeon turned his back slightly. Well, your backup plan ended up being entirely unnecessary. But I always wondered. His expression shifted into deep confusion. I just do not understand it. He confronted the god of proof directly. Why have you been so incredibly kind to me? Even back when I was nothing but a fragile mortal, why go to such extreme lengths for my sake? His eyes burned with intense curiosity. You were even completely ready to sacrifice your own life just to help me? The god of testimony had absolutely no reason to go that far for my sake. The deity turned his face away. Even I am not entirely certain, he murmured, looking back with a cryptic smile, blooming on his lips. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, a bizarre sensation washed over me. It felt as though you knew me. But I have absolutely no memory of you. Sung-yeon froze in utter disbelief. What on earth are you talking about? He blurted out. The god of testimony pressed the issue. You truly do not know. You, of all people, should understand this best. Suddenly, the scenery shifted. They stood upon an ethereal mountain peak beneath the moonlight. The god of testimony continued his interrogation. And so, I must ask you right now. The deity's golden eyes narrowed, blazing with intense suspicion. What exactly is our relationship? Sung-yeon was struck speechless by the sudden demand. At that exact moment, a system notification flashed before his eyes. The god of testimony is glaring at you, his heart overflowing with violent doubt. Achievement unlocked. Crisis of despair. Meanwhile, in a completely different realm, an overwhelmingly majestic voice echoed out. You arrogant brat. A fool who cannot even read his own future. You have certainly grown quite a bit. The god of darkness glared down with absolute contempt at the god of time, who was resting comfortably upon his divine throne. The system described the chilling scene as the god of darkness, stared daggers into the arrogant boy, and let out a cold sneer. She issued a bone-chilling threat. "Arrogant little brat. Why don't you step aside this instant? If you continue to test my patience, my mercy will quickly run dry." But the god of time replied with unwavering resolve. "I did not come here blindly. I have already prepared a perfect countermeasure, meant exclusively for this very moment." Suddenly, another voice sliced through the heavy tension. "That is enough, god of darkness." The god of light descended amidst a blinding, radiant halo. "Even if the god of time is acting pitifully, I hope you can show him some tolerance." The system announced that the god of light was desperately trying to prevent any further bloodshed. The god of darkness whipped her head around, her fury escalating. "You made a promise to me, the demon god, and the dragon god. You swore that if we lent you our power, the war of the gods would finally end. But that promise was broken." She growled fiercely. "And yet, now you dare to beg for mercy?" Suddenly, the god of time dropped a world-shattering revelation. "No, the war of the gods has already ended. This entire world is nothing more than a fake illusion, forged by the Ascension Seed." He continued his terrifying theory. "Or perhaps, even you, the demon god, and the dragon god, even I myself, might be complete fabrications." To put it simply, an image of Sung-yeon, wrapped in a blazing red aura, suddenly materialized. All of this is a fabricated tale, designed purely to grasp the transcendent power, hidden within the Ascension Seed. "I will stop speaking in riddles. I am going to make you an offer." He pointed a finger straight toward the heavens, and declared with earth-shattering authority, "Let us ascend to the real world above. Whether true reality actually exists or not, we must go." Sung-yeon's shadow loomed over a world that was slowly crumbling into dust. Once the Ascension Seed completes its ultimate mission, it will completely erase this world and everyone in it. He laid out a shockingly bold plan. However, if we can seize control of the body, hosting the seed reaching the real world might actually be possible. If the three ancient gods, myself and the god of light, combine our forces, he extended his hand and issued a final, tempting invitation. "Shall we ascend to the real world together?" Back in the present, Sung-yeon stared at the god of testimony, with eyes full of burning questions. "You were even ready to throw your life away to support me. I do not think the god of testimony had any logical reason to go that far for my sake." The god of testimony looked away, clearly flustered. "I am not entirely sure either." He glanced back, a cryptic smile blooming on his face. "From the very first time I saw you, I felt a bizarre, unfamiliar connection. It was as if you already knew me. Yet, I have absolutely no idea who you are." Sung-yeon looked completely bewildered. "What on earth are you saying?" The god of testimony emphasized his point once more. "You truly do not know? I believed you would be the one who understood this best." The scene shifted back to the moonlit mountain range. "And so, I must ask you this." The deity's golden eyes narrowed, gleaming with profound suspicion. "What exactly is your relationship with me?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up out of nowhere. "The god of testimony is glaring at you, filled with deep doubt." Sung-yeon stood, paralyzed by the question. A brand new achievement flashed before his eyes. Achievement unlocked. Crisis of despair. The god of testimony decided to change his approach. "Then let me ask you this," he said, staring directly into Sung-yeon's soul. "Why would an ancient god treat a lowly being like me with such respect? And why can I feel the lingering aura of a holy relic that I personally created, radiating from your body?" Sung-yeon's mind raced. The lingering aura of a holy relic? Is he talking about the mirror of dark purity? He made a firm decision to stop hiding the truth. It is impossible for this to be a coincidence. With the relic's aura reacting so strongly to you, I can no longer hide it. The god of testimony looked visibly shocked. Before anything else, Sung-yeon made a suggestion. "Should we relocate to somewhere more private?" Together, the two of them departed for standing atop the cliff overlooking the valley. Sung-yeon finally spoke. "Even when I was nothing but a mere mortal, the god of proof bestowed his grace upon me, guiding my path time and time again." He gazed at the deity with boundless gratitude. "You are my true savior," he continued. "You saw the aura of a holy relic within me. Clenching the mirror in his hand, you granted me this divine artifact to prepare me for the trials ahead." The god of proof finally understood the karmic tie. "I see it now. I favored your mortal soul. That is why your reverence runs so deep. A crushing realization washed over the deity. This world is nothing but an illusion. And I am no different. I am merely a fabricated existence. He confessed his inner turmoil. The god of time planted the seeds of doubt in my mind. Yet, I refused to accept it. I turned a blind eye to the bitter truth, just as I always had. Sung-yeon called out his divine name in despair. Lord of proof. Divine tears streamed down the ancient god's face. My very existence was bound to the act of proving. To accept my own falsehood was agonizing. That is why I buried my doubts deep within. A brilliant sphere of blue aura enveloped his celestial body. Thanks to your unwavering conviction, I finally found the courage to face my truth. He gazed upon Sung-yeon with profound gratitude. Will you lend me your strength for a moment? I wish to. Witness the path you have proven. To see what destiny lies beyond that door. Sung-yeon met his eyes with absolute respect. To witness the profound truths you have uncovered. Together, their auras soared into the boundless, starry cosmos. The god of proof observed the mortal's memories. I understand now. Your battles began with a pure thirst for strength. He witnessed the boy's tragic journey. You endured the soul-crushing agony of losing your loved ones. You even shattered the chains of your own fate. It is a truly magnificent proof of existence. A majestic pillar of golden light erupted around them. Perhaps that is exactly why. Because of your unyielding spirit. I finally know what I must do as a god. I have made my absolute and final decision. The god of proof extended his glowing hand. Even if this entire universe is nothing but a fleeting dream, I will fulfill my divine duty. He summoned a radiant celestial mirror, granting power to those who forge their own worth. That is the ultimate path I have chosen, he declared to Sung-yeon. Just as I guided you in the realm of reality, I must fulfill the exact same oath in this world of illusions. He bestowed the golden mirror upon Sung-yeon. This holy relic was forged at the cost of my own divinity, carved from the very essence of my immortal soul. It has been shaped perfectly to match your undeniable proof. Take it and claim your destiny, your divinity and your soul. A blue system window revealed the artifact's absolute status. Item name, unshakable faith, the mirror of the prover, forged from absolute conviction and the burning core of an ancient god. Unique skill, steal a conceptual divinity from the target, granting the user its full power for 10 minutes. However, a fatal restriction applied. It will only activate if both souls share the exact same divine rank. Sung-yeon roared, in disbelief. You forged this weapon by sacrificing your entire existence. Have you lost your divine mind? He screamed out in utter desperation. You will face true erasure from this. The god of proof's aura began to flicker and fade. He met Sung-yeon's trembling gaze with unbreakable resolve. I refuse to cling to godhood through pathetic and cowardly survival. The dying deity issued a final, urgent warning. Our time has run out. The god of time is descending upon us. He offered one last comforting smile. Do not fear the temporal storm. Sung-yeon glared at the terrifying shadow of the god of time approaching. You have earned the sacred right to dream of true transcendence. The mortal warrior tightly clenched his trembling fists. Oh, ultimate transcendent being, armed with absolute qualifications and an unbreakable will, step forward and claim your destiny. With eyes overflowing with ultimate faith, the god of proof gazed at Upsus, his champion. Show them the might of a mortal. A warm, fatherly smile graced the fading god's lips. Show the heavens how strong you have become. To protect the comrades you hold dear, show them the undeniable path you have proven. Is that not the very definition of true transcendence? The lightning bolt of realization finally struck Sung-yeon. You are no mere illusion. Even if this universe is nothing but a fabricated dream. He looked at the vanishing deity with overwhelming reverence. The pride and honor this god had displayed, through every choice and ultimate sacrifice he had made. That was the purest form of true conviction. The god of proof's golden eyes shimmered with absolute peace. He smiled with a serene, heavenly grace. What a glorious day this is. Thanks to your mortal spirit, my existence ends not as a meaningless phantom, but as something entirely and beautifully real. Standing amidst a blazing sea of cosmic fire, Sung-yeon vowed in his heart, "You have gifted me the ultimate, right, and the iron will to march toward tomorrow." He bowed deeply to the dissipating divine light. "Thank you, my lord." Suddenly, the oppressive god of time materialized with a mocking sneer. "Is this touching little farewell finally over? You insects have made me wait an entire millennium, the seed of ascension." He looked down at Sung-yeon. "You know I am here to capture you, right, Sung-yeon?" He turned to face him. "Oh, really? But I have no intention of being captured by the likes of you." The god of time looked highly amused. "Oh ho, and what exactly does that mean?" Sung-yeon drew his blade. A blazing red aura instantly enveloped him. He unleashed a devastating strike that cracked the earth wide open. The god of time effortlessly neutralized the attack. The system chimed. The first defense divinity was activated. It granted absolute defense against the opening strike. The god of time sneered. "Ha! Seed of ascension. Did you really think I would fall to such a pathetic strike? How utterly foolish." Sung-yeon unleashed a deadly purple aura. The system announced. The divinity of death and the evil devourer were activated. He roared, "Rule over all death while devouring divinity." He glared at the god of time. "This is the end." A colossal pillar of energy erupted, swallowing everything in its path. The god of time remained perfectly calm. "Is that so? Is it my fate to lose? I have prepared an insurance policy for a situation exactly like this," he said smugly. "Therefore, you cannot win." A familiar figure now stood beside the god of time. "Ah, it is you." An eerie voice echoed through the air. "A mortal I have never seen before, a child with unprecedented power and talent." The god of darkness realized the truth. "So, this is indeed a fake world. It is not reality," the system announced. The god of darkness looks at you with a wry smile. The god of light clenched his fists. "I want to live," the god of light roared out. "No matter what happens. I absolutely refuse to die," the system announced. The god of light looks at you with hostility. Sung-yeon sighed. "Ah, you have all fallen into the swamp of death. How strange, child," the god of darkness continued. "Even though you fear us right now, you still do not run away." The god of darkness reached out. "Answer me." A voice echoed deep within Sung-yeon's mind. "Oh, transcendent one. With your qualifications and willpower, please. Step forward," he replied. "To show you all. To show them what you have proven. To prove yourself before them." Drawing his sword, he declared, "I cannot back down," the system announced. Transcendent and death have entered a combat stance. The god of darkness offered her praise. "Outstanding. Facing death itself. Yet, you do not take a single step back. I cannot remember the last time I saw such a remarkable child. Not only possessing the talent to become an ancient god, but also being this pure. It is truly tragic," the god of darkness said. "If all of this were real, I would quietly watch your story unfold with great anticipation. But that is impossible." She looked right at Sung-yeon. "If all of this is nothing more than a dream that will fade away, when we wake up, then there is no need to hesitate anymore." Unleashing her power, she declared, "The only choice is to ensure you live with me from now on," the system announced. The god of darkness feels an intense desire to possess you. A violent tornado of purple energy completely enveloped Sung-yeon. The darkness divinity was activated. It created a dark abyss made of pure divinity, aimed to swallow the target whole. He effortlessly slashed the violent tornado apart. The god of darkness spoke gently. "Do not worry, child. A new world will await you when you open your eyes again," she whispered. "Just relax and rest." Sung-yeon thought to himself. Fighting three ancient gods at the exact same time is truly difficult. The god of light touched his head. "Another room. This will hurt a little bit, but you will be fine. Death does not affect us gods." The god of light unleashed his divine power. "Take a short rest between the darkness and the light," the system announced. The light divinity was activated. It created a holy light capable of destroying both divinity and the soul. Sung-yeon stared directly into the blinding holy light, believing that this was his absolute end. But suddenly, another defiant voice echoed from the void. "No, death for the gods, you say?" A blinding flash of golden light crashed down from the heavens. It instantly shattered the combined strikes of the light and darkness gods. Stop interfering with my successor and back away. The dragon god had finally descended to the mortal realm. Her vibrant purple eyes burned with absolute fury. I will end your lives. With a single thought, she unleashed a devastating wave of pure destruction from the earth. The god of light was violently hurled backward. He was utterly stunned. How could such a simple shockwave overpower both light and darkness? He stared at the majestic dragon god hovering above the battlefield. He scoffed in utter disbelief. How ridiculous. Meanwhile, Sung-yeon looked at his savior and instantly recognized her. The dragon god gracefully landed and wrapped him in a warm embrace. Stunned, he finished her sentence. He gazed into her eyes. I told you I would come the moment my power was restored. With a gaze full of profound affection, she looked at him. My true successor. The system chimed in. The dragon god smiles upon you. Recalling her vow, he smiled back. You promised you would find me, the moment your strength returned. Sung-yeon turned to face her properly. I sincerely thank you for coming to my aid. She quickly cut him off. If you are truly grateful, then will you accept your destiny as my successor? He scratched his head. A slightly awkward expression crossed his face. Yes, of course I will. But a dark cloud loomed nearby. The gods of time, light, and darkness stood there with murderous intent radiating from them. The god of darkness broke the silence. Dragon god, what is the meaning of this? Where did you crawl out from? Is this not terribly rude? And making that mortal child your subordinate is absurd. He sneered. To you, that boy means absolutely nothing, other than a tool to bear your heavy burdens. She immediately fired back. But I am the only one who can fully awaken his dormant potential. Her voice dropped to a threatening growl. Therefore, stay out of my way. The system alerted. The god of darkness feels intense disgust toward the dragon god. The dragon god merely smirked. Standing firmly behind her, Sung-yeon watched as she declared, I have absolutely no intention of handing my successor over to you. The god of darkness laughed coldly. Why don't you step back? I actually pity you, dragon god. Do you not realize the mercy I have already shown? Unfazed, she challenged him. Why don't you try to move me yourself? And let us see what happens. The atmosphere between the divine factions reached a breaking point. As their killing intents clashed, the War of the Gods officially erupted. Catastrophic waves of divine energy slammed into one another with devastating force. Before diving into the bloody fray, the dragon god whispered to Sung-yeon, My successor, this will only be a brief farewell. She flashed a confident smile. I will return to your side the moment I am finished dealing with darkness, so stay right here. Sung-yeon nodded firmly, accepting his role in the battle. Understood. I will hold the line against time and light. The god of time clicked his tongue in deep annoyance. What an incredibly unfortunate turn of events. A massive nuisance has completely shattered our grand design. He issued a cold command. God of light, we must accelerate our plans. Secure the seed of ascension immediately, so that he cannot possibly escape. I will see you on the other side. As he spoke of the seed of ascension, the god of time vanished completely into a complex array of magic circles, leaving behind a final message. The god of time bids you farewell. Sung-yeon now stood face to face with the god of light. Now, it is just you and me. The shining deity offered a treacherous deal. If you throw away your weapon and surrender, we can perhaps negotiate what happens to you next. But knowing you, that is simply not going to happen, is it? He unsealed his absolute power, bathing the area in blinding radiance. Then I have absolutely no reason to keep you breathing, the system warned. Divinity of light activated, emitting a holy radiance designed to utterly eradicate divinity and obliterate the soul. The god charged forward at a terrifying, godlike velocity. Sleep for eternity against the speed of light. Yet, Sung-yeon effortlessly blocked the catastrophic strike with a single hand. Is that all you have? You call this the speed of light? The god gasped. What? Frozen in sheer disbelief, the god of light could only stare. Sung-yeon drove a devastating punch deep into his gut, sending the deity launching backward. Looking at the fallen god, Sung-yeon's voice turned ice cold. This is what the true speed of light should look like. A massive, violently scorched trench now tore through the earth, and at the very end of that path of destruction, the god of light lay completely paralyzed and utterly defeated. He looked up at Sung-yeon, with eyes trembling in absolute horror. He weakly gasped out, Impossible. I did not even see you move. How on earth can a mortal be faster than me? A god of light. The system promptly displayed the shocking truth. SSS plus grade Fighting Spirit Stone consumed. Fighting Spirit effect successfully activated. Divinity of Fighting Spirit. Divinity of Fighting Spirit has stacked, enhancing your physical capabilities by exactly 10,000 times. Standing at the center of a blazing crimson aura, Sung-yeon delivered the cold, hard truth. With my physical stats boosted to this insane realm, I can naturally move far faster than you ever could. The system chimed in. Achievement unlocked. Faster than light. The exhausted stone in his hand finally crumbled into gray ash. Sung-yeon thought to himself, "It is a good thing I prepared this trump card in advance." The system echoed again. SSS plus Fighting Spirit Stone has fully disintegrated. The god of light groaned in agonizing pain and soul-crushing despair. Facing an unimaginable humiliation, Sung-yeon looked down at his pathetic state and coldly remarked, "You are still breathing? You actually seem much weaker than the last time we crossed paths in the giant tree labyrinth." Suddenly, a distinct voice echoed from the legendary blade. In his grip. "Father, from my perspective, it appears you just physically dominated a literal god, drowning in a terrifying tide of dark aura," Sung-yeon declared. "Then, let us bring this pathetic show to an end," the system aggressively announced. Divinities of Death, Evil Eater, and Mistletoe have all been violently activated. Completely swallowed by a raging vortex of pitch-black energy, the God of Light let out a blood-curdling scream as a horrific sensation. The God of Light groaned in agony. It was a pain he had long forgotten. The system recorded his suffering. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the battlefield. "Oh, I only came to watch the show, just in case something happened. But this is truly a fascinating sight." A figure hovered in the sky. He radiated a devastating purple aura. It carried absolute concepts of transcendence and death. The system blared a warning. The divinity of destruction was active. The apocalyptic energy swept across the battlefield. Sung-yeon's instincts screamed in warning. Who was this god? The system issued a fatal warning. Any conscious being touching this energy would be erased entirely. The newcomer vanished. He materialized right in front of Sung-yeon. "I cannot believe it," he whispered. "You are having fun with someone else, instead of me." The demon god flashed a provocative, sinister smile. "I am quite annoyed now." The system reported his competitive gaze. Moving faster than lightning, he struck. He effortlessly blocked Sung-yeon's lethal blow against the God of Light. With a sly smirk, he spoke. "I owe the God of Light a favor. I cannot let you kill him here." He leaned dangerously close to Sung-yeon. His voice dripped with dark temptation. "Why do you not fight me instead? I am much more entertaining." An overwhelming pressure crushed down. Sung-yeon's arm began to crack and splinter. Horror washed over his face. His very flesh was breaking apart. His entire body was slowly disintegrating. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth in pure agony. He realized the terrifying truth. His physical form was shattering. The system warned of the absolute divine power. Any mortal will touching this source would be instantly erased from existence. Suddenly, a brilliant golden sphere erupted. It enveloped Sung-yeon entirely. The blessing of divine power. It activated automatically. It consumed divine energy to grant absolute protection. It nullified the external divinity for a single strike. However, the recipient cannot receive this blessing again for 12 hours. The demon god watched with deep amusement. Ho ho! A divine power that rejects other powers? How incredibly interesting. It is a good thing I came down here. What unbelievable luck. The two absolute beings clashed. They exchanged blows at a terrifying godly speed. Sung-yeon gasped in shock. A brutal punch slammed heavily into his face, but his unique skill, deflection, flared to life. He executed a flawless combat maneuver. He unleashed an absolute counterattack instantly. From the very first strike, the devastating blow landed perfectly on the demonic god. Sung-yeon breathed heavily, wondering, is it finally over? But the demon god simply smiled. A wild, cruel amusement burned fiercely in his eyes. Now it is my turn. He launched a devastating kick from the heavens. His leg was engulfed in swirling purple energy. The aura of absolute destruction crashed down. It slammed directly into Sung-yeon's desperately raised arms. A colossal pillar of energy exploded downward with terrifying force. It completely swallowed Sung-yeon in absolute power. He ground his teeth, fighting back the crushing weight. A horrifying realization struck him. Even with his physical stats pushed to the absolute maximum, even multiplied 10,000 times, he was still being pushed back. He felt his life force rapidly draining away. Despair crept in. I cannot win this fight. Not in a direct clash of power. In that moment of sheer desperation, an idea sparked. Wait. He came just in case. Maybe I can negotiate with him. He glared up at his monstrous enemy, desperate to buy time. Hey, demon god. I do not know why. A supreme being like you wants to fight someone like me. He pushed through the crushing pain. But can we delay this just a bit? The demon god's voice was freezing cold. And why exactly would I do that? He burst into a maniacal, booming laugh. Fighting you is far more entertaining. It is even better than fighting the god of darkness or the dragon god. I never expected such a formidable opponent. In this trivial holy war. And yet, you want me to stop now? Sung-yeon stared directly into the abyss of his eyes. He revealed the ultimate truth. Do not worry. I know this entire world is an illusion. Sooner or later, this fake reality will completely collapse. But before he could finish, the demon god was inches from his face. Should I not enjoy this sweet entertainment while I still can? The system screamed in absolute panic. Lethal danger. The system warned of an impossibly strong opponent. A being far beyond any mortal limits. A supreme skill activated. The indomitable will skill forcibly triggered. The authority of the Winter King activated on its own. A thick layer of absolute frost began forming to shield his body. In that chilling moment, Sung-yeon remembered a grim warning. Jamon-yu's recent words echoed in his mind. Do you really think they will not realize this world is fake? The chilling question haunted his desperate thoughts. The ancient gods of the real world share a deep absolute bond. But what happens when the ancient gods of this fake reality face the harsh truth? Will they still act friendly towards you? Sung-yeon thought of the god of proof. That noble deity had discovered his own fabricated existence. Yet, he still chose to sacrifice his entire conceptual divinity just to help humanity. I wanted to believe in them. But Jamon-yu was right about the worst-case scenario. If they snap, I must try to negotiate. I desperately prayed this exact nightmare would never become reality. The dark, mocking amusement in the demon god's voice dragged him brutally back to reality. Did you honestly think no one but the god of time knew? A massive surge of azure energy erupted. A swirling energy wrapped around him. As Sung-yeon dodged the brutal attack, he heard the enemy's unbelievable words. Anyone would have realized the dark truth by now. The god of time had declared that space and time were distorted. A dangerous anomaly had appeared somewhere in the world. The demon god grabbed Sung-yeon by the collar and growled. He claimed this reality was entirely created by an AI. It was nothing but a fake world. Sung-yeon was blasted back by a sudden attack. His face turned pale from the agonizing pain. The demon god looked down at him with a cold stare. He declared that Sung-yeon was the impurity from the real world. Sung-yeon was completely overwhelmed by the demon god's terrifying power. The system suddenly warned him. The final resistance skill activated, nullifying a fatal blow aimed straight at his life. The divine power of victory was instantly triggered. It violently erased one guaranteed path to his defeat. The demon god merely shrugged. It did not matter to him at all. He glared at Sung-yeon with thrilling excitement. What mattered most was right in front of him. A powerful being from the real. The world was standing right before his eyes. The demon god gazed at a withered flower on the ground. He spoke with dark philosophy. Everything is beautiful exactly because it has an absolute end. Sitting alone amidst the desolate ruins, he recalled his violent past. Fighting mighty enemies used to satisfy his endless hunger for battle. But something changed. His glowing eyes grew dangerously empty. After countless endless wars, the thrill of victory had completely faded away. Everything gradually began to feel like a meaningless game. He stood up and took a heavy step forward. The reason was entirely simple. He explained that true battles to the death could never exist for the ancient gods. A demoness materialized in shattered armor. She firmly confirmed it was, because they were perfectly immortal. Even when they fought, as long as their divine concepts existed, being destroyed was completely impossible. The demon god locked eyes with Sung-yeon. But within Sung-yeon's aura, he saw a different truth. He possessed the absolute power to shatter an ancient god's immortality. The demon god's face twisted into sheer, unhinged madness. That simple fact alone was worth everything. It was finally time to enjoy a true battle to the death. He unleashed a colossal wave of terrifying purple demonic energy. It completely swallowed the entire battlefield. He laughed with pure demonic insanity. A true battle only ends in one absolute way: when one side is totally destroyed. The system alarms blared violently. The demon god roared with uncontrollable laughter. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. The system effect of the SSS plus rank regressor's antique watch was triggered. He quickly realized the grim truth. Right from the very start, there was never an option. To avoid this catastrophic clash, he steeled his resolve. It was all or nothing now. The demon god raised his brow in dark amusement. The attack nullification system, violently activated. Sung-yeon knew exactly what he had to do. Only one desperate path remained. He launched himself fiercely forward. He poured every ounce of his soul into destroying the demon god. The massive distance between them vanished in a single blink. He roared furiously within his own mind. He had to be faster. The system flared. The mythical skill, Hero's Reversal, violently activated. An explosive golden aura completely wrapped around his battered body. The system instantly responded. All of his battle stats surged forward by plus 2,000 points. He dashed with unimaginable godlike speed, moving faster than light itself. A blazing golden pillar of absolute destruction erupted straight toward the demon god. The shockwave instantly leveled everything around them. As the blinding light finally faded, both figures remained. They stood facing each other across the devastated wasteland. The demon god stared down at him. His dark voice could not hide his absolute awe and admiration. His blazing red eyes pierced right through Sung-yeon. To think a mortal possessed enough pure strength to challenge a god. Only Sung-yeon had ever achieved this. The demon god slowly raised his hand. A devastating storm of purple slashes surrounded the hero. But this was as far as he could go. The opponent activated the divine power of execution. It unleashed a barrage of instant death slashes upon everything in its absolute range. Sung-yeon screamed in soul-crushing agony as his flesh was violently torn apart. He coughed up blood. His mind sank into deep despair as he thought it was over. The demon god's voice echoed with supreme divine authority. He declared himself the undisputed victor, and Sung-yeon the pathetic loser. Blood poured down Sung-yeon's battered face. He bitterly whispered his defeat. He knew it all along. He embraced the cold, crushing reality. Compared to the three ancient gods, his power was absolutely nothing. He was still far too weak. He forced himself to face the brutal truth. He would no longer run from reality. Throughout countless ages, the three ancient gods had accumulated infinite divinity, legendary mana, and unmatched authority. It was no surprise if he died without landing a single, meaningful strike. It was entirely expected. Even if the demon god killed him without unleashing his true conceptual powers, it made perfect sense. He was simply powerless against such an overwhelming godlike existence. It was completely natural to lose. The dark warning from Jaemun-yu, suddenly, echoed like a cruel, twisted prophecy. It was not strange at all. When the ancient gods finally faced the true reality, would they still show him any mercy? It was only natural they would crush him. Trapped in a storm of absolute despair, Sung-yeon gripped his head. The mocking phrase repeated endlessly inside his shattered mind. It was completely natural to die here. He screamed furiously within his own soul. He desperately wanted to believe he could defy this absolute fate. Suddenly, the image of a glitching, old television flickered in his consciousness. It brought a crushing wave of agonizing self-doubt. Was his desperate hope for a miracle just a pathetic illusion? Was he simply trying to run away from his own pathetic weakness? But then, a deeply familiar voice shattered the darkness. "What are you still hesitating for?" The voice of the god of proof echoed with divine warmth. It urged him to stand back up. He had already earned the ultimate right to dream of transcendence. The radiant memory of the god blazed within him. Shouldn't he prove his true worth to everyone? He had to show them how incredibly strong he became to protect his precious comrades. He remembered the deity's final words. "Do not give in to fear." Sung-yeon forced himself up. His resolve burned brighter than ever. "You said you would prove it." He took a heavy step forward. "Just because this defies all logic does not mean I will surrender." He stared at his trembling hands. "I am a transcendent being, even with death breathing down my neck." He raised the mirror of proof. "I must force the demon god to unleash his conceptual divinity." The system displayed. Unbreakable faith. This mirror of proof was forged from the absolute conviction and unyielding divinity of an ancient god. It allows the user to steal a target's conceptual divinity for 10 minutes. However, it cannot be activated unless the user's soul and divinity match the target's exact tier. The demon god glared at the exhausted Sung-yeon. He scoffed inwardly. For a moment, I actually believed I had found a worthy challenger, a true rival to test my limits. He clenched his fists. But I was utterly wrong. He looked down at Sung-yeon. You have nothing left. You are completely shattered. He pondered for a second. Perhaps I should postpone our slaughter for another day, waiting until you reach a level that actually satisfies my bloodlust wouldn't be so boring. But he instantly crushed that thought. No. This world is nothing but an illusion. For a fake existence like me, time is not a luxury I can afford. He clamped his hand around Sung-yeon's throat, ready to snap it. Farewell, my disappointing rival. Sung-yeon weakly raised his head. Not even close. A blood-stained, defiant smirk crossed his face. This battle is far from over. The system chimed. Soul tier adjustment initiated. Your soul rank is now synchronizing with the enemy. The demon god's eyes widened in sheer horror. His soul rank is matching mine. A devastating storm of blue aura erupted from Sung-yeon. The demon god roared. How did you reach my realm in a fraction of a second? The system declared. For the next 4 minutes, all ranks and levels will be forced into perfect equilibrium with your opponent. The demon god was paralyzed by disbelief. This is impossible. Sung-yeon exploded forward like a crack of lightning, unleashing a bower of Prusa's savage kick right to his jaw. The sheer impact cratered the earth beneath them. With eyes blazing like hellfire and a twisted grin, Sung-yeon made his decree. The real nightmare starts right now. The transcendent god of death gave a sinister smile. Your competitive spirit is burning bright. Sung-yeon chuckled inwardly. I almost forgot how intoxicating this feeling is. A maelstrom of pitch-black energy swallowed him. System warning. The Divine Authority Soul Record has achieved absolute activation. Any being whose name remains in the Soul Record for more than 44 minutes will be utterly devoured by the power of death. The demon god violently recoiled from the divine pressure. He clutched his chest, roaring in agony. What is this foul magic? My divinity is tearing itself apart. He darted his eyes around in absolute panic. What else could possibly be lurking in the shadows? A colossal soul dragon materialized behind Sung-yeon, its roar shaking the heavens. He passed his final judgment. This is your official death sentence. System alert. The divine powers of death, corruption, and rebirth are simultaneously unleashing. From beneath the shattered earth, a terrifying geyser of blue energy violently blasted the demon god away. He gasped in shock. Ha! I completely miscalculated. Sung-yeon's shattered body was flawlessly reconstructed within the glowing blue pillar. Blood splattered heavily against the jagged cliffs. Suddenly, a voice echoed with genuine admiration. How truly impressive. The demon goddess licked the fresh blood from her lips, flashing a wicked grin. Trying to shatter my divinity was a brilliant tactical move. She mercilessly plunged her bare hand straight into Sung-yeon's chest. She mocked him with absolute superiority. But unlike ordinary, divine powers, my conceptual divinity drains life force from the entire universe. I can endlessly replenish my strength by harvesting my loyal followers. System warning. The demon god's authority. My divinity takes the pure form of demonic energy, instantly erasing all physical limits and amplifying my destructive force. That dark demonic aura is violently drained from every creature of darkness across the vast cosmos. Dripping with absolute arrogance despite her wounds, she laid down the cruel truth. In conclusion, no matter how hard you struggle, my conceptual divinity is completely indestructible. She screamed her final command. Now rot in hell. But, directly contradicting her expectations, Sung-yeon simply looked up. A chilling, victorious smile spread across his face. You finally fell for it and used it. Lurking right behind the demon goddess, an eldritch abomination covered in 1,000 glowing eyes suddenly materialized. Sung-yeon had been calculating this exact moment. By analyzing her conceptual divinity, he set the perfect trap. Right on cue, the system rang out. Hidden conditions met. The user has successfully rejected death. The demon goddess stared into the void, her confident facade crumbling into absolute dread. Don't tell me this is the work of a system? The goddess stared into the pitch-black darkness, suffocating under the pressure. The horrific realization hit her. You resurrected from the dead? The system immediately detailed the effects of his ultimate, unique trait, necromancy. Exactly once every year, the user possesses the absolute right to defy death itself. This heaven-defying ability remains strictly active even within the sacred domain of the gods. A blinding light flashed, and Sung-yeon was reborn in flawless condition. The demon goddess curled her lips into an amused smirk, genuinely entertained by the twist. Ha! What terrifying desperation to cling to life. She calmly crossed her arms and spoke. I completely obliterated your heart. By all the laws of this world, you should be a rotting corpse. Both of you. We both know this battle should be over. Sung-yeon stood tall. His voice cut through the tension. That is nothing but a delusion of your own making. His silhouette merged with the shadows. He issued a chilling reminder. Have you forgotten? A death match only ends when one of us breathes our last. The demon goddess's eyes blazed. She trembled with pure excitement. We will soon find out. Who gets to die today? Sung-yeon fired back. You talk a big game. She let out a wicked smirk. Well, I am not here to convince you. The mirror of proof. Sung-yeon raised his fist. Now, I will show you true power. The system alerts chimed. Immortal belief. Rank S. The exclusive effect, belief of proof, is ready for activation. He triggered it instantly. The divine artifact awakened. The system announced, stealing a conceptual divinity from the target, granting temporary usage, for exactly 10 minutes. Condition: the user's divinity and soul rank must perfectly match the target. A torrent of dark purple energy was violently ripped from the demon goddess. It surged straight into Sung-yeon. I will borrow your divinity. Just for a little while, demon god. The system warned. Post-activation cooldown is exactly 1 year. The demon goddess clutched her chest. She screamed in absolute agony and horror. You! What did you just do? The demon god divinity. It is transferring to you. The system noted. Target is experiencing severe trauma. Pure panic twisted her face. Sung-yeon shifted into a combat stance. A terrifying new power boiled within his veins. System. Demon god divine power activated. A sinister smile crept across his face. System update. Demon god divinity traits applied. All physical limitations have been completely removed, embracing pure, unadulterated destruction. He launched himself at the demon goddess. The ground shattered beneath his immense force. System update. Demonic divinity is being forcibly extracted from all dark entities across the universe. Power replenishment in progress. A devastating punch sent her flying. Sung-yeon gasped for air. The destructive aura radiated from his very core. So this is it, he grasped the true nature of his stolen prize. Is this the power of the demon god? 3 blazing energy spheres, representing transcendence, death, and the demon god hovered directly in front of him. But the true shock was yet to come. By stealing this demonic divinity, my own divine title is expanding. The 3 spheres merged into a violent explosion. System. Through the demon god's power, challenger Han Sung-yeon's divine title is expanding. He could not comprehend how this miraculous evolution was possible. The expansion was complete. He clenched his newly empowered fist. What truly matters right now is maximizing this demonic power. Before my time runs out, the system delivered its final declaration. Han Sung-yeon's divine title has evolved. He is now the demon god of transcendence and death. Through the suffocating dust, her voice echoed. That was a divine relic, was it not? Sung-yeon glared back with piercing eyes. A relic capable of stealing even a conceptual divinity. The demon goddess emerged from the dense fog. Disbelief was written all over her face. An artifact of that caliber requires a supreme god's ultimate sacrifice to forge. She narrowed her eyes. I have to wonder, where did a mortal like you find such a thing? Dark purple aura gathered at her chest. A wicked, terrifying smile returned to her lips. However, you have not stolen all of my divinity just yet. Suddenly, she stomped the ground with earth-shattering force. The terrain completely pulverized under her terrifying pressure. If I can create just one opening, She drew back her fist. Unleashing a strike of absolute annihilation, she charged at Sung-yeon. Before the rest of my power is drained, I will reclaim my dominion, and victory will be mine. A catastrophic collision shook the very heavens. Violent streaks of purple lightning tore through the battlefield. Seeing her maddened, desperate expression, Sung-yeon rapidly calculated his next move. She is right. The theft is not fully complete. There is still a fatal opening. His death divinity began to corrode her remaining power. Demonic energy relentlessly flooded his physical vessel. The demon god's essence. It is still flowing directly into my veins. Sung-yeon let out an arrogant, mocking laugh. He had completely seen through her desperate ploy. Reclaim your dominion? Is that a joke? Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating roundhouse kick. A colossal pillar of purple light erupted from the earth, piercing the sky. The demon goddess shrieked in absolute agony, crushed under the overwhelming weight of his suffocating aura. Foolish. What happens if I crush you right now and completely devour the rest of your divinity? Sung-yeon's eyes blazed with azure lightning. He stared her down with absolute supremacy. Does that not make me the ultimate victor here? Just as I am doing right this second. The blackened sky trembled under a barrage of explosions. Meanwhile, miles away from the carnage, the golden-haired deity woke up in a daze. Ugh, what in the world is happening? He forced himself to stand, his expression turning grim. He locked his gaze onto the explosive pillars of light. While I was unconscious, the demon god clashed with the god of transcendence and death. Suddenly, his eyes widened in absolute horror. He had noticed a terrifying anomaly. But the most impossible thing is, staring at the blazing energy beam on the horizon, he wondered, why were there two traces of the demon god's presence? He clenched his robes. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Regardless, I should let the demon god handle that for now, and focus on what I can do right this second. Instantly, he transformed into a brilliant flash of golden light. He shot straight into the sky. I will support the god of darkness in the absolute war against the dragon god. Seeing the strange light streak past, San looked up in sheer disbelief. Is that the god of light? His eyes widened in utter shock as he tracked the deity's path. Impossible. Is he flying toward the dragon god and the god of darkness? Exploiting San's brief distraction, the female demon god launched a vicious sneak attack from behind. I have to stop him. Where are you looking? She lunged forward, moving at terrifying speed, her face twisted with pure malice. Did you not just say it yourself? The female demon god shrieked in absolute madness, closing in on San with razor-sharp claws. This battle will not end until the very moment one of us dies. Suddenly, a blazing crimson slash violently tore through the fabric of space, completely shattering her lethal attack. The female demon god froze in her tracks. Her eyes widened in absolute horror, staring down at her freshly severed arm. San maintained his grim composure. Holding his blood-soaked blade, his expression remained terrifyingly cold. Unfortunately, urgent business has come up. Let us end this quickly. Suddenly, he paused, glancing sideways with intense caution. Despite her gruesome injury, the female demon god curled her lips into a cryptic smile. Oh, you finally noticed, did you not? San gritted his teeth in shock, feeling a sinister anomaly creeping through his veins. What on earth is happening to my body? Instantly, he spun around, unleashing a Godspeed slash, while the female demon god executed a flawless mid-air backflip, expertly dodging the deadly strike. She landed softly on the ground, clenching a shattered mirror shard in her hand. She smirked with wicked intent. It must be this little toy, the highest grade holy relic, that granted you such power. Her eyes flashed with cunning deceit as she raised the cracked mirror high, radiating a faint and ghostly aura, allowing you to steal my demon god divinity. System notification, indomitable faith. San furrowed, his brows in deep frustration, realizing his master plan had been completely exposed. You expended tremendous effort to steal it. But honestly, finally getting my hands on it feels wonderful. So that was your grand scheme from the very beginning? To recklessly charge in and snatch it from me? Watching the mirror crumble further under his immense energy pressure, she continued her mockery. You audaciously stole my conceptual divinity. But did you honestly believe I would just stand back and blindly accept that fate? Instantly, The shattered remnants of the holy relic rained down around San, gleaming like brilliant shards of glass. Of course, it is a breathtaking masterpiece, requiring a high-tier god to sacrifice their very existence to forge it. Yet, the durability of this holy relic is truly nothing impressive. Well, at the very least, the innate ability of a supreme-grade holy relic will not vanish completely after its activation. San remained dead silent, his gaze sinking into a dark abyss, while the female demon god stared at him, radiating manic triumph. Regardless, you should be immensely satisfied, knowing you will never again be able to wield a holy relic like this. System alert. The demon god gazes upon you with joyful delight. Suddenly, the female demon god snapped her fingers. A sharp echoing click rang out, bursting with absolute authority, signaling the ultimate end. Then it appears your time is officially up. In a flash, San collapsed to his knees, coughing up dark blood, stunned as an agonizing wave of pain crashed over him. It seems you managed to use the relic's power to put up a meager resistance. A colossal demonic phantom materialized from the shadows, violently swallowing his body whole. But the exact moment it shattered, the demon god's divinity began eroding every ounce of divine power within you. She broke into a deeply sinister smile, watching San helplessly struggle. Now you are entirely cut off from all divinity. Forget about moving faster than the speed of light. Even twitching a single finger will be utterly impossible for you. So that is your final answer? Suddenly, a devastating crimson blade arc violently ripped through space, carving a fatal wound straight across the female demon god's torso. Blood erupted into the air. Her eyes bulged in absolute terror, staring at her own blood splattering the ground, while San stood tall and completely unbothered. Are you claiming that I can no longer use my divine powers? Or move at the speed of light? San raised his head, his blazing eyes piercing straight through the suffocating darkness. Let us put that bold claim to the test. System notification. The demon god of transcendence and death manifests a cold and burning wrath. A majestic golden aura completely engulfed San. As he forcibly activated his absolute ultimate power, the system continued. Myth of transcendence. Forced acceleration is now fully operational. Hansan's movements have flawlessly achieved a divine effect, faster than light itself. Forced superlight speed. A blazing sphere of crimson energy aggressively detonated around him, pushing his physical limits beyond the absolute maximum. System update. By summoning the divinity of fighting spirit, the user's enhanced abilities allow movements approaching the actual speed of light. Capitalizing on that godlike velocity, San exploded forward, weaving a deadly crisscrossing web of crimson sword strikes to annihilate his opponent. The female demon god screamed in absolute chaos as, "Your body takes endless strikes. You shouldn't be able to move. Your flesh should be rotting from the demon god's divinity. What is this?" San glides effortlessly through the blinding rays of energy. He declares coldly, "Such tricks cannot reach me." The system chimes. From this moment, challenger Hansa gains the divine effect of coercion. He tightens his grip on the blazing crimson hilt, ready for the final strike. "If the natural order denies me, I will force it," the system explains. This allows specific supreme powers to trigger by force. A massive vortex of dark violet aura swallows the entire dimension. A system warning flashes. However, such actions demand a heavy price. A toll that defies the natural order. The demon god's divinity activates by sheer force. San's face contorts under the weight of this erupting destruction. The system dictates a divinity born of demonic essence. All limits on physical enhancement and destructive power are shattered. Finally, the demon goddess collapses to the earth. Stripped of her might, "I now hold absolute control over the demon god's divinity," he states, "which means the immortality you claimed through your conceptual divinity is gone." Amidst the crumbling cliffs and dead silence, San delivers his judgment. "Now you will die, devoured by the divinity of death." The demon goddess looks up, smiling with eerie satisfaction, despite her face being covered in blood. My, I never expected this outcome. A truly flawless defeat." She narrows her eyes, staring deeply into her conqueror's soul. "You just had terrible luck." San stares back. His gaze remains calm, yet radiates absolute majesty. "If your opponent had not been me, if it were the dark god or the dragon god, you might have won." The demon goddess flashes a mocking glare as her body slowly turns to dust. How irritating. Is that the victor's pity for the defeated? Her silhouette fades into the void, scattering like broken memories. She speaks her final words. Regardless, now that my demon god's divinity is stripped away, I shall perish, and I will never return. Through the bloodstains, her eyes burn with unbroken pride. She whispers, "Are you afraid?" San replies, "No, not entirely." Remembering the lifetime of cosmic warfare, she smiles. "I have wandered the entire universe. I achieved every desire I ever held, especially my wars against truly mighty foes. I fought until the slaughter grew painfully dull, yet no battle could ever compare to this one." San's lips curve into a faint smile. His eyes reflect deep respect for a worthy foe. "I die satisfied." He sits in silence upon the shattered battlefield, watching her final ashes scatter into the wind. Then farewell, my greatest rival. The scene shifts. San struggles fiercely to reel in his rampant aura. I tried to absorb the demon god's core, but it rejects the fusion. Glaring at the system panels, flashing blood-red warnings, he analyzes. I see. Is true assimilation impossible? I could forcefully extract its essence by using the transcendent myth, forced acceleration. But in a flash, a spine-chilling terror paralyzes him. My instincts scream at me to stop. An overwhelming aura of pure, lethal danger. The dread and the violent recoil threaten to swallow me whole. This is true fear. San coughs up dark blood. The demonic malice ravages his organs from within. I have no choice but to halt the process. The demon god's divinity relentlessly eats away at his soul divinity, devouring it piece by piece. And because I activated forced acceleration, while constantly manifesting the divinity of coercion, the backlash is destroying me. He grinds his teeth, fighting to keep the blazing light in his eyes alive. Even maintaining my undying belief without external support is draining my life force. I must finish this war, while I can still suppress the demon god's divinity. Back at the crumbling ruins, the dark god unleashes a sinister cackle. Ha, ha ha. O dragon god, my pathetic little child. She stares down from the heavens, eyes dripping with absolute disgust for the fallen dragon god. You have grown so devastatingly weak. Even the very foundation of your conceptual divinity is crumbling. Is this pathetic display really the best you can muster against me? The dragon god forces his heavy eyes open. Phantoms of an old wound burn brightly. Ah, yes. The time. I battled the incarnation of transcendent myth and death on the Western Front. The dark god's gaze pierces straight through him, glaring at the fractured core of his divine seal. Something from that clash must have shattered your conceptual divinity. Am I right? The dragon god drops his head, gasping for breath. His voice cracks with ancient sorrow. My strength faded because my successor was lost. Yet, she forces her head high. A fearless, death-defying smile paints her face. But even so, I will never fall to you. Never, dark god. The dark god sneers with freezing malice, gathering aura for the final execution. We shall see. Suddenly, echoing from the shadows, arrogant footsteps shatter the tension. Ah, what a truly delightful sensation. The light god steps forward, dripping with absolute triumph. An ambush. To think, I could land such a devastating strike on the very first try. The dark god snaps her blazing eyes toward the intruder. Fury radiated through the air. God of light, why are you here? I never permitted your interference. He strolled calmly across the shattered earth, his mind calculating. Do not misunderstand, God of transcendence and death. While you battle the demon god, I simply thought it wise to eliminate the dragon god immediately. Seth, hearing you call the god of transcendence and death your successor, he might become a massive threat later. Do you not agree? Right then, the god of light manifested a sphere of absolute destruction in his palm. Besides, the divine power of the dragon god is already fading, is it not? That makes her perfect prey. The dragon god gritted her teeth in absolute despair. I despise this weakness. In her mind, San's majestic silhouette flickered with bitter regret. I only wanted to look legendary, in front of my chosen successor. She watched the divine judgment falling toward her, silently praying for him. My precious successor. I must protect him, no matter the cost. A world-shaking explosion erupted. Blinding radiance devoured the entire cliff. The god of light widened his eyes in sheer disbelief. He stared blankly into the massive, empty crater. He was frozen in shock. She vanished? Suddenly, San materialized from the dust, cradling the dragon god in his arms, his gaze filled with piercing agony. Is it because of me? You suffered this fate because of me, right? The dragon god whispered faintly, her trembling fingers reaching out to touch his face. Please. You do not need to break yourself fighting for my sake, my successor. A torrential crimson aura ignited, wrapping around them both. San projected an overwhelmingly dominant presence. From this second on, I will take care of everything. Close up on the god of light, still unable to comprehend the impossible truth. He stood paralyzed amidst the rubble, muttering in pure denial. She vanished. San gazed down at the wounded deity in his arms, his voice dripping with crushing guilt. Because of me? You were pushed to the brink of death because of me, right? The dragon god's amethyst eyes sparkled, gazing at him one final time. Please, you no longer have to push yourself beyond your limits just to save me, my successor. He stood like an immovable mountain within a vortex of raging energy, declaring with absolute authority. From this moment onward, I will take care of everything. Seeing the dragon god drift into unconsciousness, San's hand gently tightened on her shoulder. He knelt upon the shattered battlefield. His broad back radiated a profound loneliness, yet undeniable absolute power. Dragon god, you can finally rest in peace. San softly rested his hand upon her head, his eyes ignited with an unbreakable vow to protect. From this day forward, I will be the one, shielding you. The dragon god parted her lips, a deeply satisfied smile blooming on her face. Very well, my successor. Standing amidst the apocalyptic ruins, San silently turned his back to her. Deep inside, her heart, she thought. This is the first time I have ever felt such profound peace. The dragon god gently rested her hand over her racing heart, feeling an inexplicable soothing warmth wash over her soul. Despite her blood-stained face, her lips curved into a beautifully serene smile. Exhausted, she let her eyes flutter shut. Perhaps taking a short nap will not hurt. However, that fragile, peaceful silence was violently shattered by the maddened, furious roar of the god of light. You wretched ascended seed. Why? Why do I sense the demon god's dark aura radiating from your body? He bellowed from a distance, his face twisted in absolute horror, utterly refusing to believe his own divine senses. What did you do? Where is the demon god? Meeting his pathetic panic, San merely dropped a bone-chilling command. Shut your mouth. A blinding shockwave violently tore the earth apart. Following a single, effortless wave of his hand, every obstacle in the vicinity was obliterated in a fraction of a second. What kind of monstrous power is this? The god of light stammered, his pupils trembling to the core as he witnessed an apocalyptic force crashing down upon him. Wait! Hold on a second. Silence. San had closed the distance in a phantom flash. His hand crushed the deity's throat like suffocating a meaningless insect. Why should I waste my breath on trash who cannot even realize that I have already slaughtered the demon god? His abyssal blue eyes glared with absolute contempt, piercing straight into the coward's trembling soul. It is time for you to perish. A merciless system window materialized in the air, activating the divinities of death, telepathy, and demonic gluttony. He shrieked in soul-tearing agony as he watched his very limbs begin to disintegrate into nothingness. My glorious body is vanishing? No. Even my divine core is being erased. The ruthless system coldly declared, the demon god of transcendence and death sentences the target to immediate execution. In a mere heartbeat, the once majestic deity was reduced to scattered ashes. San casually brushed off his hands. Now that the pathetic insect has been eradicated, he pivoted, locking a razor-sharp glare onto the final god, standing silently in the shadows. Let me ask you, god of darkness, will you sever your ties with the god of time and instead consider forging an alliance with me? His heavy proposition echoed across the wasteland, dripping with suffocating pressure and absolute sovereign authority. Crimson-black aura coiled around his arm like a lethal warning. I do not know what promises you made to that ancient deity, but surely you must have your own hidden motives for joining my side. If our ultimate ambitions are not entirely opposed, why not become allies instead of corpses? A dense, suffocating fog engulfed the two apex entities as they stood face to face, forging a tense, deathly silence. This extraordinary child, the goddess of darkness, let out a soft breath. Her voice carried an indescribable weight. It is absolutely useless. We will never share the same path. Not unless I guide that utter fool. She stepped slowly across the shattered earth. Her purple robes billowed wildly. My deepest desire would remain forever out of reach. This entire world is nothing but an illusion, and that makes my mission absolutely crucial. A twisted fanaticism burned across her face. It radiated from beneath her blindfold. I crave it. To witness the ultimate glory of absolute radiance. To see it pierce the highest heavens. For countless ages, I have searched, searching for a light capable of such blinding brilliance. Her words echoed like a phantom, a whisper from a distant, forgotten era. I once questioned the god of light. Could he be the brilliant dawn I sought? But his radiance was pathetically weak. It could never shake the foundations of this universe. She glared at the phantoms of the old gods. The god of time possessed an innate gift. He seized the conceptual godhood of time, yet his demise was utterly pathetic. No, across this entire universe, they are all exactly the same. Surrounded by tens of thousands of divine souls, she saw only mediocrity. They are nothing but arrogant, greedy trash. They could never ignite into that brilliant light. But at long last, someone has appeared. Her hidden gaze locked directly onto Sun. Burning with absolute expectation, she peered into his very core. She smiled deeply. A mortal who eclipses the cosmos, wielding the godhoods of transcendence and death. A soul completely unmatched, unlike anything I have ever witnessed. The only one with true talent and divine right. In the suffocating void, the goddess of darkness whispered. She spoke of an ancient, inescapable destiny. If a light truly exists, one powerful enough to illuminate, to bring glory to this miserable universe, then, that existence. She gripped San's shoulder. Her aura oozed absolute possessiveness, like a predator claiming its ultimate prize. It can only be you. She leaned dangerously close to his ear. Her voice dripped with mystical poison. That is the innate gift. The power your soul possessed from the very moment of birth. Standing at the apex of reality, their silhouettes blurred within the chaotic storms of energy. She proclaimed his absolute destiny. You were fated to wield the godhood of death. No matter the variables, no matter which world you were born into, if you simply found a way to awaken your mana flow, you were always guaranteed to ascend, to become the ultimate god of, the most powerful deity. What? San staggered backward in pure shock. His eyes widened, struggling to process this insane revelation. An innate gift to awaken the godhood of death. Without any external help. A massive psychological shockwave. It violently rippled through his mind. He questioned his entire existence in absolute disbelief. Since the very beginning, my soul had the power to unlock the godhood of death? He stared down at his violently trembling hands. The terrifying truth finally clicked into place. A cruel, inescapable destiny had been carved out for him. I was born with this soul-bound gift. Does that mean my fate was sealed? Was I always destined to seize the godhood of death? The goddess of darkness spread her arms wide. She unleashed an eternal, crushing aura. Her voice was fatally intoxicating. Now, my precious child, let us become one. A sickening purple miasma began boring deeply into his consciousness. She made a terrifying vow. Driven by an unbreakable, twisted will, I will use any means necessary, as long as I can remain by your side. San's consciousness began to shatter. His vision darkened rapidly. He choked out a single, desperate gasp. His physical body began free-falling through dimensional layers. As memories flashed by, a devastating realization hit him. The godhood of transcendence was earned by climbing the tower, but the godhood of death? It was a power he would have claimed regardless, even if he never set foot inside the tower. He plummeted deeper into the vortex of his soul. One final question tortured his fading mind. Then why couldn't I ever grow stronger before? A soul-shattering agony violently ripped through him. Boiling blood and dark aura erupted. His internal reality was being violently flipped upside down. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. San gasped for air, frantically scanning his surroundings. The landscape had mutated into something horrifying. Where am I? He dropped to his knees on the blood-red earth. A relentless rain of cold steel blades poured from the sky. Absolute dread washed over him. Is this my inner world? He stared up at the blazing, suffocating sky. It felt completely alien. Nothing like the realm he witnessed on the 11th floor of the tower. This dimension was infinitely more savage and desolate. His gaze darted forward. He was mesmerized by a violently churning, luminous vortex, a manifestation of his divine authorities, the powers he had painstakingly absorbed through necromancy. Suddenly, an abyssal darkness flooded the realm. It mercilessly began devouring his light, swallowing the starlight whole. Sung-yeon jerked his head upward to face the cosmic entity. He choked out a bitter realization. The godhood of darkness, standing absolute within the crimson sea of souls. The goddess of darkness issued her chilling decree. I have officially transferred my conceptual godhood, a supreme power infused with my very ego. It now belongs to you. Cold sweat poured down his face. Sung-yeon was paralyzed by the horrifying implication. He finally grasped her true, twisted objective. That means, he plunged his hand into the crimson waters, the dark crimson tide. He could feel the violent fusion rewriting his very core. Has the godhood of darkness completely melted? Melted straight into my inner world? Are they fusing together to create one absolute, true reality? A dark silhouette. The ancient shadow loomed like a testament to the ultimate law. For an ancient god, a conceptual divinity, is their very ego. That is right. The ego is the inner world. It is the absolute domain of the mind. The inner space violently trembled. Myriad swords surged toward the vortex of power. Countless images began to overlap as the brutal collision erupted. Therefore, darkness devouring the starlight meant one thing. The conceptual divinity I received from the god of darkness was violently clashing with my own. Because of this, our inner worlds were forcefully merging into one. We were stepping into the true world together. The god of darkness looked at him. Her face was sorrowful, yet utterly resolute. He threw out a desperate question. Have you completely lost your mind? Sung-yeon gritted his teeth in fierce anger. She did not deny it. Instead, she gazed at him with a strangely deep affection. Child, you might think that I have gone mad. However, there is no better path for me than this very one. Sung-yeon stared deeply into the eyes hidden beneath her black veil. He finally realized her extreme, terrifying resolve. That battle was entirely meaningless. Becoming one and reaching the true world together. The god of darkness tilted her head slightly. Her hidden eyes seemed to pierce straight through his soul. She softly declared her truth. This is my only choice. The only way to keep following the light, which is you. She finally revealed her masterfully calculated move. Helping the god of time was completely meaningless. In truth, standing by his side created the perfect opening. An opening to deeply engrave her darkness, divinity, into him. That is right, child. She smiled, with profound hidden meaning. From the very beginning, I never intended to help the god of time. Sung-yeon glared fiercely at the powerful entity before him. His eyes were ice cold. He spoke in a dangerously low tone. That is truly a flawless disguise. But do you comprehend what you have just done? Standing amidst his churning, blood-red inner sea, he warned her of the catastrophic consequences. You are merging into my inner world. You are trying to drag us both into the true world. You know this will end in absolute ruin. Because two entities cannot possess the exact same conceptual divinity. The inner space violently quaked. The ultimate law of the universe manifested its brutal truth. One would be deemed the absolute truth, while the other would become a mere fake. If neither agreed to vanish, their silhouettes began to blur and crack. Thick purple aura bled through the fractures. Both of your conceptual divinities will be utterly obliterated, and it will drag your very life down with it. Sung-yeon furiously calculated the universe's fragile balance. If the god of darkness, one of the three ancient gods, were to vanish completely, the cosmic balance of power would entirely shatter. A devastating vision flashed before his eyes. The grand temples laid in absolute ruin. The rogue gods opposing the pantheon, and the traitors lurking within, would ruthlessly exploit this massive chaos. They would enforce their own twisted wills. He clenched his fists tightly. His determination blazed. He locked on to his ultimate goal. This catastrophe had to be stopped at all costs. But even without that grand reason, Sung-yeon's eyes hardened with pure resolve. He stared at her flickering, ethereal form. I refuse to let the original god of darkness die in this place. He narrowed his eyes sharply. His gaze was cold, challenging, and utterly fearless. It was a silent, mocking question. So what now? A blood-red system screen flashed violently in midair. The god of darkness heard his inner voice. She responded with a chilling, yet terrifyingly calm smile. You have no idea what chaotic variables might unfold. Her lips curled into a spine-chilling, maniacal grin. She made her absolute declaration. Throwing myself off a cliff in a deadly gamble is far better than waiting here, to slowly fade into nothingness. So do not waste another second. She spread her divine arms wide, a terrifying, euphoric invitation. Let us completely merge into one. Let us ascend beyond the limits of this world. The god of darkness was absolutely certain of her ultimate victory. Instantly, a colossal wave of dark purple energy crashed down. It acted like a divine executioner's blade, cleaving his blood-red inner world in two. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth against the soul-crushing pressure. He quickly reminded himself, fighting in, the inner world was entirely different from the physical realm. An unbreakable spirit was the ultimate weapon here. The god of darkness began to flaunt her overwhelming mental dominance. I have carved my very essence into the darkness divinity. The crushing weight of time itself forges an unyielding spirit. With one devastating sweep of her hand, a torrent of dark aura ripped reality apart. Therefore, I, who have existed since ancient times, shall claim absolute victory. Thick chains of pure darkness erupted, tightly binding Sung-yeon's entire body. The horrific pressure suffocated him. She leaned in and whispered softly, "Do not be afraid, child. With this overwhelming gap in our power, I will end this swiftly. You will not feel any pain." She stepped closer in terrifying, suffocating silence, handing down her final judgment. Close your eyes, and it will all be over. Her long, shadowy fingers gently brushed against the aura shielding his soul. We shall become one, forever. We can talk again later. But then, Sung-yeon's blue eyes violently flared. A blinding light pierced through the suffocating darkness. He sneered with glacial coldness. I highly doubt that is ever going to happen. A catastrophic explosion erupted from deep within his core. The blast violently shattered the encroaching chains of darkness. Sung-yeon stood tall like an immovable mountain. He shattered every single binding upon him. His voice echoed with crushing mockery. You boast about the burden of time? Who decided that a larger form holds a stronger spirit? He glared through the shattering cracks of reality to declare a new absolute truth. In this inner world, battles are not decided by abstract concepts like the spirit. They are decided by our conceptual divinity. A brilliant golden light erupted. It clashed violently with the purple abyss, creating a glorious explosion of power. Striding fiercely across the waters, crimson water, Sung-yeon exposed his opponent's fatal flaw. Put simply, you possess only one conceptual divinity, darkness. His palms blazed with opposing forces, deep purple and radiant gold. But I possess two. This means I hold an overwhelming advantage in absolute power. He fused the twin energies together, causing the space to shatter. An arrogant smirk crossed his face as he commanded the absolute end. Darkness, fade away. The god of darkness let out a pained groan as she was blasted backward. Caught off guard, she gritted her teeth in sheer terror. Sung-yeon stood amidst the stabilizing void to explain the true nature of this realm. The inner world is a spiritual domain forged by our beloved, conceptual divinities. With a gaze dripping with murderous intent, he delivered her final judgment. You can never defeat me while I wield dual conceptual divinities. This is your end. The shadow of the god of darkness collapsed under the crushing pressure falling from the heavens. A colossal tornado of devastating energy, painted in deep, crimson and black, swallowed everything in its violent path. Watching the ancient entity slowly disintegrate in regret, Sung-yeon called out her divine title, God of Darkness. He stood tall upon the shattered ruins, asking with chilling calmness, "Do you have any final words? I shall grant you an audience for your last breath." A bitter, scoffing laugh echoed from the defeated deity. Sung-yeon gazed down at the fading shadow beneath his feet. Dragging you into my inner world was indeed a catastrophic mistake. How utterly pathetic. As the god of darkness slowly melted into the void, she breathed her final words dripping with regret. I truly believed I had chosen the perfect path to ascend to the real world. But I never expected to meet such a cruel fate right after finding an absolutely flawless, transcendent vessel like you. Her dark, trembling hands reached outward, desperately grasping for one last trace of mortal warmth. "You remarkable child, if only I could touch your face one last time." Sung-yeon stood frozen like a statue. His eyes darkened with heavy, silent contemplation. "Do not shed tears of pity over my impending death." She offered a gentle smile, carrying an eerily peaceful serenity. "My one true regret is fading away, before my own eyes could witness the magnificent birth of your blinding light." Sung-yeon lowered his head. His voice cracked under the weight of late remorse. "Forgive me. I am truly sorry." He dropped to his knees upon the crimson earth, bitterly, confronting the cruel reality. "Even if this means your ultimate demise, I still cannot bring you into the real world with me." Gazing at her fading silhouette, he explained the ruthless laws of the divine. "Because if you ascend, alongside me, the god of darkness residing in the real world might be completely wiped from existence." Hearing this, she let out a weightless laugh. "I see." Seeing the deep torment etched across his face, she realized this child was carrying a mountainous burden. "For the reincarnation of an ancient god, perhaps I should choose a more graceful exit." Suddenly, Sung-yeon snapped his head up. His blue eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. She looked at him with profound affection. "I do not feel too terrible about this fate. You swore you would hear my final request, did you not? This essence." He focused his gaze upon the mystical orb of black energy manifesting between them. "This is a fragment of my very divinity." With one final, lingering hope, she gently offered it to, "Could you deliver this fragment to my other half up there in the real world?" The dying god of darkness was begging for a single miracle. Sung-yeon reached out and accepted the shattered core. He gripped it tightly, sealing his divine oath. "I swear it shall be done. Thank you, noble child." The god of darkness felt an overwhelming tide of gratitude. She slowly closed her eyes and scattered into the cosmic dust. Suddenly, an earth-shattering pillar of azure light erupted from the tower's peak. It pierced the infinite heavens, signaling the legendary return of a god. Snapping back to reality, the ancient wizard was frantically channeling his mana. Completely consumed by his own blinding greed, the old fool screamed, "Just a little more. Just a little further. One more push and I shall claim the seed of ascension all for myself." His manic gloating froze instantly. A deathly cold voice echoed right behind him. "Were you planning to shatter the holy barrier, protecting the battlefield of the absolute gods?" Sung-yeon materialized from thin air, radiating overwhelming authority behind the trembling wizard. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. "Did you intend to forge your own holy realm, just to claim my existence for yourself?" The old sorcerer spun around in absolute horror. His purple eyes bulged out in sheer suffocating dread. "The Ascension Seed? How are you even here?" But before the old man could finish, Sung-yeon unleashed a thunderous kick. The crushing blow shattered his ribs. An earth-shattering scream tore through the very fabric of space. The old sorcerer was sent flying in pure agony. Sung-yeon landed with effortless grace. He brushed his hands with absolute disdain. It was nothing to him. A cruel smirk twisted his lips. His entire being radiated suffocating pressure. "It has been a while, has it not?" The god of transcendence and death unleashed his boundless wrath. Murderous intent choked the air. The old sorcerer trembled violently. He stared at the ruins in absolute despair. "My sacred domain, the clock tower, everything is completely destroyed. The ritual to steal my ascension seed." He wailed miserably among the rubble. Everything he built was turning into dust. It was all gone. The god of time suffered a total breakdown. This power defied all logic. Sung-yeon approached him slowly. He walked with the terrifying aura of a divine judge. "Hey, I said it has been a while. Answer me." His eyes narrowed. Utter disgust flashed across his face, seeing his enemy grovel so pathetically. The god of transcendence and death frowned in absolute disappointment. The old sorcerer looked up at him. Pure terror seized his soul. His mouth trembled. Words failed him completely. "What in the world is happening? How did you become this overwhelmingly powerful in such a ridiculously short amount of time?" The frail old man clutched his white hair, his face twisted in sheer panic. He screamed in pure desperation. "Not too long ago, you were on the brink of death, down in that abyss, and the demon god was fighting on our side. How did you survive?" Suddenly, his eyes widened. His purple irises darted in denial. He muttered to comfort himself. Right. I understand now. It is utterly impossible for you to be here. You never defeated the demon god. You must have used some filthy, cowardly trick. Suddenly, he grabbed his head. He burst into hysterical, manic laughter. Between terrifying, breathless gasps, he yelled, "The god of darkness, the god of light, and the demon god will arrive. They will come to my rescue any second now. Ha 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 ha." His eyes rolled back in absolute madness, screaming into the void like a broken lunatic. This is the absolute end for you. You pathetic ascension seed. However, the only response to his empty threat was a blazing green fist. Tearing violently through the fabric of space, it smashed down with apocalyptic force. Every surrounding structure was obliterated, crushed into dust by absolute supremacy. A thick cloud of debris swallowed the devastated battlefield. Standing silently amid the ruins, Sung-yeon cast a lonely yet majestic shadow. His cold voice pierced the dust. They are never coming. Do you want to know why? He turned around. His deep blue eyes blazed with terrifying, murderous intent, a gaze that made reality itself tremble. Because I slaughtered every single one of them. The old sorcerer collapsed to his knees. A twisted, broken smile crept across his ancient face. 𝐄𝐗𝐏. Of course. So I still lack the strength. To turn the heavy wheels of fate? How utterly pathetic. Glaring down at the fading entity, Sung-yeon spoke with calm absolute. Very soon, you will bow before death. But before you perish, I have something to ask. Will you answer? The old sorcerer looked up, his eyes holding both mockery and deep respect. The mighty ascension seed. Asking me a question? What an unimaginable honor. I do not care anymore. Ask away. Standing in the heart of the wasteland, Sung-yeon lowered his voice to ask his ultimate question. What exactly did you see in that vision? To call me the ascension seed? The old man replied. I see. So that is what made you curious. He squinted, diving into the memories of a very distant future. His voice turned hoarse and heavy. I witnessed an ending forged entirely by unforgivable lies, broken swords buried in a desolate, silent battlefield. The tragic image flashed across his decaying mind, the gods of this great war vanishing one by one, leaving behind only divinity and shattered souls. I saw you, standing alone among their ashes. He whispered softly, recalling the blazing silhouette of Sung-yeon in the void, clashing against an unimaginable transcendent being. The old sorcerer's face began to blur away, fading alongside his shattered memories. You emerged victorious, and you walked the divine path of ascension, just as the world reached its ultimate end. That is all I saw. Sung-yeon stood in absolute silence, his eyes narrowed in deep contemplation. Hearing the final verdict, I merely sensed that you would evolve into a transcendent entity, and so I called you exactly that. Sung-yeon's majestic back slowly faded into the floating specks of golden light. As the defeated god's voice dissolved into the empty air, everything passes by, like a fleeting dream. All that remains within me is a worthless, tiny fragment of a dream that will never wake. Goodbye forever, time is up. A cold system notification suddenly popped up. The stolen divinity, demon god, of Challenger Han Sung-yeon has officially expired. Divine title reverting. Returning to the god of transcendence and death. The night sky was dead silent. Sung-yeon took a deep breath. It was finally over. He scratched his head, feeling a rare sense of relief. A strange peace washed over his soul. Now, there was no need to fight anyone else. Everything would be fine. In the distance, the faint silhouette of an old rival appeared, watching over him. Farewell, my worthy opponent. Sung-yeon stared into the void, his lips pressed tight in absolute silence. Suddenly, he pulled out a blazing crimson and purple energy sphere. Taking a little souvenir would not hurt, right? He had claimed a divinity fragment of the demon god. A confident smirk crossed his lips as he envisioned his next target. It was time to hunt for the dragon god. Right at that moment, a playful finger suddenly poked his cheek. Sung-yeon flinched in sheer shock. His eyes widened as he whipped around. He found a mischievous face, a girl with tiny dragon horns, and a long, swishing tail. She giggled with pure delight. I caught you, successor. Aren't you letting your guard down way too much? Heh. Cold sweat rolled down Sung-yeon's forehead. He forced an awkward smile at her abrupt arrival. Haha, you actually startled me. The dragon girl proudly placed her hands on her hips, flashing a triumphant grin. Right? I am an absolute master of ultimate stealth. Ha 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 ha. The two stood face to face beneath the starry sky. Sung-yeon shifted to a serious tone. Regarding the time god, I can no longer sense the presence of the ancient gods he recruited. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the chaotic battlefield. Weaklings like the time god or the light god dying was perfectly normal. But the strange part was, both the dark god and the demon god vanished without a single trace. Amidst the dead silence of the night, he suddenly spoke up, his voice chillingly calm. I was the one who slaughtered them all. She tilted her head away, a wave of sorrow flashing in her purple eyes. I understand. It honestly hurts. My heart a little. Recalling past memories, she whispered softly. Not the time god, but the dark god and the demon god. I used to share such joyful conversations with them. Turning to pierce Sung-yeon with a deep, profound gaze, she spoke gently. I hold no grudge against you, my successor. It is just that Sung-yeon stood completely frozen. His expression, hardened as fragments of memories flooded his mind. I suddenly remembered the old days. Without warning, he stepped forward and firmly gripped her hand, making her gasp in shock. Then, why do you not come with me? Sung-yeon's eyes burned with unwavering resolve as he stared directly into her soul. You wanted me to become your successor, and I accepted your will. So why? Will you not join me on this epic journey? He boldly declared his ultimate determination once again. Just as I stated before, I have absolutely no objections to claiming the Dragon God title. However, the cosmic order is never that simple. This universe cannot tolerate two gods sharing the exact same title. If I inherit the Dragon God mantle and ascend to the real world, either the original Dragon God or myself, one of us will be erased from existence, and our conceptual divinity will be completely annihilated. To prevent that catastrophe from happening, the girl stood by the majestic water tower, her robes fluttering in the wind as she challenged him. After transferring the Dragon God divinity to you, my original plan was to abandon that cruel fate and live my own life. But you want me to keep existing as the Dragon God, while you also inherit my absolute divinity? Sung-yeon gazed up at the distant heavens, a daring smirk on his face. That is the only way for us to find out. We will see if this world can handle two dragon gods existing at once. Struck by his fierce conviction, she fell completely silent. After a long sigh, she wrapped her arms around him tightly. Very well. I will grant you half of the dragon god divinity, just as you wish. But remember this. Once this ritual begins, you cannot stop it. Sung-yeon clenched his fists, feeling an explosive surge of new energy rushing through his veins. This was entirely uncharted territory. No one had ever attempted this before. I swear I will make this a complete success. He immediately channeled his power. Dark aura erupted violently around him. I will use death divinity to incinerate the remaining fragments of the dragon god divinity. A blazing sphere of raw energy materialized in mid-air. And then, I will fill this core with the pure dragon god divinity. A colossal, terrifying wolf phantom manifested right behind him. I will unleash demonic absorption to devour anything that refuses to fuse perfectly. Sung-yeon reached out, pressing his hand against the blazing sphere that radiated a terrifying, godlike heat. Finally, I will use transcendent divinity. I will rewrite the very definition of the dragon god conceptual divinity. His eyes turned razor-sharp, burning with an unstoppable, supreme willpower, until it fully represents me and me alone. A blinding, magnificent aura engulfed his entire body as the cosmic transformation reached its absolute climax. Through this method, there will be one divinity for the old dragon god, and a brand new dragon god divinity answering only to him. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted. The dragon girl was blasted back through the debris. The conditions were finally met. Sung-yeon smiled triumphantly. System notifications flashed before his eyes one after another. The dragon god divinity. It had altered the divine title of the challenger, Han Sung-yeon. The dragon god. Divinity completely rewrote his status. He became the dragon god of transcendence and death. The dragon girl stared at him in absolute shock. Her purple eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How can two beings hold the dragon god divinity at once? Sung-yeon smirked, brimming with absolute confidence. I reshaped it. I filled it with my own conceptual divinity. I altered its very essence. The universe now accepts us as two separate divine entities. He stood beside her, revealing his monumental achievement. With this, we are both dragon gods. However, neither of our divinities will be destroyed. Looking up at the brightening sky, he declared his victory. In essence, we have succeeded. The dragon girl lowered her head. Her trembling hand reached out toward him. Even so, I do not know when this war between the gods will finally end. They clasped hands tightly beneath the roaring waterfall. A new vow was forged between them. However, I cannot deny that our time together has been extended. As my successor, I am certain you still have much to teach me. Sung-yeon was smiling warmly. Suddenly, warm blood splattered violently across his face. So please accept this. His eyes widened in absolute horror. His breath hitched in his throat. What? A shadowy figure emerged from behind the dragon girl. The stranger wore a chillingly calm expression. You did quite well fighting against the gods of that great monstrosity. I came here personally. I figured you must be completely exhausted by now. The intruder flashed a sinister, demonic smile. So be grateful. The god of creation welcomes you. He reveled in this twisted turn of events. Staring at his own blood-soaked hands, he mocked them cruelly. Truly astonishing. Two dragon gods existing in the exact same universe, and actually accepted by the cosmos as two distinct deities. Nothing more, nothing less. The maniacal laughter echoed through the air. His eyes gleamed with twisted excitement. You truly are a monster. To think, you shattered the limits of the ancient gods. Absolutely magnificent. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth furiously. He held the dragon girl's fading body close, glaring daggers at his enemy. I am quite curious about what exactly in Starry you are. The god of creation extended a hand, making a deeply calculating proposal. I desire no mere transactional relationship between us. I want a true alliance. No, even more than that. I want to be your closest friend. Sung-yeon glared at the lunatic before him. His glowing blue eyes radiated pure, icy murder. If you change your mind, even a fraction, the mad god maintained his sickeningly bright smile. He thrust his blood-soaked hand toward Sung-yeon. Will you join me? Suddenly, Han Sung-yeon swung his blade. The slash tore the very fabric of space apart. The god of creation gasped in shock. Oh? The blood of the self-proclaimed creator god began to spill. With his blue eyes blazing with absolute killing intent, Sung-yeon charged straight at his foe. The sword gripped tightly in his hand. He unleashed a soul-tearing roar. I will slaughter you. Instantly, a system window manifested amidst the chaotic clash. His ultimate ability, the Chaos Demon Sword. The signature effect, Double Combo, was instantly activated. Simultaneously, a divine surge of energy exploded. His divinity burned rapidly, multiplying his raw power by 12 times. An earth-shattering explosion decimated the area. The ground pulverized beneath Sung-yeon's feet. He unleashed a devastating strike, sending dust and massive boulders flying in all directions. As the dense smoke slowly cleared, Sung-yeon froze in absolute horror. A figure lay crumpled on the shattered earth. He gasped, his voice trembling violently. Dragon, dragon, god! He sprinted toward her desperately. He dropped to his knees, cradling her rapidly fading body. He stuttered, unable to form complete words. Why? Staring at the dark crimson blood spilling from the corner of her lips, he screamed in soul-crushing despair. Why haven't you healed yet? His eyes shook violently as the horrifying truth finally struck him. Was it because she surrendered a fraction of her power to him? Had her absolute immortality completely vanished? Gritting his teeth to hold back his tears, Sung-yeon made a frantic choice. There was no time to hesitate. I will use the blood remnant to mend her shattered dragon heart. A blazing crimson light completely engulfed his hands. He desperately tried to reverse the energy flow and return every ounce of power she bestowed upon me. But the dragon god's blood-stained hand slowly reached up. She stopped him with her final ounce of strength. She whispered weakly, My successor, that is enough. Sung-yeon froze instantly. His eyes widened, unable to comprehend her words. Enough? She gently grazed his tear-stained cheek. Her eyes were impossibly gentle, fully accepting her tragic fate. I know that this world is nothing but a fleeting dream. But why? Why? Sung-yeon roared in soul-shattering agony. Why did you sacrifice so much for me? even knowing that everything here is merely an illusion, going so far as to completely destroy yourself? A fragile, heartbreaking smile blossomed across her blood-soaked face. Even if this is entirely a dream, I still wanted to do this for you. In her final, fleeting moments, hovering on the edge of death, ancient memories flooded her fading consciousness. I have been utterly alone since the very moment of my birth. Perhaps that is the true reason why. I have always wondered what it would feel like to stand beside someone, to truly not be alone. She took a gentle step forward, drifting through the realm of memories, to that very first moment she saw his back. Perhaps this was the ultimate reward, a reward for an eternity of crushing solitude. After enduring the endless, bitter isolation, I have finally found someone to share my path. Turning back to face him, a peaceful smile graced her lips. My successor. I know, our time together was agonizingly brief. A brilliant illusion of a hopeful future bloomed before them, standing side by side in a lush, endless meadow. But still I dared to dream of a future with you by my side, my precious successor. She gazed at him with absolute devotion, his reflection shimmering within her deep, amethyst eyes. A magnificent future painted across the horizon, where majestic dragons soared beneath a blazing sunset. A breathtaking paradise, radiant and flawless. But reality was cruel. Her physical form began to shatter, dissolving into glittering motes of light, right in his very arms. My successor, will you grant my final, selfish wish? Sung-yeon bowed his head, shattered, listening to her heart-wrenching final words. When you meet my true self in the waking world, I want her to experience this warmth, the profound feeling of finally belonging somewhere, just as I have felt it, right here with you. Her gentle smile faded into the glowing ether as the golden dust drifted toward the heavens. I leave it all in your hands. Farewell, my eternal successor. Sung-yeon sat completely paralyzed, alone in the ruins of a devastated battlefield, his trembling hand reaching out to grasp empty air. System alert. You have acquired a divine fragment of the dragon god. He squeezed his eyes shut, his soul crushed under the weight of unspoken regrets. What should he have said in those final moments? Suddenly, furious agony erupted. He smashed his fist into the shattered earth, screaming out his overwhelming despair. Should he be grateful for her sacrifice, or drown in eternal regret? For failing to protect the one who trusted him? He collapsed beside his blade, gasping for air, trapped in a purgatory of absolute self-hatred. But the answer was already burned into his very soul. I am so sorry, Dragon God. Suddenly, an unfamiliar footstep echoed, shattering the sorrowful silence, followed by a sickeningly playful voice. Well, this was definitely not in the script. Sung-yeon's lethal glare locked onto the intruder. It was the creator god herself, wearing an expression of chilling indifference. To think the mighty dragon god would throw her own life away. Perhaps luck is truly on my side today. How utterly fascinating. She tapped a slender finger against her lips, a deeply sinister smile curving on her face as she stared at Sung-yeon. Well, it seems it is just the two of us left on this stage. I suppose the heavens are favoring me. Sung-yeon immediately leaped back, alarms ringing in his head. What absolute madness was this? She should have been obliterated into fine dust, torn into a million bloody pieces. But then, a glowing system interface materialized before him. Wait, is that? Revealing the horrifying truth of her absolute supreme authority, the creator's divine attribute. By combining the divinity of faith and myth, the user possesses the absolute right to forge entirely new creations. You forged survival-type divine relics, using the very power of Genesis itself, emerging completely unscathed from the apocalyptic smoke. The corrupt goddess let out a wicked giggle, her laughter dripping with dark malice. Hey, you hit the nail right on the head, little hero. She stared down at him with absolute, terrifying calm. Facing a monster like you, a fragile god like me, would be swatted like a fly. Did you honestly think I would face your monstrous strength without a backup plan? In a flash, she threw open her majestic cloak, revealing dozens of blindingly radiant divine ornaments. Her voice dripped with arrogant mockery. Impressive, right? Every single one of these is a supreme-grade divine relic, custom forged for the sole purpose of absolute immortality. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth, pure fury blazing in his eyes, listening to her sickeningly proud confession. Well, I actually burned through half my inventory. All thanks to your little tantrum earlier. Sanjun's patience violently snapped as he roared. You had better shut your damn mouth right now. But the twisted deity did not even flinch. A deeply venomous smirk crawled across her face. Big words won't save your pathetic life, mortal. She tilted her head, her expression turning terrifyingly smug. Won't save me? Boom! A terrifying blood-red aura of pure killing intent erupted from Sanjun's body. He roared through gritted teeth, his voice shaking the very earth. None of your pathetic tricks change a single damn thing. The absolute truth remains, I will slaughter you right here. However, the creator god merely narrowed her piercing azure eyes, unfazed by his monstrous display of power. Oh, darling, I highly doubt that. In fact, I think you will find that quite impossible. Suddenly, thick, suffocating black miasma violently coiled around Sanjun. The goddess stared down like a cruel judge. Look at yourself. Your broken body is in no condition to even lift a sword. Her sharp gaze tracked his every agonizing movement, watching the supreme hero struggle against the agonizing pain. I have analyzed every single one of your battles from the very beginning. And because of that, I know your deepest, darkest secrets. A sinister, knowing smile stretched across her face as she ruthlessly struck his ultimate fatal flaw, your greatest trump card, that monstrous skill of forced acceleration, shattering the very limits of the speed of light. Such heaven-defying power always demands a soul-crushing toll. Suddenly, Sanjun's vision violently blurred. He violently collapsed to his knees, gasping for precious oxygen, the horrifying realization crashing down upon him. Ah, the transcendental mythic skill. Is this the devastating backlash from burning my life force against the demon god? The emotionless, icy system interface confirmed his greatest fear. System warning. Catastrophic backlash activated. The laws of causality demand absolute payment for exceeding mortal limits. Judgment has arrived. His body screamed in absolute agony as he gritted his teeth. I knew it. My very instincts were screaming at me to stop. Suddenly, his mind was violently hijacked. A nightmarish vision of a blood-red abomination. A cosmic terror covered in 1,000 glowing eyes. It ripped into his psyche like a waking nightmare. This primordial dread, it is devouring my very soul. Sanjun let out a blood-curdling, desperate roar, fighting to shatter the suffocating darkness. No, get out of my head. But it was utterly useless. His legendary strength was rapidly draining away into nothingness. The terror, it is hijacking my consciousness. He collapsed completely against the scorched earth, his battle-hardened body trembling uncontrollably like a leaf. He forced his chaotic mind to focus. Damn it, even activating my healing skills is utterly impossible right now. Breathe, I have to stay calm. I just need to buy enough time, just until this devastating penalty wears off. Using sheer willpower, he desperately tried to push himself off the ground. He glared up at the corrupt deity above him, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated venom. Tell me what did she hope to achieve? By slaughtering the 3 ancient gods and her own allies? She hummed softly. I never intended to reveal my true motives. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light crashed from the heavens, engulfing her. The divine light wrapped around her as she declared, But since I truly desire you by my side, I might indulge you a little. Sanjun stared at the violently warping sky in utter shock. What is this? Why does it feel so incredibly close? A colossal, radiant structure materialized between the mountain peaks. He recognized it instantly. The Tower of Trials. Is that the same tower I knew? She reached her hand forward, her voice dripping with pure, manic excitement. Do you see it? A new world approaches. I will forge transcendent beings. Her cheeks flushed red with dark thrill, as her ambition completely consumed her. Ah, yes. This masterpiece requires a name. She gazed deeply at the towering monolith and smiled. Let us call it the Tower of Trials. Sanjun glared at her like she was a monster. Have you lost your mind? You betrayed your own comrades. The god of miracles. The god of rules. She merely offered a wicked, satisfied smirk. Oh? Of course I did. Then, she unveiled her venomous design. Because you slaughtered the 3 ancient gods, the Genesis divinity was finally complete. It built this very tower. She looked up at her glorious creation, feigning a sigh of regret. But the Genesis divinity only provided the outer shell. It was not enough to forge a true transcendent being. Suddenly, an overwhelming greed ignited within her eyes. That realization sparked a thought. If the Genesis divinity was lacking, I simply needed to take more. Slowly, She turned toward the gods imprisoned within her tower. Her voice was casually cruel, dripping with mockery, like the divinity of rules and the divinity of miracles. I am sure those two wanted this as well, right, boys? Sung-yeon ground his teeth together. He fought to bury the blazing fury in his glowing eyes. Stay calm. I need answers. Looming within that twisted, illusory space, the goddess spoke with chilling, absolute authority. No matter what timeline unfolds, you are destined to claim the divinity of death. No matter where you are born, as long as your mana awakens. He shot her a lethal glare, piecing together the true depths of her twisted plot. You said you built the Tower of Trials to forge a transcendent being. His gaze shifted. He stared at the golden monolith radiating crushing waves of energy. Are you trapping them? Cultivating talented souls, just to forcefully breed your own transcendent weapons? A spectral image flickered across his mind. Sung-yeon, bound in heavy chains. A prisoner of fate. Did this tower place those shackles on me? Did it lock away my true potential? I must know the truth. The goddess curled her lips into a smug, victorious smile. She made no effort to hide her delight at his sharp instincts. You are incredibly perceptive. That is exactly right. She spread her arms wide, conjuring a massive illusion. Countless brave warriors marching blindly into the tower gates. I will summon them from across the cosmos. Individuals armed with unique skills and the right to enter. I will forge them in the fires of this Tower of Trials, until they become transcendents. She looked down at him. He stood utterly alone in a sea of corpses. And very soon, the ultimate weapon will be born. A weapon capable of slaughtering every god in this universe. She clenched her fist, radiating an unstoppable, terrifying ambition. But I cannot control the high-tier gods myself. That is exactly why I sought out rough diamonds. The rings on her fingers flashed with divine light as she revealed the criteria for her living weapons. Mortals living in a realm completely devoid of divinity and mana, yet harboring infinite, transcendent potential. An image of a blue planet appeared. The goddess pointed at it, her voice echoing with sovereign power. That planet is called Earth. Sung-yeon collapsed to his knees, his breath hitched. The cruel, agonizing truth about his home finally dawned on him. Earth? Precisely. Despite holding boundless potential, most of them die as mere mortals, completely blind to mana. Her massive visage loomed behind the colossal tower as she detailed her lunacy. It does not matter how dense the mana is. Without the knowledge to wield it, it is useless. Therefore, I decided to help them. I made it incredibly easy for them to grow stronger. Horrifying visions bled into the sky. Absolute ruin. Swarms of monstrous beasts tearing through cities. Perhaps a few dimensional invasions? Or catastrophic dungeon breaks. Sung-yeon clawed desperately at the earth. A soul-crushing hatred boiled inside him as he listened to her cold, detached voice. The harsher the apocalypse, the faster they evolve. And just as you deduced, a gargantuan, illusory hand swallowed his tiny silhouette, a pure display of her absolute dominance. Supreme beings with transcendent potential must be shackled. Otherwise, they might grow beyond my control. Reaching a certain limit is not that difficult. So do not worry. The goddess laughed out loud. Her twisted face was warped with pure madness and furious wrath. After this, we simply have to wait. Wait until those who have the potential to become transcendent beings fall right into our grasp. Sung-yeon fought through the agonizing pain. He declared, with every ounce of his remaining willpower, I did not gain this overwhelming strength because of the Tower of Trials. A system panel materialized, confirming his darkest fear. It was tearing his mind apart. Just as the deity Sakman had once said, the tower engineers everything so you grow exactly the way it dictates. Even outside the brutal trial of the 27th floor, he had been walking blindly down the path that the tower had orchestrated this entire time. He slammed his fist into the earth. He roared in sheer despair and bitter resentment. I could have achieved this legendary strength without ever needing this cursed tower. His eyes glared with pure, unadulterated fury. Blood-red veins pulsed around his brilliantly glowing blue pupils. Standing before the blazing golden tower, he bitterly realized the agonizing price of his power. My soul possesses the raw potential to become a true transcendent. But, at the very end of this road, only absolute despair is waiting for me. The origin of the Tower of Trials. The ugly truth buried beneath it all. The ground shattered. He plummeted into an abyss of pure, sickening disgust. It is utterly revolting. I want to vomit. And in that very place, He had lost his parents to a catastrophic danger break. He had never once stepped off the chessboard rigged for him by the tower. No, he had been used as a pawn by the Tower of Trials. This entire time. Visions of innocent people screaming and running in hopeless despair flashed through his mind in a tragic montage. Countless worlds will be forced to suffer because of the Tower of Trials. Please, save me. He gripped desperately onto the jagged cliff face. He glared at the mastermind behind all these horrific tragedies. Countless lives would perish in those dimensional invasions. Sung-yeon stared deep into the goddess's hollow, soulless eyes. He choked on his own rage as he asked her, "Do you not feel a single ounce of guilt or empathy?" "What?" She stared down at the burning ashes and the people being incinerated. She replied with freezing, apathetic coldness, "Well, many will have to die, for I am going to create a living hell upon the earth. That is truly a tragedy, indeed." Her smile stretched impossibly wide. It dripped with cruel, mocking malice. But, so what? He was left completely paralyzed by the sheer, terrifying inhumanity of the entity before him. "What did you say?" The goddess stood amidst the vast, endless universe. She spread her arms wide, declaring her psychotic ambition to the cosmos. "This is the absolute necessity to slaughter the gods, those arrogant beings who seized everything for themselves. It is but a small price to pay for such a victory." Her dark, suffocating shadow completely devoured Sung-yeon, who was kneeling helplessly on the ground. Her voice dripped with condescending, fake benevolence. "Someone has to play the villain. I am absolutely certain that deep down in your soul, you know this is the righteous path." He gritted his teeth until they bled. He spat her twisted words back with ultimate disgust. "Someone has to play the villain? The righteous path you speak of is this senseless massacre." His burning fury erupted into a blinding red killing intent. Sung-yeon roared like an absolute madman. "Stop messing with me, you hypocritical bastard." The goddess's gaze suddenly dropped. Her eyes turned piercingly cold and venomous. "So, you are incapable of understanding as well." In a blinding flash, she lunged forward and grabbed his throat. She choked him ruthlessly, hoisting him into the deadly crimson void. "Then there is absolutely no need to waste any more time on you." Her piercing gaze dug deep into his very soul. She delivered her final judgment with a sickening, fake regret. "You are a profoundly rare case, possessing 3 conceptual divinities. It is truly a devastating shame to lose you." But the very second her words ended, she violently hurled Sung-yeon toward the colossal tower. The god of creation gritted her teeth. She radiated a suffocating wave of killing intent. Her golden hair thrashed wildly in the raging dimensional storm. "If you refuse to stand by my side, then your blood will serve as fertilizer for this very earth." She hurled him with devastating, bone-crushing force, slamming Sung-yeon brutally against the glowing tower wall. Then she coldly declared, "Good night, dragon, god of transcendence and death. Your supreme divinity and the shattered fragments of your soul will be consumed to conquer the tower." As he drifted in a hazy, agonizing trance, teetering on the fragile boundary of life and death, Sung-yeon suddenly recalled a dangerously tempting offer from his past. "I suddenly remembered something. Join the divine temple of the 10,000 gods. You will reign over Earth and all the other realms. Will you not live a comfortable life under our eternal, divine protection?" His eyes grew solemn with deep, existential self-reflection. What was the true path he was blindly charging down? Or should he continue pushing forward to reach true transcendence while unyieldingly forging his very own destiny? Gazing up at the colossal, imposing tower, he hardened his ultimate resolve. Despite the deadly perils and risking absolutely everything, "I have to do this. I need to turn this ultimate goal into reality." You remember very well. A sinister, echoing smile manifested within the absolute depths of darkness. It was a dark praise honoring his unyielding, ironclad determination. An explosive impact blasted Sung-yeon deep into the deafening silence of the endless void. His battered body drifted through the infinite nothingness. His brilliant blue pupils glowed fiercely in the pitch-black night. A haunting, powerful voice echoed from the deepest depths of his soul. "You know exactly what must be done." The tiny silhouette in the dark prepared to unleash an earth-shattering wave of supreme, catastrophic power. "So, show it to them right now." Sung-yeon raised his head with an arrogant, fearless smirk. The overwhelming aura of an apex predator began to detonate around him. "Let them witness my unbreakable resolve." He unleashed a devastating punch, completely shattering the tower wall that imprisoned him. He roared out, "That is right!" Knowing the twisted truth about this tower changes absolutely nothing. The god of creation stared back in absolute, paralyzing shock. While he silently felt, he did not care about the revealed truth. Instead, he thanked her for confessing everything. That was exactly why he stepped forward. His feet planted firmly on the ruined ground. He marched straight toward his enemy. "I promise you this." His hand crushed the burning rubble. Absolute fury blazed within him. He remembered his old enemies, the ones who murdered his parents. For his homeland and his friends, Sung-yeon stood tall and unyielding. His overwhelming aura suppressed the very sky. "I will become a transcendent. I will obliterate everything. For a world where my friends will never suffer again." The goddess's eyes widened in sheer terror. She trembled before his insane power. This man was just at death's door. "Impossible. You were on the verge of death. What are you talking about? I will crush it all. I am exactly the being you wished for." A chilling smile crept across his blood-stained face. His devastating punches rained down upon the tower. It was a brutal display of his absolute power. "I am the sharpest blade forged by this tower." His eyes flared with lethal intent as he declared his true title. A god killer, capable of ending even the ancient gods. "What have you done?" The goddess of creation's lips trembled. She could not believe the nightmare unfolding before her. A surge of golden energy erupted. Sung-yeon unleashed his ultimate skill once more, forced faster than light speed, to pay the price for this abnormal modification. Forced acceleration. "You sacrificed the dragon god divinity?" She shrieked in absolute despair. The beam of death rushed straight toward her. "Stop it." System notifications flooded the screen. A power that shattered all mythological laws had awakened. Transcendent forced acceleration activated. Faster than light divinity applied to movement. Fighting spirit divinity allows combat execution while surpassing the speed of light. His terrifying velocity triggered a chain of massive explosions. Blazing fire engulfed the colossal tower. With absolute arrogance, Sung-yeon flipped through the air, his eyes locked onto the source of all disasters. "You are the one who started this." He channeled his entire being into one final devastating punch. He was determined to end it all. "Let us finish this the right way." A colossal pillar of light erupted from the tower. It ripped through the twilight sky. Unable to withstand the crushing pressure, the legendary tower began to shatter. The mighty structure collapsed into a million pieces. It signaled the end of an era. The goddess of creation's pupils shrank in horror. She broke into a cold sweat before his overwhelming defiance. An earth-shattering explosion roared through the sky. The great golden tower cracked open and plummeted. It crumbled against the fading sunset. She stared at the ruins in sheer despair. Her trembling lips whispered, "Why? Why did he sacrifice the dragon god divinity? Just to destroy my tower? He calls himself the god killer?" It made absolutely no sense. Emerging from the thick smoke, Sung-yeon stepped forward. The goddess shrieked in denial. "You are lying." From the darkness, Sung-yeon's towering silhouette appeared. He looked utterly majestic and terrifying. She continued to wail in desperation. "If you are the god killer, created by the tower, you would never destroy it. Why?" Sung-yeon glared at her with freezing hostility. He spoke with absolute contempt. "Believe whatever you want." He lunged forward and grabbed her by the throat. He pinned her down with overwhelming force. "Nothing you say can change what happens next." Standing in the heart of the blazing explosion, Sung-yeon looked at the floating goddess. "This is the end." Her pupils dilated as the truth hit her. A horrifying realization flashed through her mind. "That is right, I saw it from the very beginning. I knew there was something bizarre about him." In her distant memories, Sung-yeon stood with absolute authority. She was forced to admit the truth. To possess such a massive divinity means his name should be known across the realms. Yet, no one knows who he is. As if he is a glitch that does not belong in this universe. Now I finally understand why the three ancient gods and the gods of light and time were so utterly obsessed with you. You are the truth. Amidst the rubble, Sung-yeon lifted her up like a broken doll. He listened to her final confession. "While we are nothing but fakes, / He struck, with merciless precision. A fatal blow pierced straight through the goddess of creation's chest. Crimson blood sprayed into the air. Should I feel happy? The tower succeeded in its grand mission. It birthed a transcendent. You are the closest being to true transcendence that the tower ever created. She laughed through her tears. Her soul was slowly shattering into dust. Collapsing onto the ruined bricks, she stared at him with fading eyes. She had one final question. But why are you not bound by the tower's rules? Sung-yeon loomed over her like a shadow of death. He stared down at his defeated, despairing enemy. I ordered it to strictly control, the one deemed worthy of true transcendence. Impossible. Blood spilled from her lips as the goddess of creation hissed her final, venomous words. You harbor such deep-rooted hatred. For the tower, something went terribly wrong. I must destroy every defective creation. Gazing at the burning heavens, she delivered her dying vow. I will tolerate 0 anomalies. Moments later, Sung-yeon stood alone atop the towering peak. His gaze drifted into the endless horizon, lost in deep thought. A small part of me believed the Tower of Trials brought me this far. He clenched his fists, veins bulging, with unyielding resolve as the grim truth settled in. But the reality is the exact opposite. Mark my words. One day, I will become a true transcendent and challenge ascension itself. He swore this vow as a terrifying aura erupted around him. His eyes blazed with absolute authority. The system window flickered. The Tower of Trials shall collapse. Congratulations. You have conquered Floor 36 of the Tower of Trials. Shortly after, in the Floor 37 waiting room, Sung-yeon meditated in profound silence. A vortex of abyssal purple energy swirled around his body. Glowing blue text materialized before his eyes as he devoured the newfound divine power. You have absorbed a divine soul. You draw closer to transcendence. With this, all conditions have been met. Sung-yeon tightened his grip. He could feel his raw power reaching its absolute peak. Through mythology, transcendence progress has reached 100%. He touched his chest, where strange radiant lights began to pulse. These mystical crests, they are being carved directly into my flesh. Sung-yeon rose to his feet, entirely engulfed in brilliant golden circuitry. So, this is it. The ultimate stigmata, branded upon flesh and soul. A mark granted only to those people deemed truly worthy. Feeling the violent metamorphosis erupting from within, he examined the divine tattoos, melting into his very flesh and blood. By shedding this mortal shell and fusing my spirit as one with the cosmos, this is the key to the gate of ascension. Suddenly, Sung-yeon froze. His eyes widened in absolute shock as a bizarre anomaly struck him. Huh? A wave of dreadful premonition crashed over Han Sung-yeon. The very fabric of space around him violently warped and twisted. Something is terribly wrong. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the void. A scream of sheer agony. He collapsed, writhing amidst crackling crimson lightning. His throat burned with unimaginable pain. Wait, that scream, it belongs to me. A silent, suffocating shriek tore through his lungs. His eyes rolled back as cold sweat drenched his body. His consciousness began to violently shatter. My head. It feels like it is melting. I grew far too arrogant. Instantly, the dimension shifted. A torrent of brilliant golden energy enveloped him, snapping Sung-yeon back to his senses. Ah, so that is how it works. That is the price of this power. He drifted through an infinite, boundless void, where mystical stars danced in a cosmic waltz. These celestial bodies orbiting before me, they represent absolute divine authorities. Amidst the surging stellar light, Sung-yeon whispered in absolute epiphany. This is it, the ultimate path, the realm where every concept of the universe becomes clear. Here, in this cosmic sanctum, it all makes sense. He reached out, his fingertips brushing against the supreme truth of existence. Right now, I am touching the very core of the universe itself. Amidst the endless void, his meditating silhouette radiated blinding celestial light. A transcendent, a flawless, perfect deity. A title reserved only for the one who commands every concept within the cosmos. The one who has reached the pinnacle of true omniscience and omnipotence. Yet, gazing across the distant reality, he felt utterly insignificant. Even if I ascend into an ancient god, engraving my conceptual authorities into the fabric of the universe and achieving true immortality, I am still light years away from being a truly omnipotent creator. No, Sung-yeon roared, as a terrifying spiritual gravity began to crush his sanity. He gasped for air, his lungs burning. No. This pressure, it operates on a completely unfathomable dimension. It is so suffocating. I cannot even breathe. Mustering every ounce of his willpower, he threw a devastating punch. The astral dimension shattered like glass, opening an escape route. If this ascension process continues in my current fragile state, only absolute oblivion awaits me. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, a fearless, arrogant smirk curled on his lips. So be it. Wait. Sung-yeon stared down at his trembling hands. His gaze sharpened with fierce determination. I managed to grasp at least this much. This divine key engraved upon my very flesh is an eternal power. It will never fade once carved into my soul. Therefore I will challenge the heavens once more. Next time, I will not fail. He glared up at the unreachable peak of ascension, hurling a silent declaration of war. Just sit still upon your thrones and wait for me. Instantly, reality crashed back into the waiting room. A sharp, deafening slap echoed. Across the room, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with rage. You absolute lunatic, she glared at him, filled with deep concern. Her fiery red eyes burned with a mixture of furious anger and desperate heartbreak. The moment the War of the Gods ended, the very first thing you did was attempt ascension? You reckless fool, you nearly died doing that. The shadowy tower loomed in his memories. 𝙎𝙎𝙎's voice trembled as she spoke of his crushing burden. I know the truth. This grim tower claimed your parents. It constantly threatens your precious comrades. Now, you prepare to face the hostile ancient gods, the ones dwelling in the pantheon of 10,000 gods, not to mention the mad deities and powerful foes hunting you down. It must be agonizing to shoulder this massive weight all alone. She stepped closer, gripping his shirt. Her sincere eyes locked onto him. Anyone can see it. You act like a man hunted by shadows. Please, just try to shift your perspective. Just a little bit. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 pleaded with absolute desperation. She wanted to ease his lonely, perilous journey. Even the three great ancient gods, the supreme masters of the 10,000 gods pantheon, they wouldn't ignore your plea for help, right? Stop trying to endure this hell on your own. Remember, accepting a helping hand is never a weakness. Sung-yeon stood completely frozen. He bit his lip in bitter silence. Every word she spoke was undeniably true. But then a fierce resolve ignited in his eyes. He remembered his ultimate purpose. There was no turning back now. Within the domain of the 10,000 gods, I have already chosen my absolute path. He gazed at his companion. His determination was utterly unshakable. To protect everyone I care about. To forge a world of true peace. He placed a steady hand on her shoulder. His voice carried the weight of his solitary path. This is a destiny only I can fulfill. Tears welled up in 𝙎𝙎𝙎's eyes. She felt the raw intensity of his conviction. To honor the fallen, even just a fraction. He simply could not stop now. She closed her eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. She surrendered to Sung-yeon's ironclad will. If this is your chosen path, I will respect it. Time relentlessly marched on. Sung-yeon began his brutal sweep of the tower. Floor after floor fell before him. The trial for floor 37 commences now. Congratulations, you have conquered floor 37 of the Tower of Trials. The trial for floor 38 commences now. From the endless void, deafening roars of worship erupted, tearing through the very fabric of space. Transcendent God, God of death, transcendent God. Triumphant notifications flooded his glowing interface. The system screen flared with brilliant light. Congratulations on clearing floor 38. The trial for floor 39 commences now. God of death. Congratulations on clearing floor 39 of the Tower of Trials. Sung-yeon stood unyielding, engulfed in a roaring vortex of blazing blue energy. He had shattered another impossible milestone. Congratulations on conquering the trial of floor 45. His eyes radiated absolute divine authority, met with the fanatical devotion of countless souls. Transcendent. Death. Thousands bowed in submission, worshipping their glorious new deity. It was a breathtaking, monumental spectacle. Transcendent. Death. Transcendent. Suddenly, a massive surge of divine power coiled fiercely around his entire being. The celestial realm mythology, the idol of the heavens. It is now fusing with your sacred power. Transcendent divinity has been infused into the ancient myth. A pair of radiant wings erupted from his back, the ultimate proof of his magnificent ascension. Due to its absolute purity, it has evolved, becoming a true celestial mythology. From this moment forward, the divine effects of the idol of the heavens will be permanently bound to challenger Han Sung-yeon. Sung-yeon stared in absolute awe. A brilliant halo of energy hovered over his palm. "What is this overwhelming power?" 𝙎𝙎𝙎 softly answered. "It seems the divinities of transcendence and death have multiplied." Deeply moved by your unyielding resolve, her eyes brimmed with immense pride. She offered him a warm, encouraging smile. "Simply put, you are performing magnificently right now, standing beneath the boundless heavens." He grasped the terrifying scale of his own evolution. The glowing system logs made it crystal clear. "I can physically feel it coursing through me." This is faith on an entirely unprecedented scale. The dormant power within him skyrocketed, expanding at a truly dizzying pace. Violent spiritual aura raged violently around him. But the greatest revelation of all: whenever I harvest this pure faith, the magnitude of my divinity and soul expands astronomically. You were born with supreme innate talent. You have ascended to a legendary realm of power, on par with the absolute overlords of the cosmos, known only as the three great ancient gods. Han Sanjun crushed the divine flame within his fist. A dangerously confident smirk painted his face. "At this insane rate of growth, once my level peaks, conquering the final ascension will be an absolute breeze." Now teleporting to the waiting room of floor 46. The surrounding landscape, warped and distorted in an instant. A sharp click echoed as his boots hit the stone, landing on the freezing ground of the next domain. The hidden conditions have finally been fulfilled. Suddenly, Sanjun froze in his tracks. He snapped his head upward, eyes wide with pure shock, staring down an entirely unforeseen anomaly. The moment his boots planted firmly on the ground, a blaring blue system window materialized in thin air, brutally interrupting his train of thought. "The Tower of Trials hereby confirms the total number of challengers to conquer floor 45 has now officially surpassed 100 individuals." Off in the distance, tiny laborers hammered away, desperately reconstructing the shattered landscape of the tower. The heavy rumble of carts echoed relentlessly across the massive waiting hall. Meanwhile, the ruthless system continued its broadcast, announcing a massive shift in the very fabric of space. Outside the personal waiting rooms of challengers who conquered the 45th floor, the dimensional exploration zone was finally expanding. Sanjun gazed at the colossal lobby doors slowly creaking open. There, tiny beings were cheering in absolute ecstasy. From this moment onward, you may step outside your individual waiting rooms and continue your exploration across the dimensional floors. Endless roars of triumph echoed through the halls, welcoming the mighty warriors. 3 beams of blue light tethered Sanjun to his 2 administrators behind him. Then, a ground-shattering new rule dropped. You will now face the trials alongside your contracted administrators. Furthermore, you are permitted to travel together into alternate dimensions. Hearing this, Sanjun froze. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Teaming up with the administrators? What kind of madness was this? He glanced back at the 2 administrators emerging from the mystic haze. A heavy dread settled in his chest. He had no choice. Whenever he entered a trial, he must drag them onto the battlefield. A horrific vision flashed through his mind, imagining his administrators collapsing on a wasteland of broken blades. If he made even a single mistake, it could trigger their sudden and absolute demise. Suddenly, the grand lobby went pitch black. He was pulled into an awe-inspiring sanctuary, surrounded by 10 enigmatic statues. You are one of the 10 pioneers, chosen by the Tower of Trials. An unseen entity radiated blinding light from behind him. The system presented his path to ascension. You may select a new halo. By enhancing your current halo, you will awaken a pioneer's rule. He remembered the radiant halo that granted him an overpowered skill. Sanjun pondered. That halo was the reward for proving my absolute supremacy on the 7th floor. Because of it, I gained the divine authority to fuse skills into ultimate, high-tier moves. With eyes blazing with determination, he reached out to the floating selection panels. Let us see what unimaginable power awaits me from this pioneer's rule. The first option materialized with a soul-crushing pressure. Pioneer's rule, Apocalypse. For 10 minutes, I can wield a pseudo-omniscience and omnipotence, equivalent to a transcendent being. However, afterward, both Apocalypse and I will face total annihilation. He shifted to the second choice, a path forged by bonds. Pioneer's rule, Guidance. I can share and utilize all my absolute power with up to 4 others, but they must be completely willing to lay down their lives for me. The final choice appeared, a tragic cross mark upon a deep blue void. Pioneer's rule, Sacrifice. By offering my very own life force, I can resurrect anyone I desire, with zero limit on the numbers. Sung-yeon glared at the skill panels, his mind swirling with doubt. What the hell was the tower plotting? Were these truly abilities meant for a mere challenger? From within the soul sword, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 softly spoke up. Well, perhaps it is because your potential far surpasses even mine. He glanced at the blade at his hip, as 𝙎𝙎 continued. Her voice was deep and contemplative. Your pioneer's rule is of an astronomically high tier, but at its very core, it feels exactly like the one I remember. You received this power too, didn't you, 𝙎𝙎? The golden sword hilt suddenly flared with a fierce brilliance, as if the eyes of a deity had snapped open. Once we set foot upon these higher realms, the restriction on classified information is completely lifted. So, I can finally tell you. A tragic vision of a young 𝙎𝙎 standing on a blazing battlefield flashed before him. In the ancient past, awakening, the pioneer's rule occurred far earlier, and we too had to choose one out of three, just like you. Beneath a dark, crimson twilight, she raised her blood-soaked hand to touch the system interface. Among those choices, I grasped the rule of resurrection, and as the shadow of death fell upon me, I unleashed that absolute power. Sung-yeon smirked, a mocking grin on his face as he stared at the sword, where her soul now resided. Resurrection sounds legendary on paper, but since you ultimately ended up trapped inside this blade, I am guessing that grand power didn't shine so brightly after all. Faced with the terrifying, deadly silence of the blade, he carefully side-eyed it, wondering if she was still holding a grudge from their last argument. Sung-yeon bowed his head in deep thought, as 𝙎𝙎's blazing red aura wrapped around him. No, there was absolutely zero mistake made in my choice. A mysterious crimson energy pulsed outward. Following her prompt, he turned his head to look behind him, because from this exact moment, the true, untold story finally begins. Go ahead and ask the two, standing right behind you. Two breathtaking beauties stepped out of the absolute darkness, radiating a suffocating, monstrous pressure. Both of these entities have conquered far higher floors in the Tower of Trials than I ever could. The silver-haired legend, the White River Swordmaster, and the terrifying pink-haired Crimson Blood Monarch emerged in all their majestic glory. And they, too, are pioneers who command their very own absolute rules. Sung-yeon stood completely frozen, his eyes blown wide in absolute shock. Two formidable entities manifested before the administrator in the system lobby. How was this even possible? Was it a system expansion? Suddenly, the White Crane Swordmaster lunged forward. Her silver hair danced in the air as she threw her arms around Sung-yeon. A sharp click echoed through the room, pressing her body against his without a single trace of hesitation. She gazed up at him. Her eyes brimmed with overwhelming emotion as her voice trembled. It was the look of someone who had waited an eternity. Finally, after all this endless time, you have finally come to my side. Sung-yeon broke into a nervous sweat. He was completely caught off guard by the beautiful Swordmaster's bold advance. She whispered his name with deep affection. Her warm breath brushed against his face, snuggling into his shoulder. Her cheeks burned a bright crimson, flashing a teasing smile. She asked, "Does this mean I am finally worthy to be your master? And your partner?" Han Sung-yeon froze in absolute shock. Stunned by her bold proposal, he stammered, "Partner?" Meanwhile, the White Crane Swordmaster simply lowered her head. She acted innocent, but her tone held a dangerous edge. "Well, if you insist, my master." The silver-haired warrior clung tightly to him, wrapping her arms around him from behind with a triumphant smirk. Even the system could not ignore it, flashing a bright alert. The administrator, White Crane Swordmaster, is showing off, overflowing with pure satisfaction. She giggled to herself. He said it himself. But watching this sickening display of affection, the Crimson Blood Monarch tightly clenched her fists. Lethal killing intent erupted from her body as she snarled. As his master and his partner, I am the only one who has the right to touch him. I am nothing like you. Her eyes turned dangerously sharp. Oh, is that so? I am sure it would be quite entertaining. The Crimson Blood Monarch leaned in dangerously close to his face. Her crimson eyes glowed with fierce intensity, piercing straight through his very soul. Isn't that right, Han Sung-yeon? The atmosphere grew, instantly suffocating. The two absolute powerhouses glared at each other. Standing on opposite sides, the Crimson Blood Monarch scoffed. Master and partner? She crossed her arms in pure arrogance. It seems claiming what is not yours. is your only real talent. The White Crane Swordmaster did not flinch for a second. Her eyes darkened like a stormy abyss, and her sweet smile twisted into something terrifying. You are nothing but a pathetic woman, trapped endlessly in your own desperate delusions. The Blood Monarch ground her teeth in fury, spitting out a venomous threat. Do you really think you will survive saying that to me? The Crimson Blood Monarch let out a chilling smirk. Her voice dripped with ultimate provocation. I will not regret a single thing. A dead silence fell over the vast system lobby. The tension was thick enough to slice with a blade. And then, the entire space completely detonated. Massive waves of spiritual energy erupted. Blazing crimson and pure blinding white crashed together. The two supreme beings clashed in a merciless, earth-shattering duel. Amidst the deafening explosions and raging aura, Sung-yeon panicked. He desperately threw his hands out to stop the madness, shouting at the top of his lungs to break the chaos. Stop this right now! He roared with absolute authority. I said, stop fighting. Both women froze and yelled back in perfect unison. Then make your choice. Sung-yeon blinked in utter confusion. Choose who you want to be with. Choose who will stand by your side in this trial. Two overwhelmingly radiant figures loomed in the darkness, forcing him into an impossible corner. Make your choice. Just pick one of us. Biting his lip in pure stress, Sung-yeon sighed. Why did these two always have to be at each other's throats? Well, I am waiting for your answer, the Crimson Blood Monarch demanded fiercely. That is right. We are both listening closely. The White Crane Swordmaster leaned in eagerly. I am waiting too. Raising exactly 2 fingers with absolute unyielding resolve, Sung-yeon made his final declaration. I refuse to choose just one of you. I choose both. The two godlike women completely froze. Snapping out of their shock, they both screamed at him. Is that seriously your grand answer? You are unbelievably shameless. Choosing both of us? You coward. Sung-yeon quickly raised his hands to pacify the raging storm. We cannot afford to waste any more time fighting like this. There is a much bigger problem we need to solve right now. The two women crossed their arms, still fuming with anger. I swear I will strike you down. If you say something incredibly stupid again, you better choose your next words carefully. The Crimson Blood Monarch fell completely silent. Her crimson eyes narrowed in deep, calculating thought. Sung-yeon looked down at the two incredibly powerful women. Both were now sitting on the floor in defeated resignation. What exactly is this attitude? He asked calmly, instantly sparking their blazing fury once again. Do you seriously want to die today? Staring them straight in the eyes, Sung-yeon spoke. His voice was filled with absolute, unwavering sincerity. You are both entirely irreplaceable to me. That is exactly why I am going to steal you both from this tower. A system alert chimed loudly in the quiet room. The Crimson Blood Monarch and the White Crane Swordmaster felt a sudden rush of joy and pure confusion. Sung-yeon flashed a warm, confident smile. I want both of you to become my official disciples. Gazing at the menacing tower that had kept them apart, Sung-yeon's mind raced with brilliant calculation. These two supreme beings were tightly bound by the tower's absolute laws, but the loophole to free them was glaringly obvious. He summoned a glowing pen into his hand and prepared to ruthlessly overwrite the system's ultimate contract. The absolute bindings holding 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄𝐋𝐋𝐄𝐃 and 𝐵XLHVKPA. All I have to do is overwrite this cursed document and elevate them into my own divine god-tier disciples. Blinding spiritual energy erupted like a supernova. The system desperately flashed as it confirmed the divine share. They have been forcefully ascended to high-tier gods. 10th disciple, 𝐄𝐗𝐏𝐄𝐋𝐋𝐄𝐃. 11th disciple, 𝐵XLHVKPA. Gripping a blazing orb of pure fiery energy, the White Crane Swordmaster gasped in sheer awe. This was Sung-yeon's true divine power. She had officially inherited a fragment of his ultimate divinity, the absolute power of transcendence. Staring at the swirling dark purple orb in her palms, the Crimson Blood Monarch trembled in absolute disbelief. Is this truly his divine essence? She had just been granted a fragment of the divinity of death. Sung-yeon let out a victorious sigh and breathtakingly arrogant smile. His master plan was a flawless success. I actually did it. Even if they were just clones with a fraction of their true power. A brilliant light surrounded the three of them. He spoke with absolute confidence. With this power, our chances of survival have skyrocketed. Sung-yeon looked at his two divine disciples. He explained thoughtfully. Although you aren't completely free from the tower's grasp, You will no longer face any restrictions as you travel by my side. The Crimson Blood Monarch frowned. She stared at the energy sphere in her hand. But why did I receive the divinity of death, while she received transcendence? She smirked, with a mysterious glint in her eyes. Sung-yeon answered calmly. That depends on the pioneer's rule awakening within each of you. He cast a steady, reassuring gaze at both disciples standing beside him. You will understand soon enough. Do not overthink it. At that moment, the system recorded a new shift. The god of Transcendence and the god of death locked eyes with their divine disciples. Sung-yeon reached out. He touched the massive doors of the next floor. A thought crossed his mind. Could the next trial be a combined challenge? He pushed the heavy doors open, stepping forward with absolute resolve. He thought of his administrators. This would definitely be a battle where challengers and their administrators must fight side by side. I need to confirm this. For the sake of my team. A brilliant blue light swallowed his figure. Suddenly, the system updated. The rules of the new floor materialized, entering the 46th floor of the Tower of Trials. Clear condition. Collect 4 cards. In a heartbeat, the space around him warped violently. The sudden distortion caught Sung-yeon off guard. What is this? He exclaimed. Amidst a blinding, radiant halo, a majestic goddess appeared. Her golden hair cascaded like pure light. At that exact moment, the system rang out. The conditions for the pioneer's rule. Resurrection have been met. Automatic activation initiated. Sung-yeon froze in shock. He stared at the divine light engulfing him. Resurrection? Old memories flooded his mind. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙬𝙍's past words echoed in his ears. Out of all options, I chose the pioneer's rule. Resurrection. Right after that, as I faced the abyss of death, I activated that power. Sung-yeon's expression darkened. He glanced down at the blade on his hip. Resurrection. It sounded like a miracle to reverse death. But then, she was still trapped within this very sword. He had assumed the skill failed entirely. Suddenly, Sung-yeon's eyes widened. The bitter truth struck him like lightning. No. Nothing went wrong at all. The skill worked perfectly. A blood-red system notice flashed before his eyes, signaling a twisted fate. Trial modification complete. Commencing the 46th floor trial. Sung-yeon gritted his teeth, calling out his partner's name. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙬𝙎. The system painted a grim picture. The difficulty had skyrocketed. Difficulty level. Hard. The trial's theme had completely mutated. It was now an arena of atonement. Clear condition. Execute the resurrected entity. Sung-yeon gripped his hilt until his knuckles turned white. Cold sweat dripped down his face. The tower's cruelty knew no bounds. The pioneer's rule had corrupted the trial. Resurrection meant returning to life, which meant he drew his blade from its sheath. But only dead silence answered him. 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙬𝙎 was no longer inside the sword. The pieces of the nightmare finally connected. His eyes reflected a horrifying sight. A woman, drenched in blood, collapsed amidst a sea of broken blades. Sung-yeon's chest tightened in agony. I have to kill 𝙎𝙎𝙎𝙬𝙎, the one who just resurrected? Suddenly, an arrogant sneer cut through the tension. A voice echoed from behind him. Well, look at this, administrator. A challenger named Roman appeared. He stood beside his own administrator. He casually strolled past Sung-yeon. He threw a mocking glance. There's still a loser here who hasn't merged with his administrator. The elderly administrator with stark white hair, known as the Frenzied Beast, scolded him. Roman, mind your attitude. The 46th floor has been altered. Someone's pioneer's rule twisted the rules. Now is not the time to drop your guard. Roman let out a wicked, arrogant smirk. He completely brushed off the veteran's warning. Whatever, old man. My mission is to help that resurrected freak and slaughter over 10 challengers and their administrators. Ha, what a joke. What did you just say? Boom. Sung-yeon's fist smashed into Roman's skull like a meteor. The sheer impact left the challenger reeling. The frenzied beast gasped in pure shock. Sung-yeon closed the distance in a flash. He hoisted Roman up by his collar. His voice was as cold as the abyss. What do you know? Sung-yeon's blue eyes blazed with predatory killing intent. A suffocating pressure crushed down on Roman. Spill everything. Now. Moments later, the scattered pieces of the puzzle finally started coming together. The chaos of this floor had two sides. Some teams were tasked with executing the resurrected being, while others, like Roman's team, were ordered to protect her and assist her missions. Sung-yeon stared coldly at the trembling Roman. The defeated challenger remained on his knees. Just like that battlefield over there, Sung-yeon muttered. What the hell is that? Roman screamed in panic. The White River Swordmaster moved like a phantom. A streak of pure white lightning tore through the enemy ranks. On the other flank, the Crimson Blood Monarch erupted. Devastating waves of dark purple aura exploded outwards. Her slashes annihilated the rushing soldiers. Meanwhile, Arya focused her gaze on the swirling spiritual currents. Energy surged around him as he observed the phenomenon. So this is the divinity of death? It was actively devouring their very essence, guiding them straight into the abyss. Meanwhile, the White Crane Swordmaster flipped gracefully through the air. She unleashed a mesmerizing and transcendent sword art. This allowed my conceptual divinity and other combat skills to evolve at a terrifying pace. Watching the flawless teamwork of his two disciples, Sung-yeon smiled with absolute certainty. This was a given. After all, I shared my divinity with them. Through the pioneer rule of the administrator, the Crimson Blood Monarch's true power began to manifest, its secrets finally unraveling. Her pioneer rule was absolute domination. It formed a specialized barrier, infused with divine energy. She stood tall within the glowing digital realm. She provided ultimate support by reducing 30% of all allies' mana consumption across the battlefield. Furthermore, she completely suppressed the mana and divinity of any enemies trying to recover. This fusion of skill and divine power created a devastating effect, and by adding the divinity of death into the mix, she could effortlessly wither away all her foes with the touch of the Reaper. The Crimson Blood Monarch's glowing red eyes radiated pure ruthlessness. Purple energy, cloaked in divine power, imbued every single strike with the essence of death itself. Meanwhile, the White Crane Swordmaster's power took a completely different path. Her pioneer rule was absolute adaptation. She charged into the enemy horde with unpredictable movements, shifting her style to counter any force. She seamlessly adapted to incoming damage. Her defensive aura became virtually impenetrable, leaving her enemies in utter despair. Essentially, she could analyze the enemy's attack patterns, thus gaining immunity or heavily reducing the damage taken. Sung-yeon observed the White Crane Swordmaster's technique and noted the impact of stacking transcendent divinity on top of it all. As spiritual energy violently mutated, the White Crane Swordmaster darted forward like a brilliant flash of lightning, giving her foes zero chance to react. This supreme speed allowed her to instantly comprehend every incoming strike. Her eyes blazed with an authoritative purple light. Suddenly, the system notification echoed. Transcendent divinity had shattered all of her previous stat limits, pushing her beyond the maximum. Sung-yeon offered a confident smirk. Everything was falling perfectly into place. He no longer needed to worry about his two disciples. But what about Dam? Suddenly, the challenger, Roman, cried out in absolute terror. I have one request. Roman and the elderly administrator fell to their knees. Trembling on the freezing ground, they begged, please, spare our pathetic lives. Sung-yeon looked down with eyes of ice. He replied with a single command, get lost. Roman's eyes widened, completely stunned by this unexpected mercy. Sung-yeon's patience wore thin as he glared. Did you not hear me? Get lost. He turned his back on the defeated fools. His piercing blue eyes radiated a suffocating aura. They did not even dare to meet his gaze. I never want to see your faces again. He tightly gripped Jam Chun-gu's sword hilt, feeling that deeply familiar aura pulse against his palm. An illusion of Jam Chun-gu stood amidst the swirling dust. Sung-yeon quietly muttered as realization struck him. I only just realized this. After all this time, I spent so many days by her side. The memory of Jam Chun-gu's radiant smile flashed in his mind. A bitter feeling washed over him. Yet, I knew absolutely nothing about who she truly was. He stared at her phantom silhouette fading into the mist. A heavy sigh of regret escaped his lips. If only the tower had not forbidden us from speaking freely. Perhaps we could have understood each other so much better. Within his thoughts, Jam Chun-gu turned to look at him, her expression eerily serene. Even at a time like this, are you still worrying about others? She offered a knowing smile, leaving Sung-yeon momentarily speechless. You truly are a strange man. Beneath the endless, sunlit sky, she called out his name with profound warmth. Han Sung-yeon. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, revealing the majestic, ancient architecture of the Murim world. A tyrannical sword aura ripped through the very fabric of space. The legend of 𝙎𝙎𝙎 had begun. Slender legs stepped gracefully over a mountain of enemy corpses. A solemn voice echoed through the heavens. A transcendent genius, standing at the absolute pinnacle. So peerless that in the entire bloody history of the Murim, she was revered as one of the 5 great martial gods, a heaven-defying talent born from the skies above. That woman was 𝙎𝙎𝙎, the 7th-generation leader of the legendary blood demon cult. Upon a throne forged of blood and authority, the female patriarch sat, radiating overwhelming majesty, her crimson blade resting at her side. Below the grand altar, thousands of zealots pressed their foreheads to the floor, worshipping their supreme young ruler, and to think, she achieved all of this at merely 14 years of age. Staring from her grand balcony at the snow-draped forest, she watched the endless cycle, the eternal wheel of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. A cycle repeating endlessly, over and over again. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 slowly lifted her gaze to the heavens, her eyes burning with an unshakable resolve. And then, the fated moment finally arrived. In the dead of the freezing night, brilliant blue system screens materialized out of thin air, surrounding her. The Tower of Trials had made its move, summoning all worthy candidates from the Murim dimension. Please select your difficulty. Looking down at the vast martial arts arena, lost in the memories of her own revolutionary reforms. When I ascended as the 7th-generation leader, I forged a brand new path, a revolutionary martial arts tournament. A sacred ground completely free from oppression. A battlefield designed exclusively for true self-refinement. I thought that alone would bring absolute happiness. But destiny shifted the moment I began. To conquer the Tower of Trials. A graveyard of shattered blades stretched before me. The earth was painted in deep crimson. Wealth, authority, absolute martial prowess. Faced with such overwhelming temptations, a terrifying thirst awakened within, an endless craving that could never be satisfied. I was utterly consumed by the hunger for supreme power. With a blood-soaked face and madness blazing in her crimson eyes, a chilling smile crept across her lips. How truly thrilling. The final, merciless strike obliterated the last remaining enemy. A system voice echoed in the void. Congratulations. You have cleared floor 10 of the Tower of Trials. Yet her piercing gaze never wavered. She was already hunting for the next slaughter. Congratulations. You have cleared floor 15 of the Tower of Trials. Standing in the dead silence of the void, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 clenched, her trembling fists. Her eyes burned with a single, consuming desire. I must become even stronger. Surrounded by endless waves of enemies, she swung her blade with absolute arrogance. Her resolve forged in iron. I will reach the unreachable pinnacle of absolute power. Her bloodshot eyes radiated intense killing intent, piercing straight through her opponent's souls, separating the weak from the strong. The blade howled, tearing the very fabric of the air. Crimson arcs painted the battlefield with every devastating swing. Standing alone amidst the absolute destruction, a solitary figure, yet radiating the majestic aura of a true god of war. Only then did she truly grasp the intoxicating weight of supreme strength. Wiping the fresh blood from her lips, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 smiled with pure madness, trembling with overwhelming excitement. I want to drown in this euphoria forever. Stepping coldly over the shattered corpses she left, her humanity far behind. I will never stop ascending. And yet, looking at the devastating wasteland created by her own 2 hands, her unstoppable footsteps suddenly halted. A heavy seed of doubt took root. But why? Acquiring such absolute power was supposed to bring me joy. Standing beneath the freezing white snow, her fierce eyes suddenly faded into empty voids. Since when did this suffocating emptiness begin to swallow her? Staring blankly at the distant peaks, consumed by an unbearable loneliness, she questioned her soul. How much more blood must I shed to reach the ultimate pinnacle? Why does this terrifying thirst for authority feel like an endless, bottomless abyss? Her heavy breath formed white clouds in the biting chill. A bitter realization pierced her heart. Why does absolute strength hurt so damn much? A lone wind chime echoed from the temple eaves, ringing out like a call from destiny itself. And so, I walked this lonely path to seek the ultimate truth hidden in these walls. Taking a seat before the grand Zen master, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 bowed her head in silent reverence. I finally understand. The old monk slowly poured the tea. His gentle voice carried the weight of mountains. Life, wisdom, and absolute martial power. You view them all as prisoners bound in the chains of your own endless desires. Suddenly, a booming laugh erupted from the master. His joyous energy shook the very walls. A journey, without a final destination, you say? What an utterly fascinating perspective. Ha ha ha. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 furrowed her brows, in deep annoyance. Her cold aura silenced the room. Cease these meaningless riddles at once. Cut straight to the truth. The old master's eyes suddenly shifted into a profound, terrifying abyss. He stared straight through her very existence. Then I shall speak with absolute clarity. He raised a finger, pointing toward a frog staring helplessly at the sky. Trapped at the bottom of a pitch-black well, a frog confined to a narrow well. A frog? Staring at her own reflection, shimmering upon the surface of the green tea. She froze at his devastating wake-up call. You must break free from this pathetic, narrow well where you fight solely for your own glory. Break free from it? The Zen master looked down with heavenly authority, questioning her legacy, built entirely on blood and tears. The legendary power you acquired climbing that tower, have you not hoarded it entirely for yourself? The vision of 10,000 waiting martial artists suddenly flashed violently across her mind. The master offered his sacred guidance. Shatter your limited boundaries. Observe the world with your true heart. Awaken your inner spiritual eye. 𝙎𝙎𝙎 lowered her head in heavy silence, letting the profound teachings carve deep into her soul. True martial arts is not a solitary conquest. It is a noble path where your absolute strength becomes a shield to protect and elevate others. Only through that can you achieve true ascension. Standing utterly alone, above the magnificent sea of clouds, she finally grasped her own insignificant existence. As long as you refuse to let go of a blind obsession with raw power, you will only be devoured by an endless emptiness. Her blazing crimson eyes suddenly flickered, with the spark of a true awakening, listening to his final, fate-changing words. Therefore, engrave this deep into your very bones. The old master smiled, radiating the blinding light of ultimate wisdom. There are some heavens you can never reach entirely alone. Ha ha ha. The relentless river of time flowed on. Broken blades still scarred the sunset-drenched battlefield. Congratulations. You have cleared the floor. The Tower of Trials announces. Congratulations on clearing the 34th floor. Congratulations, 𝙎𝙎𝙎. She gasps for air. Blood and sweat mix on her exhausted face. Panting heavily, she collapses against the stone wall. Her body is covered in fatal wounds. She whispers weakly, I feel like absolute garbage. Suddenly, approaching footsteps echo. She looks up. An old Zen master stands there, holding a water jug. Tell me, have you finally found your answer yet? Watching the old monk's back fade into the sword cemetery, she bitterly confesses, not even a little. Even after reaching the 41st floor, I still cannot fill this crushing emptiness. Not even a fraction. The old monk squints at the distant horizon with profound meaning. But you will soon. Suddenly, brilliant, blue lightning engulfs the space. The system delivers a grand prophecy. Once the conditions are perfectly met, 𝙎𝙎𝙎 smiles arrogantly. Her blood-stained face cannot hide her burning ambition. As the system window flashes, she vows, at any cost, I will find the answer. The pioneer's rule has been officially activated. Standing in the sunset-drenched sword cemetery, the old monk presses his hands together, bidding farewell to his disciple. I wish you supreme luck. A mysterious thought surfaces as pure darkness consumes her entire mind. I am truly looking forward to the loser's tournament. A blazing surge of spiritual energy radiates outward. It wraps around a breathtaking blade, signaling the birth of a brand new entity. And that is exactly how my soul came to reside within Han San-jun's blade. The ego soul of the 7th generation blood demon, 𝙎𝙎𝙎, has officially awakened inside the true heavenly blood, demon sword. Ah! Amidst the roaring blue lightning, Han San-jun's silhouette emerges. He radiates an absolutely unshakable will. A man whose sole purpose in life, if it can even be called that, is to become strong enough to never be oppressed by anyone. I will gather enough power so no one can ever trample me. Staring at his back, as he marches relentlessly forward, 𝙎𝙎𝙎's soul softly whispers, I do not know why, but he is exactly like me. Looking back, at the mountain of corpses beneath her feet, she nods. She bitterly acknowledges their tragic similarity, forced to push forward with the vague goal of simply gaining more power. Bowing her head in utter exhaustion, her long black hair completely veils her face as she mutters, "Well, none of that actually matters." Jam Chun-gu silently stalks behind Han San-jun. She hides a ruthlessly cruel plan behind her freezing gaze. All that matters is guiding him safely into the losers' tournament before the 46 de floor. After that, he will simply become the living sacrifice for my grand resurrection. Nothing more and nothing less. However, during a blazing battle against a massive stone golem, she witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon. But wait, why did such a massive shift occur? Watching Sanjun's reflection ripple across the shimmering water, Jam Chun-gu is absolutely horrified, screaming wildly inside her own mind. Why hasn't he collapsed yet? His physical capabilities should have drastically dropped because of the system restrictions. This is absolutely impossible. Sanjun writhes in pure agony as his physical body begins to brutally crack. Rising within her is a suffocating wave of doubt. What on earth is this? What unseen force is keeping him on his feet? Squinting to observe her opponent reaching his absolute breaking point, she coldly calculates. This fool has finally hit his limit. If he dies here, I will completely lose my sacrifice. Her crimson eyes suddenly flash with intense disgust as she recalls the pathetic weaklings of her past. Truly nauseating. Standing upon the mirror-like water, Jam Chun-gu spits out venomous words toward the invaders. If utter trash like you hadn't violently invaded this world, the innocent people living below could have existed in perfect peace. Sansun's face darkens with overwhelming fury. His eyes blaze with lethal killing intent as he growls. You invading another person's world is already unforgivable. But watching you grow stronger by leeching off that filthy, twisted faith, it drives me completely insane. Beneath the massive full moon, two epic figures face off in the terrifying calm before the storm, and deep fissures begin to violently form. Sanzu unleashes a beastly roar of rage. Explosive purple aura violently erupts around his entire body. I will mercilessly tear apart absolute scum like you. Jam Chun-gu reaches her hand toward the brilliant light piercing the starry night sky. Slowly, an undeniable truth takes shape. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she peers into the very soul of the man standing before her. This man's grand goal, a completely new purpose that I never possessed. Vivid fragments of both their traumatic memories suddenly flash like shattered glass. Her profound consciousness slowly begins to expand. My entire perspective is broadening. I am slowly being pulled into the massive gravity of his will. Grueling battles and heartbreaking sacrifices are vividly replayed frame by bloody frame. A truly crystal-clear objective. No Han San-jun stands tall and majestic, boldly declaring his ultimate ambition. I will evolve into a completely transcendent being. His piercing gaze grows sharper and far more determined than ever before, so that in this vast universe, absolutely no one can ever stand above me, so that no one can ever dare touch the precious people who belong to me. In that exact, reality-shattering second, a perfectly clear goal forms deep within her as well. Staring at the shattered fragments falling around her feet, she nostalgically remembers the ghost of her past self. The old me would never have been like this. Standing alone in the blood-soaked sword cemetery under the fading sunset, she finally realizes her fatal mistake. But while desperately climbing the tower, I ultimately lost myself by blindly chasing after absolute power, for no reason at all. And I had forgotten something truly vital. A gentle smile graced her lips as she thought of her comrade, but Han San-jun made me realize the truth. She gazed at his unwavering back. Bathed in the setting sun, she quietly admired his journey, a man driven by absolute purpose. Holding onto their miniature figures in the palm of her hand, she whispered her confession. Because I had no goal, no comrades to protect, I wandered alone. Like a mindless puppet of the tower, I could never find a purpose. On my own. Yes, I wanted to follow you to the very end. Memories of their first encounter flooded her mind with deep nostalgia. Just like when we first began this journey, the image of Sanjun and Chun-gu fighting shoulder to shoulder. She tended to his wounds, and they shared a smile built on absolute trust. Jam Chun-gu closed her eyes gently, pressing his image deep into her heart. If I am with Han San-jun, I can go anywhere. Returning to the vision, her master asked, have you finally found your answer? Chun-gu turned to her master, with eyes burning with unyielding resolve. I have. Because I am no longer alone. I finally found my answer. Then it is time for this to end. Suddenly, the old master burst into hearty laughter, leaving Chun-gu completely bewildered. Ha 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 ha. Why are you laughing? Chun-gu narrowed her eyes, listening closely to her master's words. I find myself wanting to witness that very ending. The old master's figure vanished into the endless white snow, leaving behind his final blessing. Well then, I wish you luck returning to reality. Chun-gu offered a sad smile. Han Sanjun, thanks to you, I broke the chains of dark desire crushing my soul. But Sanjun remained in stunned silence, listening to her heart-wrenching confession right on the battlefield. You found the answer. In my place. You taught me what it means to have a true purpose, and the value of the precious comrades walking beside you, so I must fulfill my own role to the very end. A piercing screech tore through the air. She summoned her blade. The image of Chun-gu morphed into something demonic. Her eyes glowed blood-red in the suffocating darkness. She roared, if I stay alive, in this place, I will be reborn as a bloodhound for the ancient god of the tower. Her trembling hands tightly gripped her golden blade. Blood dripped from her old wounds onto the shattered earth. And your comrades will fall into grave danger, so strike me down, she screamed. For the sake of your ultimate goal, releasing a heaven-shaking battle cry. Cementing her noble sacrifice, Chun-gu swung, her blade tearing the very air apart. Driven by the absolute resolve to protect his precious comrades, two overwhelming auras, blue and crimson, violently collided, triggering massive spiritual explosions that shattered the Rocky Mountains. What are you doing, Han Sanjun? What the hell is this? Why? Are you only defending? Chun-gu roared through gritted teeth, seeing him hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. Sanjun pushed his limits to endure her crushing strikes. His throat tightened with immense grief. A brilliant azure shockwave erupted from Sanjun's body, blasting away every obstacle in its path. He clenched his jaw until it bled. He roared in pure agony. You are my friend, my comrade, and someone I deeply admire. How wonderful it would be if we could just keep moving forward. Chun-gu launched herself like a dark arrow, her robes fluttering amidst arcs of blood. I always believed I would be truly happy to meet my end by your side. Lethal strikes of crimson light completely trapped Sanjun. She shrieked. But if you cannot surpass me right here, then my death will be utterly meaningless. Crushing the solid stone beneath her feet, she launched herself forward with a frantic roar. Overcome me. Keep moving forward for the sake of Raud, your ultimate goal. The blade in her hand trembled violently, channeling every ounce of her power for the final strike. A massive beast forged of pure blood aura materialized behind her. She raised her sword high into the sky. Because of your precious comrades, I will only be an obstacle in your path. As long as I remain alive. Sanjun's eyes shook with devastating realization. He gritted his teeth against this cruel reality. The colossal blood phantom crashed down, ready to devour him whole. She screamed from the depths of her soul. I refuse to be a hurdle on the path to your destiny. A close-up of the tearful face and cursed fangs of Chun-gu, as she pushed her power beyond its absolute limit. I refuse to become a burden to you. The very space surrounding Sanjun began to fracture under the divine pressure of their clash. The faintest, tragic smile appeared on his lips. No, Sanjun declared, with absolute certainty. You are nothing of the sort, Chun-gu. A devastating tornado of crimson blood erupted violently from beneath his feet. Tearing the earth apart, Sanjun launched into the sky, obliterating the mist of blood. He roared at her, you have lost control. Chun-gu shrieked, throwing a desperate punch toward him. You pitiful bastard. A catastrophic collision shook the heavens. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Her ruthless strike landed directly on his face. The devastating impact plowed through the solid ground. Her gaze sharpened with lethal intent. Seeing Han Sanjun stagger backward, she growled with fierce determination. If you continue to hesitate, a flaming blade pressed dangerously close to Sanjun's head. She screamed with everything she had left. This battle will not last much longer. In a fleeting moment, a blinding flash pierced the consuming darkness. A fatal strike. as Sung-yeon tightly gripped the hilt of his glowing golden sword. He collapsed onto the rocky ground. Blood streamed down his face as he weakly gasped her name, Jang Chun-gu. With his blazing blue eyes filled with absolute shock, he cried out in pure agony. Why? The long black hair of Jang Chun-gu danced in the wind. She had willingly thrown herself onto his blade. Her blood now dyed the sword crimson. A devastating truth suddenly crashed into Han Sang-jun's mind. Was this the real reason? Did she bind herself with the blood demon art just so he could end her life? Staring at the back of the girl, who was slowly collapsing, his voice choked with grief. He finally understood. You found a way to bypass the penalty. To save me, right? That was why you only defended. Just to buy time. The towering silhouette of the tower loomed like a nightmare. But the Tower of Trials held absolute power, a force greater than the three ancient gods. In this place where the system ruled, he would certainly lose. The haunting memory of wicked gods with glowing red eyes flashed before him. If you die here to save me, how will the world fight against those corrupted, insane, and desperate gods? Those worthless beings standing in your way. Her blood-soaked hand gently touched the cold earth one last time. So, do not worry about me. Keep moving forward, Transcendent One. Her body began to dissolve into glowing golden stardust. Even if I perish, I will simply return to my conceptual divinity. This is nothing more than a temporary farewell. Her blood-stained lips still managed to form a frail smile. The next time we meet, if we are destined to meet again, Han Sang-jun. Tears streamed down Jang Chun-gu's fading face. I truly hope it will be at the very end, in a tower where you have finally achieved your goal. At the very last moment, Sang-jun stared in absolute horror as his partner faded away. His tears shattered against the desolate earth. Jang Chun-gu, her brilliant red eyes gazed at him one final time, filled with endless devotion. You are my most precious companion. Han Sang-jun lay completely alone on the ruined battlefield. An overwhelming tide of grief crashed over him. You were always right by my side. Every single time I was in pain, you guided me to become the person I am today. Memories of the moments they shared, smiling warmly under the sun, flashed before him. A heartbreaking nostalgia, because having you by my side was the true joy of this journey. So, the fading hand of Jang Chun-gu gently caressed his tear-stained face. Just before vanishing completely, you were never a burden to me, Jang Chun-gu. The girl closed her eyes, drawing her final breath in absolute peace. Truly, her breathless whisper echoed across the void. Thank you, Han Sang-jun. Her delicate figure ignited into brilliant white embers before fading into nothingness. My precious friend. Suddenly, a cold system notification materialized against the blue sky. Congratulations. You have cleared the 48th floor of the Tower of Trials. Sang-jun stared blankly at his empty sword, his mind drifting toward a distant horizon. The absolute end. A place where no more towers exist, and when our grand goal is finally achieved. He clenched his fist, forging an unbreakable oath. I swear I will show it to you. So please, rest now. Transported back to the waiting room, Sang-jun collapsed exhaustedly onto the floor, his back leaning heavily against the cold wall. My dear friend. Long shadows stretched across the stone floor. Then, he heard a voice calling out, Han Sang-jun, Sang-jun. The Crimson Blood Monarch and the White River Swordmaster stood over him, their faces filled with overwhelming concern. That veteran challenger was with you all this time. It is truly a tragedy. Sang-jun, you are extremely lucky to survive, but right now, you need to rest. The Crimson Blood Monarch's gaze hardened with fierce resolve as she looked at his battered state. I am fine, tightly gripping the hilt of his glowing golden sword with a black armored gauntlet. Han Sang-jun muttered in a dark, heavy tone. I had no other choice, because I was simply too weak. That is exactly why I could do nothing but fail. His deep blue eyes ignited with an absolute ironclad will, an unshakable determination. I must become stronger, so that I never have to lose anyone ever again. He marched toward the final floor of the tower, a forbidden domain where no mortal had ever set foot. Instantly, a glowing blue system window flared to life in the void, accompanied by a roaring rumble. Congratulations. You have cleared the 45th floor of the Tower of Trials. Azure sword aura violently tore through the night. It obliterated the grotesque monsters in a single blink. With her silver hair dancing in the wind, the White River Swordmaster dashed forward, like a streak of pure white lightning. She masterfully swung her blade, ruthlessly executing her enemies. Suddenly, a blazing red energy arrow screamed past the silver-haired girl's face by mere inches. She narrowed her eyes, sharply scanning the battlefield. The White River Swordmaster glared up, toward a blinding aura glowing from the deep forest. Her lips pressed tight with deadly determination. The mysterious hooded enemy continued his relentless assault, firing yet another arrow. Spiritual power violently erupted around him. The Crimson Blood Monarch instantly launched herself into the air. She executed a devastating, fatal thrust toward their target. Her expression was ice cold. Her blazing red eyes locked onto Sung-yeon. As for Sung-yeon, he was already slaughtering the remaining horde of monsters. Another cold system voice echoed out. Congratulations, you. He had finally conquered the 59th floor of the Tower of Trials. The tower now watched its greatest challenger, a living legend standing where no one had ever reached. The ultimate challenger, Han Sung-yeon. He stood before a massive, majestic gate. A brand new path opened before him. He had finally earned the ultimate right to enter the absolute final floor. The White River Swordmaster gasped in awe, while the Crimson Blood Monarch spoke with a heavy tone. So, this is the path that leads to the end? This aura is truly terrifying. Sung-yeon narrowed his eyes. He felt a strange energy radiating outward. I have felt this presence somewhere before. The White River Swordmaster stepped forward eagerly. Her eyes sparkled, with intense curiosity. Let us go to the final floor. I must see what awaits us. But Sung-yeon raised his hand. No. He blocked their path and spoke with absolute resolve. From here, I must go alone. The White River Swordmaster panicked. Sung-yeon, why would you do that? But the Crimson Blood Monarch sighed. She accepted his choice. Very well, go. Sung-yeon smiled gently. He turned to look at his loyal comrades. We will wait for you in the main hall. Thank you both. Sung-yeon's solitary silhouette slowly faded into the deep darkness beyond the massive gate. The moment he vanished, the White River Swordmaster snapped. Why? Did you let him go in there alone? The Crimson Blood Monarch replied with a heavy tone. Could you not feel it? She stared at the crimson energy bleeding through the gate. The sheer danger lurking behind those doors. Han Sung-yeon definitely sensed it much clearer than anyone else. The White River Swordmaster bit her lip. Tears welled in her eyes as she stared at his path. Sung-yeon. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yeon walked across a calm surface of water. Each footstep echoed through the dead silence. He smirked in pure mockery. How pathetic. Tower of Trials. I once thought all you could do was mimic the power of others. Massive golden gears turned endlessly within a radiant void. But you even dared to copy the sacred blessings and curses. The exact trials required to become a transcendent being. The false dawn of ascension. He placed his hand against the ancient wall. He finally understood the laws of this domain. This gate was meant to guide challengers through the doors of ascension. These turning gears are meant to represent the absolute truth of the universe. The divine clockwork roared to life. This final floor was nothing but a cheap illusion, a fake dawn of ascension, designed to mimic the realm of true transcendence. High above the void, the tower cast its massive shadow over the entire planet. This was a trial meant only for those who had reached the absolute peak. Sung-yeon smiled with unyielding confidence. He analyzed the overwhelming power flowing through his veins. The divine authorities of this Genesis Tower, the grand laws and the miracles. This power alone should be enough. Without warning, he swung his fist with devastating force. He shattered the massive floating boulders around him. He gritted his teeth as his eyes blazed with pure fury. But your fatal flaw is too obvious. A false ascension can never forge a true transcendent being. Han Sung-yeon unleashed a devastating barrage of azure energy strikes. He completely obliterated the tower's sacred mechanisms. Is that it? You plan to forge a fake god, just to serve as your personal puppet. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the realm as he roared out. I would rather remain exactly as I am than accept this pathetic illusion. Standing amidst the apocalyptic ruins, he glared into the tower's absolute core, Tower of Trials. At our core, you and I are exactly the same, but our ultimate goals could not be more different. Dark purple spiritual aura erupted around him like a raging typhoon. I will become a true transcendent. I will ascend to protect my loyal comrades and my home. He stood invincible on the shattered battlefield, his dark aura blazing endlessly. Han Sung-jun's voice dropped to a lethal growl as he interrogated his enemy. Yet you seek to forge a transcendent being solely for destruction, to annihilate all the gods? He stood in deafening silence, his solitary silhouette bathed in the dying light, haunted by his fallen comrade's final words. Do you have any idea? A dear friend sacrificed her life for me. She once confessed that she lived her entire existence as a mere puppet of the tower. The sheer progression of this wretched place robbed her of finding her true calling. But we forged a new purpose together, a world completely free from the tower's grasp. Heavy footsteps echoed decisively against the shattered earth. It marked the genesis of a relentless journey of bloody vengeance. Yes, the fleeting images of Jeomcheon-gu and Sang-jun flashed across his mind, wearing their rare, genuine smiles. A pristine world where everyone can finally grasp happiness. Standing at the absolute pinnacle, he gazed down at the radiant city, basking in the twilight. He made a silent, unbreakable vow. A place where she and I shall reunite. Suddenly, Sang-jun thrust his hand forward. A catastrophic surge of deep purple hellfire violently erupted. The system's cold voice chimed in. And that is exactly why you will never achieve your pathetic goal. He unleashed the divinity of death. The very fabric of space surrounding him began to violently fracture and completely shatter beneath the soul-crushing pressure. Just as you viciously destroyed her life's purpose, I shall utterly obliterate yours. The fundamental structure of reality collapsed around him. He strode across the rippling abyss of water, his azure eyes burned with blinding intensity. A murderous aura locked dead onto his enemy, so go ahead and tremble in absolute terror. I will rip you limb from limb. I will make you pay in blood. The eerie sound of splashing water echoed beneath his every step. Sang-jun coldly waded deeper into the pitch-black void. Now, everything is finally set in motion. His physical form slowly submerged into the murky depths. Only his blazing eyes remained above the surface, locked relentlessly forward. At that exact moment, a holographic system window materialized. It heralded the dawn of the final chapter. The teleportation stone had been fully activated, transporting him back to Earth permanently. But the instant he materialized back on his homeworld, a catastrophic explosion rocked the ground. A massive sea of crimson flames instantly devoured the entire cityscape. It drowned everything in a tide of apocalyptic destruction. Amidst the blood-soaked, smoldering ruins, a shattered camera lay as the sole witness to the absolute collapse of human civilization. Jin lay completely motionless amidst the jagged rubble. His battered face was painted in crimson blood. His eyes were sealed shut, as if dragged into an eternal slumber. Heavy, ominous footsteps echoed through the carnage. A shadowy figure trampled over the corpses of the fallen heroes. Across this blood-drenched battlefield, a surviving recording device captured the horrific truth. A mysterious entity draped in a tattered cloak marched relentlessly through the massacre. A sinister ray of dark magic ripped the night sky in half. A desperate, pressure-filled warning rang out. He is coming. Up on the ridge, Kim Seo-eun and his squad frantically formed a desperate siege formation against the monstrous intruder. Kim Seo-eun and his comrades gritted their teeth in pure defiance. They roared at the top of their lungs. He is entirely alone. We will annihilate him right here. Kim Seo-eun vaulted fearlessly from the jagged cliff. He swung his colossal hammer with earth-shattering might. However, before his strike could even connect, the enemy's summon mercilessly slashed him away. Blood erupted into the air. As the fatal blow brutally crashed down upon them, Earth's last line of defenders screamed in sheer, agonizing torment. The vessel bearing the divinity of the crazy god finally revealed his utterly deformed face, a visage dripping with an overwhelming, demonic aura. He released a blood-curdling growl. Foolish mortals who dare obstruct the path of the crazy god I shall slaughter. Every last one of you. Suddenly, the villain froze, his eyes bulging in absolute shock. His prey had vanished into thin air. Impossible speed. What in the world just flashed? Right past me? The blood-red sovereign and the White River Swordmaster. They had materialized on the battlefield, just in the nick of time to save their lives. The wicked deity glared menacingly at the two unfamiliar women, his monstrous face twisted with unbridled wrath. Who are you scrawny wretches supposed to be? But in a fraction of a second, Sung-yeon materialized directly beside the false god. He unleashed a devastating arc of azure sword aura, slicing cleanly toward his head. Sung-yeon's lips curled into a merciless smirk. His freezing azure eyes stared down the enemy as if looking at an already lifeless corpse. Shut your mouth. And die. Moments after the clash, he turned his gaze to his former comrades. So, this bastard parading as the crazy god launched an assault, and every single nation on Earth has already fallen? Kim So-eun offered a grim, heavy nod. He confirmed the devastating truth with a grief-stricken tone. That is correct. Hearing this, Sung-yeon ground his teeth together in absolute fury. Disbelief washed over his face, unable to process the nightmarish reality. How in the hell could this have happened? Gazing out at the brutally besieged planet, his mind spun in pure chaos. What about all the countermeasures he had painstakingly set up in advance? The divine reward claimed from the dimensional cradle. The exclusive dimensional barrier. S-class. It should have been shielding Earth from this exact threat. The White River Swordmaster watched him with deep concern. Meanwhile, the blood-red Sovereign stepped forward, her voice laced with grim realization. Sung-yeon, the crazy god, must have orchestrated this planetary invasion eons ago. Or perhaps they conspired directly with the newly emerged zealots roaming Earth. Sung-yeon narrowed his piercing eyes, rapidly piecing the terrifying puzzle together. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a blade. There is simply no other way they could have bypassed that barrier. A sickening, suffocating premonition regarding the demonic forces currently devouring his home planet clawed at his mind. I cannot confirm if those suspicions are fully true or not, but the crazy god has undoubtedly orchestrated the absolute annihilation of Earth. Kim So-eun suddenly remembered the others. He looked around anxiously. What about our other comrades? Sung-yeon whipped around. His eyes narrowed sharply as he growled. Where are they? Kim So-eun calmly reported the situation. Lee Ha-yeon had gone to the Hunter Association with Catherine. They were likely seeking reinforcements, but an entire day had already passed, and they still had not received a single word from them. Sung-yeon's expression grew dangerously dark. He immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. He stood tall amidst the ruins. He firmly called out to the two female powerhouses, White River Swordmaster, Bloodlord. His eyes blazed. Absolute resolve fueled his rescue mission. We must move at top speed. Instantly, the three figures vanished. In the blink of an eye, Kim So-eun was left completely stunned. They are too fast. He shivered violently under the crushing pressure. The terrifying aura lingered heavily in the air. What kind of monstrous energy is this? The scene shifted to the battlefield. The trio dashed forward, like streaking lightning tearing through the night sky. They weaved through the crumbling skyscrapers. System notification. Skill Sixth Sense has been activated to guide the way. Sung-yeon roared fiercely. Move faster. He channeled explosive power into his legs, pushing his body to break, past all mortal limits. I must be faster. Upon arrival, a horrific nightmare greeted his eyes. His comrades laid scattered across the ground. Amidst the absolute devastation, he witnessed the enemy raising a blade, ready to execute his fallen friend. Sung-yeon's pupils shrank. In pure shock. No! The image of a bloodied and weeping Ha-yeon flashed before him, his heart violently clenched. No! Not another one. Pure fury erupted. A blazing inferno raged within Sung-yeon's eyes. I will not let a single person die ever again. The evil god unleashed a deafening roar, slamming a devastating attack into the earth. The ground violently quaked. Sung-yeon charged straight into the bloodbath like a descending deity. He roared for a tactical strike. Bloodlord. A massive surge of dark purple spiritual energy violently erupted. System notification. Divinity of Death has been activated. The enemy's eyes bulged in absolute terror, as an abyss of black mist completely engulfed them. What is this? A black fog? Emerging from the choking shadows, Sung-yeon glared with the eyes of the Grim Reaper himself, delivering his ultimate judgment. Where did this monster come from? Die. A crimson flaming slash violently tore through the night, repelling the enemy's attack. In a mere fraction of a second, the moment he pushed the foe back, Sung-yeon sprinted frantically toward the motionless figure. Ha-yeon! White River Swordmaster quickly scooped up Catherine. She shouted to calm his racing heart. Sung-yeon, she is fine. She merely lost consciousness. However, as her gaze shifted to Lee Ha-yeon lying in a pool of blood, panic laced her voice. Catherine is safe, but Lee Ha-yeon is bleeding out far too fast. Sung-joon focused every ounce of his spiritual power into his palms, forging his resolve with iron will. Do not hesitate for a second. A blazing red aura entirely enveloped the battered body of Ha-yeon. He screamed in overwhelming despair. Heal her right now. His eyes burned with unyielding determination, gritting his teeth. He commanded the fading consciousness of his comatose comrade. Open your eyes. Wake up. Staring down at her blood-soaked face, he begged in crushing desperation. Please, just wake up. The sheer agony forced Ha-yeon to violently cough up blood, all while the desperate cries of Sung-joon continued to echo. Wake up. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light flared within Sung-joon's eyes, marking a legendary awakening of his divine power. Ha-yeon slowly fluttered her cloudy eyes open, catching sight of that familiar silhouette. She weakly whispered his name, Sung-joon. Sung-joon bowed his head deeply. His eyes trembled under the crushing weight of guilt. Hearing her fragile reproach, "Why did you arrive so late?" Lying in her own blood, Ha-yeon sobbed out the absolute tragedy. "We called out for you. Countless hunters cowardly fled. Other dimensions." Gazing blankly at the gruesome battlefield littered with corpses, she spoke with bitter sorrow. Those who chose to stay behind, to protect this sanctuary, they were all slaughtered. A few brave hunters tried to resist, but the overwhelming power was simply too much for us to handle. Without you here with us. Hot tears streamed down her dirt-streaked cheeks. She completely broke down, revealing her ultimate vulnerability. I was so terrified. Sung-joon clamped his jaw until blood pooled in his mouth, violently cursing himself. I nearly lost my most precious comrades. The Bloodlord stood solemnly in the gauze background, staring up at the blood-stained sky. Her voice dropped into a heavy, sorrowful abyss. I cannot even begin to fathom just how many lives we have lost today. Sweeping her gaze across the ruined skyline, the city had been reduced to a colossal graveyard. She continued grimly. Every single soul who stayed to defend this place sacrificed themselves. Everyone except us. A suffocating shadow of absolute wrath completely swallowed Sung-joon. He whispered into the void toward his unseen foes. This is all my fault, God of Madness. The terrifying names of his enemies seared into his mind like a divine death sentence. Gods of despair, the fallen, and madness. I swear, I will definitely. A devastating inferno of azure flames violently erupted from his left eye. He firmly declared his ultimate blood oath. Tear every last one of you to shreds.